Actually, Sage Dong's guess towards the actual scenario which had happened to Li Moying was especially close. Li Moying had indeed obtained a huge amount of profound energy replenishment after he killed the spiritual beast Qilin, hence obtaining the foundation of breaking through. But Sage Dong could never have guessed that Li Moying was already a 9th stage realm peak practitioner in his past life. His memories had been activated during the full moon's night. Under both activation of memories and provocation, he was able to succeed in advancing under coincidental opportunity. Furthermore, the most important thing was something which both sages would never have expected in their wildest dreams. Li Moying was merely 21 years old this year, much younger than what Sage Dong and Sage Wuding had expected. So it was foreseeable that based on his innate talent, breaking through to the 10th stage realm would not require a long wait of 10 years or so. Sage Dong continued, but for the clan to come out with such a genius, it indeed is worth celebrating. Moreover, we should also try to bring him back to the main branch of the clan as soon as possible so that we won't delay his future. We had better hurry over to meet the clan leader and tell him this good news. We can also give Yu Dezhuang a tight slap on his face at the same time. However, Wu Ding shook his head. Forget it, clan leader is really in closed-door cultivation. The last time I was in a hurry to save him and under such a precarious situation, hence I just went up directly to ask for a meeting. But now that lower realm genius had already gotten himself out of the crisis, so we need not be hasty this time round. Let's wait for clan leader to come out from his closed-door cultivation, then talk about it. Moreover speaking, he's still so young and had already successfully advanced to the 9th stage realm. There should be no problems for him to ascend successfully in future. There's still time for him to undergo some experience learning there, then nurturing him when he arrives at God realm later on. Sage Dong nodded. What you said is right as well, but this is really a huge joyous matter. I'd not expected that after so many years, among the disciples which we Cloudy Qilin clan had put in our best efforts to nurture the disciples in the clan master still hasn't picked any satisfactory candidate to be his successor. But in the end, such a genius is discovered from the lower realm. That's right, in future when he returns to the clan, I wonder what kind of commotion will he raise. Sage Wuding thought about the intense fighting among the clan's different factions and couldn't help but go into deep thoughts. In Violet Sun Valley, Li Moying's advancement finally entered the ending stage. The frequency of thunder and lightning in the sky started to subside, and the surrounding rampaging thunder-attributed energy also started to become stable and peaceful. After Li Moying had finally completed his succession from failure, there was an evolution to his physical body's physique. Under the effect from heaven and earth code, the wounds on his body started to heal slowly and his freshly grown skin was supple and smooth, crystal clear like jade, and under the refraction from the electric currents, it seemed to give off a dim glow. Just taking one look at him and one could distinctly feel that his perfectly good-looking sculpted body contained a terrifying powerful energy, as an unexcelled aura was emitted from his bones. After he shed his mortal body and underwent an exchange of bones, his meridians and dantian were much more tenacious and spacious than before, allowing him to accommodate up to 10 times the energy. Li Moying's body had been swept along by electric currents as he suspended in midair, while thunder-attributed energy seeped into his body, flowing along his meridians as it continued to revolve. Every single time his profound energy went one cycle, his meridians would be strengthened once again as the condensation of his profound energy in his body was raised to a new level. Over and over again, as it kept on repeating the cycle. This was an extremely slow process, and it varied among different people's innate talent, which might last between several hours to several days. After Huang Yueli saw Li Moying entering the stability stage, she heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though she wasn't aware of what price Li Moying had paid in his past life, she instinctively felt extremely worried. Advancement to each practitioner had a certain amount of risk to it. Moreover, Li Moying had continuously broken through 2 large realms within 10 over days, and there was a possibility of an unstable foundation. Luckily, everyone was still rather smooth. The process of Li Moying absorbing the energy lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. At last, the electric current slowly dissipated and Li Moying steadily landed on the ground. His peach blossom eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened and an electric current flashed past his eyes as there was a deeper sense of reservation in his cold and penetrative eyes. Huang Yueli cried out with joy and shock, You've advanced successfully. That's right, the profound energy fluctuations from you is indeed that of the 9th stage realm. Li Moying nodded as his gentle gaze fell onto her sweet-looking face. Lier, I've made you worried. I'm already in the 9th stage realm right now, and I can protect you properly. Huang Yueli pouted, I can take care of myself, I don't need to rely on you. Although she said that, but she still ran swiftly into Li Moying's arms. Li Moying locked onto her waist tightly as he lowered his head and planted a kiss on her cheek, while laughing in adoration, You don't need me to protect you, I'm the one who wants to stick to you shamelessly. Huang Yueli snorted and was just about to say something when she felt something nudging around her neck as she got a fright. She lowered her head to discover that a little qilin had snuck out from Li Moying's top around his chest. It seemed to have grown a little larger, and the scales on its body didn't seem to be that soft anymore, as it felt much tougher to the touch. Apparently, this little qilin had also advanced. But because Li Moying's aura was just too strong, hence he had covered its advancement fluctuations. This little thing was obviously not at ease as it kept moving around, as though it was trying to stop its master and his fiancée from Sacred Phoenix race from getting intimate. Li Moying lowered his head several times, and whenever he wanted to kiss Huang Yueli, this little thing kept interrupting them. Huang Yueli's face turned green as she stared at little qilin and said, If you continue to make trouble, I'll cut you up into pieces and make barbecue meat out of you. Little qilin seemed as though it understood what she was saying as it gave off a terrified cry, ah ah ah. Li Moying couldn't help but bursted out laughing as he placed his hand on little qilin's back and kept it away. At the same time he lowered his head towards Huang Yueli and said, Why are you thinking about barbecued meat? Are you hungry? Let's grab time quickly and keep all the treasures in Violet Sun Valley, then go and eat? Huang Yueli blinked her large eyes as she asked puzzledly. Li Moying laughed, but a chilly murderous intent arose in the depths of his eyes. I'll bring you to have something first, then. We still have a huge debt, which we should settle properly. These days when his consciousness was blurry in the qilin tablet, the most images which appeared in his mind, other than the scene where Huang Yueli self-exploded, was the scene where she was pushed down the cliff by Murong Fei. At that moment, his heart almost stopped and that ultimate terrifying feeling still stayed at the depths of his heart until now. Murong Fei, Li Lingchuan and Leng Yifeng. Looks like I've been too merciful for these few years to allow you guys to have the guts, to think that you can provoke me? Huang Yueli heard his frigid words and a smile curled up on her lips. In his past life, Mu Qingqing had never been a merciful man, but in this lifetime, Li Moying seemed to be much gentler this time as compared to the Long Ranger in his past life. But if one really ruffled his feathers, the consequences would absolutely be extremely miserable. Murong Fei and the others were definitely going to be in deep trouble this time round. She wasn't sure how they were going to die, so it really made her feel a little sympathy for them. Huang Yueli quickly noticed another important point. Wait, the Violet Sun Valley that you mentioned, do you mean that valley which we had been doing the refinement in for the past few days? How do you know the valley's name? And what kind of treasures are there in the valley? Let's hurry and go retrieve it. She had already declared Murong Fei and the others' death sentence, and knew that these few scums weren't able to escape from Li Moying's hand, hence she totally didn't bother about them as her attention was shifted aside very quickly. In comparison, she still felt that treasures were a greater attraction for her. Li Moying took a look at her and said, Remember that stone tablet which we found in the core region? That is the mechanism which Cloudy Qilin clan uses to assess god-grade geniuses. which is also known as Qilin tablet. The exterior of the valley, which is used to filer, earth-grade, and heaven-grade geniuses, is known as Violet Sun Valley. I passed through God-grade geniuses' final refinement, hence a lot of information regarding Cloudy Qilin clan automatically merged into my memories. As the reward for passing the stage, I've obtained a huge amount of profound energy. Other than that, Qilin Tablet also had a huge reserve of medicinal pills and profound armaments, and some are God-grade, and all these now belong to me. God-grade profound armament. Aren't those God relics then? I want to see, quickly bring me there. Huang Yueli grabbed onto his sleeve excitedly. Li Moying shook his head and laughed as he knew that this young lass would act in exactly this way. Alright, let's head over now. But my potential exploded due to the full moon and accidentally pierced through the Qilin tablet, so I'm not sure if the treasures inside are affected or not. Huang Yueli's face turned black. What? How could you be such a wastrel? Even damaging God relics. Li Moying held on to his arrogantly pampered fiancée gently as they returned back to the position where the Qilin tablet was. Regarding Violet Sun Valley's exterior barrier array, it had also been shattered by Li Moying accidentally when he was advancing, so a lot of Violet Sun Valley's thunder attributed profound energy, other than the portion which Li Moying had already absorbed, had all dispersed out. Without high-density thunder-attributed energy, Violet Sun Valley's magical beasts totally disappeared. The two of them didn't meet with any obstruction in their entire journey, and they soon reached the core region. Huang Yueli took a quick look at the ground to see that the Qilin tablet's top part had been blown away, revealing a dark space below. Luckily, the treasure depository was right at the bottom layer level of the Qilin tablet and had not been affected much, so most of the items inside were still intact. Huang Yueli's eyes shone immediately when she saw the treasures, and she let go of Li Moying's hand immediately as she excitedly rushed into the treasure depository. Wow, although there are not many things here, but each piece of it are really treasures. I think I read about this bottle of heaven-level smelted god pill in an ancient record some time ago. Practitioners below the 5th stage realm who take one piece of half-god level pills will immediately break through a large realm. Even for 9th stage realm practitioners who take it will be able to have a huge breakthrough in their speed of cultivation. This 9 transformation soul recall pill is said to have the effect of reviving one from the dead. Good pill, really good pills. Quick, keep it. And what other pill is this, nefarious bewitching thoughts pill? I've never heard of this. Anyway, it must be some good stuff, so let's keep it first. Huang Yueli looked left and right as she kept on crying out excitedly as she kept all the medicinal pills into the Sky Phoenix ring. After browsing through the medicinal pills, she turned towards Cloudy Qilin clan's collection of profound armaments. These profound armaments were mostly half-god relics, and each and every piece were extremely practical rare treasures as its might was extremely strong. Among those were a few pieces of god relics. Seeing these, Huang Yueli was so excited that she almost lost herself as she pounced over to pick up every single piece while taking a careful look. It's too incredible. How is this even casted? The array patterns can actually be engraved in this way? I've tried that several times in my past time and had never succeeded at it. God Realm's armaments masters could actually finish this? And this here, there must definitely be a special smelting method. She looked left and right and was totally smitten over it as she even forgot the time. Li Moying stood at the entrance as his gentle gaze followed her wherever she went, with a slight smile beneath his eyes. This young lass. She indeed lost herself whenever she saw high-leveled profound armaments, exactly the same as in her past life. He raised up his head and looked at the sky. A bright moon had already ascended into the night sky, apparently it's already night time. But he didn't call out to remind Huang Yueli, merely allowing her to do as she wished as he silently protected her. After a long time, Huang Yueli had finally satisfied her first level of curiosity, keeping a large portion of the profound armaments. She picked out a god-leveled long sword and a god-leveled armor as she passed it to Li Moying. These two pieces are much better than what you're using right now, quickly change into it. Especially this long sword, it is refined with the resonance smelting method which is much better than the amethyst light sword and suits your movements. Furthermore, it's also attached with 3 kinds of god-grade thunder attributed profound skills. Try it and you'll know. Li Moying smiled as he received it. I don't need to try, and I also know, whatever my leader said must be correct. Huang Yueli raised her chin, complacently, it's good that you know. Li Moying tried to wave the long sword and it indeed was more compatible with himself. His heart was deeply moved, because having such an intelligent fiancé was really too fortunate. But he turned back only to discover Huang Yueli staring at profound armaments again. Li Moying laughed out, why so fascinated? It's not the first time you've seen a god relic. Don't you already have a god relic, Sky Phoenix ring, on you? Hearing this, Huang Yueli went into a pause, speaking of the Sky Phoenix ring. No wonder I felt sensing that there's something strange about the god relics in Qilin tablet. These god relics, although the might is extremely powerful, but as compared to the Sky Phoenix ring, the disparity is a little too huge, isn't it? There wasn't only space in the Sky Phoenix ring, it was also able to seal a spiritual spirit body like Wang Kai in it and also came with Saint Spring and various planting functions. It even could be upgraded according to her own ability, advancing accordingly. In comparison, the god relics in Qilin tablet appeared a tad too ordinary. Those were merely more powerful in terms of attack and defense, and the attaching profound skills made it more formidable while some even had its own spirit artifacts. Li Moying's eyes also flashed past a smirk of deep thought. In this case, the grade of your Sky Phoenix ring must be a much higher grade of god relic. Even though all of them are god relics, but it should be split up into different kinds of levels. Huang Yueli's fingers touched her chin as she said seemingly in thoughts, in this way, my luck isn't that bad at all. Luckily, it wasn't a wasted effort for me to bring it out even though it almost killed me. Speaking of that, the Sky Phoenix ring was a treasure which she obtained when she cooperated with Mu Qingqing together on experience learning for the very first time. They were both in 7th stage realm then, and it took quite a huge effort to get this treasure into her hands, but in the end, it was just fragments and totally could not be used, so it was extremely disappointing for her. Whoever knew that many years later, Huang Yueli had actually died because of it, whereas this dusty treasure had been restored because of that? Li Moying apparently thought of the past as a faint smile appeared on his lips. But following that, his expression sunk again. If it wasn't for the Sky Phoenix ring, he and Huang Yueli would have been separated for so many years. To tell the truth, this thing wasn't very auspicious. However, as this treasure had an extremely high-leveled existence among the god relics, perhaps it might be hiding some secret. But these were merely his guesses as Li Moying didn't voice these out. After Huang Yueli kept away all the treasures in Qilin tablet, she turned back to say to the man beside her, let's go, it's time for us to leave. Celestial light sex people all probably thought you're already dead, and if they see us appearing, just how shocked would they be? I can't wait to go back and take care of those few pieces of trash. Li Moying shook his head, wait a minute, there's one more thing. What thing? Huang Yueli blinked as she had a puzzled look on her face. Li Moying continued, previously when we were trapped in Violet Sun Valley, we don't know what happened in the exterior boundary of the cloudy Qilin mystic region, but now, I should be able to sense everything that's happening in the mystic region. It seems that someone has stayed behind in the cloudy Qilin mystic region and had not left. Huang Yueli went into a pause, what? Could it be that there's someone who had met with danger and missed the gathering timing? Should be different from what you're thinking of. Li Moying saw her puzzled look and didn't make any explanation. Instead he held her little hand and walked through the dense forest. Then after making a few turns, they came to the front of a cave. In the cave were several ashen-faced practitioners who looked towards them, each bearing expressions of shock and joy. Eldest senior brother. You're really all right. Heavens, really scared me to death. I knew it. I knew that your ability is so strong and you definitely would not be harmed by that despicable villain like Li Lingchuan. Luo Jiyun looked at them both and immediately pounced over as he started crying out of extreme happiness. Moe and the rest also started to crowd over. The shadow guards were reserved in their emotions, unlike Luo Jiyun, who was half a young master, crying as he wished. But it was obvious that all of them were emotionally moved from their abnormal looks. They searched around the cloudy Qilin mystic region for a very long time and were almost about to give up hope, thinking that perhaps something had really happened to Li Moying. It was based on their irreconcilable thoughts, which made them last till today. But they had not expected that Li Moying had appeared on his own. This was indeed a pleasant accidental surprise. Li Moying was hugged by Luo Jiyun and initially he remained expressionless, but after a while, he finally could not tolerate it any further as he frowned and pushed him aside. Alright, you're a grown man now, what's there to cry about? You're so old already, and acting like this is really too ugly. Quickly rub away your tears. Luo Jiyun then retreated slightly as he asked, eldest senior brother, how on earth did you manage to get out of danger? We have been searching for you for over a month in the cloudy Qilin mystic region, and we've tried many ways, but eventually we still aren't able to get around the cliff to climb down it. There are several times we tried to climb down, but before we even reached the depth of a few meters, we were already surrounded by those magical beasts and almost lost our lives. There must be even more magical beasts in the valley below the cliff. Luo Jiyun recalled the scene where he was attacked and still had lingering fears over it. Li Moying merely replied calmly, this is a long story. I'll tell you more about it in future. In total, the valley below the cliff is a refinement ground for Cloudy Qilin clan's geniuses, so both Lear and I have passed through the refinement and made it out successfully. Ah? Refinement grounds? Hearing that, Luo Jiyun and the shadow guards all let out an interested expression with an obvious intent that they wanted to head in and try as well. Li Moying swept a glance past them and said, Violet Sun Valley is extremely dangerous, and it's only suitable for thunder-attributed practitioners to go on experience learning. For those with thunder-attributed innate talents of 9th grade and below, to enter such a place has almost zero chances of survival. Ah. Luo Jiyun heard that and his face turned as red as a tomato immediately as the expression on his face collapsed. But very quickly, he turned around and looked at Huang Yueli. But, isn't sister-in-law she? Isn't her attribute under fire? How could she possibly stay in the valley for such a long time? Huang Yueli was all smiles as she looked at him and said, because. Very coincidentally, my thunder attribute innate talent just happens to be 9th grade. What? When everyone heard that, their mouths were agape as their tongues were tied as their jaws almost fell onto the ground. After some time, Luo Jiyun spoke out stammering, you. See. Sis-in-law, you're not joking, right? You're just too abnormal. Huang Yueli's fire-attributed innate talent was something which everyone could tell, and it was at least a 9th grade upper-level innate talent. With such an innate talent, she was already considered as a top-rated unexcelled genius in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Plus the fact that she was also a talented armament master, well-versed in array skills, that itself was already very scary. In the end, she actually said that she also had a 9th grade talent in thunder-attributed innate talent? How could this possibly be true? Luo Jiyun thought that he himself was an 8th grade metal-attributed talent and was already one of the famous geniuses in South Sky region, so it was hard for him to imagine just what was it like to be of dual 9th grade talents. Huang Yueli looked at his dazed look and actually wanted to tease him, but recalling that they had an even more important matter to deal with, hence she didn't tangle too long on this topic. Alright, all of you are injured, so you'd better take these pills first. After that, let's hurry and be on our way. Be on our way? Everyone went into a blank. Huang Yueli's delicate face revealed an icy cold intent. That's right, hurry back to Celestial Light Sect to settle a debt. Li Lingchuan and Murong Fei have such guts to dare to scheme my man, so they must pay a corresponding price for it. When she said that, all of them started to stand up with their blood boiling. That's right, these few villains are just too shameless. How dare they dare to take action against our master? That Dumbas really thought that sitting onto young sect master's position meant that he could really be comparable to our master? Hadn't he even taken a piss and took a look at his own reflection in it? A mere celestial light sect, master, can't even be bothered about it. Master is just giving sect master face, hence tolerated with them for such a long time. Did they think that he's afraid? This time, we absolutely cannot let it rest. Everyone was fired up as righteous indignation filled their chests as they couldn't wait to rush back to Celestial Light Sect immediately, dragging Li Lingchuan and Murong Fei out to whip their corpses 100 times. After they had finally swore their loyalty, everyone suddenly realized that something was amiss. They all recalled the scene earlier only to realize where the problem was. The person who said those bold and visionary words wasn't Li Moying, but Huang Yueli. Everyone was disheveled. What was wrong with that? Shouldn't it have been Li Moying who appeared to teach those people who had schemed on his fiancée a lesson? But why did it turn out to be Huang Yueli who said such words? And even saying such things, making the fellow who schemed her man to pay a corresponding price. This feeling was too indisposed. However, Li Moying's lips secretly curled upwards as he stood by the side. His leer was always like this, always protecting him as part of what she should do, and never hiding behind him just because her battle power couldn't match up to his. Although he had the ability and determination to protect his beloved woman, but every time he saw Huang Yueli fight back indignantly because of him, his heart would always feel touched. Huang Yueli retrieved pills from the Sky Phoenix ring and distributed them to everyone accordingly. These pills were all 6th level upper grade and above, and it unsurprisingly caused gasps of exclamation among everyone. Huang Yueli generously gave each person a bottle, and finally she walked to the front of Yuanziyu. Not knowing what these people had experienced in the cloudy Qilin mystic region, Yuanziyu had long lost that elegant demeanor, gentlemanly look. On the contrary, there were many broken and worn-out holes on his clothes, and some were even stained with blood as his face was filled with patches of green and purple bruises. It looked like he had suffered quite a lot during the learning experience. But Huang Yueli could also sense that the profound energy fluctuations from him had evidently increased by quite a bit. You've advanced? And advanced by a large realm? Huang Yueli queried in shock and joy. When Yuanziyu had just followed her into the cloudy Qilin mystic region, his cultivation was only at 4th stage realm, and if it wasn't for her as his mistress, there was no way that he could get a quota into the mystic region. But now, he had already become a 5th stage realm practitioner. Based on Yuanziyu's innate talent, this cultivation speed was rather astonishing. Yuanziyu nodded and said, "That's right. I've encountered some chances in the cloudy Qilin mystic region and ran into a bit of luck, so I grabbed the chance and advanced successfully." Hearing that, Moe couldn't help but butted in. "Third Miss, Brother Yuan had been extremely hard-working in searching for chances, as his entire thoughts were that he absolutely could not let Third Miss lose face." When Huang Yueli heard that, joy filled her face as she nodded her head and said, "Yuanziyu, you've indeed given me a surprise. I'd not expected that you'd choose to stay on in the mystic region." A complicated emotion flashed past Yuanziyu as he shook his head vigorously. "Since I've already signed the master-servant contract, I should naturally do what I should do. Actually, I'm not the only one who worked hard. Brother Moe and the others had all obtained breakthroughs in the mystic region, so what I've achieved isn't really very outstanding. These weren't merely humble words. The practitioners who had chosen to stay behind this time round to search for Li Moying had all met with various kinds of dangers, and at the same time, they had continuously obtained breakthroughs amid the crisis. Moe was the fastest in terms of advancement, and he had already reached the 6th stage realm peak, just one step short of advancing into the 7th stage realm. The remaining others had also advanced, by a large realm. Huang Yueli nodded her head satisfactorily as she said, "Be assured, following me. You will not regret it." There was a time limit to the master-servant contract that she had with Yuanziyu, and furthermore it was only effective when she was alive. If she died accidentally, then Yuanziyu would regain his freedom. Hence, from the angle of the greatest benefit, Yuanziyu should have chosen to leave the mystic region himself. However, he chose to take the risk of not being able to leave the dangerous place, and to remain right here. This friendship, Huang Yueli would not forget about it. It was her principle to repay kindness rendered upon her and take revenge back on her foes. She took another look deeply at Yuanziyu and turned around to walk towards Li Moying as she hooked her arm around his and swung. "All right, now we can finally leave." Li Moying allowed the young lady to act like a spoilt child while hanging his arm as his expression seemed a little arrogantly pampered while his cool peach-blossomed eyes grazed past her face, without saying a single word. Huang Yueli felt a little strange as she turned her head to take a look at him. "Moying, we can leave now. What's the matter with you? Why are you in a daze?" Li Moying's lips curled up slightly as he gave a cold snort. "Young Miss Huang, is finally all done? I see that you're rather happy talking to other men, so much that you've forgotten that your own fiancé is standing right next to you." "Ah?" Huang Yueli went into a blank, and following that she immediately burst out into laughter. "You? What's the matter with you? Why are you being jealous? These are all your subordinates. I'm merely helping you to beguile them, otherwise why would I spend so much effort talking to them? You're a little too petty." Li Moying gave a slight humph as he lowered his voice, seeming as though he was muttering to himself. "Really? But there's one here who isn't my subordinate." The look which Yuanziyu looked towards Huang Yueli was something which he understood very clearly as a man. That fellow obviously has a crush on Huang Yueli, but he probably knew that he wasn't worthy of her, hence he used the excuse of being a shadow guard to stay beside Huang Yueli. That fellow had stayed in Cloudy Qilin mystic region not because of his loyalty only. Only his lure was so retarded in this aspect, which was why she had not detected the other party's feelings. "What?" Huang Yueli didn't hear what he was saying as she raised her head up to question, closely with purity, in her crystal-clear big eyes. Li Moying gave a sigh as he caressed her delicate face and switched the topic. "Nothing, we should be going." When they spoke about leaving, Moe and the rest all frowned. Moe said, "Master, the agreed date to reactivate the mystic region by both sects had already passed by for more than a month, and I'm assuming that no one had stayed outside to look for us. If we want to leave, then we have to try to open the entrance ourselves, and that requires a huge amount of profound energy to support it." Li Moying opened his mouth calmly and cut off his words. "No matter, I have a way. Everyone just crowd around me will do." Under normal circumstances, MOEs would naturally not be wrong. Reactivating the mystic region required 12 ninth stage realm practitioners to work together, and it wasn't something which they were capable of. But for Li Moying, this wasn't the case. As Cloudy Qilin clan's first even god-grade genius to have passed the Qilin tablet refinement successfully, not only had he received all the inheritances in the Qilin tablet, he had also received the authority to control Violet Sun Valley fully and special privilege to enter or leave Cloudy Qilin mystic region as he wished. With him around, leaving this place didn't take any effort at all. Indeed, with a change in Li Moying's thoughts, Cloudy Qilin mystic region's sky activated a brand new pathway. "Let's go." Li Moying held Huang Yueli's slender waist as he led her to pass through the path first, while the rest of them followed up one after another. At the present moment in the Celestial Light sect, the entire sect's entrance was filled with lights as it was bustling with excitement. Li Lingchuan and Morong Fei each wore a set of official court dress as they stood at the front of Celestial Light sect's main entrance, welcoming various guests who came over to visit from many different large sects. Today, to Celestial Light sect, was an extremely important day, and was the start of a brand new beginning. Because today was the day where Li Lingchuan would be officially designated as Celestial Light sect's new young sect master, and also the day when he got officially engaged to Morong Fei. This was the day when Li Lingchuan felt flushed with success. He dressed up in his best attire, and he was high-spirited as he stood at the front of the mountain entrance, filled with great aspiration. Almost all those large powerhouses within South Sky region had all received Celestial Light sect's invitation card, inviting them to witness the birth of their new young sect master. Those guests were headed over as spectators were full of praises and congratulations when they saw Li Lingchuan, almost sending him to heaven. Mr. Li. Wrong, it's young sect master Li. Congratulations, congratulations. I knew long ago that you have a fortunate life ahead and your innate talent is the top within South Sky region, so you'd definitely come out with big achievements in future. Within such a short time, you've already become the young sect master. Isn't that so? Mr. Li is South Sky region's first-class super genius, and what's rarer is that his moral standing, courage and insight are all first-rated too. I've always felt that it's a waste of talent for young sect master Li to only be a direct disciple. Only the position of young sect master is worthy of you. Indeed, you've finally become Celestial Light sect's young sect master eventually. Sect Master Morong has great insight, to be able to tell that young sect master Li's ability and character are excellent, and he's able to take on huge responsibility. Not only had he passed on the position of young sect master to you, he's also married his eldest daughter to you as well. Eldest Miss Morong is the #1 beauty among our South Sky region, the #1 talented young lady. Even she fancies young sect master Li. It's obvious what kind of potential and person young sect master is. Congratulations to young sect master Li for the double happiness. That's right, double happiness. Congratulations. Peals of praise kept on coming, making Li Lingchuan extremely comfortable as he was elated. Especially when he recalled the first time when Li Moying had been designated to be the young sect master, although the guests were much more than now, but most of them had a gloomy look as they came and went by quickly, totally not flattering Li Moying at all. Li Lingchuan naturally assumed that under this comparison, of course Li Lingchuan's character had gained the approval of everyone. His potential, apparently wasn't any worse off than Li Moying. Of course, there was no way that he would find out that the reason as to why those guests didn't flatter Li Moying, one of it was because Li Moying's character was just too cold and no one dared to be rash in front of him. Another reason was because Li Moying's innate talent was just too abnormal. The minute many presidents from those powerhouses thought of the fact that for the next several hundreds or even thousands of years, they would be suppressed by that demonic great genius over their heads, and that their own sects would never be able to be known to the world, how would their feelings possibly get lifted up? Some of them couldn't even be bothered to come out with polite words. In comparison, Li Lingchuan wasn't much of a threat in various powerhouses' eyes. To the extent that, in front of a gem like Li Moying only made him especially useless, no different from a dumbass. But unfortunately, this dumbass was still immensely pleased with himself. As everyone found him laughable, so they wouldn't be stingy with a few words of flattering. Since nice words don't require any money, so they could ridicule him all they wanted behind his back and Li Lingchuan would never find out. Right after the bunch of sect masters and elders from other large sects had exchanged polite greetings with Li Lingchuan, the minute they walked into the door, their faces indeed took a change immediately. They took a quick glance around and couldn't help but gathered together to ridicule him. Look at the conceited and arrogant look from that vile character. All of us are the elders from large sects, but he doesn't even bother to look at us in the eye. How could he do that? Did he really think that having the position of Celestial Light Sect's young sect master meant that he was really Li Moying? Isn't that so? Li Lingchuan didn't think that he is Li Moying, he just feels that he's much more incredible than Li Moying. I really wonder where his confidence came from. But this is a great thing. Originally I thought that the sects in South Sky region could only continue breathing under Celestial Light Sect, but whoever knew that Li Moying actually got into an accident while on an experience learning trip in the Mystic region. Now that this dumbass Li Lingchuan is taking over the position, it's really a great help from the heavens. Haha, you're right. Only Li Moying has such excellent innate talent. Although he's not my sect's disciple, but his demise still made some people sigh. If I had a say in it, it's you who's too naive. I heard the rumors around the world that Li Moying's death has something to do with Li Lingchuan. It was said that Li Lingchuan had plotted against his own senior brother, causing him to die in the Mystic region. What? There's actually such a thing? How could that be possible? Where did you hear that from? There's quite a number of people who heard of this. It's rumored that this time it was Celestial Light Sect and West Sky region's Green Cloud Sect entering the Mystic region for experience learning together, and Green Cloud Sect's disciples went around spreading these. Even West Sky region's large sects all know about this rumor. Heavens! If it's really true, that would be too scary. Even plotting against his own senior brother, that's an intolerable behavior. Is Morong getting foolish as he grows old? How could he allow such a thing that is worse than a beast to take on the position of young sect master and even marry his own eldest daughter to him? So that's why they say Celestial Light Sect is finished. It really matches the saying that fortune rests in the east of the river for 30 years, but turns to the west after 30 years pass one. Similar rumors were heard around every corner of Celestial Light Sect. The guests from other sects who were spreading the rumors mostly avoided Li Lingchuan himself, but in front of other Celestial Light Sect's ordinary disciples, they had nothing to fear. Because Li Lingchuan wasn't Li Moying. When Li Moying was young sect master, he had absolute prestige in Celestial Light Sect. If anyone were to talk bad about him in the sect, it would immediately cause an uproar by the masses of the disciples, invoking a group fight. But now that there were so many guests from other sects who gossiped about Li Lingchuan's unpleasant talk unbridledly, yet no one was upset over this. On the contrary, Celestial Light Sect's disciples secretly gazed towards Li Lingchuan's direction as a sliver of hatred flashed past their eyes. Regarding the rumor of Li Lingchuan causing Li Moying's death, they naturally had heard of it. Because there were quite a number of direct disciples present and they had heard the truth when Luo Jiyun said it out. Although they didn't dare to offend Li Lingchuan, and they didn't debate the truth with him in front of the Mystic region's entrance, but they had spread the rumor under the tables by quite a bit. Although none of them were the witness, but compared to Luo Jiyun and Li Lingchuan's usual character, everyone felt that Luo Jiyun's words were apparently more convincing. Moreover speaking, Li Moying's potential was clear for all to see. Just how powerful he was something which Celestial Light Sect's disciples had all experienced. Even his fiancée Bairuoli was also a first-class talented lady. The two of them joined hands and easily allowed Ling Yifeng to kill him so easily. Wasn't that a comedy? It's just an unbelievable story. Li Lingchuan on the other hand, because he was a disciple of their sect, so there were many ways which he could come out with to hoodwink Li Moying, thereby successfully plotting against him. Li Lingchuan's character was originally arrogant and cold-blooded, with a look of hatred to exact revenge, hence he wasn't exactly able to capture the hearts of those in Celestial Light Sect. Now with such a rumor, there was a 99% of the masses of disciples going against him. But no one could do anything about him at all. Right after Li Moying's death, Morongda knew that the possibility of Celestial Light sect becoming Soaring Heaven's continent's first-class powerhouse no longer existed, hence he had no heart to manage the sect's affairs, therefore he passed the authority over to Li Lingchuan. With absolute authority in Li Lingchuan's hands, he started to suppress those people who dared to oppose him. He also had Morong Fei to stand up for him, so if any disciple dared to say anything bad about him, they would suffer from an insane level of revenge. Sigh, today is young sect master's coronation day. It really makes me feel that there's nothing left to live for. Are we going to let such a despicable villain reign over our heads forever? Someone shot a furious look towards Li Lingchuan's back as he couldn't help but grumbled angrily. Hush, are you mad? How dare you even say such things? Guests from other sects can comment. Young sect master, but we can't. Have you forgotten about what happened to those people like Shui Qingqing and the others who had once followed by Ruoli? What has happened to them now? Don't tell me you want to end up like them? The former had a shock as he recalled something, and his expression turned steely green and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak a single word more. A vile character like Li Lingchuan didn't have abilities like Li Moying, and he couldn't even be compared to Li Moying when handling the sect's affairs. But when he exacted revenge, his had many different ways of doing so. Like those people who came from Celestial Light Academy, they were merely Celestial Light sect's ordinary disciples and didn't dare to discuss about Li Lingchuan's matter. But only because they had once stayed in the same academy as Li Moying and were acquainted to Huang Yueli, hence they suffered the most severe revenge. Especially for Shui Qingqing and the others, they were directly sent to the most dangerous demonic or cave for mining. Demonic or cave had abundant fantasy, a demonic rock, and each piece of it was priceless. But these kinds of rocks itself had its own spiritual nature and would form a special kind of demonic tone in the cave, to cause confusion onto those practitioners' soul trace and consciousness who entered the demonic or cave. In the past, those practitioners who entered the demonic or cave to mine had willingly accepted the missions, and most of them were inner or even direct disciples who thought that under the provocation of the demonic tone, it might lead to a better method of cultivation. In order to seek a breakthrough in their bottlenecks, they proactively went ahead with this. But now, Li Lingchuan had coerced Shui Qingqing and the others to mine in the demonic or cave from day to night. These people originally had ordinary innate talents, and their cultivation base was the lowest in the entire Celestial Light sect. They had been shut in the demonic or cave for a long time, hence, quite a number of them had already gone insane. There were often other Celestial Light sect's disciples who passed by the demonic or cave, and hearing those peals of miserable shrieks, it sounded extremely horrifying. For a moment, Li Lingchuan's method of killing the chickens to warn the monkey was effective, and in an instant, it lessened the number of people who went against him. All of Celestial Light sect's disciples didn't dare to voice out their displeasures, and could only watch Li Lingchuan hugging Morong Fei with an extremely conceited and complacent look. They were suffocated by this so much that they were almost going to sustain an internal injury. Everyone's inner hearts were sighing with sorrow. Why had Li Moying been harmed by this kind of despicable and shameless thing? Could it be true that good men could not live for long, whereas scourges reigned for a millennium? Heaven was really unjust. The process of welcoming guests lasted for an entire morning. At midday, the coronation of young sect master and engagement ceremony was held right in front of the public square in front of Celestial Light sect's main door, as it was about to start. With the support of Morong Fei, Morongda walked up the stage slowly. The entire public square quietened down. Distinguished guests from various powerhouses in South Sky region and disciples of Celestial Light sect, it's an honor to have invited all of you here. I believe that everyone knows that today is an extremely important date to us Celestial Light sect. From today onwards, our sect will have a successor, and my daughter Morong Fei has a man who she can entrust her life to. Morongda's gaze brushed past Li Lingchuan and Morong Fei, who were standing beside him as he opened his mouth to speak ruefully. He had naturally valued Li Moying much more, no matter if it was for young sect master or his son-in-law, it was Li Moying who was much more dependable. But now he had no other choices. Li Lingchuan seemed to have seen through his thoughts as he took a step upwards and said, "Master, please be assured. This disciple will never let down your hopes and valuation, and will lead Celestial Light Sect to new heights. I will also let Feier become the most fortunate and glorious lady in the entire South Sky region." Morong Fei's lips immediately surfaced a smile. To receive a confession so openly, naturally was a very glamorous matter. Especially before this, it had always been her to stick to Li Moying. Not to mention being affectionate to openly, he simply just treated her as heir. Now that Li Lingchuan had been so attentive towards her, it had satisfied her vanity, and adding on to the considerations of reality benefits, she immediately casted Li Moying behind her. When Morongda heard that, he nodded as a praiseful look appeared in his eyes, and, "Not bad, this master naturally believes in you. But in terms of cultivation, you need to put more effort into it, to get closer to your eldest senior brother, who had already passed on." When Li Lingchuan heard these words, his expression stiffened a little and he nodded his head a little while later. "Yes, I will obey master's teachings." He had thought that he had already successfully brainwashed this old man completely. But he had not imagined that his heart was still longing for Li Moying. He even dared to compare him against Li Moying. Could it be that he was so incomparable to Li Moying, even if that fellow was already dead, but yet he could only live under his shadow? But no matter how much Morongda longed for, Li Moying was totally useless. Just like those ordinary disciples, there was no meaning in opposing him becoming young sect master. Because there was no way a dead person could possibly be revived. There were many practitioners from other sects who heard the conversation on the stage, and they exchanged glances as they started applauding together. But secretly, they started to engage in commentaries softly. "What's going on? What do you guys say? Does Sect Master Morong know or not about Li Lingchuan causing Li Moying's death? I think he probably doesn't know much. Li Lingchuan is not an idiot, so he definitely wouldn't let this news emit to his ears. But for Morongda to not know about this completely without a single doubt, I don't believe it at all. After all, he had been a sect master for several hundreds of years, so how could he be that silly? Then why did he still? That's easy to understand. If you were in his position, you probably could only do this as well. Li Lingchuan's innate talent, although compared to Li Moying, he's a complete trash, but among the talents in South Sky region, he is still one of the top few. He has the highest innate talent and ability in the current Celestial Light sect. What else could old man Morong do? Just act as if you don't know a thing, as long as you don't expose him directly, that will do. TSK, listen to what you said. I really feel indignant for Li Moying. When he was young sect master, just how much benefits had he obtained for Celestial Light sect? How many tournaments had he won? In the end? Don't say old man Morong don't remember him, just look at that eldest Miss Morong. In the past, she was so smitten towards Li Moying until even outsiders like us were touched by it. But now he had just died for how long? She can't wait to remarry. Sigh, this kind of woman, no wonder Li Moying doesn't fancy her. While everyone was chipping it, the coronation ceremony had officially begun. Morongda stood in the middle of the stage as he recited an entire page of incantation. The rough meaning was to report Celestial Light Sect's situation to those ancestors and seniors who had already passed on. After he finished reciting, he beckoned towards Li Lingchuan. Li Lingchuan immediately showed a look of joy as he hurriedly took quick steps towards Morongda and knelt down. Morongda was looking at him intently as he opened his mouth slowly. Lingchuan, Celestial Light Sect's future is now entrusted into your hands, so you must cultivate hard, regulating yourself strictly, without any laziness. Yes, master, please be assured. Li Lingchuan replied. His heart was beating fast as he had reached the limit of excitement. For the past 10 over years, he had schemed various times, and even doing many despicable things, even colluding with other sects practitioners to murder his own senior brother. All these were just for this moment. His motive was finally going to be accomplished. Morongda's voice rang from above his head. This sect master announced that direct disciple Li Lingchuan is now officially Celestial Light Sect's 253rd. Wait. I don't agree. An icy cold voice suddenly rang from the direction of the mountain entrance, interrupting Morongda's words. Everyone present was all dazed as they didn't expect anyone to open their mouths to talk at this moment. Don't think that they were in an intense discussion privately earlier. The minute Morongda started off the ceremony officially, everyone immediately shut their mouths. The coronation ceremony officially started, and for such a solemn occasion like that, who dared to casually butt in? This was an impolite action, and that was simply a clear provocation towards the Celestial Light Sect. Anyone with a bit of brains would never do such a thing. Morongda's face revealed an unpleasant look, and the movements of his hand paused as he turned back towards the entrance and spoke out sharply, "Who dares to interrupt Celestial Light Sect's young sect master's coronation ceremony? How dare you? What audacity!" The others also started to bustle as they all looked out towards the entrance. Only Li Lingchuan, who was kneeling on the ground, upon hearing this voice, made his brain went buzz. This voice, was just too alike. Could it be that man had suddenly came back to life? Li Lingchuan's heart pounded wildly, but he immediately convinced himself, impossible, this is just impossible. It must be my misperception. It must be, because I'm usually too afraid of Li Moying, so I'm having this hallucination. Dead people cannot come back to life, how could I even scare myself like that? Thinking of this, he too turned his head back as he cried out sharply towards the direction of the entrance, "Who is that? How dare you play punk at Celestial Light Sect? And even dare to deceive us? Still not showing yourself quickly? Li Lingchuan, who gave you the guts to talk to yours truly like that?" A frigidly cold but magnetic voice rang once again as it slowly floated in from the entrance. Earlier, when that person spoke for the first time, it was a few mere words, and many of them had not reacted. But now he had spoken, a strange familiarity rang among everyone's ears. Momentarily, everyone was stunned as they exchanged glances, and all they could see were shock and surprise in one another's eyes. Everyone had the same thoughts in their minds. This is just too ridiculous? Could it be that Li Moying's departed spirit is back to Celestial Light Sect to demand vengeance for his grievances? This was simply seeing a ghost alive. Whereas at this moment, a powerful thunder attributed profound energy expanded from the mountain entrance's position. This profound energy came in the form of a lofty scale as it caused surging waves with an unequaled overbearing might, as though a heavy hammer knocking on to everyone's chests. Those disciples with slightly weaker cultivations immediately turned green as their chests felt a surging turbulence. Everyone present had a change of expression as they had an unbelievable guess in their minds. They subconsciously split up in the middle to leave out a path from the mountain entrance. A tall lanky figure walked in slowly from the entrance. His speed wasn't very fast, but every step was steady and firm, emitting a powerful profound energy aura, making him appear as though he was a majestic tall mountain in everyone's eyes. Everyone's gazes fell upon his face. Following that, everyone's mouth opened wide as their eyes popped out from their eye sockets in a dazed look, totally unable to say a word. Li Moying? Morongda was the first to regain his senses as he opened his mouth in disbelief. That outstanding, handsome look on that perfectly featured face had no flaw on it. His imposing manner was strong, and he was a man with excellent abilities, which no one present could even recognize wrongly. Li Moying. South Sky Region's first genius in the long history, Li Moying. Celestial Light Sect's once young sect master Li Moying. Only he had such peerless handsome looks, and only he had such unparalleled aura. It was enough to make everyone present bow down and submit to him uncontrollably. This was the genuine persona Limoying himself. Not some grieved spirit, but a living man. As the profound energy fluctuations emitting from him was too strong, even those who stood very far away from him could sense that pressurizing suffocation, which was not something that an incomplete spirit could achieve. Moronda looked blankly at his own eldest disciple walking nearer, and he didn't manage to regain his senses in time. You, how did you? Limoying had not appeared alone. By his side stood Huanyueli, who was dressed in a white dress with delicate embroidered flowers, and when the two of them stood next to each other, the impeccable image of a talented man and a beautiful lady made them look like the perfect couple. As for those shadow guards who had disappeared in the cloudy Qilin mystic region, all of them reappeared as they followed behind him. Limoying clutched Huanyueli's hand as he looked straight and walked towards Moronda. After he stopped, he opened his mouth and spoke out coldly. Master, how have you been? I know that you're anxious to find a new successor for the sect, but unfortunately, I'm not dead yet. So this so-called coronation ceremony is merely a joke. Moronda stared at him as his mouth opened wide. But, haven't you already fallen in the cloudy Qilin mystic region? No, gone missing. I personally led men to search for you around the surroundings for a few days, but we didn't even catch a glimpse of your shadow. Now that the mystic region has already closed for such a long time, how is it possible for you to leave that place by yourself? Limoying's lips curled up, which seemed like a smile, but not exactly one. However, beneath his eyes was a chilly murderous intent which made anyone who saw him born fear in their hearts. Even an established ninth-stage realm practitioner like Moronda, when meeting against his sight, couldn't help but have his hair stood up on its ends. Limoying said coldly, "What's the matter?" Could it be that Master had assumed that since the mystic region is shut, then there's really no way to come out? As long as I want to, I'd naturally have a way to do so. But, that's the ancient mystic region. Our two sects with so many ninth-stage realm elders, spending so much profound energy together before we could barely activate the cloudy Qilin mystic region's entrance. Moreover, it can only be opened at a special designated timing. How could you possibly? Limoying didn't reply, merely casting his gaze towards Li Lingchuan, who was by the side. At this present moment, Li Lingchuan was already frightened out of his wits as his face turned as white as paper. Sweat kept dripping down from his forehead and his body kept on trembling uncontrollably. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected that Limoying had actually left the cloudy Qilin mystic region alive. But how was this possible? He had personally witnessed Limoying pursuing Huanyueli and had directly jumped down that cliff. The bottom of the cliff was filled with high-leveled magical beasts, so no matter how strong Limoying was, he absolutely could not have survived under the attack of so many high-leveled magical beasts. Moreover speaking, even if Limoying's luck was really good and had not been eaten alive by those magical beasts, but it wasn't possible for him to use his own strength to activate the cloudy Qilin mystic region by himself? No matter how Li Lingchuan thought, there was no way he could understand what on earth was going on. But this fascinating thing had already happened right now. Li Lingchuan. Limoying swept an indifferent glance at him as he slowly spoke out, "You don't seem very happy to see me come back. What are you afraid of? Have you not thought of the possibility that I could still return alive?" Li Lingchuan's face turned deadly white, but he said, Eldest senior brother, what joke are you cracking? How could I possibly not be happy? You're able to come back peacefully, so this is something which we Celestial Light sect should celebrate about. Of course I'm happy. He forcibly curled up his lips as he braced himself to say these words. At the same time, his thoughts swiftly turned in his mind, continuing to think if there was any way to whitewash himself, or some method which would allow him to escape from Limoying's hands. However, he was in a fluster and couldn't think of any ideas at all. Li Moying's immense profound energy aura had securely locked onto him, and under such a strong imposing presence enveloping him, as long as he moved an inch, he would definitely suffer from Li Moying's profound energy's restraint. Li Moying laughed coldly. Really? Junior brother Li really knows how to play dumb. Did you think I've got amnesia? That day in cloudy Qilin Mystic Region's core region, you made a move towards me and my fiancé and attempted to push me down the cliff. These are things which had barely happened just slightly over a month ago. No, it's not like that. Eldest senior brother, you've mistaken. Things are not what you think it is. Listen to my explanation. Li Lingchuan's face was deadly pale as he kept on shaking his head vigorously. Although he was anxious, but he instinctively knew that if he absolutely could not admit to doing such things, to verify that he had done such a crime. Otherwise, there was no doubt that he would end up dead today. Li Moying was never soft-handed when he killed someone. If he could find a reason to get over this and refuted Li Moying's accusation, even if Li Moying wanted to kill him, Morongda would absolutely not ignore this. Li Lingchuan's thoughts flew swiftly about in his mind when a light suddenly lit up. Eldest senior brother, you've really mistaken. That day by the side of the cliff, I absolutely wasn't trying to harm you, but to aid you. While I was in the mystic region going on my experience learning, I accidentally heard that Ling Yifeng was going to deal you with a deadly move, so in order to save you, I rushed over. Just as we were crossing hands at the cliff, eldest senior brother, you suddenly appeared, hence you've misunderstood. His words sounded apparently right, but were actually wrong. He thought that since no one actually saw the true scenario, and Ling Yifeng had already died, Morong Fei was just like a grasshopper like him hanging on the same thread, so as long as he denied it all the way, who could expose him? His words had just fallen when Li Moying's murderous intent became even fiercer, apparently angered by his shameless agitation as his fingers moved, and he had the intent to kill him immediately. However, right at this moment, from his back, a figure suddenly scurried out as he pointed at Li Lingchuan's nose, swearing and cursing at him. You. Simply turning black into white, I've never seen such a shameless scum like you before. After seeing that suddenly popped out figure clearly, everyone went into a commotion yet again. This is Sect Master Murong's other direct disciple, called Luo what again? He's Luo Jiyun. Right, that's him. Didn't they say that he had also died in that Mystic Region's experience learning trip? How did he also come back to life? Looks like there's indeed something suspicious in this matter. Celestial light sex water is really deep. Luo Jiyun originally didn't wanted to interrupt his eldest senior brother, but on seeing Li Moying almost wanting to murder someone, he couldn't hold himself back. It wasn't that his ill-timed saintliness was acting up to stop Li Moying from killing him, but he was afraid that if Li Moying had a disagreement and made a move, then it would really make Li Lingchuan's lie become the truth. He knew that Li Moying couldn't be bothered to talk with this kind of scum and didn't bother about his reputation among the ordinary practitioners, but he, Luo Jiyun, minded that very much. His own senior brother was so suave and awesome, how could he possibly allow this kind of villain to splash dirty water onto him? He must expose Li Lingchuan's shameless filthy mouth. Luo Jiyun suddenly popped out and Li Moying was worried that he might injure him, so his action took a pause. What are you doing out here for? Luo Jiyun said loudly, eldest senior brother, I've had enough of Li Lingchuan, that hypocritical villain, so just let me finish my words. He turned towards Li Lingchuan. Li Lingchuan, in the past I have still treated you as my senior brother. Occasionally those small little tricks which you plotted to scheme eldest senior brother, I'd only treated those as you were acting in a moment of folly, hence I didn't complain about you in front of master. But you actually colluded with outside people and almost got eldest senior brother killed. You're simply shameless to the extreme. That day's matters, did you really think that it's done real secretively? There's no witness? Unfortunately, I am not dead and is still alive and kicking, and I've witnessed everything that had happened that day. Let's put aside that fact that you and Ling Yifeng colluded together to harm eldest senior brother. You even used me to threaten sister-in-law and coerced her to be together with Ling Yifeng. Luo Jiyun spoke frankly with assurance, explaining in detail what had happened. Following his description, the public square's discussion got louder and louder. There was a huge disparity between both their sayings, and evidently, Li Lingchuan had just tried to brush past this by giving vague descriptions without any elaboration, whereas Luo Jiyun was able to speak out each single detail clearly, explaining the cause and effect clearly. So anyone with a bit of judgment would be able to tell who had a higher possibility of speaking the truth. Heavens, so the rumor is actually true. Li Lingchuan had really dealt his own senior brother a deadly blow, just because of the position of young sect master? This is really the greatest gossip ever. Li Lingchuan actually did something so disgraceful, even daring to scheme his own senior brother. It seems that Celestial Light Sect is absolutely going to have their reputation going down the drain this time round. Isn't that so? Celestial Light Sect had always been South Sky region's major powerhouse's leader and is usually almighty, but whoever knew that this time round they created such a scandal like this? Both parties actually had a confrontation in front of so many strongholds. TSK, I think it won't take a few days before this scandal is going to revolve around the entire Soaring Heavens continent. This is really going to be bustling. Various guests from those major sects were roaring with excitement as they pricked up their ears while gloating over the misfortune. Morongda was shaking all over from this piece of news. Even though he had subconsciously considered this possibility, but he still wasn't willing to believe that such a thing could really happen. Jiyun. What you said, is it the truth? You must report the truth and not take any sides. Is it really your second senior brother who harmed eldest senior brother? Luo Jiyun replied bitterly, Master, I'm not citing anyone. What I said is the entire truth. I can swear to heaven that if I've lied in any way, may I be struck by lightning. Morongda turned his vision towards Li Lingchuan. Li Lingchuan's heart thumped hard and he clenched his teeth and continued denying, You still dare to say you're not taking any sides? You and Li Moying are on good terms and had always excluded me. This is an open secret within Celestial Light Sect, which disciple doesn't know about this? Why are you putting up an act? According to what you say, I'm the one who harmed eldest senior brother, then will everyone please judge this reasonably? Based on my cultivation, how could I possibly harm eldest senior brother? Even if it was a sneak attack, there's no way I could do anything to him. Usually, Li Lingchuan would never admit that Li Moying's ability was much stronger than his. But now in front of so many people trying to whitewash himself, he could only admit to this fact through his clenched teeth. When he said these words out, he sensed that he seemed to have been slapped by someone, which made him feel extremely embarrassed. What made him even more embarrassed was that when he said that, no one actually casted any doubts towards his ability, as everyone deeply felt that what he said was reasonable as they all started to nod their heads. Isn't that so? The disparity between the two of their abilities are just too far apart. Li Lingchuan probably can't even take one move from Li Moying. A genius like Li Moying, even if it was Li Lingchuan and Ling Yifeng added together, could not possibly harm him. This matter indeed sounds a little too ridiculous. Could Luo Jiyun really have exaggerated the entire matter? A small portion of people expressed the doubts in their minds, and when these discussions entered everyone's ears, not only did Li Lingchuan not feel the joy of escaping death, instead he felt his face turning fiery red. So which he had thought highly of himself during this period of time, the others were actually treating him like a joke. In other people's minds, he could not even be compared to one finger of Li Moying's. When Luo Jiyun heard the doubts, he pursed his lips and seemed as though he hesitated for a moment, but eventually, he still opened his mouth. Eldest senior brother fell for it, of course isn't because his ability didn't match up to you, but because Morong Fei was one of his accomplices. She was the one who personally pushed Lil's sister-in-law down the cliff, and eldest senior brother jumped down the cliff in order to save sister-in-law. Otherwise, just based on you and Ling Yifeng, how could you possibly have harmed eldest senior brother? He originally wanted to leave some face for his master Murongde, thinking of exposing Murongfei's crimes in private later. But now seeing that Li Lingchuan had shamelessly continued to whitewash himself, he could only say this out. When this was told, it immediately caused a brand new commotion among the crowd. Celestial Light sex scandal was getting bigger and bigger. Not only did it have to do with the fight over young sect master's authority, it even implicated the sect master's daughter. Li Lingchuan's lies had been exposed on the spot, and his expression turned extremely embarrassed. But he quickly stabilized himself as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "You weaved your lie as though it was real. Of course there's no such thing. This is also something that you made up. How could third junior sister possibly do such a thing? Master, don't tell me you don't believe in me and third junior sister's character?" Murongde was originally convinced by what Luo Jiyun said, but upon hearing such words, he started to become hesitant again. Murongfei was after her his most pampered eldest daughter, but now she had been accused of murdering Li Moying's fiancé in public. Sending the gazes from the guests of various major powerhouses, Murongde's face was almost about to fall off. However, he wasn't willing to accept the fact that his own daughter would do such a thing like this. He looked at Murongfei. "Fair, what exactly is going on? You really didn't do such a thing, right?" Eldest senior brother. Murongfei opened her mouth, but it wasn't to answer her father's question, but to call out for Li Moying. In reality, the minute Li Moying appeared in front of everyone, Murongfei's gaze had been fixated on him. Not knowing if it was her misperception or what, Murongfei felt that Li Moying's appearance this time round seemed to be even more handsome and suave, and even more powerful and charming. As though he had shed his mortal body and changed wholly, as an unexcelled top expert's aura appeared to be even grander and condensed than before. To any woman, this overbearing might which belonged to the strong, when paired to that handsome-looking face, was a fatal attraction. Li Lingchuan turned his head back, and upon seeing her gaze, his face turned green immediately. There was nothing more face-slapping than this. His own fiancé had actually ignored himself by her side as she used that star-studded gaze to stare at another man. Wasn't this obviously putting on a green hat for him? Moreover, it was under the situation when so many people were around. Indeed, the public square started to emit some jeering sounds on and off. Li Lingchuan got even more flabbergasted as his tone was tinged with unpleasantry. "Fair, what's wrong with you? Haven't you heard Master asking you a question? Quickly answer him. You're such a kind-hearted person, so how could you possibly have harmed by Ruoli?" Murongfei then regained her senses. Right, father, how could you possibly not even believe in me? I absolutely have not pushed by. Miss by. She had lost her footing and fell down herself, and I happened to be nearby, but I wasn't able to pull her up in time. Speaking of this, I indeed have some responsibility as well, because I had not noticed Miss Bai's situation then. But this is really an accident. Such a matter happening isn't something that anyone wanted to see. When Li Lingchuan heard that what she said wasn't quite bad, as it was the same saying as what they had discussed, the expression on his face then smoothened a little. Luckily, although this woman was quick to change sides and was a wanton woman, but at least she still knew what was important. In actual fact, how could he possibly have known that Murongfei's soul had flown towards Li Moying once again? The reason why she had remembered to say this was not to help Li Lingchuan whitewash himself, but was so that she could use this opportunity to get close to Li Moying once again, hence she put on this act. After Murongde obtained the answer that he wanted to hear, he muttered softly, "Jiyun, this matter is probably a mistake. To say that fair they all had harmed someone, but there's no evidence. And as this is a huge matter, we shouldn't come to a conclusion so easily. If there's really a mistake somewhere, it's not good if we wrongly accused anyone, right? Morong fiddled with his beard and hesitated for a moment. You have just come back from the cloudy Chilan mystic region and have all been tired out. I see, quite a number of you still have injuries on you, so it's better to hurry back and rest. Your master, I will investigate the truth in this matter to return you justice. Although Morong instinctively felt that there wasn't something quite right with this matter, but he still chose to stand by his biological daughter's side. His beloved wife had passed on early, leaving just these two daughters for him. Morong and I had already become the sex traitor and despised by everyone, so surely he could not bear to see Morong and I becoming a murderer, right? Luo Jiyun was so infuriated that he was shaking with anger. He had not expected that even his master, who he had always respected, had actually abused the fact to flip things around. This is totally not a misunderstanding. The truth is exactly as what I've said. What other evidence do you need? Morong frowned as he felt that this disciple of his was really. To put it in a nice way, he was called frank and honest. If it was put in a bad way, it was called dense. With so many outsider sex guests around, exposing celestial light sex internal scandal, even if what he said was the truth, what use was it to him? The entire celestial light sect would have its reputation completely ruined because of this. Jiyun, you're really tired, it's better for you to go take a rest. Luo Jiyun was agitated and wanted to continue speaking when he heard a sweet voice coming from his back. Junior brother Luo, stop arguing with sect master Morong, perhaps? You might have really seen it wrongly. Huang Yueli had been standing right beside Li Moying listening to their argument silently, as though she was one of the audience watching the show. But now, she suddenly opened her mouth. When Luo Jiyun heard that, he turned out abruptly as he looked at her in shock. Lil sister-in-law, you. He wanted to say, have you taken the wrong medicine? How could you tell a blatant lie about this kind of thing? But his gaze shifted towards Li Moying's icy cold face, and he immediately shut his mouth. Huang Yueli casted a glance at him and suddenly stretched out her arm to hug Li Moying's arm and leaned against her own fiancé, giving off a sweet smile. I feel that eldest Miss Morong couldn't have possibly pushed me on purpose, after all she has no reason to do so. In the past, we thought that it was because she liked my Moying, hence she went against me, but today, I discovered that it was really all a misunderstanding. The one who eldest Miss Morong really liked is Master Li. Speaking of that, I haven't congratulated Master Li and Miss Morong. Today the two of you are getting engaged and the lovers finally got married. It's really a heavenly joyous occasion. Moying, we've come empty-handed and haven't prepared any gift. Is it not nice of us to do this? Huang Yueli's eyes were really large as she put on an obedient look while clinging next to Li Moying's side. Li Moying saw her innocent look and knew that she was up to no good. This young lass. The more she looked obedient, the more ill-intentioned she had. He just switched a train of thoughts and knew exactly what Huang Yueli was planning as his eyes flashed a smile filled with adoration as he stretched his hand out to bring her into his embrace, lowering his head as he gave a light peck on her fair forehead. No matter, things were unexpected, so it's understandable that we didn't bring along any gifts. At most when we get married later on, we'll just not accept their red packet. Morong Fei saw their intimate gestures and her face instantly turned green with anger. By Ruoli, this wretched lass, wasn't she a little too smug? She was actually acting so intimately in public with eldest senior brother. It was simply too improper. What was so great about this wretched lass? Why did eldest senior brother take a fancy to her? Morong Fei was feeling stuffed, especially when she heard Li Moying say to get married to this wretched lass, which poked into her sensitive senses as she blurted out, you two are really going to get married? Huang Yueli looked at her puzzledly as she asked, what's so strange about that? We are originally fiancé and fiancée, so it's just a matter of time before we get married. Speaking of that, it's all thanks to you that you didn't manage to hold on to me at the cliff. When I fell down the cliff, I saw Moing risking his own life to jump down to save me. That made me feel really touched, hence we've decided to hold our wedding in the near future. This is all thanks to eldest Miss Morong's freak accidental matchmaking, so we should really thank you properly. When she said that, she was entirely leaning in Li Moying's arms, putting on a cute and helpless look. Morong Fei saw that, and it simply angered her so much that it almost made her die of anger. Why did that wretched lass not seem to die? She was even displaying the deep affection which eldest senior brother had towards her. Recalling back on how cold and distant eldest senior brother treated her usually, Morong Fei felt that Huang Yueli was simply just ridiculing her. Furthermore, Huang Yueli seemed to have guessed what she was thinking about. When Morong Fei looked towards her, she coincidentally curled up her lips, revealing a smile which was filled with provocation and ridicule. Morong Fei originally could still barely remember her own stand and identity, but after being despised so clearly, she finally lost her rationality. She stared at Huang Yueli angrily as she clenched her teeth and said, "You, who was trying to matchmake you? I wanted you to die. Why are you still not dead yet? Don't be too complacent and think that you can monopolize eldest senior brother. Sooner or later, I'll let you die in front of me." When Morong Fei blurted out such words, Huang Yueli immediately opened her eyes wide with a shocked look. "You? What are you saying? You want me to die? Why? Don't you like Master Li? You're immediately going to become Mrs. Li." Huang Yueli used all her might to step on Morong Fei's sore spot. The words Mrs. Li was like a sharp knife, stabbing right into Morong Fei's chest. She recalled just how dumb she was. Why did she agree to marry Li Lingchuan? Now that Li Moying had returned, she had conveniently allowed this wretched lass to gain an advantage for nothing, and she was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger. Unfortunately, Huang Yueli just had to show off right in front of her. Morong Fei was both angry and anxious. She stared at Huang Yueli furiously and was just about to open her mouth, but in the same instant, when their eyes met, Morong Fei's mind suddenly went buzz. For a moment, she seemed to have seen a strange glint in Huang Yueli's eyes, and it instantly looted her consciousness. "Pei. What thing is Li Lingchuan? If it wasn't for the fact that he has a handle onto me, would I have taken a fancy on him? Only eldest senior brother is compatible with me. I'm warning you, you'd better scram from eldest senior brother's side, otherwise there will be plenty of times when you will accidentally lose your footing from cliffs, so don't blame me for not reminding you." Morong Fei had lost all her rationality as she spoke incoherently, voicing out all the malicious swearing right from the bottom of her heart. Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile, which wasn't like a smile, as she said in a meaningful tone, "Oh. So that's the case. In this way, my falling down the cliff isn't an accident?" Morong Fei then realized that she had said the wrong words as a deadly pale color filled her entire face. "No. That's not true, you've heard it wrongly." "No. I said it wrongly." She tried her best to explain, but there was already no way to explain. Earlier when she spoke out accidentally, it had already clearly explained everything. Morong Fei's jealousy towards Huang Yueli had already been exhibited in her speech. Furthermore, she kept repeatedly cursing her to go and die. Including the fact that in her words, she had clearly mentioned letting Huang Yueli suffer from multiple lost footing and falling down the cliff. If she said now that she had not intentionally pushed Huang Yueli down, no one would believe her. Morong Fei kept on shaking her head, simply not believing that these words came out right from her own mouth. She had actually lost her own rationality to such a step. Earlier for a moment, she only felt that she was so upset to the limit that a burst of flame was about to explode in her chest, and immediately following that, her mind went blank as though she had lost her senses. By the time she regained her senses, those malicious truthful thinking had already come right out of her mouth. This? Why did she do that? Even though she had been trying to find ways to make that little slut die, but she had never lost herself so much to have taken such a step before. Furthermore, it was under this kind of occasion, so wasn't this simply seeking death's path for herself? Morongfei would have never thought in her wildest dream that she had been struck with Huang Yueli's piercing sky-eye technique, hence losing her senses. The public square's guests and disciples had totally disregarded all formalities as they all couldn't hold themselves back from talking about this matter. Did you all hear what eldest young Miss Morong said? So, she really wanted to send young sect master Li's fiancé to her death. Not only thinking about it, I think she had already done it. From the meaning of her words, Mr. Luo's accusations are totally true. She's the one who pushed Miss Bai down the cliff. This woman's heart is really too malicious. How could there be such a venomous woman? To think that I had once liked her so much, thinking that she was a talented lady with both outstanding looks and innate talent. My senior brother had even been secretly admiring her. Whoever knew that she's such a hypocrite right down into her bones? It's all an act. Which way is this malicious? She's just dumb. She actually retardedly spoke out the entire truthful thinking in her mind upon seeing young sect master Li and his fiancé getting intimate. Not only had she admitted her crime, she had also indirectly proved that what Mr. Luo said was the entire truth. Li Lingchuan and the others had really colluded together to work against young sect master Li. TSK, speaking of this, she's really a wanton woman. One moment she said she liked young sect master Li, the next moment, she's getting engaged to Li Lingchuan. Now that she saw young sect master Li leaving the mystic region safely, she wanted to stick back to him? Hey, did she really thought all men are idiots, who can be fooled within her palms? Everyone's words were filled with despise towards Morongfei. After all, Morongfei's sculpted cold and saintly image was simply too successful. She was a first-class talented young lady in South Sky region. No matter if it was in terms of background, innate talent, looks or talent, she was the first choice in every aspect. Usually she put on an almighty cool look which attracted admiration from many young talents from various sects. Even though everyone knew she liked Li Moying, but she held herself very well and rarely displayed actions which were too much in front of others, hence she didn't give anyone the chance to look down on her as well. After all, what kind of genius grade was Li Moying? A man so powerful to this extent made all people from the same gender helplessly felt jealous of him. A talented lady admiring him wasn't some devaluing matter, as others would only feel that it was very common. But now, she had changed faces overnight, which made her image, which she had painstakingly built up over the years, collapsed instantly. So, Morongfei wasn't some aloof fairy, but such a sinister and treacherous woman on the inside. Never mind that she was so malicious, but she was still that dumb to admit whatever bad things she had done, simply retarded to the stage where no one could bear to look at her straight. Moreover, she assumed that Li Moying was dead and was just about to marry Li Lingchuan, but now that she saw Li Moying appearing once again, she immediately tried to turn back, without any aspect of a woman's virtuousness. This action made anyone who saw it wanted to berate her as shameless. Henceforth, Morongfei's image was completely ruined. Morongfei actually realized that swiftly, but since she could rescind the words which she had said, and upon hearing the crowds whispering in the public square, sensing the disdainful gazes from the audience, her eyes blacked out and she almost fainted on the spot. She could not understand why was it that she could be so retarded to such an extent for that instant. Li Moying, however, was very clear what his own fiancé had been up to. Earlier, when Huang Yueli extended her piercing sky-eye technique, he clearly sensed her profound energy fluctuations, hence he clearly understood her plan right from the start. His leer had intentionally agitated Morongfei, and after she had infuriated her to the max limit, she chose a suitable timing to use her eye technique to mess up her rationality, making her say out the words in her mind. She had dug a hole to bury herself in it. Li Moying lowered his head and looked at Huang Yueli, and coincidentally Huang Yueli also turned over to look at him. The two of them exchanged glances, and Huang Yueli smiled sweetly. That crafty and black-bellied look made Li Moying feel emotionally affected. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't suitable, he really wanted to hug and kiss her. These two were full of tender feelings for each other as it blinded Luo Jian and the bunch of shadow guards' dog eyes, as they all started to cough lightly while they turned their heads away. Everything was good about following these two masters, but the only thing was the minute they had a disagreement they would torture the dogs, simply had no consideration for others at all. This made them singles feel so embarrassed. On one hand, while this side was engaged in uninterrupted affection, on the other hand, Morong Fei's matter wasn't considered completed yet. She had blurted out the words in her heart, damaging not only the fall of her own image, but it was equivalent to confessing to everyone about herself, Li Lingchuan and the others colluding together, which also caused Morong De, who had been taking her side, to ruin his reputation totally. Li Lingchuan was so angry that his face turned green while he cried out sharply, "Morong Fei, you're simply spouting nonsense. Do you know what you're saying? I really didn't expect that you're such a shameless, vicious, and wanton woman. I've really seen you wrongly. I thought that you had unintentionally seen sister-in-law falling down the cliff and wasn't able to pull onto her in time. I'd not expected that it was really you who pushed her down. You've even deceived me. You're simply too venomous." Li Lingchuan was simply going to cry dumb by this woman. On seeing her reputation completely ruined in a quarter of an hour, Li Lingchuan made a decisive decision to push all the blame onto Morong Fei immediately as he tried his best to pull himself out of it. It was impossible for him to be dragged down by this kind of brainless woman. However, Li Lingchuan was hasty in choosing a way out, only remembering to whitewash himself, but he had forgotten that he and Morong Fei were on the same boat. Morong Fei had a handle on him. When Morong Fei heard his words, she first went into a blank, apparently not expecting that Li Lingchuan had a change of face that quickly. One should know that during this period of time, Li Lingchuan had been placing all his attention on her as he pampered and fawned on her. He could be regarded as a love sage. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have agreed to getting engaged to Li Lingchuan in such a short span of time after assuming that Li Moying had died. Morong Fei had thought that she had found another sentimental man who could be used by her, but she had not expected that Li Lingchuan was actually making use of her instead. The minute the truth was exposed, he didn't even hesitate to offer any deficiencies as he immediately casted her aside. Morong Fei's expression turned menacing. "Li Lingchuan. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to throw all the responsibilities onto me? Do you think that you were able to cast it all aside? It's you and Leng Yifeng, the both of you who had started planning even before we entered the cloudy Qilin mystic region on how to harm eldest senior brother. You'd still been lying to me that you only want to murder by Ruoli. Did you really think that I didn't know about that? If it wasn't for the fact that you had seen me pushing by Ruoli, in order to stop you from threatening me to keep this secret, I wouldn't marry a cruel and unscrupulous thing like you." Morong Fei had really pressed all her luck out. Anyway, her reputation was already at rock bottom and the matter where she harmed someone could no longer be hidden, hence she had nothing more to fear. Li Lingchuan actually tried to hit her while she was down? Then she wouldn't mind entering a life and death struggle with him as well. Li Lingchuan's expression turned uglier. He had always known that Morong Fei totally wasn't into him. Every single time she merely ordered him around, completely different from when she acted affectionately, to the extent of offering herself to Li Moying. But today, Morong Fei had once and again bore it all, making this future fiancé's face unable to hang on any further. In this way, there was no way that they wouldn't tear their faces apart. Li Lingchuan couldn't stop himself from retorting out, "Morong Fei, who are you calling cruel and unscrupulous? It's you who's wanton, all right? I'm threatening you? It's plainly yourself who couldn't wait to find another man on seeing that Li Moying might possibly be dead. I'm threatening you? Did I force you to push by Ruoli down the cliff? I'm telling you, if not for the fact that you're the eldest young miss of Celestial Light Sect, For such a venomous and fickle woman like you, you're not even fit to lift my shoes for me. Would I even get engaged with you? Morong Fei was originally abused by him badly as her face had turned into a pig liver color. She had always been pursued after by numerous men, so since when had she ever been scolded that directly by anyone? Her anger got the better of her, and this time round, she totally didn't care about anything else as she stretched out her finger and pointed her trembling fingers towards Li Lingchuan. Li Lingchuan, don't you take things too far. I'm telling you, the dirty things which you've done, I'm very clear of it all. Don't force me to spill the beans right here. When Li Lingchuan heard that, his heart constricted as he was slightly scared stiff. But changing his frame of thoughts, the handle which Morong Fei knew wasn't that he had schemed Li Moying. Earlier, he had decided not to admit it even if he was beaten to death, and he had already thrown the pot over to Morong Fei, so what else was he still afraid of? He gauged that Morong Fei was merely trying to put on a bluff, so he shouldn't fall for her trick. Li Lingchuan laughed coldly. Don't think that just sprouting some casual specious words, and you will be able to splash dirty water onto me. I stayed upright and did righteous things. So could I possibly be scared of your nonsensical words? Morong Fei gritted her teeth as she looked at him and hissed a sentence out from the slits of her teeth. Don't think I don't know, Leng Yifeng was stabbed to death by you. Morong Fei's words was like a bomb, incinerating the entire public square. What? Leng Yifeng? Have I heard wrongly? The Leng Yifeng whom eldest Miss Morong was talking about, is the eldest disciple from Green Cloud sect? That's right, but earlier wasn't Luo Jiyun and the rest saying that Leng Yifeng had colluded with Li Lingchuan and was in a cooperative relationship? Why is it that now she's saying that Li Lingchuan had killed Leng Yifeng? I remembered that at the entrance of Cloudy Qilin Mystic Region, Li Lingchuan mentioned that Leng Yifeng was struck dead by Li Moying when they were engaged in a battle. But now Morong Fei said this, could it be that there's really something suspicious about this matter? Heavens, if this is true, then something big is going to happen. Sect Master Chui from Green Cloud's sect is right here today to attend the coronation ceremony. Right at this moment, Green Cloud's sect Master Chui Yuanshan was seated in the VIP seating. Originally after Leng Yifeng's death, he had also turned tables with Morongda. Today he had appeared at this place was not because the two sects had reached a peace treaty, but because Morong Ni had an affair with Fang Xiaoning in the Cloudy Qilin Mystic region and she actually gotten pregnant. Both sects were reputable, and since such a farce had occurred between their direct disciples, Morong Ni could only marry over to Green Cloud sect. Chui Yuan Shan most unwillingly headed over to discuss this matter, and coincidentally he had come in time for the coronation ceremony, hence he tugged his utmost displeasure to attend this event. Whoever knew that this event gave him a shocking piece of truth. When Chui Yuan Shan heard Morong Fei's words, he was so agitated that he stood right up and overturned the teacups right next to him. Morong Fei, what did you say? Leng Yifeng was killed by Li Lingchuan? Wasn't it said that Li Moying had accidentally killed him when they were crossing hands? Speak clearly. Originally Chui Yuan Shan had already believed Li Lingchuan's words because Leng Yifeng had tried to plot against Li Moying first. Plus the fact that he was killed during a battle, so no matter what, it was Leng Yifeng at fault. Later on everyone thought that Li Moying was already dead and there was no way to seek revenge, hence this matter just settled by leaving it unsettled. But now, things had taken an unexpected turn and there was a totally new saying? Could it be that he was tricked by Li Lingchuan? Li Lingchuan had a huge change of expression as the sweat on his forehead kept on sprouting. His hands and feet were chilly as he was anxious to the maximum limit. He had assumed that he had done it so discreetly that no one knew about it. Even if it was Li Moying himself, he wasn't sure that when he injured Leng Yifeng heavily, did he really kill that person. Whoever knew that today his lies were all exposed by Morong Fei. What was going on? How did Morong Fei find out that he was the one who killed Leng Yifeng? Li Lingchuan's heart started palpitating, but he forced himself to maintain his composure. He knew that he could not reveal any flaws, otherwise he would really be dead meat this time. From his point of view, Lung family was much stickier than Li Moying by at least 100 times. Such an influential family strength, killing him was as easy as crushing an ant, wasn't it? Morongfei, don't you go slandering me venomously. The situation then wasn't only seen by you. Lung Yifeng had tried to assassinate eldest senior brother, but in the end he was heavily struck down in one move. Later on, Lung Yifeng used the profound artifact, which his family had left for him, but it was still decoded by eldest senior brother as he was struck flying off and spitting out blood at the same time, later on losing his consciousness. Later on, as there wasn't anyone who could save him, hence he had died due to a prolonged lapse of time from excessive bleeding. Saying that, he turned towards Luo Jiyun. Luo Jiyun, you were one of the witnesses then. Everyone's gazes fell onto Luo Jiyun once again. Luo Jiyun frowned slightly as he replied hesitantly, this. Actually, when he was by the side of the cliff, after Li Moying and Huang Yueli had both fallen and jumped off the cliff sequentially, he lost consciousness after that, and he didn't know when Li Lingchuan and Morongfei left. But right before he lost consciousness, what he had seen was exactly as what Li Lingchuan had described. His character was upright and just, and he had never lied before. But in this case, wouldn't it be equivalent to testifying for Li Lingchuan, to accuse that his eldest senior brother had killed Lung Yifeng? However, not waiting for his reply, Li Lingchuan had already continued speaking. See, junior brother Luo can't say anything else, right? If I'm the one who killed him, then would Luo Jiyun be so hesitant in reply? Apparently he was killed by Li Moying, that's why he doesn't have the cheek to say it out. Honestly speaking, as a large family's descendant, Lung Yifeng has many profound artifacts on him, and just based on my cultivation. Sect Master Chui, do you feel that I am able to kill him? Being asked in such a manner, Cui Yuanshan frowned, feeling that he might possibly have gotten it wrong. Back then in the cloudy Qilin mystic region, the only person who had the ability to kill Lung Yifeng was only Li Moying. Furthermore, he had the motive and chance to do so. He turned his head towards Li Moying. Li Moying, this matter, concerning my disciple Lung. Wait. Sect Master Chui, don't you believe in Li Lingchuan's nonsense? When Morongfei saw that, she couldn't help but cried out loudly, Li Lingchuan, did you really think that I haven't seen anything at all? That time, you were the first to get up and Lung Yifeng begged you for help, but you saw riches, which provoked evil designs, hence you stabbed him to death with your dagger. You even stole his realm ring and profound weapons and profound artifacts. This is something which I've seen with my own eyes. Li Lingchuan instantly turned chilly. You, what nonsense are you sprouting? Don't think that by weaving a lie like that, you're able to divert away everyone's attention. And that you're able to whitewash yourself. Morongfei stared at him furiously. Why? Dare to do it, but no guts to admit? Did you really think that both I and junior brother Luo were unconscious so no one would know about it, hence you dared to kill Lung Yifeng? In actual fact, I had regained consciousness long ago, but on seeing you killing him, I could only pretend to lose consciousness. I was afraid that you would eliminate me. Actually, I've seen every single thing that you've done. Li Lingchuan stopped her sharply. Shut up. What nonsense are you sprouting? I don't understand a single word of it. His mind went blank and his legs turned into jelly as he almost fell onto the ground. Never in his wildest dream had he thought that his seamless plans had actually been exposed. Furthermore, at this juncture, to be exposed by Morongfei in front of Cui Yuanshan. Morongfei had actually seen this, but she actually pretended to have fainted. How was that possible? If he had long knew that Morongfei had grasped this handle of his, then he would absolutely not tear faces with Morongfei so easily earlier. But now, it was too late to say anything. No matter how menacing Li Lingchuan's appearance was, insisting that it was Morongfei who was creating rumors. But everyone present were not idiots, and Cui Yuanshan was an astute and circumspect sect master from a large sect, so how could he possibly be cheated by this performance? Anyone with a bit of brains was able to tell that Morong Fei had spoken so frankly and straightforwardly, hence she definitely had something to support her. Good, very good. Extremely good. Cui Yuanshan's face, as deep as water as his gloomy cold gaze, was fixated onto Li Lingchuan. Li Lingchuan shuddered as he furiously shook his head to deny the allegations. Cui. Sect Master Cui, you cannot just listen to Morong Fei's one-sided story. I didn't. I really didn't. That day when I regained consciousness, Ling Yifeng was already dead. He had died due to serious injuries, which he sustained from Li Moying, and had nothing to do with me at all. Don't listen to Morong Fei's nonsense, she's just a woman who is full of lies. Humph, I think you're the loser who is full of lies. Morong Fei immediately rebutted, weren't you just greedy for Ling Yifeng's treasures on him, hence you killed him so that you can take his treasures for your own? Sect Master Cui, in order to verify that what I said was correct, it's very simple. You just need to catch him and search his realm ring, then you'd be able to see if there's any of Ling Yifeng's belongings inside. You. Li Lingchuan had an abrupt change of colors as he really didn't expect Morong Fei to scam him in such a way. As he was afraid of being exposed, he didn't dare to use the treasures which Ling Yifeng left behind, but he had been carrying it around with him, preparing to find a chance to head towards Sky Emperor City to exchange for money. If he was seriously captured and searched, then he would be exposed for sure. Cui Yuanshan apparently felt that it was a good idea as he nodded his head immediately. That's right, this sect master has the same sentiments. He was already at the verge of blowing his top, and if what Morong Fei said was true, then Li Lingchuan was truly a despicable and utterly shameless villain. After all practitioners held in contempt on the action of suddenly changing faces while their companions were heavily injured, then to retain the other party's treasures for their own. No one wished for their own companions to betray and murder them while they were in the middle of experience training. Hence the minute anyone did that, that person would be condemned by all the practitioners in the whole world. Momentarily, the audience in the public square were all furious beyond words, and some even started swearing loudly. Li Lingchuan is just too cheap. He dared to even do such a thing like this? He still has the cheek to claim Morong Fei is a wanton woman? I think the both of them, one a scum while the other one is cheap, they're really a match made in heaven. Heavens, it's simply too shameless. He's even a large sect's direct disciple, and he actually did such a thing. Is there any difference from being a robber? Celestial Light sect actually wants to promote such a person to become young sect master. Is Morong de blind or what? Li Lingchuan plopped down on his knees and started pleading for mercy. Sect Master Cui, spare me, please spare my life. I really didn't kill anyone. Yes, I admit that I have taken Mr. Ling's realm ring, but I absolutely didn't kill him. I merely felt that those treasures left behind in the mystic region was a huge waste, so I helped him to retrieve it out. Cui Yuanshan's face had turned deep like water as his gaze was fixated onto Li Lingchuan while he spoke out coldly, whether it's real or fake, after you reach Sky Emperor City, go explain to the Ling family yourself. Don't blame this sect master for not reminding you that Ling family has an exclusive soul-searching skill. So no matter if what you said is the truth or not, there's absolutely no way to conceal the facts. Hearing that, Li Lingchuan had an abrupt change of color as he started shaking all over. Soul-searching skill. This ancient secret arts was something which an established powerhouse in Sky Emperor City could grasp, and he had also heard rumors on it. It required a practitioner with extremely powerful mental power to forcibly inject in his profound energy to read the memories of the person whose soul was being searched. Any lies under the secret arts had no way to hide. What was most terrifying of all was that this secret arts caused a destructive damage to the practitioner's primordial spirit. The minute Ling family's top exponents used the soul-searching skill on him, the lightest injury would be damage to his primordial spirit, causing his cultivation to take drastic drop, or the worst was that he could completely lose his senses, turning into a living dead. There was also the possibility of losing his life on the spot. No matter which outcome it wasn't something which he could handle. Moreover, the minute his soul was searched, the matter where he had murdered Ling Yifeng would be exposed, and what awaited him was absolutely all kinds of cruel tortures, which was worse than dying. Li Lingchuan's soul almost flew out as he tried his best to explain, "Sect Master Chui, I really didn't, please let me off." Cui Yuanshan's face was icy cold as he remained unmoved. As Ling Yifeng had died in Green Cloud Sect's organized experience learning, he had been under tremendous pressure from the Lin family for this period of time, and the entire sect was affected by this. Now he had finally found the main culprit to answer to Lin family, so no matter what, he would never give up on this chance. Li Lingchuan looked at him with a staunch look, so he could only turn towards Murong Da and plead for mercy. He kept on kowtowing on the ground as he pleaded pitifully. "Master, please save me. I cannot go to the Lin family, I cannot let them search my soul. The sect had used so much effort to nurture me, so surely you won't want to see me lose my cultivation like that, right? Master, on account that we are master-disciple, I beg you to please save me." Murongda lowered his head and looked at his second disciple, who knelt on the ground. Towards this disciple, he had some feelings since he had also been under him since young, and he watched him growing up little by little. However, the matter which was caused by Li Lingchuan had largely surpassed his bottom line. He had first been exposed that because of Celestial Light Sect's young sect master's position, he disregarded everything and caused harm to his own senior brother. Immediately following that, he turned tables against Murongda's biological daughter, turning into foes, to mutually frame and entrap the other. Lastly, he was exposed of his greed, turning into murder, killing Lin family's descendant. Any of these three items were enough to make any practitioner being disdained by everyone, consigned to eternal damnation. Li Lingchuan. Today he had completely reduced Celestial Light Sect into the entire pugilist world's laughingstock. Celestial Light Sect had been passed on from generation to generation and had finally managed to establish some prestige, had totally been ruined today. No matter if it was in terms of public or private, Murongda was totally unable to accept this matter. What's more, if he defended Li Lingchuan today, Lin family might just come over to seek revenge another day. This kind of strong powerhouse in soaring heaven's continents was not something that a small little sect like them could afford to offend. Murongda looked deeply at Li Lingchuan, and he already came to an understanding in his heart. He gave a deep sigh. "Lingchuan, this master had been guiding you for so many years, that one's character is more important than cultivation. If you can't even become a righteous person, then what's the point of it all, no matter how high your cultivation gets? You've really made this master too disappointed." Li Lingchuan's heart thumped wildly. Master, you can't do this to me." Murongda frowned. "You've created this sin yourself, so you naturally need to bear the consequences. No matter what happens, you deserve it. Committing such a huge offense, this master could only choose to place righteousness before family." His devotion to righteousness, which inspired reverence, made Li Lingchuan's heart turn ashen. He knew that this master of his had always been timid, and at this juncture, he would absolutely not save him. But could it be that he was just waiting for death like that? No, he absolutely could not accept this result. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Today was obviously the day where he was most proud of his success. All that he ever wanted, status, authority, beauty, were all right in front of him, but why had it just been a blink of an eye and everything had turned into bubbles, popping into illusions, even pulling him into the abyss of the bottomless hell? Li Lingchuan's face was utterly defeated as he sat despondently on the ground in a kneeling position. Cui Yuanshan gave a cold humph and said, "What's the matter? Done with your rubbish talk? Sect Master Murong has finally dealt with this reasonably. Not that I want to say, this kind of scum of the sect who had dragged down the entire sect should have been driven out long ago. Today, this sect master shall help you clean up your place. Saying that, he stretched out his hand, and the profound energy, injected within, viciously struck towards Li Lingchuan's chest. This move was tumultuous. Anyone could tell that if Li Lingchuan was hit, he would absolutely have all his meridians shattered, causing him to lay limp on the ground, just waiting to be slaughtered. Li Lingchuan himself knew this clearer than anyone else. But a 9th stage realm practitioner's might was not something which he could go against. He didn't even have the possibility to struggle and escape, as his entire body was suppressed by Cui Yuanshan's aura, rendering him totally immovable, as he could only watch with his eyes open to wait for himself to become crippled. Just as everything thought the same thought, Li Lingchuan would be injured and brought away by Cui Yuanshan. Suddenly, Cui Yuanshan gave off a "e" sound. Immediately following that, a burst of profound energy flew out from the side as it collided ferociously with Cui Yuanshan's profound energy. A boom sound reverberated, and shooting sparks was seen in mid-sky. Cui Yuanshan couldn't help but gave a dull moan as he felt that that gust of profound energy was not only rich, it was also abnormally solid. It could instantly crush his own profound energy, as his feet was pushed back by half a step before he managed to steady himself with his breathing slightly unstable. Sect Master Murong, what's the meaning in this? Haven't you agreed not to dabble in this matter? Don't tell me you're regretting it? Cui Yuanshan hollered out exasperatedly as he gave Murong a furious stare. However, when the two of them exchanged glances, he then discovered that Murong's expression was even more astonished than his. What's going on? Cui Yuanshan frowned. Murong turned his indeterminate, bewildered gaze onto Li Moying. Moying, you. Not only Murong, everyone below the stage had seen it clearly. The person who obstructed Cui Yuanshan was not Murong, but Li Moying. Cui Yuanshan followed his gaze as he looked towards Li Moying. What's the meaning? Don't tell me the person who struck earlier is Li Moying? Cui Yuanshan's eyes turned wild like full moons as he deeply felt that Murong was playing tricks on him. After all, when he struck earlier, although he had used only 20 to 30% of his profound energy, but that was still a 9th stage realm practitioner's strike. 9th stage realm practitioners who advanced would all enter a stage of shedding their mortal bones. As compared to practitioners who were under 9th stage realm, there was a huge difference in their abilities. Even if it was an 8th stage realm peak practitioner, that person would not be able to take on 20% of his profound energy. Moreover speaking, in order for him to cripple Li Lingchuan in one move, he used a heaven-grade profound skill. Who exactly was Li Moying? He is South Sky Regions, or perhaps Soaring Heavens Continent's #1 genius, but he was merely a junior. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the 7th stage realm. He was invincible among the younger generation, but in front of a 9th stage realm practitioner, he could barely take on a strike. How could Li Moying possibly block a move from Cui Yuanshan? Cui Yuanshan wanted to laugh loudly to express his disdainful feelings, but when he turned his gaze towards the public square, he discovered that everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Cui Yuanshan was stunned. From the looks of it, could it be that Murong was not deliberately mystifying, but he was telling the truth? Before he could even react, Li Moying's icy cold gaze swept past him as he opened his mouth indifferently. Sect Master Cui, you cannot take him away. Cui Yuanshan's face flashed past a furious look. He was an established practitioner for quite a number of years, and he had never been commanded in such a way by a junior. Unfortunately, Li Moying did it, and furthermore, in such a just and forceful way. Cui Yuanshan replied, Young Sect Master Li, please be clear of who you are speaking to. Li Lingchuan caused harm to my Green Cloud sect's eldest disciple, and this is of utmost concern, hence this sect master has the authority to take him away. Furthermore, Ling family had been investigating Ling Yifeng's cause of death, so this sect master must definitely hand this person over to them. Cui Yuanshan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart as he made an exception to explain a little more. The main thing was because he didn't bring along any 9th stage realm elders, and was there alone on celestial light sect's turf, so he didn't want to create any trouble. When Li Moying heard that, there was still no expression on his face as he continued speaking. Li Lingchuan plotted against me and my fiancé in cloudy Qilin mystic region, and this debt cannot be forgotten. He can only be dealt with by me. Sect Master Cui, please return him. Cui Yuanshan was shoved back by a similar reason, as his face was so stuffed that it turned red. From what he saw, the explanation that he gave earlier was already lowering his own status, giving this young junior enough face, so Li Moying should just be tactful and leave the stage, respectfully allowing him to take the person away. Whoever knew that Li Moying was actually unmoved, and he even obstructed right in front of him. He couldn't help but flew into a rage. Li Moying, who do you think you're talking to? Move aside for this sect master. Otherwise, I'll capture both of you and send you over to the Ling family. Don't forget, Ling Yifeng's death is connected to you as well. Cui Yuanshan berated him while unhesitatingly releasing his profound energy from within. A 9th stage realm top exponent's suppression enveloped the entire public square, and many practitioners present weren't able to take it as they started shuffling backwards. But Li Moying, who was facing Cui Yuanshan, stood high and mighty as he was motionless, as though Cui Yuanshan's profound energy suppression had no effect on him at all. Cui Yuanshan had never met with such a thing, and on seeing Li Moying behaving in an opposite reaction as what he had expected, he immediately threw up blood and retreated a little. Feeling that he had lost face further, he continued to unleash his profound energy. This time round, even a top exponent like Morong started feeling uncomfortable. Li Lingchuan, who knelt on the ground, was throwing up blood as he bent over and curled up. Even so, Li Moying still didn't show any signs of discomfort. On the contrary, his lips curled upwards slightly, and signs of ridicule started appearing on his face. This expression completely infuriated Cui Yuanshan. You little fellow, did you really think that you have outstanding innate talent and you can go up against an established senior? You're simply too conceited. If you don't move aside, then this sect master will not continue being polite. He was just about to give his fullest and seriously deal out his move to show Li Moying some colors. But at this moment, Morong stood in the middle to stop him as he cried out, Sect Master Cui, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't be rash. Moying, he almost died under his own junior brother's hand, and is still feeling upset over it, which is inevitable, hence he's acting a little out of control, not knowing what's more important. He's young and still ignorant, so I'll speak to him, then he'd start to get over it. Sect Master Cui, please don't hold it against a junior. Morong stood by the side as he looked at Li Moying, winking at him. Moying, aren't you coming over to apologize to Sect Master Cui? Morong now understood that Li Lingchuan could not be saved, but there wasn't much influence if he gave up on this hopeless second disciple. Now the greatest news was Li Moying had came back to life. As long as Li Moying was around, Celestial Light Sect's future would be boundless, so even if 1,000 Li Lingchuans died, there wasn't any influence at all. Hence when Cui Yuanshan dabbled in the situation, based on his reason to capture Li Lingchuan to hand over to Ling family, he didn't object too violently. But now that Li Moying was going up against Cui Yuanshan, things were not good. If Cui Yuanshan exploded and heavily injured Li Moying, then that would be Celestial Light Sect's irrevocable damage. That was why Morong hurriedly jumped out to ease the situation. Cui Yuanshan saw Morong jumping out and thinking that he had not brought any men along, hence he could only let things go. He placed his hands behind his back and gave a cold humph as he said, "All right, since Sect Master Morong put it in this way, how could this Sect Master haggle with a junior? As long as young Sect Master Li apologizes sincerely, then I can let this matter rest." When Morongda heard that, he winked even harder at Li Moying, so much that his eyeballs were about to drop out. Alas, Li Moying totally ignored him as the ridicule beneath his eyes was even stronger. "This is not a misunderstanding. This seat has already made it clearly, Li Lingchuan must die under my hands." Cui Yuanshan simply did not believe what he had heard. Under his coercive suppression, Li Moying actually remained so resolute, without any sense of wanting to step back. Must you go against this sect master?" Cui Yuanshan's face turned green. The profound energy in his body had started to gather and his aura kept on increasing as the air started to be charged with an intense wind attribute profound energy. If it was an ordinary 7th stage realm practitioner, he would have been lying limp on the ground. No matter how much determination he had, there was no way that he could control his own actions under such a powerful suppression. But Li Moying merely replied indifferently, "Talking so much rubbish, either you scram or strike." The public square turned completely silent. No one had expected that Li Moying actually dared to provoke the long-established 9th stage realm practitioner, Cui Yuanshan, in such a way. Did he really want to die? Or had he gone insane? No matter how excellent his innate talent was, there was no possibility of him being able to block a move from Cui Yuanshan. Now he had even incited Cui Yuanshan to make a move. Was he in a hurry to reincarnate? Cui Yuanshan stared intently at Li Moying's eyes. Good, you're very good. This sect master shall let you experience what is known as a genuine 9th stage realm practitioner. You must know what kind of price you must pay for provoking the strong." Morongda's expression changed abruptly as he cried out sharply, "Li Moying, what nonsense are you sprouting? Quickly shut your mouth." But saying anything now was just too late. Right after Cui Yuanshan said 3 good words, the profound energy within his body started pouring out in torrents as it gathered into a wind blade, striking towards Li Moying's head. He had been completely angered and no matter what, he was a sect master. To be provoked by a junior in such a way, his face had been completely lost. If he didn't make Li Moying pay a painful price, then where would his face be placed? Towards wind-attributed practitioners, Wind Blade was an extremely ordinary profound skill, but under the drive of a 9th stage realm's torrential profound energy, the air gathered in midair into blade images, but was extraordinarily strong as though it could tear the entire heaven and earth apart. Wind-attributed energy revolved around the sharp blade, bearing a devastating stance in everyone's heart. Wind-attributed practitioners' speed were extremely swift and it only took a flash before it was just inches away from Li Moying. Heavens! Li Moying is a goner. Too terrifying, so this is a 9th stage realm practitioner's potential. He could simply call upon the wind and summon rain, totally not something that ordinary people like us could imagine. Finished, Li Moying Amidst the cries, many of them were so afraid that they covered their eyes, especially for those young ladies who secretly admired Li Moying. They didn't dare to see him being cut into half by the wind blade. Morongda hurriedly struck out in an attempt to save him. But his potential was originally much weaker than Cui Yuanshan and adding on to the speed which a wind-attributed practitioner had, not to mention that Cui Yuanshan had suddenly struck. Under various elements, Morongda's profound energy missed the wind blade and he could only watch with his eyes open at the blade which had sliced open the space as it landed onto the top of Li Moying's head. He drew in a breath of cold air. However, the image which was in his mind did not appear. Li Moying was facing an abruptly descended wind blade, but he totally made no signs of attempting to evade it. In fact, he didn't even bother to put out a defensive stance. It was until the wind blade was right on top of his head when he moved slightly as he raised his hand up. A blue-purplish streak of lightning violently flashed, instantly attracting thunder. A loud boom sound reverberated, and the explosive sound rang above celestial light sect as a bolt of lightning split open heaven and earth, forming a line with the thunder light in Li Moying's palm. This bolt of lightning was simply too bright, and many practitioners of weaker cultivation were blinded the moment that lightning lit up as their eyes started tearing, totally unable to see anything. Whereas for practitioners with higher cultivations, they could only barely see that bolt of lightning, which suddenly released a powerful amount of energy, clashing fiercely against Cui Yuanshan's wind blade. An intense explosion sounded. Raging wind and electric currents started to land on the public square, causing torrents of miserable shrieks. After a moment later, the explosive repercussions then slowly subsides as those practitioners who had gone dizzy from the effect could barely pick themselves up, raising their heads to look at the situation on the stage. Celestial Light Sect's VIP seats had been blown away. Amid the mayhem, Li Moying and Cui Yuanshan were at a distance of 10 meters away from each other. Cui Yuanshan's condition was far from good. His face was pale and his entire face was filled with dust and ash, and the protection armor which he wore was blasted into shreds with multiple wounds on his body as it kept on seeping out blood. His eyes were wide open as he displayed an expression of disbelief as he used his finger and pointed towards Li Moying's direction. As he did that, his entire body started trembling uncontrollably. You. How is it possible? How is this possible? Li Moying shot a glance at him coldly. Why is it not possible? Cui Yuanshan seemed as though he had suffered a huge blow as he started to talk incoherently. How could you, possibly? I am in 9th stage realm. How could you possibly block it? Impossible. Li Moying's icy cold voice was heard. Haven't you seen it for yourself? This is of course because my cultivation is also in the 9th stage realm. 9th stage realm? What is young sect masterly talking about? Have I heard wrongly? Pinch me quickly. Hearing what Li Moying said, those practitioners who had finally started to quieten down all started to shriek as all of them felt that they had developed hallucination. However, when they turned their gazes towards Li Moying, all of their questions were all stuffed back at their faces. Li Moying stood there firmly as his gaze was cold and penetrating, with his tall statue standing upright like a mountain as it was impenetrable. His aura kept on increasing as his profound energy fluctuation which was emitted started to become stronger and stronger. Overbearing profound energy suppression enveloped the entire public square, even pushing Cui Yuanshan's unleashed profound energy back, totally suppressing him until it couldn't be felt. This kind of powerful and pure profound energy clearly answered the question, which was: Li Moying had genuinely crossed into the line of the 9th stage realm. Cui Yuanshan's pupils slightly contracted as his gaze, which was fixed onto Li Moying, was as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. 9th stage realm. It really is the 9th stage realm. Heavens! Young sect master Li had actually advanced into the 9th stage realm. This. Isn't this a little too ridiculous? If I hadn't recalled wrongly, he's only 21 years old this year. A 21-year-old 9th stage realm. Terrifying, too terrifying. The #1 top expert, Xiu Qingqing, in Soaring Heaven's continent then was over 30 years old when he advanced into 9th stage realm, and that was Soaring Heaven's continent's fastest record of advancing into 9th stage realm. Looks like this record is broken by young sect master Li. It's far more than broken. It has totally been shrunk by a huge chunk. How on earth did he do it? Public square exploded into a bustle as everyone used a mixed gaze of shock, fear, and adoration as they looked at Li Moying. Since the moment he stepped into 9th stage realm, he was no longer the so-called genius, but a genuine peerless top exponent. All the people present were no longer in a possibility of being put on the same level to be compared. Not only the disciples from other sects, even everyone in Celestial Light sect were dazed beyond words. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is too powerful. This simply is too ridiculous. I thought that I had already gained enough understanding on eldest senior brother's powerfulness, but it's only until now that I realized that all I've seen were just a tip of the iceberg. Is he still a human? Even Morongda was completely dazed. As Li Moying's master, he should be clearest towards his own disciples' innate talent, but now he realized that this Li Moying right in front of him was someone whom he totally didn't recognize. He had merely just entered the cloudy Qilin mystic region once, and only for slightly over 2 months, but he had actually broken through 2 large realms consecutively. This was not using just a simple word genius to describe him. Under everyone's dumbstruck look, Li Moying inclined his head to the side as he told Moe, "Go get Li Lingchuan, we should get going." Moe hurriedly responded as he and Mo went up to grab hold of Li Lingchuan. Moe and Mo were merely at 6th stage realm cultivation and were slightly weaker than Li Lingchuan. Originally, if they went up to capture him, Li Lingchuan would absolutely not wait to be captured. But earlier, after witnessing Li Moying's astonishing ability, Li Lingchuan was so shocked that he laid limp on the ground as a smelly stench of urine flowed out from his pants, stinking the entire place. Facing the icy cold expressionless shadow guards, he didn't dare to resist against them. Moe and Mo didn't use much effort as they used the immortal binding rope to tie him up. But just as they were about to drag him away, Cui Yuanshan suddenly regained his senses. He shot upwards like an arrow and cried out sharply towards the both of them, "Move aside. Who allowed you to snatch this person away from this sect master?" Moe and Mo were intimidated by a 9th stage realm practitioner's profound energy, and instantly the blood in their chest started churning, causing them to almost throw up blood, but they didn't even take a step back. Cui Yuanshan was exasperated and was about to strike out at them to teach them a lesson, but Li Moying waved his sleeve at a suitable timing as a burst of profound energy shot across silently, to dispel Cui Yuanshan's intentional suppression. "Sect Master Cui, the outcome is already clear, and if you continue to tangle in this way, does that mean that you don't even want your face anymore?" Li Moying's cold voice was heard at a speed which was not too fast nor too slow. But every single word which he said was thought to infuriate anyone to death alive. Cui Yuanshan's face was flushed as he shouted out loudly, "WH. What outcome is already clear? Stop plastering gold onto your face. Earlier, it was because this sect master had underestimated you, thinking that you'd just in the 7th stage realm, hence I didn't put in any actual power. Did you think that you could win this sect master? In actual fact, if it was just based on that move earlier, the winner and loser was already extremely obvious. Both parties had a face-to-face profound energy clash, and in the end, Cui Yuanshan was thrown 10 over feet away, even sustaining a moderate internal injury, whereas Li Moying was totally unharmed as he still had surplus energy. Anyone with eyes knew just who had a stronger ability. However, Cui Yuanshan could not accept this reality, or rather, any established 9th stage realm practitioner who thought themselves as extraordinary were all unable to accept that they were actually defeated so easily by a 20-over-year-old junior in just one move. This was his lifetime's goal in cultivation, which he was pursuing after, and his arrogance and pride as an established top exponent was completely shattered. So Cui Yuanshan kept on hypnotizing himself that Li Moying was able to defeat himself was all because he had underestimated him. That move earlier used at most 60% of his profound energy, and he had not even used any profound skill, so it did not represent his genuine strength. Hence he was defeated was just a coincidence. But Cui Yuanshan had not thought that as an established old-timer top exponent. Yet all he was thinking of was to use his full strength, and resorted to all methods to fight with Li Moying before he could even obtain a sliver of possible victory. This itself had already shown clearly the difference between both parties' ability. Li Moying heard Cui Yuanshan boasting shamelessly as his lips curled up slightly and sneered, "Since you're in a hurry to die, then why not let this seat take a look at how much ability Do you really have? When he said this, everyone was all disheveled in the wind. Li Moying's sentence, and that tone, no matter what it should be a senior saying such words to a junior, right? Why did it feel as though the situation was reversed? He and Cui Yuanshan's position seemed to have turned topsy-turvy. The bystanders who heard that were astonished, whereas Cui Yuanshan was so angry that his 7 orifices were fuming with smoke. You, Li Moying, you're simply seeking death. Before his last word left his mouth, Cui Yuanshan's face suddenly turned pale as his mouth opened wide in shock. Li Moying's feet moved and took a step forward. Just a small step, and his surrounding aura had once again ascended as it instantly expanded rapidly by 1-fold. Thunder-attributed energy in the surrounding 10 miles were all wildly gushing towards him as the air was filled with electric currents, giving off crackling noises. You. Cui Yuanshan's eyes widened. At this moment, right in front of him, he absolutely wasn't some talented junior who had just stepped into the 9th stage realm's door. On the contrary, the peerless strong exponent in front of him had easily controlled the electric current's power and his surroundings' heaven and earth energy, which was extremely complex and hard to handle, but he made it seem so easy and simply done as he wished. This was absolutely something which an established strong exponent who had genuinely combat experience could achieve. Who on earth are you? Cui Yuanshan's question was raised, but before he could finish asking, Li Moying's brows rose, and he moved in an instant. Overbearing thunder attributed profound energy gathered into bursts of thin electric currents, and following a lift of his finger, it struck towards Cui Yuanshan's chest. This bolt of lightning was extremely minute, and as compared to the last time the both of them crossed hands, that terrifying lightning which tore the sky apart became an obvious comparison. However, Cui Yuanshan sensed that this bolt of non-exceptional lightning contained even more powerful energy, which was even more than that lightning which blinded their eyes. This bolt of lightning came extremely quickly. Even if Cui Yuanshan was a wind-attributed practitioner, in terms of this speed, he was still too late. It took merely a thought and the lightning had already reached him, and Cui Yuanshan exhausted everything he could to take precaution as he expedited all the profound energy he had to protect his physical body. However, it was all in vain. A soft pfff was heard. Li Moying's electric currents easily tore apart Cui Yuanshan's protection, profound qi, directly entering his body. Cui Yuanshan cried out miserably as his entire body was sent flying out towards the public square's direction. He flew for a couple of 100 meters before crashing heavily into the crown, causing a bustle of chaos. By the time Green Cloud Sect's disciples hastily passed through the crowd to render aid, they only saw a charred body on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still twitching occasionally, they really thought that he had already become a charred corpse. Whereas on Li Moying's face, he still bore the biting cold expression, without even a crease in his brow. It was as though defeating Cui Yuanshan, who was considered a rather strong practitioner, who was in the 9th stage realm, with one move wasn't something extraordinary, and couldn't even stir any emotions within his heart. He couldn't even be bothered to say a word more as he raised his hand and waved. Moe and Mor, who were behind him, immediately reciprocated as they went up to drag Li Lingchuan. This time round, no one else dared to jump out to object. Li Lingchuan was already foaming at his mouth as he laid limp on the ground, totally unconscious, just short of being scared to death alive. Morongda, on the other hand, had his eyes opened wide as he stared fixedly on Li Moying. No one was clearer than Morongda on just how strong was Cui Yuanshan's ability. In the recent years, he and Cui Yuanshan had been pairing against each other, and out of so many times, Morongda had never gained victory at all. But such a powerful top exponent wasn't even able to take a strike from his disciple? This really was reality? After Moe trussed Li Lingchuan up, he returned back to standing behind Li Moying. Li Moying frowned as he said impatiently, Morong Fei as well. bring them away together. Moe shuddered as he hurriedly headed up to capture her. When Morong Fei heard that, she immediately shrieked, Eldest senior brother, mercy. Don't catch me, don't kill me. I really had not thought about harming you at all. It's Li Lingchuan and Ling Yifeng, they forced me. I know my mistake, I'm begging you to take account of my father and spare me, please. On seeing Li Moying's cold expression with an unwavering emotion, she hurriedly looked towards Morongda. Father. Quick, save me. As long as you say a word, eldest senior brother will definitely listen to you. I really have never harmed eldest senior brother before. Morong Fei had never felt such terror before. In actual fact, it wasn't only just her. When everyone present took a look at Li Moying, their gazes were mixed in between shock and terror. Even a top exponent like Cui Yuanshan had been defeated by him in just one move, not knowing if he was still alive or dead. Just what kind of ability was that? And how conceited and overbearing he was. No matter how Morong Fei had offended Li Moying in the past, she knew that she had a backing behind her, knowing that he felt grateful towards Morongda for saving him and he wouldn't really kill her. But today, not knowing why, Morong Fei had an unspeakable fear in her heart, somehow feeling that Li Moying seemed to have changed into someone else. Morongda was originally in a daze from the shock, and upon hearing his eldest daughter screeching loudly, he regained his senses. He hurriedly blocked Moe and turned his head towards Li Moying. Moying, your abilities have advanced by leaps and bounds so suddenly, you must had some fortuitous meeting in the cloudy Qilin mystic region, right, which is also considered as a blessing in disguise. Your junior sister, she absolutely wouldn't intentionally do anything to harm you. You should know that for so many years, she had always had feelings for you. If she had offended you in any way, it definitely must be unintentional, so on account of this master, please let her off this time. That's right, eldest senior brother, I'm wrong. Morong Fei apologized profusely. When Morongda opened his mouth, Morong Fei then somewhat felt assured. No matter what, for so many years, Li Moying had basically never rejected any of Morongda's requests, and every time Morong Fei or Morong Ni had caused any trouble, he had also not bothered to haggle with them. But, this time, Li Moying's icy cold gaze swept past Morong Fei's face. Let her off? Impossible. What are you still waiting for? Morongda's face turned white. He had not expected that he would be rejected so relentlessly right there. Usually in such public occasions, Li Moying would give utmost face to him and absolutely would not make things difficult for him. Your wings have grown tough, so you're not even bothered about this master of yours, is it? Morong Fei, she is your junior sister. You two have been childhood friends since young, and you have the nerve to be so unwilling to forgive her over a small misunderstanding? Moreover speaking, the main person who harmed you is Li Lingchuan. Fei was just being threatened, so just capture Li Lingchuan away is more than enough. Morongda was feeling extremely angry, hence the words he said out were extremely harsh. He increased his tone, thinking of using the past attitude to coerce Li Moying to listen to him. However, when Li Moying heard that, his face was still filled with a cold expression as he opened his mouth and said, Morong Fei had indeed not actively plotted against me, but she almost killed Lier. If the person she dealt with was me, on master's account, I might be able to forgive and forget, but she actually dared to harm Lier. Li Moying's murderous intent in his eyes sparkled as his voice turned increasingly chilly. Lier's life is several thousand times more important than mine. I had once made a solemn oath that if anyone dared to harm even one strand of hair of Lier's, I will make them continue living, which is way much worse than dying, with no chance to ever get up again. His cold voice drifted all over the public square, and everyone's face bore an extremely shocked expression. Everyone present had more or less heard of the rumors of how much Li Moying pampered his fiancée. But no one had imagined that his feelings towards Huang Yueli had reached such a state. All the young ladies present turned their envious and jealous gazes towards Huang Yueli, who was standing behind Li Moying with only one thought in their minds: why is this woman so lucky? She could actually make a man like Li Moying to risk his all to protect her, not even bearing to let her suffer a little harm. Not to mention just how much love and adoration Li Moying had usually treated her. Such an icy cold man to everyone else, was always showing her a gentle smile, which made any young lady who saw that wish that they could replace her. Huang Yueli's lips curled up, with no intention to hide the complacent smile on her face. No matter how much the other women liked her Moying, they had no chances at all. This man had been contracted by her many, many years ago. He. Li Moying's words had undoubtedly expressed his own stand, sentencing Morong Fei to death. Morong looked at him in disbelief as his heart was infuriated to the max. From what he thought, if it wasn't for himself who saved Li Moying that year, no matter how talented he was, he would only be a dead corpse sooner or later. So Li Moying's achievements today were somehow linked to his credit, and Li Moying should know when to repay the favor. How could he kill Morong Fei over a woman who appeared from God knows which place? But the ability which Li Moying had shown today was simply so strong that even Cui Yuanshan was defeated easily. Morong naturally knew that he totally wasn't his match right now. This disciple who had surpassed the master had grown strong wings, and had totally separated himself from his control. However, Morong Fei was still screaming and struggling. Morong loved his daughter very much and simply could not continue watching this, as he couldn't help but spoke out again. Li Moying, are you really that heartless to totally ignore all the nurturing that Celestial Light sect had done for you all these years? Have you forgotten that when you were young and was pursued by killers, who was the one who saved you, and taught you to cultivate, supplying you with various resources? Saying that, he suddenly thought of something as he casted a vicious word: if you insist on taking action on your junior sister, then you will no longer be Celestial Light sect's disciple. Li Moying's gaze congealed slightly as he went silent for a moment, and then continuing to speak out icily: I have never forgotten Celestial Light sect's gratitude to me, but for so many years, all that I've done for Celestial Light sect is already enough to return the favor. If it wasn't for me, Celestial Light sect would probably not become South Sky Region's #1 sect today. So my relationship with Celestial Light sect is considered settled. From today onwards, as what sect Master Morong wishes, I and Celestial Light sect will no longer have any relations. What did you say? Morong looked at him with his mouth agape and tongue-tied. When he said he was going to drive Li Moying out of the sect earlier, it was merely a threat, but whoever knew that Li Moying actually didn't hesitate at all and directly announced that he would cut off all relations with Celestial Light sect. This? What was he going to do about this? Li Moying was Celestial Light sect's future hope. Now that he had already broken through to the 9th stage realm, it was the timing for Celestial Light sect to fly into greater heights with him, but now he just cut off relations with the sect. What was Celestial Light sect going to do? Morong then realized just how stupid his threat was earlier. The situation now wasn't that Li Moying couldn't leave Celestial Light sect, but it was Celestial Light sect which needed him. But since this sentence was out, there was no way that he could rescind it. Morong's expression stiffened as he felt extremely regretful. He couldn't hope more than to take back his words on the shop, crying and pleading Li Moying not to leave. But this was simply too ugly, and no matter what, he was still a sex master, a top exponent in 9th stage realm, so he really couldn't make himself pull his face down. Just as he was hesitating and couldn't make up his mind, Li Moying had already taken action personally, striking the noisily screeching Morong Fei unconscious, then throwing her to the shadow guards. His action was swift like lightning, and Morong couldn't stop him in time. After Morong Fei had been tied up, he didn't loiter around as he turned around and held his little fiancée's hand, turning around to leave. When Moronda saw this, he couldn't be bothered if he lost face or not as he hurriedly chased up with a trembling voice and asked, "Moing, you're really going to leave Celestial Light Sect? Cut off all relations with Celestial Light Sect?" Li Moying's footsteps took a pause as he replied in a clear voice without turning back his head, "Isn't that what you wished for?" I'm not." Moronda really wanted to explain himself, but his mouth was open yet nothing came out. That's right, Li Moying had indeed done everything that was asked of him for the sect, and he had also solved numerous prickly matters for Celestial Light Sect, gaining innumerable glory. But the him who loved his daughter had once and again ignored Moronfei's ridiculous ways, even using the past day's gratitude to suppress Li Moying to request for him to forgive the things which Moronfei had done. As what he wished, Li Moying had indeed given way many, many times. This made Moronda so pleased that he had lost his own sense of measure, thinking that he, his master, had enough standing, enough to control Li Moying's actions. In actual fact, he had forgotten that for such an exceptionally strong practitioner like Li Moying, how could he possibly be threatened into doing certain things? Apparently in Li Moying's heart, he naturally would have a balance on each and every matter which made him select the option of giving in. But when Celestial Light Sect demanded overboard on the gratitude which was given to him, he would automatically withdraw himself and unconditionally restrict the so-called gratitude, to stop all his actions. It was right until his moment when Li Moying finally realizing that his calculations had all been set wrongly. Alas, it was all too late. He sat despondently on the ground as he watched Li Moying and his group of men walking further and further away. However, just as they just reached the entrance of the mountain, the young lady beside Li Moying suddenly stopped and tipped her toes up as she whispered something into his ears. Li Moying frowned, apparently not too willing to do so. But Huang Yueli hugged his arm and swung it vigorously, so under her strong stance of coquetry, Li Moying finally admitted defeat. Huang Yueli gave a brilliant smile as she pecked him on his cheek and raised her hand to call out for Yuanziyu, giving him a few instructions. Yuanziyu accepted the order as he walked through Celestial Light Sect's public square, standing right in front of Moronda. Moronda originally lowered his head in despondence, but upon hearing footsteps, he thought that Li Moying had turned back and instantly lifted up his head in high spirits. "Moying, this master knew that you." On seeing the man in front of him was someone whom he didn't recognize, Moronda was slightly stunned. Yuanziyu said in a clear, distinct voice, "Sect Master Morong, my third miss has a few words which she wants me to convey to you." Third miss? Meaning Moying's fiancé? Moronda frowned. Yuanziyu didn't bother to make any explanations as he continued saying, "Third miss says she wouldn't go to the extent of taking eldest Miss Morong's life, only going to let her take on the punishment that she deserved, so Sect Master Morong need not act in this way." When Moronda heard that, a spark flashed across his eyes as though he had clutched on to the last straw, as he questioned relentlessly, "Really? She wouldn't harm Fair's life?" "That's great, Moying pampers this fiancé of his the most," her words. "Moying will definitely listen." Seeing Moronda heave a long sigh of relief, Yuanziyu silently shook his head. Apparently, Moronda doesn't understand this mistress of his. Otherwise, he absolutely would not be so happy, perhaps he might not even be able to cry out. According to Yuanziyu's slight understanding towards Huang Yueli, she indeed wouldn't let Moronfei die, but she would let her suffer a fate living which was worse than death. But Yuanziyu naturally wouldn't remind Moronda about this. He cleared his throat and continued, "Third miss also said that Celestial Light Sect is after all the place where my master had resided in, so even if he left, he wouldn't not have any feelings for it. Master is a sentimental man, so if Sect Master Morong is able to find a suitable successor, in future if Celestial Light Sect runs into any huge trouble, Master, he will not stand aside and do nothing. Will Sect Master Morong please consider this carefully?" Yuanziyu left this meaningful word, then turned around and left. Moronga repeatedly thought about this for quite some time, and the glow in his eyes started to lit up slowly. Towards Huang Yueli's words, he had developed his own understanding as he felt extremely indebted towards her. Moying's fiancé is really a good person. Not only had she pleaded for favor, she even helped Celestial Light Sect speak up. AI, no wonder Moying likes her so much. As Li Moying and the others completely vanished from their sights, the entire public square started to clamor with voices of discussions. The show today was simply too astonishing. It had totally exceeded everyone's limit of imagination. Originally, they thought that it was merely a coronation ceremony of a young sect master, and all they needed to do was to be a silent spectator. Whoever knew that Li Moying suddenly came back to life and had even become a ninth stage realm top exponent. After exposing Li Lingchuan and Murong Fei's real faces, he left Celestial Light Sect in indignance. With all of these, every single matter was enough to become a topic of discussion at one's leisure. It was obvious that after today, not too long later, news of what had happened in Celestial Light Sect would have been spread throughout the entire South Sky region. Whereas Li Moying was merely 21 years old and had already broken through to the ninth stage realm, would at first instance become South Sky region's top news. This kind of peerless expert, which made one unable to look straight at him, would henceforth be the focal point for the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Outside the sect entrance. Hearing Yuanziyu's report on completion of his mission, Li Moying took a look at the young lady in his arms with a smile which didn't look like a smile. Satisfied now? Morong de really treats you like his jolly good person. But you're really just a sly little fox. Huang Yueli blinked her innocent big eyes. What's called treat me like a good person? I am really a good person, all right? Tell me, which part did I say wrongly? Li Moying shook his head helplessly. No, what you said is right. Whoever dares to say you're wrong, I'll be the first to disagree with it. Huang Yueli's lips curled up as she smiled broadly while leaning over. That's right. Moreover speaking, isn't it all because of you? That's why I said this? Li Moying exchanged glances with her. Their hearts and minds were interconnected, hence he naturally knew what this young lass in front of him was up to. His brows rose as he opened his mouth. You're counting your chickens before they hatch, not knowing if someone is willing to listen to you or not. Huang Yueli smiled. This is a solution which he could have his cake and eat it too. Why would he not agree to it? I know, he's your loyal and devoted junior brother, so don't worry, I'll persuade him when the time is right. Li Moying pinched her perky cheek as he gave a low laugh. All right, I'll be relying on my wifey to help me plan by then. Who is your wifey? Huang Yueli swept him a glance. She would not casually marry him just like that, all right. Even if she only had eyes for this man, but if Li Moying didn't bring out 120% of his sincerity to propose to her, she would not casually nod her head. She murmured, I only felt that you've been in Celestial Light Sect for so many years, and have already set up a strong foundation there, so if you were to just give up like that, it was really such a pity. Furthermore, South Sky Region's forces originally belonged to Celestial Heaven's Gate, so this chance is hard to come by. She made it sound very vague, but Li Moying completely understood her meaning. He had been Celestial Light Sect's young sect master for many years, and his foundation was very deep. It could be said that the entire Celestial Light Sect was within his grasp, and furthermore, based on Celestial Light Sect's status in South Sky Region, if it was used as a piece of chess in a suitable way, it could completely affect the entire South Sky Region's situation. So Li Moying's leaving was really a pity, but now that he had broken through to the ninth stage realm, it was definite for him to head towards Sky Emperor City to gain more space for development, rather than to continue mingling around in Celestial Light Sect. In this way, the only way out for him was to leave a suitable successor, to help him take charge of Celestial Light Sect's forces, and at the same time become his agent for South Sky Region. The only choice for this person, naturally, was his fifth junior brother, Luo Jiyun. Luo Jiyun had always been loyal and devoted towards Li Moying, and furthermore, after Li Lingchuan and the others had all gotten into trouble, the only one with 8th-grade talent was him, and in actual fact, he had already become Celestial Light Sect's highest innate talent and strongest abled talented practitioner. For him to take over the position of Celestial Light Sect's young sect master, naturally he was the choice for them to strike a balance in all aspects. Huang Yueli had made Yuanziyu told Murongda all these, was so that he could plant all these thoughts into reality. Actually, Li Moying had also thought of the same thing, but as he considered Luo Jiyun's feelings, it was difficult for him to stand out, but he had not expected Huang Yueli to be even more decisive than him, as she immediately did so. He lowered his head and took a look at his smiling Lear as his lips curled up, with a slight tinge of sweetness and a little frustration. AI, to have an interconnected heart and mind fiancé, everything he was thinking of could not escape her eyes. Then in future, wouldn't he not be able to do a single bad thing at all? He was plainly most afraid of losing his freedom, but why was it that when he thought of it, it actually made him feel full of anticipation instead? That night, Li Moying led the entire group of them into Sky Cloud City as they settled down in a luxurious mansion within the city. This luxurious mansion was one of the properties under Li Moying's name, and he had first got the shadow guards to clean up the place, settling everything properly in advance. Huang Yueli had been in a state of unrest for this period of time. Firstly, she met with several dangers in Cloudy Qilin Mystic region, and later on, they kept on hurrying back to Celestial Light Sect to exact revenge. It was only until now that she had enough free time to soak herself in the mansion's huge warm sauna pool, enjoying her flower petal sauna bath. By the time she spent over an hour coming out from the refreshing bath, which invigorated her skin, she discovered that Li Moying had gone missing. She took a tour around the rear courtyard and saw Li Moying sitting in the pavilion as he gazed afar, seemingly lost in thought. Huang Yueli walked over in quick steps and hugged his arm as she looked at him from a slanted angle. "Moying, what are you thinking about?" Li Moying lowered his voice. "I'm thinking of what I should do next." Huang Yueli blinked as she recalled something in enlightenment. "That's right, I haven't asked you yet. What is our next step after leaving Celestial Light Sect?" Actually, she more or less had confirmed that their next destination was a 99% chance of heading towards Sky Emperor City. But for the exact next step, she wasn't too sure of it. Only knowing that if Li Moying wanted to go over to take a look, she would follow him with no second thoughts, no matter if it was to the ends of the world. But her fiancé had always been a determined man, so he definitely had his own plan. Li Moying turned back and took a look at her as he said, "We shall stay in Sky Cloud City for a few days first. In the past decade, I have quite a number of properties in South Sky region that needs to be handled. Following that." He paused for a moment and his voice seemed to add a few tones of anticipation. "Following that, will be the time for us to return back to Sky Emperor City." Huang Yueli's entire body shook. Even though she knew long ago that Li Moying's choice was so, but when she really heard it, it still made Huang Yueli's heart undulate. Sky Emperor City. Soaring Heaven's continent's core, where innumerable top-rated strong practitioners gathered. It was filled with opportunities anywhere and anytime, and at the same time, it was also filled with plots and betrayals. That was also the place where she had lived for the past decades in her past life. She had once been the existence of the most popular person in Sky Emperor City, and as the young palace lord of the mythical Flame Palace, she was an exceptional genius with 9th-grade upper talent and also the #1 beauty who startled all the 4 seats in Soaring Heaven's continent, where innumerable light halos were placed on the top of her head. However, even though she had the achievements which so many people were envious of, later on when everyone mentioned her, the first sentence would always be, #1 top expert Mu Qingying's woman. Once, she disliked so much that she was casted this name by a man, as though all her hard work and achievements were all erased cleanly in an instant. But now that she had already died once, she felt that this title sounded rather flashy. Moreover, it could also push back all those women who were eyeing Mu Qingqing. Sky Emperor City to her did not have many beautiful memories. That year when she was in the northern ice fields, she had suffered the attack of 3 different sects out of the 7 sacred lands. At that time her whereabouts were kept secretive, and the only person who had sold her out was her best female friend, Celestial Heaven's Gate's eldest young Miss Ling Qingyu. That kind of devouring hatred remained deep at the bottom of her heart. Like the cold from the northern ice fields, which had entered her bones that night, had still not dissipated ever since that day. It was also this exact reason why she had been even more prudent this lifetime, putting on more defense against other people. This lifetime, other than Li Moying, she couldn't trust anyone else. Even though she didn't usually display it, but she often left a hand in secret. Furthermore, she didn't have many friends this lifetime, and all these were because of the psychological shadow which had been left from her past life. Because of that, the mere thought of returning to Sky Emperor City had Huang Yueli feeling various kinds of feelings welling up in her heart, so for a short moment, she was slightly dazed. Li Moying raised his hand and caressed her silky long hair as he said softly, "Lier, are you all right? I know what you're upset about. Don't you worry, I will help you get your revenge on the grievances in your past life one by one, absolutely not letting off a single one of them who dared to hurt you." Huang Yueli lifted up her head to meet those brilliant, sparkling peach blossom eyes. Beneath those eyes was deep and tender sentiments, as though it would drown her within. In an instant, Huang Yueli felt her eyes turning moistened, almost crying out right there. Because she discovered that no matter if it was in her past life or current, no matter if she was in favorable circumstances or in adversity, the person who had stood beside her unwaveringly had always been this man. She hugged Li Moying's waist with increased strength, burying her face into his wide and robust chest. She blinked and tears seeped into the cloth material on Li Moying's chest. Li Moying didn't say anything much, only embracing her in an even more gentle and resolute manner into his arms. Sky Emperor City. To them, it was a place which was filled with memories. It took quite a while before Huang Yueli raised her head and said to Li Moying, "Thank you, Moying. I know you wholeheartedly want to protect me. But revenge is a dish best served cold. You need not be too anxious as well. After we reach Sky Emperor City, let's plan slowly. After all, things are no longer the same as before." Huang Yueli sighed softly. She was grateful to Li Moying for his willingness to give his all wholeheartedly, but she really didn't want him to take such a big risk just because of her own reasons. After all, the Li Moying now was not the same as the then Mu Qingqing. He had just broken through to the 9th stage realm, and although his innate talent was much more superior than it was then, but it was still totally different as when he was in 9th stage realm peak condition. The difference in ability and battle power between 9th stage realm practitioners was actually extremely huge, and the disparity between the strong and the weak was a world of difference. Huang Yueli's past lives were all part of Sky Emperor City's largest powerhouses, 7 sacred lands, where all of it had been around since ancient times. Their inheritances had lasted for several hundred thousands of years, as the top exponents under them were innumerable. Even for the past life's Mu Qingqing, if he didn't have a proper plan and just abruptly headed up, he would likely also suffer a disadvantage. What more now that his ability was a far cry from his past life, and that he had departed Sky Emperor City for more than a decade. Not knowing just how much force he would be able to gather back from the past, Soaring Heaven's continent's current situation was something which they weren't sure of. Huang Yueli absolutely would not allow Li Moying to take action under such a situation. Although she wanted very much to exact revenge, but after her rebirth, in her heart she was very clear that nothing was more important than Li Moying. As compared to his safety, revenge of whatsoever had all become small issues. Li Moying's heart was moved as the arm which embraced her grew tighter as he lowered his head to take a whiff of the fragrance of her hair while sighing softly, "I know, Lier, do you think I look like a rash person? Don't worry, I won't do anything which I don't have any certainty of." As he was saying that, Huang Yueli suddenly had a strange and uneasy premonition. She suddenly raised her head and grabbed Li Moying's collar. "Moying, you must promise me, no matter what situation you are in, you must place your safety in the first place, and you must always accompany me, staying beside me properly." Li Moying went into a slight daze as his eyes flashed past an astonished glint. Lear, had she detected something? Impossible, he had obviously concealed it very well. It could be said that to be flawless. Li Moying merely hesitated for a breath's time when he regained his senses and smiled. "What are you worried about? I'm right by your side, isn't it? I will naturally keep you accompanied properly, after all I've spent so many years before you finally nod your head to be together than me." Li Moying's smile was extremely perfect as that gentle and adoring attitude was exactly the same as before. Huang Yueli knew clearly that Li Moying was absolutely not some rash young lad. But she didn't know why she had an indiscernible feeling in her heart, as though she seemed to have missed out a very important matter. Li Moying saw her distracted look and frowned slightly as he lowered his head to plant a kiss on her cheek. Huang Yueli's face immediately flushed a bright red shade. "Why are you moving your hands while we are talking?" Li Moying innocently replied, "I only moved my mouth. Since when did I move my hands? You're the one who is obviously lusting after my body. You hugged me so tightly, so aren't you laying your little hands on me? Isn't this called thief yelling thief?" When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately became gloomy as she raised her little fists, just about to incur domestic violence onto him. Li Moying could obviously evade her moves, but he just stood there obediently, allowing his fiancée to vent her anger on him. After a moment later, he grabbed hold of Huang Yueli's wrist and dragged her into his arms. All right, if you continue hitting me, your hands will start to hurt, and in that way, I'm the one who will feel heartache." "And?" He leaned close to her delicate fair cheek and blew some air on her in an ambiguous way. Following that, while Huang Yueli had not regained her senses, he leaned forward and gave her a deep kiss. A man's overbearing presence invaded her as that handsome-looking face was right in front of her eyes. Huang Yueli's heart was pounding wildly as her brain turned into glue. Other than obediently inclining towards the man in front of her and allowing him to kiss her willfully, she totally could not react at all, not to mention having the mind to think about any other things. This submissive her made Li Moying feel a passionate fire burn up within him, and plus the fact that she had just taken a bath which made her body give off a light rose scent, it was even more effective than any aphrodisiac. Li Moying kissed until he almost lost control, to the extent that he just pushed Huang Yueli onto a chaise longue as he buried his face into her slender long neck, following all the way downwards, planting deep strawberries, love bites. Huang Yueli didn't stop him because she felt very comfortable. Every time she laid in this man's arms, she felt as though she was turning into a puddle of water, totally unable to control herself. "Eldest senior brother, I heard." A shocked cry was heard. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything at all. I'm leaving, eldest senior brother, lil sister-in-law, please continue to be busy." When Luo Jiyun got closer to them, he detected the ambiguous atmosphere in the pavilion and instantly understood why Moe and the others kept stopping him from entering this place. Unfortunately, he was just too rash and had given too much thought to their words. Now, it was too late for him to regret, as he could only bore the brunt of his eldest senior brother's murderous gazes as he turned around and scurried away in a jiffy. Interrupted by that joker, Li Moying turned around and sat up as his good-looking face was taut, bearing an icy cold expression. Huang Yueli raised her head and sized him up as she couldn't help but burst out giggling. Li Moying turned back and started at that little fox who was gloating over his misfortune, but the latter wasn't a single bit afraid at all, as she intentionally smiled sweetly. "Moying, why are you unhappy? Are you in a bad mood? Do you want me to give you a kiss?" She's really a little fox who added oil to fire. Didn't she know that with the love bites on her collarbone, saying such things, what kind of effect it would cause? Li Moying's gaze dimmed. So proactive? Then let's return to our room in case we get interrupted by some little brat. As he said that, he walked to the front of the chaise longue and stretched out his hand as he was about to carry her up horizontally. Huang Yueli immediately had a change of expression, and right before he could even touch her, she jumped up like her but was on fire. All right, stop fooling around. Junior brother Luo came running over at this timing, must be because of that matter. We'd better hurry over to take a look at him. Li Moying laughed softly. Why? Have the heart of a thief, but no guts? Earlier, who was the one who wanted to kiss me and comfort me? Thinking of just running away like that? Huang Yueli's face turned red, as she really couldn't hope more than to kick him. Mentioning the pot which didn't boil. Look at his ill-intentioned look. Who dared to kiss him? What if she kissed him and it caused him to get heated up? Li Moying looked at her, biting her lips as her eyeballs kept roving around, and found it extremely amusing as he couldn't help but shot upwards like an arrow, pulling her wrist and wrestling her into his arms. Lear, it's not right to lie, especially to your fiancé. Since you've agreed to kiss, then you're not allowed to renege on it. Huang Yueli acted blur. Renege on a debt? Since when had I reneged on a debt? I merely don't want to kiss already. Treat it like I owe you one for now. Owing and owning, and it would be forgotten. However, how could Li Moying not know about this little thing's tricks as he held her slender waist tightly and inched his face close to hers? Why not like this? You don't kiss me, but it'd be the same if I kissed you. When Huang Yueli heard the mellow and sexy voice around her ears, then looking at his long and thick lashes, which were like a fan drooping down, her heart jolted as she started to feel a little dizzy again. But immediately she detected a flame in Li Moying's profound eyes, and this made the alarms in her heart ring as she hurriedly said, I'll kiss, don't come any closer. Li Moying's action paused and was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his lips. His little fox had swiftly pounced over and swiftly nibbled him on the lips, then using force she pushed him away, thinking of withdrawing herself from him. Li Moying's lips curled upwards, knowing that this lass was going to come out with the same tricks. Using a chick pecking on grains-like kiss to pacify him? Alas, a man wasn't that easy to deal with. After being tricked so many times, he had learned to become smarter. His body hadn't moved, but instead he locked onto her waist with slightly more force as he turned from guest into host, as he lifted up her chin and planted his kiss onto her once again. Huang Yueli had not expected her plan to fall through as her eyes opened real wide and tried her hardest to push him away. Li Moying was hugging a wriggling, uncooperative little fox and had no choice but to dabble and stop, and not long later, he loosened his grip. Huang Yueli started hard at him. Quick, don't fool around. Junior brother Luo is still waiting outside, and if he doesn't go out, what will he think? Li Moying laid lazily on the chaise longue as he replied in an absent-minded manner, who cares what he thinks? Anyway, what he's thinking in his mind is the truth. Huang Yueli's face flushed a bright shade of red. She had truly been defeated by this thick-skinned man. She gritted her teeth and said, Are you going out or not? Li Moying saw his little fiancé exploding and could only give a light cough. I'll listen, let's go. But, can we wait a little longer first? Huang Yueli went into a short blank, but immediately, her gaze started sweeping onto the horizontally inclined man lying on the chaise longue in a seductive posture, and her gaze followed all the way downwards from his half-exposed chest. She had to admit that this man in front of her was an excellent piece of work. Every single muscle line was just nice, so beautifully perfect that made one unable to shift their eyes away. In her past life, she thought that Mu Qingqing was the most handsome man, but in this life, as he possessed God Clan's bloodline, his looks were even more breathtaking now. Huang Yueli's vision followed downwards subconsciously. In an instant, her face turned even redder. She finally knew why Li Moying had refused to stand up. Because his bodily reaction was just too obvious, and with this state, it would be strange if he dared to meet anyone else. You. Huang Yueli simply didn't know what to say as she bit on her lips and gave him a stare, then slipping away immediately. Li Moying looked at her departing figure as he gave a bitter smile. This lass indeed had the ability to force one into insanity. She set the fire and after realizing that she had created trouble then ran off on her own, moreover bearing a look which looked like she was bullied by him. But even so, he was totally helpless as he could only allow his little fox to throw her tantrum in whatever tsundere, presenting as unfriendly and blunt but warm and tender inside, way she wanted. Huang Yueli ran out of the pavilion and readjusted her clothes before she headed to the front lobby. Luo Jiyun had been waiting there for quite some time as Moe and the other shadow guards stood around chatting with him. On seeing Huang Yueli appearing alone, everyone's gazes all turned to her instantaneously. Not knowing if it was because she had a guilty conscience, she somehow felt that everyone's eyes were filled with ambiguity. She hurriedly gave a slight cough. Ugh, that. Junior brother Luo, why have you come over so late at night? Luo Jian heard that and hurriedly explained, Lil's sister-in-law, really sorry. I really didn't know. Have I interrupted you too? This hot-headed lad had totally not noticed that Huang Yueli was showing an embarrassed expression as he was still apologizing non-stop. It was right until Moe pulled his from behind when he finally realized that something was amiss and hurriedly shut his mouth. Huang Yueli's lips twitched. You haven't interrupted. She paused for a moment and continued, you're here today, to look for your eldest senior brother regarding celestial light sex matters? Luo Jian heard that and kept on nodding his head, and at the same time he put on a pitiful look while pleading for help. Lil's sister-in-law, please me to persuade eldest senior brother, ask him not to leave me here alone. I want to leave with eldest senior brother. Huang Yueli's brows rose as she looked at him. Why? You're not willing to stay on in Celestial Light sect? You probably aren't very clear yet, right? Among the current direct disciples in Celestial Light sect, there are just but a few top exponents left, and plus the fact that your eldest senior brother still had some power left around here, you only need to stay on and you will definitely become Celestial Light sect's young sect master. Actually, earlier brother Moe had already told me about the stakes involved. But, I don't want to become a young sect master. I just want to follow eldest senior brother. Luo Jiyun persisted. Huang Yueli smiled slightly as she stared at him and continued asking, are you sure? Have you really thought through this clearly? Such matters cannot be decided so rashly, all right? You've also witnessed with your own eyes on how Li Lingchuan had tried to obtain the position of young sect master and expended so much effort, even plotting an audacious plan of murdering his senior brother, but eventually he still didn't get what he wished for. Whereas for you, you could easily take on the position of young sect master. Your eldest senior brother would also support you in future, so are you really not going to do it? If you miss such a good chance, there will be no next time again. Huang Yueli reiterated this once and again. Actually, without her saying, anyone with brains were able to think of this as it was the next logical thing to do. Status and authority were just an arm's length away. However, Luo Jiyun continued to shake his head. No, I don't want to be some young sect master, I only want to follow eldest senior brother. Although Huang Yueli had long known of his unyielding loyalty towards Li Moying, but his resolute attitude had even eliminated any sense of hesitation, which made one surprised. Why? This is such a good opportunity, why do you choose to give it up? Haven't you considered that your eldest senior brother had betrayed Celestial Light sect, running off to roam about in Sky Emperor City, but there are so many top experts there, perhaps Moying isn't even anything over there. He might even offend someone unknowingly, unlike you who could stay relaxed in Celestial Light sect. Luo Jiyun lifted up his head and looked at him, but isn't the art of cultivation about pursuing challenges? greedy for a peaceful life, could not possibly bring out the potential within. Following eldest senior brother around indeed isn't as easy in Celestial Light Sect, but I believe that it would lead me to head towards an even higher cultivational realm pathway. Moreover, eldest senior brother wouldn't continue to be a nobody forever. Based on his innate talent, he would definitely become a somebody who could command the wind and summon the rain, so following him around is definitely not a wrong choice. Huang Yueli saw Li Moying walk over slowly from behind Luo Jiyun and couldn't help but laugh. Moying, I really couldn't tell that this junior brother of yours really has unconditional trust in you. Li Moying grazed lightly over Luo Jiyun as he was apparently rather impressed. He muttered, since you have this thinking, then following me around is of no harm. But don't be like me to separate yourself from Celestial Light Sect. Tomorrow, you will go over to tell Morongda clearly that you're just temporarily following me to Sky Emperor City to go on experience learning and will return in future. But, eldest senior brother. Luo Jiyun was rather astonished. You've already left Celestial Light Sect. Why should I stay there for? I'm really not interested in the position of young sect master. Huang Yueli beamed as she spoke up for her fiancé. You're not interested, but your eldest senior brother is interested. Moying's foundation which he had laid over the years, should we just let go of it like that? In future, we will rely on you to help him safeguard it. Don't tell me you're not willing to do so. Luo Jiyun then revealed an enlightened look as he patted his chest to express that he would definitely follow eldest senior brother's instructions. After Luo Jiyun left, Huang Yueli pulled Li Moying back to their room, and the minute they entered the room, she pursued him for an answer. You agreed to let Jiyun to follow you? Why? Could it be that you've already confirmed where we will be staying when we return to Sky Emperor City? Earlier when Li Moying nodded his head in approval, even she felt surprised. She had assumed that Li Moying would not allow Luo Jiyun to stay in Celestial Light Sect, out of concern for his safety. Later on, having a change of thoughts, she understood it immediately. Probably Li Moying had already thought of a plan, hence he decided on this. Li Moying's arms were crossed as he lowered his head and looked at the young lady in front of him as his lips curled up. You're so impatient to pull me back to the room. I had thought that you're preparing to continue the matter earlier which you had not completed. Earlier, what matter? Huang Yueli blinked and suddenly comprehended as her face flushed red. You're so shameless. Stop with the rubbish and quickly tell me the answer. Li Moying then slowly replied, it's not considered as a plan, but since I was the sovereign of Blue Profound Sect in my past life, naturally I will return to my own sect. Huang Yueli's eyes turned wide open as she felt extremely surprised when she heard what he said. What? You want to return to Blue Profound Sect? From what she thought, this was the most impossible option which Li Moying would take. After all, so many years had gone by and no one could be sure of the current situation of Blue Profound Sect. So heading back abruptly might not necessarily be a good thing, in fact it might be very risky. Because Blue Profound Sect as the #1 super powerhouse in the then soaring heavens continent had plenty of strong exponents, and based on Li Moying's current ability, there was no way that he could resume to the same state that year, to suppress so many top exponents. At the very least, Li Moying's 4 great guardians under him were all much stronger than he was right now. Li Moying met her eyes and nodded his head prudently. That's right. He quickly followed up with an explanation. You don't need to worry too much. That year when I left Blue Profound Sect, I'd already arranged everything that I needed to within the sect. Some days after we left the cloudy Qilin Mystic region, I've also sent out a secret signal and obtained contact with Blue Profound Sect. Although so many years have passed, there is bound to be changes within the sect, but I still have my own way to control the 4 great guardians, so you need not worry too much over this. Moreover, based on our current ability, to help you exact revenge, it's just too slow to do it step by step, so it's better for us to return back to Blue Profound Sect first, so that we can speed up the process of our strength quickly. Huang Yueli naturally believed his ability and also believed that since he said there would be no problem, then there would definitely be no problem. But unknowing why, she somehow felt that something seemed wrong somewhere. But Huang Yueli frowned and thought for a moment as her eyes lit up and said, "Right. Last time when you were in Celestial Light Sect, your soul detachment illness acted up and you regained most of your memories from your past life. Hadn't you said in the past that all the memories that is related to my self-explosion, you weren't really able to recall at all? How is it that you are able to remember what happened before you left Blue Profound Sect? Your memories. Has it recovered completely?" Li Moying's heart pounded wildly. He simply had not expected that Huang Yueli would be so intelligent to this step, to actually see through the truth which he had tried all means and ways to cover up. That was right, when they were in the cloudy Qilin mystic region, his illness acted up when he was on the verge of death, plus the fact that he was struck on lightning, all the memories came rushing back at one shot. By the time he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had recalled everything that had happened. Before this, no matter how he racked his brains, he totally couldn't recall anything from after Huang Yueli's death. That bit of lost memory had all returned to his mind this time round. But it was exactly because of this which was why he knew that. What exactly was he about to face? Li Moying's thoughts turned swiftly. Although he was exposed earlier and had a slight instant of being dazed, but he quickly concealed his own loss of self-control. Lear, I also wished that I could recover all my memories, but unfortunately it's not within my control. I can only indistinctly remember bits and pieces of very small portions, basically just the portion on the agreement with the four great guardians. Huang Yueli frowned. Really? So coincidental? Has this memory come back to you, the last time your illness acted up in the cloudy Qilin mystic region? Other than this, what else can you remember? What happened after I self-exploded, and why did you reincarnate and reborn as well? Have you recalled all of these? Of course he had recalled all of these, but Li Moying's expression was as per normal as he shook his head slowly. These. I can't remember it at all. I've tried several times, but the minute I tried to recall, my head would hurt so much as though it was about to split open. The minute Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately got tensed, not daring to ask any further. What? Why did this happen? Then you'd better not try to think about it, anyway. Anyway, from the looks of it, your memory is starting to come back to you bit by bit, so there's no need to force it. Perhaps when the time is near, you will know. Li Moying heard what she said and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Huang Yueli thought of something as she hurriedly added on, that's right. That year, for Great Guardians, were all your trusted aides. I think they would definitely know the situation then. When we reach Blue Profound Sect, we can interrogate each one of them, so perhaps we might be able to discover something. Cough cough, Li Moying's expression turned slightly pale again. Why was his fiancée so intelligent? It was practically impossible to defend against her effectively, it was simply too difficult to hide anything from her. Luckily, she told him whatever was on her mind, telling him her plan so he should nip the problem in the bud before it happened. There were some things which he absolutely could not afford to let her find out. Li Moying hurriedly said, what you said is correct, as long as we reach Sky Emperor City, the truth will be out. Moreover, whenever I advance into another level, there is also the possibility of regaining my memory, so you shouldn't worry too much. Or is it that if I didn't have these memories, you don't love me anymore? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. You. What rubbish are you sprouting? I'm just worried about you. Somehow I feel that things aren't that simply. What on earth had you done in your past life? Why is it that you have also reincarnated and reborn? And why is it that after I've self-exploded, but I recollected all my senses? I simply don't understand all these. Li Moying sighed softly as he held her hand and said in a mellow voice, "Stop thinking about it. What matters now is that we're together, isn't it? To me, for this moment to come true, I'd be more than willing to pay any price for it." Huang Yueli raised her head and looked at him as her heart jolted, unknowingly on why an indescribable heartache started to make her tremble slightly. "You. Lear, you're trembling, are you feeling cold?" Li Moying immediately held her hands and took her into his arms. The two of them embraced tightly at a close distance. Taking a whiff of Li Moying's familiar and mild scent of a man, Huang Yueli finally felt a little better as the uneasiness in her heart wasn't that much anymore. Only, these questions had been shrouded around her mind. Just what happened after she self-exploded? Li Moying and the entire group stayed on in Sky Cloud City for close to 2 weeks, processing the properties and other important matters he had in Sky Cloud City. In between, Morong sent someone over several times in bid to retain Li Moying, but Li Moying's attitude was resolute as he didn't entertain him at all. Huang Yueli also took some time to settle some matters, basically to make arrangements for the place of residence for those servants whom she had taken in. The majority from Celestial Light Academy did not have much outstanding innate talent, and their achievements in the way of cultivation in future wouldn't possibly be too high. Hence, Huang Yueli didn't force them to head towards Sky Emperor City with her, but to let them choose their own path. A portion of them chose to stay in Celestial Light Sect, and that included Shui Qingqing. Huang Yueli handed Kai Wei and some other lower-leveled practitioners over to Shui Qingqing to manage, allowing them to cultivate and manage the properties which she and Li Moying had left behind in Sky Cloud City. In future, when Luo Jiyun returned to Celestial Light Sect successfully with achievements in his cultivation, he might need the aid of these hidden forces to stabilize his own status. As for Yuan Ziyu and some other practitioners with much better innate talents, they naturally didn't wish to stay on in Sky Cloud City to waste their time. They chose to head towards Sky Emperor City to make a name for themselves. After all, it was only in such an environment with strong practitioners which would allow them to increase their own abilities to the maximum degree. After settling everything, Li Moying and Huang Yueli then brought all their subordinates and left Sky Cloud City on a flying ship. A month later, the flying ship slowly got closer to the outer boundary of Sky Emperor City, and they were able to see Sky Emperor City's city wall from quite a distance away. This day early in the morning, Luo Jiyun and the others dashed over to the deck of the flying ship and stood in a circle to watch as they all started to exclaim in admiration. "Heavens, it's just too spectacular. I'd not expected Sky Emperor City's city walls to be the same as the legends. It's all built with aquamarine ceramic glazed tiles. Just how much money is this worth? It's rumored that on the outer boundary of Sky Cloud City, there's a god-grade city protection array left from ancient times, which is impenetrable. It's just too powerful. No wonder this place is the core of the entire Soaring Heavens continent." When Huang Yueli heard these country bumpkins giving off such exaggerated praises, she couldn't help but smiled. Although Sky Emperor City was just a city, but in actual fact, its size was almost the size of the entire South Sky region. Moreover, as the continent's core, for several thousands of years, innumerable top-rated geniuses had all brought everything they had, heading towards Sky Emperor City to seek for chances to break through and to establish their fame overnight. This tradition had been accumulating from generation to generation, hence it led to Sky Emperor City becoming the gathering of innumerable top exponents, and also astonishing wealth. Just how strong were Sky Emperor City's top powerhouses, and how wealthy they were, was something which those practitioners from desolated 4 sky regions weren't able to imagine. It could be said that for every practitioner who had just arrived to Sky Emperor City were deeply stunned, hence Luo Jiyun and the others' display wasn't too exaggerated at all. Li Moying looked at her weak smile as he suddenly recalled something, and a smile curled up on his lips. TSK, these fellows. Are they country bumpkins entering the city? To think that year, when I first arrived at Sky Emperor City, Huang Yueli's eyes shone as she immediately pursued after this topic, excitedly. How was it? Your first time in Sky Emperor City, was it very silly and laughable? Huang Yueli suddenly recalled that Mu Qingqing seemed to come from a desolate village, and although his master who fostered him was a top exponent in Soaring Heaven's continent, but he had always been living in seclusion in the rural area to teach a few disciples. It was only until he reached 17 or 18 when Mu Qingqing finally came to Sky Emperor City for experience learning. Huang Yueli grew up in Sky Emperor City herself, hence she had not felt that Sky Emperor City was a spectacular or outstanding place at all. But now she was extremely curious, wondering how it was when he first entered the city. Did he act the same as those youngsters who were making a big fuss out of nothing? Li Moying shot a glance at her and a smile which didn't look like a smile, but under Huang Yueli's impatient glare, he said a few meaningful words. I don't remember anymore. Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide. You. How dare you trick me? Impossible, I don't believe it. Such an important matter like your first time entering Sky Emperor City, how could you forget about it? This is the changing point of your past life, so you definitely remembered it. Have you done something embarrassing? Quick, if there's something unhappy that happened, tell me so that I can be amused by it. Li Moying looked at her in extreme innocence as he said, I didn't lie to you. I really don't remember it anymore. Huang Yueli absolutely refused to listen to his gibberish. How could you possibly not remember? Even I remember it. That year, if it wasn't to join Sky Emperor City's Genius Tournament, which is held once every 10 years, would you have rushed over from the border? Moreover, at that tournament, you defeated various large influential powerhouses' top-rated talents consecutively to become the winner, which shocked the entire Sky Emperor City, hence you made a name for yourself ever since then. Such an important thing, how could you forget about it? Liar. Quickly tell me. She stuck close to Li Moying as she pestered him asking this and that, determining that since he refused to say, then he must have done something embarrassing at that time. However, Li Moying continued to smile, without replying. Instead he turned around and pulled her into his arms, while whispering ambiguous words into her ears softly. I've not expected that you remembered my matters so clearly. Looks like ever since that time, you've been paying attention to me, right? Then that time when I wanted to get acquainted with you, you still intentionally put on an arrogant look, not even looking straight at me in the eye. Isn't that a little too tsundere? Huang Yueli's face turned bright red. When did I? The #1 tournament in the world. That's Sky Emperor City's first-rate matter. I will naturally pay some attention to it. Moreover, the tournament came out with such a dark horse which had spread throughout the entire Sky Emperor City, it would be difficult for me not to know about it even if I didn't want to. What does it have to do with you? She would never admit that during the #1 tournament battlegrounds when she unintentionally saw Mu Qingqing, she was also attracted by his demeanor like those ignorant young ladies. But very quickly when she saw a whole bunch of young missies from other sects crowding around him, the her who was still pure in the heart immediately plastered a Casanova label onto him, and in order to conceal the feelings that she had towards him, she intentionally pretended not to see him. Li Moying originally just mentioned it casually, but when he saw her face flushed red, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding hard. Why? I've really hit the spot? Huang Yueli raised her head tsunderily as she stared hard at him. Narcissism is an illness, you have to treat it. Saying that, she pushed him aside. All right, from the sound of their voices, it seems that we are about to reach Sky Emperor Zone, which restricts flying. Looks like we have to land soon. I'll go out and take a look. She disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Li Moying saw her escaping rapidly as he rubbed his nose, and the smile on his lips turned even deeper. He had not intentionally lied to Huang Yueli earlier because he really didn't recall what happened when he just entered the city. Actually, what Huang Yueli said wasn't wrong. That was the most important day of his past life, and by right, he shouldn't have forgotten about it. But after he entered the city, he immediately headed over to Sky Emperor City's largest inn to have a seat, and it was there when he first met the young palace lord from mythical Flame Palace for the first time as she passed by. He had barely caught a glimpse of a passing beauty, and after that he forgot about everything totally. Not to mention that he had forgotten the other matters which had happened that day, even the matters which happened a couple of months ago, he totally couldn't recall clearly. 1. He only remembered that he kept on cultivating with only one thought in mind, which was to let Huang Yueli see that he had enough power to protect her, a man who could satisfy all her vanity. She could only marry him. But these were something which he wouldn't say. After all, Huang Yueli had not admitted that she had feelings for him long ago, so why would he bring it out? The number one top exponent had his own pride. Not too long later, Li Moying's flying ship landed in front of Sky Emperor City. There was no array within the radius of 100 miles outside Sky Emperor City, and they didn't allow anyone to ride on flying beasts or flying ships, nor utilize their flying profound skills. However, Sky Emperor City's influential powerhouses weren't included within the restrictions, so occasionally, there were still flying ships and falcon snow condors. But Li Moying had just returned and had not grasped Sky Emperor City's current situation, hence he didn't want to attract attention, so they chose to silently descend while preparing to enter the city through the normal procedures. Huang Yueli's right hand raised and kept the flying ship into the Sky Phoenix Ring. Ever since she advanced into 5th stage realm, Sky Phoenix Ring's storage area had been upgraded several times, becoming larger and larger. Now it was about the size of a small village, so putting a flying ship in there was enough and had space to spare. But to be able to have the space to keep a flying ship, even in Sky Emperor City, was something which was rarely seen. Huang Yueli's move would inevitably attract the surrounding practitioners' attention. Huang Yueli didn't want to attract trouble, but such a large flying ship originally could not just disappear without a trace, so attracting others' attention was something which she couldn't help. Luckily, among their group included a 9th stage realm top exponent, like Li Moying, hence ordinary practitioners totally didn't dare to create any trouble. Even until they reached Sky Emperor City's towering city gates, Luo Jiyun and the others were still looking around curiously. The few of you, please stay put and pay the entrance fee here. 1 high-grade spirit stone for each person. A guard stopped them. Luo Jiyun gave a shocked expression. 1 high-grade spirit stone for 1 person. This is daylight robbery. MOE and the others were speechless as well. 1 high-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, enough to buy an inferior quality 3rd-tier profound armament, just to enter the city once. This was just too extravagant. However, Sky Emperor City had quite a number of gates, and the human traffic every day would at least incur several hundred thousands. Wasn't this too profitable? When the guards heard their discussions, he couldn't help but creased his brows. He saw them coming over from a large flying ship and had thought that they were some wealthy people. Why were they kicking up such a big fuss over the entrance fee? Gentlemen, here, this the regulations of our Sky Emperor City. If you don't pay the entrance fee, you cannot enter the city, please comply. Huang Yueli knew that this was the usual regulation and didn't say anything as she casually retrieved a handful of high-grade spirit stones from her space and handed them over to the guard. The guard counted the amount and realized that there was actually more, which should be tips for him. His attitude immediately changed, and using an extremely polite tone, he continued, "Please head in ahead, gentlemen. Welcome to Sky Emperor City." Luo Jiyun saw the guard's attitude, which had switched from arrogance to deference, as his lips twitched and couldn't help but mumbled softly, "Money can really make the devil turn the millstone." Huang Yueli turned around in amusement as she educated him, "It's just a high-grade spirit stone. Is it worth it for you to act in this way? Take this and be more generous in future. Don't embarrass your eldest senior brother. Your sister-in-law. I am not lacking in money." Saying that, she drew out a money sack as she tossed it into Luo Jiyun's arms. Luo Jiyun took a look and his eyeballs almost fell out. This? The sack was filled not only with high-grade spirit stones, but an entire sack full of medium-grade spirit jades. Each piece was worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Luo Jian's hands started shaking. Sister-in-law, this is worth too much. Huang Yueli gasped with exasperation as she said, just hold on to it. In Sky Emperor City, there are plenty of chances, so most practitioners are extremely snobbish. If you want others to respect you, the best way would naturally be having enough ability. But now you're still lacking a little, so you cannot afford to be too petty, otherwise you'd be bullied by everyone. The few of them were just chatting when they suddenly heard someone calling out to them from behind. Wait, the few of you please hold on, you cannot leave yet. They turned back in astonishment and saw an entire troop of guards, dressed in uniformed profound armor rushing over from behind them, stopping them in their tracks. Li Moying's elegant sword-shaped brows creased as cold intent flashed past his eyes. What's the meaning of this? Trying to find trouble? Huang Yueli could tell that he was about to fly into a rage and hurriedly jumped out to speak. Dear sirs, we have already paid the entrance fee according to regulations, why do you still stop us? The leader heading the team took out a sedge scroll and looked at it against the light. He then took another look at Li Moying and Huang Yueli, apparently making a comparison. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she turned back and met Li Moying's vision. The both of them had the same suspicions. Could it be that Li Moying had caught Li Lingchuan away and the news had been sent back to Lung family so quickly? Further, Lung family's influence was so big and within such a short amount of time, they had managed to settle Sky Emperor City's guards to help them capture them? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so. Although Lung family was said to be some top 10 clans, but the top 10 clans itself was an overstatement. In Sky Emperor City, only the 7 sacred lands were the genuine super powerhouses, as their foundation was strong and deep with preeminent strength that no one dared to provoke them. Other than that, the others like what top 10 clans, 8 large sects or whatsoever were all self-claimed. Rather than saying that these were publicly acknowledged super powerhouses, they might as well say that they were the next in sequence forces, which had gathered together to gain the right of speech. So in essence, even if the entire 10 clans grouped together, they still didn't have the qualifications to speak of a single word in front of Mu Qingqing. Now just a measly last-ranking Ling family could actually control Sky Emperor City's guards? Somehow something didn't feel quite right. Although they were filled with suspicions, but the two of them were not feeling flustered. Sky Emperor City originally wasn't some place which was filled with pure and honest folkways, so if they weren't able to settle this small problem, then they can forget about continuing mingling here in future. But Luo Jiyun and the others were apparently frightened as they exchanged glances to see the terror in one another's eyes. Since when had they encountered such a huge disposition of troops? That time Cui Yuanshan spoke of how incredible Lin family was. It seemed as though they were able to crush the entire celestial light sect with just one finger. Thinking of their entire group of entourage, there was only Li Moying who was in ninth stage realm. The others' abilities belonged to the middle and low classes in Sky Emperor City, totally unable to resist against them. We're done for, finished. Could they be from the Ling family trying to create trouble for us? I'd never thought that Ling Yifeng had such huge backing. Surely they won't really capture eldest senior brother, right? Shouldn't be that bad. Even Moe, who deeply believed in Li Moying, couldn't help but get worried when he saw this. Master capturing that fellow is logical and reasonable, not intentionally creating any trouble. Lung family cannot just be unreasonable. If there's really no choice. Anyway, since Li Lingchuan is still being locked behind in the carriage, should we just pass him over to Ling family? At least it's better than being locked up the minute we enter the city. Just afraid that Ling family's people refuse to give up just like that. Huang Yueli heard those discussions behind her as her lips twitched, thinking of going forward to educate them. But considering that the time wasn't quite right, she could only endure it as she kept her mouth shut. Just at this moment, after the team leader repeatedly verified the identity, he finally opened his mouth. "May I ask, are you young Master Li Moying?" Li Moying replied without batting an eyelid, "That's right, what can I do for you?" Out of their expectations, the team leader didn't act like they expected to abruptly capture them. On the contrary, his expression was full of praise. "So you're Master Li? Please kindly wait a moment longer, there's someone who wants to meet with you." The team leader's attitude was so humble, which made Huang Yueli and the others extremely surprised. Li Moying frowned as he sized up the drawing in the team leader's hand suspiciously. "Who is it who wants to meet me? Can you reveal the identity a little?" The team leader hesitated. Anyway, it's someone from one of the powerhouse in Sky Emperor City and definitely not someone who has ill intentions towards you, so please kindly wait a little while more." From the equivocal answer, Li Moying replied slightly impatiently, "Since the person coming is unwilling to reveal his identity, then there's no need for me to wait right here. It's rather late and today I've just arrived in Sky Emperor City, so there are just a number of things for me to settle. Apologies, but we'd be making a move first. To be able to let the most famous unparalleled top exponent in Sky Emperor City wait, other than his leader, there hadn't been anyone else yet." Looking at the team leader's expression, it shouldn't be Ling family who's seeking revenge this time round. Since that was the case, he wasn't too interested in finding out the situation, and he wasn't interested to act like a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world to stay and wait for some influential powerhouse to meet him. Li Moying turned around to leave and Huang Yueli merely shrugged as she hooked her arm around Li Moying's and followed up in quick steps. Luo Jiyun and the others apparently were slightly worried, but they too followed behind them closely. The team leader saw that he was about to leave and hurriedly chased after them, shouting out, "Master Li! Wait a minute, don't leave. The person who wants to meet you is really someone important in Sky Emperor City, and furthermore he is very sincere in it. This is absolutely a heaven-descended chance. If you don't stay behind and wait, then in future, it'd be too late for regrets." Hearing that, Huang Yueli seemed to have thought of something as her slender brows rose and a sliver of smile curled up on the corners of her lips. She raised her arm and her elbow knocked against Li Moying's as she gave a low chuckle. "I say, Moying." From the tone, could it be that someone wants to? Before she could even finish her sentence, a bright light flashed past and an imposing aura immediately swept across from their front. The few of them stopped in their tracks and lifted their heads to take a look. They saw an elderly man with a head full of white hair, dressed in luxurious apparel, standing right in front of the both of them as he sized Li Moying up with a beaming face. "Master Li, Miss Bai, don't be in a hurry to leave, all right? Just spend a little time having a chat with this old man, how about it?" Li Moying's expression was cold and solemn as he shot a fleeting glance at him, but didn't say a word. Huang Yueli, however, had a face which showed that she was thinking as she sized up the elderly man in front of her. He was dressed in an entire set of tier-grade profound armor, and the sword which was hanging by his waist was an 8th-tier upper-grade profound weapon which looked acutely sharp. Even in Sky Emperor City, 8th-tier profound weapons were scarce, and in the entire armament guild, they would only produce several hundred pieces yearly. In Sky Emperor City, where there were plenty of strong practitioners, there practically wasn't enough to meet the demand. Hence, to be able to use an 8th-tier profound weapon reflected the status of someone very important in Sky Emperor City. In this way, the team leader really wasn't lying to them. The elderly man apparently didn't expect Li Moying's attitude to be so arrogant, but after he went into a slight blank, he didn't show any signs of infuriation, but instead he gave a smile. "Haha, Master Li is indeed, as what the rumors say, extremely haughty. But based on your innate talent, you're worthy to be that haughty. In Sky Emperor City, youngsters with innate talent have the right to be haughty." The elderly man fiddled with his beard as he smiled and said, "Master Li, I truly have something important to discuss with you." How about this? Not too far in front is Sky Emperor City's famous tea house, Heavenly Aromatic House. Let me be the host and treat you all to some tea while we slowly discuss this matter. How about that? Li Moying's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Apologies, I have something urgent on and have no time to have tea or whatever." If you have something really urgent, please do say it out directly now. The elderly man was slightly surprised as he had not expected that after he had shown 100% sincerity, he was still rejected by the other party. Honestly speaking, very few people would not dare to not give him face like that, not to mention that the person in front of him was a junior. The elderly man's heart started to feel discontented, but thinking that he had unintentionally received this piece of news. The young man in front of him had such outstanding talent that even Mu Qingqing was left in this genius's dust. The elderly man's anger suddenly disappeared totally. He hurriedly said, "I've forgotten to introduce myself earlier. I am Feng Buozhong and I'm from the Feng family, one of the top 10 clans in Sky Emperor City. This time round, I'm here to represent my clan. Hoping to recruit Master Li. As long as Master Li is willing to join my Feng family forces, you will be able to enjoy the clan's top-rated geniuses treatment, with all the cultivation methods or resources at your disposition." After the elderly man self-announced his clan, his words immediately caused bursts of exclamations. Sky Emperor City's surroundings were filled with people and had always been crowded by a huge amount of practitioners gathering around. Earlier, when the team leader suddenly took out the portraits and stopped the entire group, that scene had already attracted quite a number of people to gather around. Especially when Feng Buozhong appeared, it attracted all the bystanders to stay put and crowd around. Hearing him say those words, some of them couldn't help but start to comment. This elderly man is actually part of the Feng family. Feng family is the leader of the top 10 clans, and is an influential and famous powerhouse in Sky Emperor City. Feng Buozhong. Why does this name sound so familiar? Ah, I remember now. Isn't he the clan leader for Feng family? Why would he be here personally? Just what situation is this? Feng family's clan leader personally came over to the city gate to stop them, just to recruit this young man into their clan? Just what backing does this person have? Heavens, it's just too fascinating. Top 10 clans are not only powerful, they also have plenty of inheritances and usually seldom recruit members outside their bloodlines. This time round their clan leader actually personally came. Could this handsome man in front of us really be some peerless genius? But what kind of genius is worth making clan leader Feng come out personally? There is a younger generation in the Feng family, who is a 9th grade mid-level genius. The crowd were whispering and commenting as they casted envious and jealous gazes onto Li Moying, all trying to guess his identity. To be recruited by Sky Emperor City's powerhouse to become the party whom the clan used ways and means to nurture them was the opportunity which every single young practitioner was searching for, even in their dreams. But most of them buzzed around for many years and were still unable to attain their dreams, to join a genuine strong powerhouse, to obtain the inheritance. But now, someone had just entered the city gates and was recruited personally by the clan leader from one of the top 10 clans. So how could they not feel envious over this? When Feng Buozhong heard the praises from the crowd, he couldn't help but felt complacent. Looked like he, Feng Buozhong in Sky Emperor City, was also considered as an important character. Just standing on the streets like that, and so many of them actually recognized him. This time round, just how influential Feng family was, surely Li Moying was able to understand that even without him to say it outright. Feng Buozhong fiddled with his beard as he smiled. "Master Li, we the Feng family has the utmost sincerity, so I wonder what you think of it." Li Moying's expression was unfathomable. Huang Yueli, however, almost burst out laughing. This time round it was already very clear. The guess which she had earlier wasn't wrong at all. This old man was here to recruit her fiancé. Not knowing where Feng family's clansmen heard about Li Moying's innate talent? Sky Emperor City's powerhouses had usually felt disdainful to even go take notice of the four Sky region's geniuses, wasn't it? But it was no wonder that Feng Buozhong was in a hurry to stop them at the city gates. If he was indeed clear on Li Moying's innate talent, then he naturally knew that for a peerless genius like Li Moying, the minute he entered Sky Emperor City, he wouldn't be someone whom a mere Feng family could afford to recruit. He absolutely must hurry over to cheat Li Moying into his hands, before he understood the entire situation. Feng Buozhong was indeed flexible in his thinking. Alas, Li Moying wasn't some blur fool who had just entered Sky Emperor City for the very first time. On the contrary, he was Sky Emperor City's big demon lord. Feng Buozhong's calculations were all wrongly done. Clan leader Feng, I'm sorry, and we appreciate your good intentions. But we have already arranged for these few days, and have no intention to join any powerhouse yet, so we hope you can understand. Huang Yueli knew that Li Moying couldn't be bothered to deal with these sorts of matters, so she had to stand out to reply on his behalf. Feng Buozhong wouldn't give up that easily as he tried his best to persuade further. Master Li, our Feng family's inheritance has been around for 10,000 years, and we have also occupied several orvanes in the outskirts of Sky Emperor City, hence the clan has a vast amount of resources, especially in terms of heaven-grade cultivation methods and profound skills. We also have a few ancient scrolls, so as long as you nod your head, all these are at your disposal. Huang Yueli curbed herself from laughing out. Clan leader Feng, we really don't need these. We really have something urgent, and our Moying still doesn't have any plans to lean on to any powerhouse yet, so will you please let us through? How about this, now that we're considered as acquainted, when there is a need in future, we'll go pay you a visit. Feng Buozhong started to become anxious. What urgent matters do you have to handle? You've just arrived at Sky Emperor City, and rather than going round in circles, blindly, why not just join our clan? Feng family's name is everywhere in the entire Sky Emperor City, so no matter what you need to do, you will be able to get it done easily. What a joke! What was meant by going to look for him in future when there's a need? Feng Buozhong was just too clear that the minute Li Moying entered the city and got in touch with various powerhouses, there would be something strange if he chose to join a mere Feng family by then. Based on his innate talent, which had surpassed Mu Qingqing, wasn't it as easy as lifting a finger for him to join whichever powerhouse he wanted? Huang Yueli was not able to answer in time when Feng Buozhong suddenly thought of something and said, I know. You're in such a hurry to enter the city because you're worried of the Ling family coming to find trouble for you? Huang Yueli blinked and asked out of surprise, how did you know? Huang Yueli was surprised on how he got information on this matter, but Feng Buozhong had misinterpreted, assuming that they were really afraid of the Ling family. Feng Buozhong suddenly felt that he had grasped the crux of the problem. He hurriedly said, Master Li, Miss Bai, both of you please be assured. I found out that you're entering the city today from the clan leader from the Ling family. Ling family wanted to take action against Master Li, so he asked me to help bribe the city guards to capture you. But he was instead lectured by me. For a genius like Master Li to be offended, how could you not exact revenge for it? Saying that, Feng Buozhong changed the topic. But, Ling family's people have apparently not given up. Perhaps they might find other ways to deal with Master Li. But Master Li, please be assured, we, the Feng family, definitely can deter the other top 10 clans. As long as Master Li is willing to join us, we can help to settle the Ling family's trouble. He said this with an impressive style. But actually, the meaning in his words had a threatening effect in it. What he meant was actually to hint Li Moying that he was already being forced into a corner. If he wanted to avoid Ling family from exacting revenge, then the only way was to join Feng family, otherwise Feng family would not bother about this matter. This move was well executed, and if they really didn't know the current situation which Sky Emperor City was in, they might really have fallen for his lies. Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry, but she finally understood that it was Cui Yuanshan who had sold Li Moying's matters out. Seeing her own fiancé already showing an apparent impatient look, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Clan leader Feng, we. Suddenly, while she was still speaking, she was interrupted by someone. Old man Feng, you're a reputable clan leader, and instead of staying at home, why have you run out to the city gates so early in the morning? Just what are you trying to do? Following that, a burst of laughs echoed as a silhouette appeared at the entrance of Sky Emperor City. The person was dressed in a navy blue long robe, looking around 40+ years of age, and there were 2 blades of mustache on top of his lips, bearing the temperament of a scholar. But the profound energy fluctuations coming from him clearly told them that he was a genuine 9th stage realm 8-level practitioner. In terms of cultivation, he was above Feng Buozhong's. The minute he appeared, the surrounding practitioners couldn't help but started to gasp in exasperation again. That's Qingzhenbua, Vice President of Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's Qingzhenbua. He is a famous character in Sky Emperor City's sky chart. Usually it's practically impossible to see him. Why had he appeared right here today? So he's Qingzhenbua. I heard that other than the few who are in 9th stage realm peak, he's the next in line who's most powerful. Not only that, he has the huge backing of Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild and has easy access to profound weapons and medicinal pills. In terms of battle power, he's absolutely top-rated. I'd not expected that we would be able to see this legendary character today. What is he here for? Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. Or perhaps, they already had a faint guess in their hearts, but they weren't willing to believe that such a thing could happen. When Feng Buozhong saw Qingzhenbua appearing, his expression changed, and it immediately turned extremely anxious and uptight. President Qing, these words of yours sound strange. I can be anywhere that I want to, so why can't I be right here at the city gates? How about you? Haven't I heard a few days ago that you're going into closed-door cultivation at home and not going to meet anyone? Why have you suddenly appeared right here? Could it be that you've already come out of closed-door cultivation so quickly? Feng Zhongbua's enmity was extremely obvious. Qingzhenbua saw that, but merely cracked open his lips a little as he replied in ridicule, Clan leader Feng's question is so interesting. I'm here for the same motive that you have as well. This really was whatever was feared would happen. Feng Buozhong's heart thumped wildly for a moment, not expecting that the news of the peerless genius entering Sky Emperor City would spread so fast. Even Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild rushed over. Originally he thought upon hearing this news from Ling family, and even bribing the city gate guards was absolutely the fastest and would definitely be able to lay hands onto Li Moying before everyone else. In the end, the development of things happened in the opposite direction of what he had expected. Li Moying was totally not easy to trick as he totally disregarded everything that he had said. And now precisely because he was delayed for a slight moment, even Qingzhenbua managed to reach in time. Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild, which backed Qingzhenbua, was a famous and reputable large powerhouse in Soaring Heavens continent. Although they were not part of the 7 sacred lands, but their forces in terms of retail outlets, auction houses, and business transactions firms spread throughout the entire Soaring Heavens continent, wielding a shockingly vast amount of fortune. Although Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild didn't have that kind of 10,000-year-old inheritances from those large sects or large clans, but as long as they had money in their hands, there was always a way to get cultivation methods and resources, not to mention a vast amount of intelligence network. All these were something which the Feng family weren't able to match up against. On seeing Qingzhenbua appearing, Feng Buozhong knew that things were going to be troublesome. Indeed, Qingzhenbua shot a provocative glance towards Feng Buozhong and turned towards Li Moying. While sizing him up for a short moment, a sense of admiration flowed within his eyes. Master Li, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. You're indeed a man of striking appearance, truly living up to one's reputation. Even if it was Sovereign from Blue Profound Sect then, he unfortunately wasn't able to match up to you now. This was the highest compliment. Blue Profound Sect's sovereign Mu was exactly Mu Qingqing himself. If it was any other ordinary practitioner, upon hearing such compliments, they would not be overly excited but rather shocked overboard. To be compared to Mu Qingqing. If their innate talent wasn't enough yet being raised to such a high platform, it was simply akin to shortening their lifespan. But Li Moying didn't reveal any excitement nor shock, merely narrowing his eyes as he said softly, "President Qing, you've overpraised me." Huang Yueli threw a gaze towards him and knew what exactly he was thinking. Qing Zhenbua actually used Mu Qingqing as a topic. Although what he said was indeed the truth, but if it was 15 years ago, no practitioners in the entire Soaring Heavens continent would dare to treat Mu Qingqing with any kind of disrespect. Not to mention having the rights to even use him as a topic. But Mu Qingqing had disappeared into closed-door cultivation for 15 years, and all those astonishing things that he had done then had long been forgotten by most people. Otherwise in the yesteryears, even if Qing Zhenbua wanted to die to say such things, no surrounding practitioners around him would have the guts to listen to him talk. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's lips uncontrollably curled a little. No matter what, the big demon lord had already returned to his kingdom, and moreover his innate talent was much higher than before. She wondered if those large powerhouses, which were ready to make trouble, found out about this, would they be shocked to death? Qing Zhenbua didn't realize that something was amiss as he continued speaking. "Master Li, let me introduce myself. I'm Qing Zhenbua. I'm guessing that you must have heard of my name before. The wealth of Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild is something which I imagine that I shouldn't need to explain further. We are not lacking in money, nor resources. As long as you're willing to join Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild, we will definitely utilize the entire guild's power to provide you for cultivation. No matter what kind of condition you raise, how many medicinal pills, spirit stones, profound weapons, cultivation methods, we will be able to satisfy you." Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild had wealth which spoke louder than others, and just this opening from Qing Zhenbua had immediately turned Feng Buozhong into dregs. Feng Buozhong only mentioned about giving Li Moying the utmost top-rate genius treatment, but Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild was different. The minute they opened their mouth, it was to fulfill whatever demands he had, appearing relatively superior as compared to anyone else. Not only that, when Qing Zhenbua swept one glance at Feng Buozhong once again, he continued, "Furthermore, no matter what problems does Master Li have in Sky Emperor City with whichever forces, we will be able to resolve it. I just heard that Master Li seemed to have accidentally killed some direct descendant of the Lung family. This is just a small matter which could be appeased with money, so Master Li need not worry about this." When Feng Buozhong heard that, he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Earlier, in order to make Li Moying feel grateful towards him, he intentionally made the Lin family sound as though they were very incredible, as though settling this matter was a difficult task. In the end, this Qing Zhenbua actually made this sound so simple, as though it could be settled with just a wave of a hand. In this way, under comparison, didn't it mean that his Feng family was much worse off than the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild? A matter which they found it difficult to settle, to Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild, was just a small matter which wasn't even fit to be mentioned about. This was simply trying to be clever, but ended up with egg on his own face. Feng Buozhong felt extremely furious and immediately stood up as he stared angrily at Qing Zhenbua. "President Qing, this is just too much. Everything should be done in order of arrival. Master Li is the person whom we Feng family had taken interest in, and you suddenly popped out like that. What's the meaning of this? Poaching someone from other sects publicly is the disruption of the society regulations. No matter how much wealth your Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild has, surely you can't be that unreasonable, right?" Whoever knew that Qing Zhenbua couldn't even be bothered to look at him straight in the eyes as he continued to persuade Li Moying. "Master Li, how is it? Do take a moment to consider this. You should be very clear that based on your innate talent, it was a sure thing that your existence in Sky Emperor City is definitely top-rated. But in order to speed up your cultivation even quickly, the amount of money that you need to burn would be much more. Even if it was a powerhouse like the top 10 clans, they aren't able to come out with so much money. Only we, Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild, have this ability. Feng Bozhong blew his mustache with his eyes wide open as he really wished that he could send this Qingxinbua who had cut right in, a flying kick. Alas, he could only blame himself for not being fast enough and for not showing enough sincerity, even thinking of using the least price to trick Li Moying into joining their family. With the comparison right now, even an idiot would know that he would choose to join Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild. Li Moying listened to Qingxinbua finishing his words expressionlessly before he started to open his mouth calmly. I thank both of you for thinking highly of me, but as what my fiancé had mentioned earlier, we have no intention to lean towards any powerhouse for now. My apologies. Qingxinbua's expression stiffened, apparently not expecting that he had actually been rejected. This young lad really didn't know what he was rejecting? Feng Bozhong, however, heaved a sigh of relief as he almost laughed out. So what if Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild was rich and overbearing? Weren't they also unable to settle this matter? Qingxinbua did not give up as he continued, Master Li, don't come to a conclusion so quickly. How about this, I'll invite you over to our guild's treasure pavilion to take a look, you can decide after you've. As Qingxinbua was endlessly trying to persuade him, suddenly, they heard gasps of exclamations coming from the crowd. Quickly look. What's that? Quite a number of people heard that and looked over, and immediately following that, they all started screaming in shock. Heavens, that's splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's flying ship. It's no wonder they're one of the 7 sacred lands in Sky Emperor City. Only a super powerhouse like this could steer their flying ship in the Sky Emperor City skies so arrogantly. Strange? From the direction of that flying ship, it seemed to be flying towards our direction? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, that huge and luxurious flying ship flew above everyone's heads. The flying ship lowered slightly and a silhouette flew downwards, landing right in front of Li Moying. The man had a head full of white hair and he was holding on to a walking stick in his hands as though he was so old that he almost couldn't walk. But when Qingxinbua and Feng Bozhong saw him, their expressions changed and bowed slightly as they cried out, Elder Gua. Even Li Moying and Huang Yueli were astonished. Because this Elder Gua's name was Gua Xinqing, someone whom the both of them knew. 15 years ago, he was already one of the famous 9th stage realm peak practitioners from splendid Violent Heavenly Palace. This old man's character was extremely arrogant and they had not expected that he appeared at this place. Could it be that he was here to recruit Li Moying as well? Li Moying and Huang Yueli exchanged glances as they both had the same helpless thought in their minds. Originally they were thinking of sneaking into the city to grasp the situation of Sky Emperor City first. Whoever knew that? They had just entered the city and had thoroughly become famous. This was what's known as causing a sensation in the martial arts circle, startling a great number of people. Among the crowd, there were apparently even more people who recognized Gua Xinqing as their discussions became even louder. Furthermore, even more people now looked at Li Moying as though they were looking at a monster. Elder Gua from splendid Violent Heavenly Palace. Soaring Heavens Continent Sky Chart ranking number 12. This is one of the top exponents behind the scenes in Sky Emperor City, who wouldn't reveal himself easily. He actually came here as well, surely it can't be that, he's also here to recruit that what Masterly right? Surely not right. Impossible right? Elder Gua's backing is one of the 7 sacred lands splendid Violet Heavenly Palace. 7 sacred lands. Just what kind of place is that? Even if it was a peerless genius with 9th grade talent, he also had to pass through various assessments like ordinary practitioners before he could join them. Unless this Master Li is a 9th grade upper talented genius. Huh. What kind of joke is that? Can you even believe the things that you said? Ninth grade upper talents genius. In the past 100 years, there were only two, Mu Qingqing and Huang Yueli. But, earlier when that President Qing praised Master Li, he seemed to have mentioned that his innate talent was comparable to Sovereign Mu. What? How is that possible? Anyway, I'm not going to believe in that. Elder Gua must have another motive in his trip here. Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace had never actively recruited any genius before. The crowd refused to believe, which was understandable. 7 sacred lands were different from ordinary large powerhouses. All of them, without any exception, had ancient inheritances, and the number of top exponents under their wings had accumulated since 10,000 years ago. Just a mere immature genius was commonly seen, so how would they even treat him as something? Plus the 7 sacred lands saying their own praises of their statuses, they wouldn't possibly lower their heads to go beg anyone. Not to mention Li Moying, who was just a newbie who had just entered Sky Emperor City. However, different from the surrounding ordinary practitioners, Qing Zhenbua and Feng Buozhong were silently anxious, because they were very sure that Gua Zhenqing's motive was 99% the same as theirs. Those so-called peerless geniuses, in Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's eyes, were indeed just like that. But Li Moying was different. Just 20 over years old, and had already broken through the 9th stage realm stage. Just what kind of innate talent was that? It was a shocking piece of news, which made one frightened to even think carefully along this line. That year when Mu Qingqing broke through to the 9th stage realm, he was almost nearing 30 years old, and that had already caused a huge commotion throughout the entire Soaring Heavens continent. But Li Moying was much faster than Mu Qingqing by such a large margin, completely leaping upwards in one shot. It was imaginable that it would take at most 5 to 6 years for him to promote into 9th stage realm peak, perhaps even surpassing the once #1 top exponent Mu Qingqing. After some time, what would his achievements be? Would he become the first practitioner to break through the 10th stage realm and ascend to God realm, after so many years since the fast change of heaven and earth during ancient times? This kind of genius had already surpassed everyone's imagination, and in front of him, even the 7 sacred lands weren't able to sit still. Feng Buozhong and the others felt the anger within. But they didn't dare to say it. 7 sacred land statuses were very high in Sky Emperor City, and the strength of their ability was something which the people outside the city could hardly imagine, hence he was someone whom the both of them could not afford to offend. Moreover, since Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's people were here, they would definitely have no chance anymore, so they could only watch with their eyes open as Gua Zhenqing abducted them away. Gua Zhenqing was a man who was even more particular than Feng Zhenbua and the others, hence he didn't personally go up to fawn on Li Moying. Instead he brought along 2 sidekicks. A young man behind him took quick steps up ahead as he cupped his fist into the other hand and said, "Master Li, I am Wen Yikai, a direct disciple from Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace." He paused for a moment, waiting for Li Moying to express a shocked and adoration look. Whoever knew that the crowd around them were already gasping in shock and astonishment, but Li Moying merely cast at him a look which was cold and distant, not knowing if he had heard what he said or not. Wen Yikai's expression turned slightly ugly as he had not expected that Li Moying to actually be that conceited. No matter how strong Li Moying's innate talent was, but he was after all a direct disciple of Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace. In the future when Li Moying joined their Heavenly Palace, he was considered as his senior brother. How could he not give him face in such a manner? Wen Yikai was infuriated, but he remembered that he was acting on Gua Zhenqing's instructions, to treat this peerless genius with extreme deferential treatment, hence he forcibly controlled his own temper and continued to speak to him in a pleasant countenance. "Master Li, my master had passed by today and heard about your matter. He had always been interested in young men with great innate talent and wanted to have a chat with you, so I'd like to trouble you to come over with me to meet him." Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace sung their own praises of their statuses, so the words which they say out were unlike Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild to be so mercenary, outright and straight. They had not even said anything about recruiting Li Moying under their wing. But whoever present would have understood that this was Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's way of expressing their good intentions towards Li Moying. For a moment, everyone was filled with envy. Heavens! Elder Gua had really come for this masterly. To make Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's elder come over to recruit him personally, just what backing does this man have? Don't know, I really don't know. This is the first time I've seen this man appearing in Sky Emperor City. If he was some old man in Sky Emperor City, he wouldn't absolutely be some intricate nameless youngster, which no one could recognize. So today must be the first day that he had entered the city. First day entering the city, and he already attracted Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's attention. Just what kind of innate talent does he have? Really, when one is compared to another, one would die from it. Great innate talent, and able to join one of the 7 sacred lands, this Master Li's future is limitless. When Wen Yikai heard these discussions, he somehow felt slightly imbalanced inside. Speaking of that, he himself had 9th grade lower innate talent, and that year, he had begged shamelessly, passing several rounds of assessments before he was able to formally become a disciple to Gua Xinqing as his master, but now Gua Xinqing actually came over personally to take Li Moying as his disciple. This young lad looked very young, with his hair not fully grown yet. Other than being exceptionally good-looking, which would make any ladies who saw him going weak in the knee, there didn't seem any other exceptional part about him. Could he really be more powerful than himself? Wen Yikai silently decided that in future, after Li Moying became his junior brother, he would take good care of him, to let this fellow know just how deep the concrete details of Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace was, and that he wasn't the only genius there. Wen Yikai was planning these in his mind, but by surprise, he suddenly heard Li Moying's cold and distant voice ringing from above his head. Master Wen, I appreciate your master's kind intentions, but I have no interest to meet with him, please leave. Wen Yikai went into a blank. What did you say? He simply felt that he must have heard wrongly. Because this matter should absolutely not have happened. An elder from one of the 7 sacred lands came here personally and even sent his beloved disciple under his wing to introduce themselves. To any young man in Sky Emperor City, it was an utmost glory. Even if the recipient was a 9th grade talented genius, that person should regard it as an honor and immediately run over to fawn on them with jolting buttocks. Wen Yikai had not expected that there would be anyone who would reject the meeting. Li Moying's gaze brushed past Feng Buozhong and the others, and he calmly replied, We've delayed our journey for quite some time and I understand all your intentions, but I've also made things very clear, I will not lean towards any of your forces. When Wen Yikai heard what he said, he suddenly came to realize the truth. It really wasn't him having any hallucination, but this so-called peerless genius had water in his brain, otherwise he was really crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Did you think Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace can be compared to the Feng family, that kind of small powerhouse? This is one of the 7 sacred lands. Do you know just how many elders in the 9th stage realm do we Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace have? How many ancient historical inheritances that we have? How many exclusive cultivation resources? Wen Yikai raised his voice. He felt that if Li Moying didn't had any issue with his head, then he must be a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and wasn't sure of what's going on, to actually put Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace together on the same level as Feng family, that kind of forces. However, even after he exhausted his shouting to advertise, Li Moying still wasn't moved at all as his brows rose. So what about that? Wen Yikai's eyes turned wide. So what about that? Do you know that is the opportunity which so many practitioners had dreamed of? Li Moying replied indifferently, Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace is indeed extraordinary, but it doesn't suit me. I can only apologize as a reply. Saying that, he held Huang Yueli's hand in his, and calmly replied, goodbye as he prepared to leave. Everyone had an extremely astonished gaze as they stared fixedly at his silhouette, watching as he carefully held his fiancée and brought her into his arms, evading the crowd. No one dared to believe that Li Moying had really rejected the good intentions from splendid Violet Heavenly Palace. Even though Guo Xinqing was just standing not too far away, he did not even head over immediately to meet him. Wasn't this just a little too arrogant? Not even placing a 9th stage realm, peak top practitioner, who did he thought he was? What kind of status did Elder Guo had, for him to treat him with such disdain? Under his rage, he might even just kill him with one strike. As expected, the crowd's mind had just flashed by this thought when they saw Guo Xinqing's figure moving. A blurry bright silhouette flashed past and he immediately stopped Li Moying in his tracks. "Lad, you're indeed bold. Do you know who I am?" Guo Xinqing's face was filled with wrinkles, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, with an imposing glint. Just as Guo Xinqing was talking, he silently unleashed the profound energy within his body. Strong suppression enveloped the entire region. Pft! 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 The weaker practitioners around them had immediately thrown up blood and fainted. Li Moying's expression remained indifferent as though he had not suffered much suppression. The influence on one's profound energy suppression was first determined on one's cultivation and then followed by the intensity of their meridians. The more stable the foundation and more tenacious it was in talented practitioners, the more they were able to take the suppression from practitioners who were of higher cultivations than them. Based on Li Moying's current God-grade innate talent, even if a powerful practitioner from God realm descended, it would be difficult to use suppression to cause him any harm. Moreover, Guo Xinqing was just a 9th stage realm peak practitioner. The number of practitioners who were throwing up blood around them were increasing, and quite a number of them could not withstand the suppression from such a peerless top exponent, hence they had all fallen onto the ground twitching as they foamed at the mouth. If it was any other sex forces, on seeing so many practitioners around them being affected, in order not to cause too much of a chaos, they would definitely have stopped by now. However, Guo Xinqing didn't even bother to cast a look at those weak ones as he had once again increased the degree of his profound energy, directly casting towards Li Moying's direction. The life and death of those weak surrounding them was of no concern to him at all. 7 sacred lands. Was just this overbearing and conceited? Li Moying's expression met Guo Xinqing's vision coldly. He knew for sure that Guo Xinqing would make a move to test him. Part of the reason was because he couldn't accept Li Moying's rejection, whereas on the other hand, which was the more important reason, it was definitely to test his potential. After all, that rumor regarding Li Moying's innate talent was just too ridiculous. Unless he witnessed it with his own eyes, otherwise anyone would have their suspicions. Li Moying narrowed his eyes slightly as numerous thoughts flashed past his mind swiftly. If he were to exhibit his potential right here now, it was possible that Guo Xinqing would not be willing to let him off even more so. But if he had to pretend to not go up against him and lose in a sorry state. Even if it was just a pretense, based on his conceited pride, it was totally unacceptable. While Li Moying was thinking it through, Guo Xinqing had increased his profound energy suppression by another notch. Even a 9th stage realm practitioner, like Feng Buozhong, found it hard to sit or stand still. Just at this moment, Guo Xinqing suddenly let out an exclamation, as his vision shifted from Li Moying to his side. Li Moying's heart jolted as he turned around to look at Huang Yueli. He saw this young lass having a slightly pale expression, but she was still standing firm on the ground, totally not falling down or throwing up blood. This young lady. Guo Xinqing suddenly opened his mouth. If Huang Yueli was a 9th stage realm practitioner, this expression could only be said to be just passable, and not attract Guo Xinqing's attention. However, the profound energy fluctuations from her apparently meant that she only had a mere 5th stage realm later stage cultivation. Honestly speaking, based on her age, to be in the 5th stage realm already wasn't bad at all, but just based on cultivation alone, in Sky Emperor City, she was only considered to be middle class and below. The surrounding practitioners who had the same cultivation level as her had all fallen down twitching and fainted. But although she was in the center of suppression, she still remained standing properly. This innate talent was indeed shocking, probably not too far off from the man standing next to her. When Lemoyne saw Guo Jinqing's bright eyes, his heart silently sighed. This round things weren't going so well. No matter if he moved or not, none of them were going to be able to leave. Lemoyne took a side step and blocked himself in front of Huang Yueli. On one hand, it was to obstruct a large part of Guo Jinqing's profound energy suppression, while on the other hand, it was to block the investigative vision which this old man had landed on to Lear. Elder Guo, you're looking for my fiancé, what may we do for you? Guo Jinqing met Lemoyne's cold gloomy eyes, and went into a slight blank. Your fiancé? It was now that he finally recalled that it was once mentioned in the report regarding Lemoyne's data, that this astonishingly peerless genius had already gotten engaged at such a young age. But Guo Jinqing totally didn't bother to take notice of his fiancé's biodata at all. From what he thought, if Lemoyne indeed had that kind of rumored innate talent, then even a top-talented lady in Sky Emperor City would only be suited to be his concubine, what more for a young lass who had popped out from some countryside. After Lemoyne had entered splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, the sect would definitely arrange for other ladies with much outstanding innate talent for them to engage in double cultivation. A country lass from the South Sky region was not even qualified to be his bondmaid. But if Lemoyne really liked her that much, taking her in as a servant to warm up his bed wasn't impossible. With this first impression which lasted in his mind, Guo Jinqing totally wouldn't admit that Lemoyne had a fiancé, so naturally he wouldn't go take notice of what her innate talent or cultivation was at. It was right until he met her in person that he realized that he had thought wrongly. Furthermore, it was extremely ridiculously wrong. Based on 5th stage realm cultivation to easily deflect a 9th stage realm practitioner suppression, that kind of innate talent was at least 9th grade upper talent and above. There wouldn't be a second in the entire Sky Emperor City. No wonder Lemoyne was in such a hurry to tie her down, so. He wasn't silly, nor was he indulging in her female charms, but he had already long knew that the young lady beside him was the only one whose existence was compatible with his. Lemoyne, what on earth do you know? This young master here is indulging in her female charms. Guo Jinqing was instantly excited. What was called cake dropping from the sky? This was it. He had not expected that he came because of Lemoyne alone, but he had discovered two peerless geniuses at one go instead. The more fortunate thing was these two were a couple and their relationship was really good. As long as he could settle Lemoyne, he would definitely be able to take in this young lass into his wing as well, which was killing two birds with one stone. To take in 2 9th grade talent disciples. If it really went according to his way, Guo Jinqing would probably wake up from his dream while laughing. Thinking of this, Guo Jinqing totally discarded the stance of a 7 sacred land elder and kept away all the profound energy which he had unleashed. His wrinkled face revealed a smile as he took a step upwards, and his attitude instantly became unusually amiable and kindly. Master Li, Miss Bai, which powerhouse do you intend to lean towards? Which area does splendid Violet Heavenly Palace make you dissatisfied? Or could it be that you have other conditions? Feel free to speak your mind and let's discuss it. Why must you keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles away the minute you voice out? When Guo Jinqing said those practitioners who had not fainted all opened their eyes wide as their chins all fell onto the ground. This, just what situation was this? Why had Elder Guo, who had always been cold, aloof and arrogant, suddenly had a change of face? Hearing this tone, he seemed to be getting into Lemoyne's good books. Just what was wrong with this? Lemoyne had totally not hesitated to reject his recruitment, so shouldn't Guo Jinqing be throwing a rage and killing him with one palm strike? Why was it that he actually smiled instead? Lemoyne knew clearly that Guo Jinqing had taken interest in his Lear for sure. This old man's sight isn't too bad, but unfortunately he had misjudged the scenario wrongly. Li Moying shook his head without any hesitation. Elder Gua, we really don't wish to raise any conditions, but we just merely don't want to join Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace. Gua Zhenqing frowned, apparently not believing in what he said. Mr. Li, we are upright people, so we won't say unclear things. You and your fiancé have arrived in Sky Emperor City, certainly to seek more chances, and to seek a breakthrough in your way of cultivation. Based on your innate talent, to break through, you're merely lacking in cultivation methods, inheritances, and various resources, and all these are exactly our Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's forte. Although among the 7 sacred lands, we Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace had always been the lowest key clan, but in terms of inheritances and resources, we are in no way inferior to the other few families. Moreover, I can guarantee that you and your fiancé will obtain Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's full support, choosing freely from any cultivation method or resources which you want. The minute he said that, it caused another bustle. The conditions which Gua Zhenqing had raised actually wasn't much different from Qingzhenbua, but the amount of money involved was miles apart. Soaring Haven's merchant guild's inheritance and resources were after all limited. But Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, as one of the 7 sacred lands, the number of inheritances which they held were as vast as the deep sea, innumerable. Many ancient Kabbalah which seemed to have been lost from an outsider's view, could all be found in the scripture depository. However, in such a large powerhouse, inheritances were also hard to obtain as the management was extremely strict. Even for direct disciples, it was necessary to use the clan's contributions to exchange for it. Now Gua Zhenqing actually made the promise of choosing freely as they wished. Just what kind of concept was that? Even if he was Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's elder, not everyone had this kind of authority. If this went out, it would make all the practitioners in Sky Emperor City envy them to death. Everyone assumed that when Li Moying heard this condition, he would definitely not hesitate any further and agree to it immediately. This was a rare opportunity, which could not be found easily, and once they've missed it, how would there be a second time? Even if Li Moying really didn't want to incline towards any forces, but he would surely change his mind at this time, right? Even Luo Jiyun, Moe, and the rest also felt that Li Moying would nod his head. Whoever knew that when Li Moying heard that, the expression on his face did not change as he resolutely shook his head. Elder Gua, I've already made things very clear. No matter what conditions you offer, it's impossible for me to join the Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace. You. Gua Zhenqing also couldn't breathe. As Skychart's 12-ranked top exponent, he didn't have many opponents in the entire Sky Emperor City, so whichever practitioner saw him wouldn't shiver in fear and trepidation, treating him like an emperor? How many years had it been since he had automatically expressed any good intent towards anyone? Whoever knew that he had already got off his high horse, and yet Li Moying actually refused to give any face to him? On hearing the surroundings' whisperings, Gua Zhenqing's old face couldn't hang on any further. Good, you're indeed a peerless genius who had appeared once every 10,000 years, indeed conceded. A pity, no matter how high your innate talent is, your wings have yet to grow, and you're being too arrogant. Since you refuse to listen to my kind words, then don't blame me for being nasty. Gua Zhenqing couldn't take his loss of face as his expression changed, and the profound energy in his body suddenly gathered in an instant as he abruptly struck out. A 9th-stage realm practitioner's penetrative and overbearing profound energy suddenly struck out towards Li Moying. Momentarily, intense profound energy fluctuations forced the surrounding practitioners to keep on retreating. Bursts of shrill cries filled the sky, and a flash of striking bright light enveloped with shocking power rushed towards Li Moying. This burst of turbulent surge of profound energy was like flood waters. Not only was it extremely overbearing, it also blocked off Li Moying's up, down, left, right, all directions as it all charged towards the position which he was standing at. The minute the bursts of energy closed in around him, Li Moying would be wrapped in between the profound energy, causing instantaneous injuries all over. Xianxia had a cold smile on his face as he stared intently at Li Moying, just waiting to see his disheveled look after he was struck. However, Li Moying merely casted a slight glance at him and his right finger pointed upwards as he lightly pointed in midair. A word came out of his mouth softly, break. Following his action, Xianxing's burst of profound energy actually burst in accordance with his command as an intense explosive sound was heard in midair, causing the surrounding few blocks of houses nearby to suffer from the explosion. Whereas Li Moying himself, who was standing in the middle of the profound energy storm, was totally unharmed. On the contrary, Xianxing suffered the backlash from his own profound skill, which hurt his chest as his blood started churning, almost throwing up blood. You, how is this possible? Xianxing stared at him with his eyes wide open fixedly, totally unable to believe what he had just seen. He had intentionally shown off his might in front of Li Moying, to let him see his own ability, hence when he made a move, he had used the profound skill which had set a name for himself, something which he was most proud of, river convergence sea palm strike. But Xianxing's motive was still to take him in as a disciple, hence he didn't want to cause any serious damage to Li Moying, so he only used 30% of his energy. But even so, this move was still exceedingly powerful because this was Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's exclusive god-grade profound skill, which was passed down from an ancient inheritance. Ordinary practitioners from small forces, even if their cultivation reached 9th stage realm 9th level, they wouldn't have any resistance against this kind of astonishingly destructive power. Whereas Li Moying was only at 9th stage realm 1st level, where his ability was miles apart from Xianxing. Furthermore, he came from a small sect in South Sky region, hence he couldn't possibly have seen any kind of god-grade profound skill. How could he possibly have such precise sight to be able to see through the only Achilles heel in just a flash of thought, and even pinpointed it exactly in just one move? How would Xianxing ever know that Li Moying was not some ignorant young lad from a small sect, but he was the most knowledgeable big demon lord in the entire Soaring Heavens continent? Just Xianxing himself, he had already been beaten hands down by Mu Qingying, so just how much skills did he had, how would Li Moying possibly not know? But in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this scene was just simply too shocking. A newly arrived freshman in Sky Emperor City actually didn't suffer any losses under Xianxing, and even easily blocked his turbulent move? This kind of genius was simply unheard of. Xianxing's elderly face started to be filled with an embarrassing red shade, feeling that his face was thoroughly lost. At the same time, he valued Li Moying's innate talent even further as his thirst to take him under his wing grew. He gave a slight cough as he covered up and said, "This young lad, your power of comprehension is indeed not bad at all, and your innate talent has passed by me. How about taking a few more strikes, to try it out?" His skillful words made the surrounding practitioners reveal an enlightened look. So, Elder Guo was just testing Master Li's ability. That palm strike had probably not even used 50% of his strength, no wonder he could take it on so easily. Elder Guo really gave a lot of thought into this. That Master Li is able to get such nurturing from Elder Guo, it's really his blessing for 3 lifetimes. Under everyone's praises, Xianxing finally found back some face as his expression seemed slightly better. He fiddled with his beard as he put on an unfathomable look and said, "Master Li, have you thought it through already? If you haven't, then I will continue to show you my moves." Huang Yueli looked at his pretense and couldn't help but laughed out. Luckily, the bustle from their surroundings overpowered her voice, hence Xianxing didn't notice it at all. Huang Yueli shook her head as she was also shocked by Xianxing's thick skin. In the past, she had always thought that this old man was especially pretentious, and from the looks of it now, it seemed that it was really so. But from his stance that revealed his unwillingness to forgive, could it be that he really intended to forcibly bring her and Li Moying away? Now was the sounding out phase, which was still okay, but if they really started to fight, just based on her and Li Moying's current ability, no matter what they wouldn't be able to fight with a 9th stage realm peak practitioner. Adding on to the fact that splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's flying ship had stopped right above their heads. Looked like they had to think of an idea to get away. Just as she was racking her brains, she suddenly felt a tug on her sleeve from behind. Huang Yueli turned around and saw Luo Jiyun moving close up as he whispered, "Lil sister-in-law, you'd better hurry and persuade eldest senior brother." Huang Yueli went into a blank. Persuade him? Persuade him on what? Luo Jiyun frowned, apparently not expecting that Huang Yueli would be that dazed. Sigh. Lil sister-in-law, why are you also? Do you guys know or not, Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's recruitment, what does that mean? I've heard of the practitioners in Sky Emperor City mention that Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace is one of the 7 sacred lands, but they are one of the top forces in the entire Soaring Heavens continents. All the geniuses who are able to join the 7 sacred lands treat it as an honor, and every 10 years when the 7 sacred lands recruit disciples, many geniuses from everywhere all rushed over, just fighting and hoping to gain a quota. Now Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's elder actually personally came over to invite eldest senior brother, wanting to take him in as a disciple. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed that he seems to be one of the top-rated top exponent in Sky Emperor City. Why wouldn't eldest senior brother agree to it? What is he still waiting for? If he misses this town, then he won't come across the shop anymore. Luo Jiyun tweaked his ears and scratched his cheek as he was so anxious that he kept stomping his feet. He was really feeling anxious for Li Moying. This was the 7 sacred lands. Moreover, the minute he joined them, he would become an elder's direct disciple, freely choosing from the cultivation methods or resources. Who could offer better conditions than these? Luo Jiyun really couldn't understand what his own eldest senior brother was still hesitating about. Even the usually composed Moe couldn't sit still, as he lowered his voice and asked, "Third Miss, why does Master refuse to go to Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace?" This elder Gua is really very sincere. They really couldn't understand. Li Moying came to Sky Emperor City, wasn't it for the sake of formally becoming an apprentice to a master to cultivate? Why didn't he just follow the flow and join Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace? Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry. She had some dealings with Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace in her past life, so did she need them to tell her about their condition? She helplessly said, "Can all of you have some confidence in Moying? He definitely has some arrangement of his own, so you need not worry." A mere Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace had made them so unperturbed already. If they found out about the ultimate place which they were going to end up at, the legendary number 1 sacred lands in every practitioner's heart, Blue Profound Sect, wouldn't they be so shocked that they would faint? By now, Xianxia had already lost his patience. The surrounding practitioners didn't know, but he understood it very clearly. Li Moying was young and had lofty aspirations with excellent innate talent, hence it was reasonable for him to be this conceited. Towards this kind of peerless genius, he could only use absolute power to convince him totally. Hence, Xianxia didn't hesitate any further as he gave a light cough. "Mr. Li, this old man is going to strike again." He had decided that this time round, he must absolutely display his absolute power to let Li Moying understand his incredibility. Whoever knew that his words had just fallen when a resonant neigh was heard. Immediately following that was the sound of the fluttering of wings. Xianxia had already extended his right hand halfway as he stopped in mid-air, entirely stunned. Because in the entire Sky Emperor City, powerhouses which had special authority to fly in the skies could be counted with one's fingers, but amongst them, the only one who didn't require a mechanism to operate the flying ship but insisted on using flying beasts to pull the ship was. The fluttering of wings sound got nearer and nearer, and also more and more distinct. The flying beasts, which pulled the boat, were entirely white ink-crowned snow condors. Other than the ink-colored crown, tip of wings and tail feathers, the other parts of it were of pure snow-white color. Every ink-crowned snow condor's wings extended to at least 20 meters long, and when so many of them extended their wings, it hid the sky and covered the earth, hiding a large portion of the sky above everyone's heads, causing a part of the region to turn dark. Ink-crowned snow condors were genuine 8th-grade magical beasts. Not only were they flying speed extremely swift, their attack power was also shockingly incredible. Ordinary 9th stage realm practitioners might not even be able to escape from an ink-crowned snow condor alive. But such valiant flying beasts were just like ordinary horses right now, being reared as they were sheathed with ropes to pull the ship. Furthermore, it wasn't just one or two but an entire fleet of 36 of them. A large majority of practitioners had never seen this stance as their eyes widened like full moons with their mouths agape, staring blanking into the sky, all assuming that their conscience weren't clear and they had developed hallucinations. But when the trio Guozhenqing, Qingzhenbua, and Feng Buozhong saw that flying ship above everyone's heads, they were so frightened that their legs almost turned into jelly. This is Sovereign Mu's snow cloud sky ship. There was only one in the entire Sky Emperor city who used ink-crowned snow condors to pull the flying ship, and that was Blue Profound Sect's Sovereign Mu, number 1 top exponent in Soaring Heavens Continent's Mu Qingqing's personal use flying ship. In the past, whenever this flying ship appeared, numerous practitioners would be frightened out of their wits as they knelt down onto the ground, but this flying ship had not appeared for the past 15 to 16 years, hence those ordinary practitioners who had just entered the city had not recognized it. But for those top exponents who had established themselves for a long time, it was impossible for Guozhenqing and the others to not recognize it. Just what was going on? Could it be that the unparalleled peak practitioner that year had reappeared in Sky Emperor City? Guozhenqing and the others looked at one another in dismay, as all they could see from each other's eyes were shock and surprise. This was impossible, right? Didn't they all say that Mu Qingqing had entered Qi deviation when he was in closed-door cultivation, and there was an 80% chance that his bones had turned into ashes? Even Huang Yueli widened her eyes in surprise. She was the most familiar with this flying ship, because this was the most complex 9th-tier profound armament which she had refined personally. Snow Cloud Skyship required 8th-grade magical beasts to pull the ship, absolutely not because it was glamorous, but because the internal structure was just too complex, and if it had to be operated with mechanics, then it would simply be too heavy. In order to maintain the best condition of the flying ship, they decided on using ink-crowned snow condors to pull the ship. In this way, not only would it lessen the weight, it would also raise the flying speed to a new limit. In a flash, it would reach 100 miles. This was one of the most delighted words of Huang Yueli's, and only Blue Profound Sect had the ability to tame so many ink-crowned snow condors to materialize her concept. Huang Yueli raised her head and observed for a moment, then tugged Li Moying's back as she whispered, "Why had the snow cloud skyship appeared here as well? Have you asked Blue Profound Sect's people to come for reinforcement?" Li Moying nodded his head and lowered his voice as he leaned towards her ear. "Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's old man Gua has his sights on us, and earlier his disciple had ran away secretly, apparently to look for reinforcements. If we don't have any reinforcements, then we can forget about leaving. If we were really captured to Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, then things would take a difficult turn." Huang Yueli looked at his slightly frowning face, and she couldn't help but burst out into laughter. No wonder Li Moying was at a loss. If the two of them were forcibly brought back to Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, then ultimately he would still require the 4 great guardians to pick them up, then they would totally not be able to keep low-key at all. The worst of it all was that Li Moying's identity would be exposed sooner or later, and if his capture to Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's matter was exposed, it would be the only stain towards his entire wise times. If this was known to anyone else, they would probably laugh their tooth off. It was really damaging to the number 1 top exponent's pride. Li Moying stared at his black-bellied little fox in his arms. "You're still laughing." He really couldn't wait to take a bite off her. Her own fiancé was stuck in a difficult position, and yet she was still gloating over his misfortune? She was really a little thing with no conscience. Huang Yueli stopped laughing. Who asked you to be so genius? Now you're finally famous, eh? Li Moying pinched her gently at her waist. My genius fiancé's contributions wouldn't go unnoticed as well. Under everyone's awestruck gazes, the snow-cloud skyship slowly landed above everyone's heads. It was until now that a few practitioners finally recognized the huge totem at the bottom of the snow-cloud skyship. Take a look quickly. That's the emblem of Blue Profound Sect. This is Blue Profound Sect's flying ship? No wonder. No wonder it's so eye-catching. Heavens, isn't Blue Profound Sect very mysterious and rarely appeared in Sky Emperor City? Now it actually appeared with great fanfare in the city entrance? What big matter is happening? Could it be, surely it isn't like what I'm guessing, right? What is your guess? Could it be that Blue Profound Sect has the same idea in mind with Splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, just to recruit that Mr. Li? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. What kind of place is the Blue Profound Sect? That is the most sacred land among the sacred lands. Even ninth stage realm, peak practitioners can forget about joining them easily, and Sovereign Mu had never personally recruited anyone before. How would he personally send anyone over for a genius? But, if it's not like this, why would Blue Profound Sect's flying ship suddenly appear at this place? Everyone's vision started to float uncontrollably towards Li Moying. Everyone kept on pondering in their minds, guessing just what was his background. Why did he attract so many powerhouses' attention on the first day of his entry to the city? Moreover, the backing just got bigger and bigger. Now even the Blue Profound Sect was alarmed. Just at this moment, a ramp was slowly released from the side of the flying ship and a man's silhouette appeared in midair. Xianxia and the others shivered all over as they immediately turned their gazes towards that figure. By the time they saw the incoming person clearly, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The person who appeared at the top of the ramp was not Mu Qingqing, but the leader of his 4 great guardians, Song Pajun. Blue Profound Sect's clansmen were filled with plenty of people with power, and Mu Qingqing's most trusted 4 great guardians were all 9th stage realm peak practitioners. Song Pajun was ranked 8 on the sky chart, and his potential was even higher than Xianxia. Song Pajun naturally wasn't some easygoing person, but no matter what, he wasn't Mu Qingqing himself. After Xianxia and the others saw him, the stone in their hearts was finally let go by a chunk. If it really was Mu Qingqing who had appeared, it would really scare these people to death alive. Heavens knew just how much that shockingly powerful king with no match had increased in his ability, to what degree after so many years of closed-door cultivation. For the past 10 over years, many of them had assumed that he was dead and had secretly done some things behind his back, and if he really met with it personally, the only end result was death with no burial grounds. Luckily, they were only scaring themselves. The one who appeared on the snow-cloud skyship was only Song Pajun. Even so, Xianxia and the others still felt a little uneasy as they kept sizing up their options while staring at the flying ship continuously. After all, the snow-cloudy skyship was Mu Qingqing's personal use flying ship in the past, and even if it was his most trusted aide Song Pajun, he didn't have the guts to use it privately. Now that he dared to sit in this flying ship, was Mu Qingqing really dead or not? Or, was Mu Qingqing on the ship, just now showing himself? Just as Xianxia and the others were being apprehensive, Song Pajun had already led his subordinates, landing onto the ground. Xianxia and the others immediately swarmed upwards as they kept fawning on him. Sir Pajun, we haven't met for a long time. How have you been? It's been some time since we last met. Sir Pajun's cultivation seemed to have advanced. Congratulations. I was just thinking of heading over to Blue Profound Sect some other day to meet with Sir. I'd not expected that we would meet here so coincidentally. Guizhenqing was still considered alright as he politely cupped his fist into his other hand, but Qingzhenbua and Feng Buozhong ran over rather dog-leggedly as they were just short of cleaning Song Pejun's shoes for him. Song Pejun seemed as though he didn't hear their flattery as he didn't even shift his sight and headed straight upwards. Everyone involuntarily retreated as they opened up a path for him. Song Pejun walked towards Li Moying, and when he was just a few steps away, he stopped and sized up the young lad in front of his eyes. After his rebirth, Li Moying's current looks was simply too young, and moreover the imposing manner from him, although to an ordinary practitioner, was already extremely powerful, but to Song Pejun's impression of that unparalleled strong practitioner, he seemed to be just short of that little bit. Just as Song Pejun was hesitant, Li Moying abruptly lifted his eyes and met with his. The bitter frost beneath his eyes appeared, and that severe and fearful murderous intent was so realistic that it made one feel fear all over. Song Pejun's body shivered as his legs turned soft, almost kneeling down right there. This familiar gaze and temperament, he absolutely would not recognize it wrongly. This was Mu Qingying's reincarnation. Just as Song Pejun was about to kneel on the ground, Li Moying suddenly spoke out. "Sir Pejun, what may I do for you?" That cold voice, which bore the suppressing feeling that assimilated one's will and soul, made Song Pejun's brain buzzed. When he heard Li Moying actually greeting him as Sir, he suddenly regained his composure, recalling the instructions that Li Moying had sent to him in his letter, to not expose his identity in public. Song Pejun hurriedly steadied himself as he forcibly stood upright. But in outsider's eyes, his earlier action was a little too strange, as though he wasn't able to walk steadily, almost falling down flat on his face. Huang Yueli almost burst out laughing again. It was simply like a mouse seeing a cat. But this had also verified just how powerful Mu Qingying was then. Even after so many years, he was still able to make his subordinates fall under his awe-inspiring ability. Song Pejun was stared coldly by Li Moying, and he shivered, instinctively feeling that he had almost messed up the task which he was given. He hurriedly mended the pen after the sheep were lost as he gave a slight cough and put on an arrogant posture. "You are Master Li? Since you already know who I am, then I need not give any more explanations. With respect to Sovereign Mu's orders, I'm here to invite Master Li back to Blue Profound Sect." When those words were heard, the surrounding practitioners' eyes almost all popped out. They had not expected that Song Pejun's appearance right here was actually really to recruit Li Moying. Just what kind of innate talent did this Li guy had? Even Blue Profound Sect came up and expressed their good intentions. Guizhenqing and the others felt as though they were struck by lightning. They had already long guessed Song Pejun's intentions and knew that since Blue Profound Sect's great guardian had appeared, the bunch of them would definitely not have any more chance, which wasn't so surprising. What was really shocking was Song Pejun's sentence, "with respects to Sovereign Mu's orders." Hearing the meaning in his words, could it really mean that Mu Qingying had really come out of his closed-door cultivation? Li Moying pretended to consider for a short moment and nodded his head. "Since that's the case, will Sir Pejun please lead the way?" He couldn't be bothered to put on an act any further because based on Blue Profound Sect's status, no matter how arrogant the geniuses were, they all treated entering Blue Profound Sect as an honor. His sudden change of mind would not make anyone feel surprised at all. Song Pejun wasn't willing to continue acting as well because being greeted by his own sovereign with a word "sir" made his spine felt chilly every single time he heard that. He hurriedly nodded his head in a fluster. "Master Li, please come along with me." Saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave, thinking of leaving this awkward place. On seeing the both of them about to leave, Guizhenqing stood up in a hurry, and he shot upwards quickly and asked, "Sir Pejun, please wait a moment. This old man has a word of inquiry." Song Pejun's footsteps took a halt. "Elder Gua, today it indeed was your splendid violet heavenly palace who had reached here first, but Master Li had chosen Blue Profound Sect. This is—" No, this old man here doesn't mean that. Masterly choosing Blue Profound Sect is a justified and reasonable choice. Guozhenqing hurriedly shook his head and followed, asking carefully, Sir Pajun, the snow cloud sky ship had not appeared in Sky Emperor City for 10 over years, and today its sudden appearance, does it mean that Sovereign Mu has come over personally? He watched Song Pajun's expression carefully, trying to find an answer. If it was only Song Pajun who had taken interest in Limoying, wanting to snatch him away, Guozhenqing would not easily pass him up so easily. The person who was truly snatching him away was in Song Pajun's hint in his words. If Mu Qingqing had really come and he truly went against Blue Profound Sect's meaning, wouldn't it be seeking for death? Guozhenqing wanted to probe on the truth of this matter. Song Pajun turned his head back and looked at him straight in the eye as he replied calmly, Elder Gua is an established top exponent for many years. Surely you're very clear that other than our sovereign, no one else would be able to utilize this snow cloud skyship, isn't it? He intentionally avoided Guozhenqing's question. He didn't admit, nor did he deny. Guozhenqing's expression instantly turned extremely pale. From what he saw, Song Pajun's answer was simply equivalent to admitting that Mu Qingqing was sitting right in the snow cloud sky ship. Guozhenqing totally didn't doubted Song Pajun's words, because any practitioner who had experienced Mu Qingqing's fully flourished times knew that the snow cloud sky ship was refined by Huang Yueli for Mu Qingqing, so Mu Qingqing had never allowed anyone else to utilize it without authority. Whereas for Mu Qingqing not to appear was very normal. After all, what status did the sovereign have? Surely they didn't expect him to appear right here, to exchange humble greetings with an elder from splendid Violet Heavenly Palace, right? The more Guozhenqing thought, the more terrified he got as the cold sweat on his back kept perfusing. Mu Qingqing was out of his closed-door cultivation. He had to hurry back immediately to report this huge matter to his palace lord. Song Pajun carefully shot a glance towards Limoying, and upon realizing that he wasn't upset, he hurriedly turned around and led the way. Limoying held Huang Yueli's hand as he walked in a neither fast nor slow pace towards the snow cloud sky ship. Standing behind them, Luo Jiyun and the others were completely stunned, and even after a while, they were still unable to get used to it. It was because the appearance of Song Pajun had made them too surprised. They had originally thought that to be able to gain the interest from splendid Violet Heavenly Palace's elder was already Limoying's streak of good luck, as that indicated that he would fly into greater heights in future. In the end, whoever knew that an even greater surprise was waiting for them, Limoying actually successfully joined Blue Profound Sect. Blue Profound Sect. That was the sacred land among the sacred lands in all practitioners' minds. They really didn't dare to believe that such a lucky thing would happen. Huang Yueli realized their abnormality as she stopped and turned back to wave at them, indicating for them to follow up. Luo Jiyun, Moe, and the others then woke up from their dream as they hurriedly chased up to them. On seeing that vast and luxurious flying ship in front of his eyes, Luo Jiyun was simply unable to suppress the excitement and emotion stirred in his heart as he leaned close towards Huang Yueli's other side. Lil sister-in-law, can you quickly pinch me? Am I really not dreaming? Eldest senior brother actually joined the Blue Profound Sect. When Huang Yueli heard that, her brows rose, and she swiftly stretched out her fingers as a burst of profound energy struck Luo Jiyun below his ribs. Ouch! Ouch! Luo Jiyun almost cried out miserably, but he still remembered that Song Pajun was some 9th stage realm peak top exponent whom he could not afford to offend, and as he was afraid of making him upset, he hurriedly stopped his groaning at the back of his throat, but his face had already flushed a deep red shade. Lil sister-in-law, you're too vicious. He grimaced in pain softly. Huang Yueli innocently shrugged her shoulders. You're the one who asked me to pinch you. Boo. But do you still feel that you're in a dream now? Huang Yueli interrupted him. Luo Jiyun looked left and looked right and realized that there wasn't any change in his surroundings as he said, It's really real. Eldest senior brother is simply too powerful, even Blue Profound Sect Sovereign came to recruit him. Then can we assume the status of his servants to enter the Blue Profound Sect as well? Huang Yueli laughed meaningfully, you cannot be servants. What? Can't even be servants? At least I am of an 8th grade talent. Luo Jian's shoulders drooped down in disappointment. Everyone knew that large powerhouses' high-grade inheritances were plentiful, and even a cultivation method learned by the servants were much higher class than a direct disciple from a small force. Hence, there were plenty of practitioners every year who didn't mind becoming servants, just to join the 7 sacred lands. Luo Jiyun naturally was no exception. Actually, based on his 8th grade talent, there was still hope for him to join one of the top 10 clans or Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild level kind of powerhouse. But in order to join the 7 sacred lands, it was practically hopeless. Because although his innate talent wasn't not, but he was no longer in his peak age to start cultivating. Practitioners who were over 12, their ability and future would no longer be reliant on innate talent. More so, it was related to the cultivation methods which they cultivated with and the resources which they obtained in their younger days as well as luck. Equivalent practitioners with the same innate talent, if their experience training was different, it would merely take a few years to show the difference in their abilities. Although Luo Jian's innate talent wasn't bad at all, but he had grown up in South Sky region, so his ability as compared to those who had been nurtured in Sky Emperor City's large powerhouses' 8th grade talented practitioners, the distance was still extremely huge. Perhaps he might not even match up to many 7th grade talented practitioners. Not to mention entering Blue Profound Sect, that kind of number 1 sacred land, even if it was the other 7 sacred lands, the possibility of recruiting him was very low. So Luo Jiyun was hungering to follow Li Moying into Blue Profound Sect, even if it was to be a servant, it was a heavenly chance to him. Huang Yueli looked at his disappointed look and smiled as she shook her head. She hoped that when he found out about the truth later, he had better not faint from the shock. Very quickly, the few of them followed Song Pajun into the snow cloud sky ship. Luo Jian's body apparently tensed up as he hung his head low in fear and trepidation, not daring to look around at all. Moe and the others didn't even dare to breath loudly. The minute they entered the flying ship, it was entering Sky Emperor City's number 1 sacred lands territory. How many practitioners wouldn't feel tensed and excited entering this kind of place? Huang Yueli, however, surveyed the surroundings at ease, and following that, she gave a slight smile. Blue Profound Sect's 4 great guardians had indeed all arrived. Hearing that, Luo Jiyun was so tensed that his cold sweat kept on sprouting as his voice quivered. "WH. What? 4 great guardians have all arrived? Then could it be that Sovereign Mu has also?" Blue Profound Sect's 4 great guardians were all top-rated exponents in Sky Emperor City's Sky Chart's top 20 ranking practitioners, and when the 4 of them appeared together in the snow-cloud sky ship, the enclosed area which had been completely dominated by 9th stage realm peak practitioners' profound energy, that overpowering suppression made one unable to breathe. Luo Jiyun only felt his scalp turned numb as he was so tense that he didn't know where to place his hands and feet. Just at this moment, Song Pajun's footsteps suddenly stopped as he turned around. Luo Jiyun thought that he was about to start his lecture and had already prepared to bow in respect. Just at this moment, Song Pajun suddenly plopped onto the ground on his 2 knees and bowed down in front of Li Moying. Luo Jiyun and the others were startled. "Sister-in-law, this. What's going on? What on earth happened?" Huang Yueli was not able to answer in time when the other 3 guardians had also hurriedly knelt down. "Our respects to Sovereign, welcoming Sovereign's return back to Blue Profound Sect." The 4 guardians spoke out at the same time as they respectfully bent their heads over. Under Luo Jiyun and the others' awestruck gazes, Li Moying lifted his hand slightly as he spoke out in a cold chilly voice, "Stand up all of you. It has been hard on you for the past few years. This sovereign has taken note of your contributions to the sect. Li Moying swept a glance at the few present and said, no need to be so humble. This sovereign had left for so many years, so there should be quite a number of huge matters which had happened in Sky Emperor City, hence there is an urgent need for this sovereign to understand about it all. The four great guardians escorted Li Moying to the first place and respectfully stood upright by the side. Luo Jiyun and the others were completely mortified as they stood in a daze by the side, not even daring to make a single move. Seeing this scene was just too fascinating. Song Pejun and others actually greeted Li Moying's sovereign. But, Blue Profound Sect's sovereign, as everyone knew, was the #1 top expert in Soaring Heaven's continent, Mu Qingqing. What relation did it have to do with Li Moying? Could it be that the Li Moying in front of their eyes was fake, and they had recognized the wrong person? Or perhaps they were poisoned and their consciousness were unclear, hence they had developed hallucinations? Li Moying was seated right in the middle and his gaze swept towards the entrance and saw the dazed Luo Junyun and others. He naturally knew that his identity being exposed would bring about what kind of shock to them, but there wasn't any time to explain to them right now. Li Moying turned his head back towards Song Pejun and said, this sovereign had brought along some people and they have been following this sovereign since in South Sky region and are extremely loyal. Arrange a place for them to have some rest first and in future, they will all be disciples of Blue Profound Sect. Song Pejun hurriedly responded as he called out for 2 attendants, go, bring those few people over there to the superior room to have a rest. Even after Luo Jiyun and the others were brought out of the main cabin, they still felt as though they were dreaming and their feet were threading on clouds, totally not being able to steady their footsteps. Every one of them had an extremely distracted expression, totally not knowing what they were doing at all. It simply was because the matter which had just happened was too sensational until even the usually composed Moe also felt that he was still in a dream. The other 2 attendants were extremely envious of them as they couldn't help but opened their mouths, you few have really good luck. That year when we wanted to join Blue Profound Sect, we spent quite a number of years to pass through the various assessments before outranking the top few hundreds of talents to shine. Now you're just so lucky to have followed Sovereign in South Sky region and be able to join the sect. Moreover, from Sovereign's tone, you will at least get the treatment of inner disciples. The entire sect's disciples would envy you guys to death. What they didn't mention was that Blue Profound Sect had never accepted formal disciples of 8th grade talents and below. If one wanted to become inner disciples, they were required to be ranked top 10 in various sects' internal tournaments before they had a chance. But who asked Moe and the others to be Li Moying's trusted aides when they were in South Sky region? This luck was really something which the others weren't able to help but only to be envious of it. When Luo Jiyun heard their sourish words, his confused thoughts finally regained some clarity. He held on to one of the attendants as he asked in an unhesitant manner, this elder brother, I'm a little. Have I heard wrongly earlier? Earlier, Sir Pejun actually called my eldest senior brother Sovereign? But this? How is this possible? Eldest senior brother had grown up in the South Sky region since young? Because of shock, Luo Jiyun had already started to speak incoherently. But upon hearing his words, the 2 attendees were even more stunned than him as their faces looked as though they had just seen a living ghost. What did you say? Our sovereign is your eldest senior brother? What is your relationship with the sovereign? Luo Jiyun was stared at by them so fixatedly until he didn't know what to do, as he blinked his eyes with an extremely troubled expression. It's just senior and junior brother relationship? Eldest senior brother and I are all South Sky region Celestial Light Sect's direct disciples and today we have just entered Sky Emperor City. His words had just fallen as the 2 attendees exchanged glances. The duo's attitude immediately underwent a change. Earlier the glance towards Luo Jiyun and the others was rather disdainful because of their incapability. But now, the two of them were extremely respectful. "Oh, this young master here is Sovereign South Sky Region's junior brother. We have disgraced ourselves earlier." Although the two of them assumed the identities of attendees, but they were Song Pajun's trusted subordinates and their statuses in Blue Profound sect weren't lowly at all. Furthermore, their cultivations were currently at 6th stage realm later stage, so in terms of battle power, they were far above Luo Jiyun. Luo Jiyun saw them being so courteous and felt extremely embarrassed as he hurriedly said, "Elder brothers, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary practitioner in South Sky region. Contrariwise my eldest senior brother, what identity does he have? Why did Sir Pajun even thinking of the scenario when 4 great guardians knelt down towards Limoying earlier, Luo Jiyun was disarrayed in the wind once again. This simply was just too inconceivable, even until now he still felt that he was in a dream. The attendants hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mister, don't you know even a little bit on your eldest senior brother's identity?" Luo Jiyun shook his head. "What identity?" The attendants thought about it and said, "Anyway, Mr. Li is indeed Blue Profound Sect's sovereign." If this was not the case, how would the 4 great guardians possibly kneel down to him so easily? Luo Jiyun naturally knew this logic, but he just couldn't get it. But eldest senior brother grew up with me since young and today is indeed the first time he entered Sky Emperor City. How did he suddenly become Blue Profound Sect's sovereign? If he was your sovereign, then how about Sovereign Mu? The attendant smiled. "Since your sovereign's junior brother, then I will not be able to comment any further on this matter. In future you will naturally find out about the truth. Now, will all of you please come along with us?" In the main cabin, Luo Jiyun and the others left, but Huang Yueli didn't move at all. Song Pajun had just noticed that exceptional beautiful young lady who had always stood beside Limoying, and recalling back about the intimacy she had with Limoying earlier, a shocking idea suddenly festered in his mind. He forgot his manners and cried out in shock, "Sovereign, this young lady. Could she be?" Limoying frowned slightly as a displeased look appeared on his face, while berating softly, "What's the fuss about? This lady here is the reincarnation of Miss Huang." Huang Yueli smiled as she showed her pearly white teeth. "Hi guardians, long time no see." Since earlier, she had been observing Limoying's 4 guardians. Other than the first guardian Song Pajun, Song Piyu helmed a refined temperament, taciturn and low-keyed person who was a 9th rank array grandmaster and also one of Mu Qingying's think tank team members. The one with a smile always hanging on his face, and also the youngest member with the highest innate talent was Song Pahun, while the cold-faced ice-beautied Song Mingyu was the only female among the 4 great guardians. These 4 were considered as old acquaintances with Huang Yueli. Only thing was, that year all of them had treated Huang Yueli with utmost respect. As expected, upon hearing Limoying's words, the 4 great guardians all revealed an extremely shocked expression as they stared intently at her. After some time later, Song Mingyu was the first to start exclaiming, "Not possible, right? How could this be possible? Could this really be Grandmaster Huang?" Song Pahun scrutinized Huang Yueli for a long time as his mouth opened wide while speaking in disbelief. "This looks really a little like Grandmaster Huang." "Seriously?" Even the most composed and stable Song Pajun almost slipped and overturned the teacup on the table. Only Song Piyu kept silent as he looked thoughtfully at Huang Yueli's dainty little face. Huang Yueli's lips curled up as she was totally not surprised by everyone's reaction at all. After all, the scene where she had self-exploded in northern ice fields was something which everyone in Soaring Heaven's continent knew about. Theoretically speaking, she could no longer reincarnate, but she was suddenly reborn and even standing right here alive, so anyone would feel shocked from this. She smiled and said, "I'm Huang Yueli, replacement guaranteed if not genuine. Furthermore, I've already gotten engaged officially to your sovereign, so in future I'll be depending on you guys. When she said this, it was another heavyweight bomb dropping on them. The few guardians' chins almost dropped onto the ground. Who didn't know that Mu Qingqing had wooed Huang Yueli for more than a decade, but Huang Yueli wasn't willing to nod her head to marry him. In the end, the both of them had just reincarnated and Huang Yueli decided to marry? Just what happened in the past 10 over years? Song Pejun's brows creased as he thought for a moment and suddenly spoke out in enlightenment, "Oh. Congratulations to Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang, all's well ends well. Sovereign, I'd not expected that your plan actually succeeded. This is really, for the past 100,000 years, no one had ever managed to complete this astonishing pioneering work. Congratulations, Sovereign." Hearing Song Pejun's words, the other 3 guardians also revealed an enlightened expression as they all bowed towards Li Moying to pay their respects. Congratulations, Sovereign, finally getting what you desired. Congratulations, Sovereign. Huang Yueli was originally filled with smiles, but when she heard Song Pejun's words, not knowing why, her heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Song Pejun's words sounded rather strange and there were quite a number of areas which she didn't understand. Huang Yueli asked in curiosity, "What does Sir Pejun mean? What plan were you talking about? And what astonishing pioneering work had not succeeded for the past 100,000 years? What riddle are you playing?" Song Pejun went into a blank as he apparently did not expect Huang Yueli to ask about this. He looked at Huang Yueli and turned back to look at Li Moying. He saw an obvious fury surfacing on his face as his cold and harsh stare shot over towards him. Song Pejun shivered as he suddenly realized that he had committed a serious mistake. The sovereign seemed to not have told that matter to Grandmaster Huang yet. In this case, wasn't he acting like a smart aleck as this slipped out from his mouth? Sensing Li Moying's murderous glare, Song Pejun trembled as he hurriedly gave a dry laugh in an attempt to conceal his mistake. Where's the riddle? It's merely because Grandmaster Huang is just too difficult to woo, so this subordinate is feeling happy for Sovereign. I wonder when will Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang be officially getting married? Your subordinates, we have been waiting for this day for a long time. Really? Huang Yueli's brows rose in suspicion. She somehow felt that Song Pejun was saying that, but his original meaning was another thing and still wanted to pursue the topic. Just at this moment, Li Moying suddenly gave a cold harumph as he said, "The few of you, why are you still in a daze over there for? Since Lear is already engaged to this sovereign, then in future, Grandmaster Huang will be Blue Profound Sect Sovereigness, still not coming over to pay your respect to Sovereigness?" The 4 great guardians shivered as they hurriedly turned around and bowed down towards Huang Yueli's direction. "Our respects to Sovereigness." Huang Yueli was a little surprised and after a short blank, she indicated for them to get up quickly. At the same time, she couldn't help but turned back to stare at Li Moying as she mumbled in dissatisfaction, "What's up, why call me Sovereigness? We have merely gotten engaged, so there's no need to make me sound that old, right? Moreover speaking, we have yet to be married officially, so whether I will really be getting married to you in future, that's actually hard to say." Li Moying originally wanted to divert her attention, hence he made the 4 great guardians bow down to pay their respects to her. But when he heard her words, he immediately shot her a cold stare and established the command towards the 4 great guardians, "Remember this, after we get back to Blue Profound Sect, pass down this sovereign's command. Whenever anyone sees Grandmaster Huang in the sect, they must address her as Sovereigness, and whoever who disobeys will be punished severely." Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide as she simply could not believe what she heard. Li Moying had just returned to Blue Profound Sect, not even for an hour, and he immediately turned as overbearing and conceited as in his past life. This was simply compelling her to submit. Huang Yueli stomped her feet and shot up to him in a few quick steps as she whisked his clothes around his chest area while angrily retorting, "What do you mean by that? Haven't you heard what I said? I don't like to be called MMPH. She had yet completed her words when Li Moying suddenly lowered his head and blocked her pink tender lips, which kept on opening and closing, at the same time stuffing back the words of resistance back into her mouth. Huang Yueli pushed his chest and tried to evade him, but was locked in securely by that man, rendering her totally immovable. Luckily, Li Moying probably considered the current situation, hence he only dabbled and stopped. Not too long later, he released her. Huang Yueli covered her mouth as her face was already flushed with a shade of red. You. Li Moying laughed. Sovereigness, other than marrying this sovereign, there's no second choice for you, so you'd better keep a tight rein over your heart. Huang Yueli couldn't wait to bite him, but a pity that this action was just too ambiguous, and under the four great guardians' attention, she simply couldn't make herself do it. She stared angrily at Li Moying, and while she was in the middle of thinking, Li Moying had already turned towards Song Pajun as though nothing had happened. When this sovereign wasn't around, how was the situation in the sect? Song Pajun was originally stunned from watching, but upon hearing Li Moying's question, he abruptly regained his senses and responded, yes. Report to Sovereign, the sect's internal situation is considered rather stable and Sovereign's fame is rather all like thunder piercing the ear. In the first 10 years, no one dared to be rash, but in the recent few years, some situations still happened. Li Moying could tell that he hemmed and hawed as he couldn't help but give a cold sneer. Looks like a lot of people assumed that this sovereign had already died and are starting to stir? Yes, Sovereign is wise. Li Moying's slender long fingers played around with the exquisite flower-patterned teacup on the table as his tone was tranquil and calm. Who are those people? He seemed as though he couldn't care less, but the four great guardians were his trusted aides and could tell the silent murderous intent hiding in his heart. Apparently, Big Demon Lord had returned, and these people who actually dared to betray him. Their ending would be extremely miserable. Song Pajun silently sighed as he hurriedly stated everything to Li Moying clearly. Huang Yueli was also attracted by this topic, and sitting beside Li Moying, she pricked up her ears to listen. Li Moying was listening to Song Pajun and secretly stole a glance at the quiet and graceful young lady's side view as he secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. This lass seemed to have already forgotten the things which Song Pajun had accidentally let slip earlier. The few of them had a discussion in the main cabin for over 2 hours, and Li Moying finally grasped the big picture on Blue Profound Sect and Sky Emperor City's situation. Just as this timing, the snow cloud Sky Shua had already arrived in the skies above Blue Profound Sect and started to descend slowly. Li Moying stood up and stretched out his arm towards Huang Yueli. Leer, come. Huang Yueli obediently leaned over as he held herself into his arms, wrapping around her waist as he brought her out. The four guardians watched their departing backs as they were slightly dazed, each of them with complicated emotions flashing past their eyes. It was until the two's figures disappeared in their vision of sight when Song Pahun's sauce face revealed a sliver of profound look while his mouth broke out into laughter. I'd not expected Grandmaster Huang actually really agreeing to get engaged to Sovereign. From their looks, it seems that their relationship shouldn't be too bad. Sovereign is finally not on a one-sided love track? Song Mingyu heard him and gave a cold humph as she took the lead to walk out. Song Pahun rubbed his nose as he followed suit. Snow Cloud Skyship directly descended onto the core region of the Blue Profound Sect, at Levitation Sword Palace. Luo Jiyun and the others were still on the skyship, but were already stunned by the view below them so much that they couldn't say a single word. Blue Profound Sect's location was on the largest spiritual artery in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, where heaven and earth profound chi was at its strongest degree, around 5 times or more of normal circumstances. Especially for the core region Levitation Sword Palace, it reached almost 10 times of profound chi intensity. Intense profound chi formed into a light fog as it enveloped the skies above the Levitation Sword Palace. From above, it looked as though it was surrounded by clouds and mist. Under the fog, 100,000 high-grade flying swords hovered above the palace with the sword tip pointing upwards, forming into a sword formation, surrounding and protecting the palace rooms and pavilions. Frost-like sword edges under the ray of the sunlight glistened brightly as its cold murderous aura intimidated people's hearts. This kind of god-grade ancient sword formation wasn't something which the current array masters could lay out, but was passed down from generation to generation in Blue Profound Sect. Levitation Sword Palace was soaring heaven's continent's genuine cultivation sacred land, and there wasn't a practitioner who didn't know of its name. But even if Luo Jiyun and the others had long read and understood from ancient manuals or legends of Levitation Sword Palace's situation, witnessing it for themselves still made them so stunned that they were totally immovable. Snow Cloud skyship quickly landed safely as the flight of stairs descended. Li Moying led Huang Yoli as they walked down. In the front of Levitation Sword Palace were 2 rows of direct disciples who were dressed in their uniforms, and at the instant when they saw Li Moying, they all knelt down and prostrate onto the ground. "Welcome, Sovereign, back to the sect." Li Moying's eyes flashed past a strict gaze as he took a deep breath, and on that profound, aloof handsome face of his, it revealed a slight stir. This sovereign has finally returned. Huang Yueli turned her head over and looked at that perfectly contoured side view infatuatedly, as she was struck in awe by that revered glare in his eyes. So many years had passed, and after experiencing 2 rounds of lifetimes, actually this man had never changed. It wasn't the first time she stood at this place, and it wasn't the first time she entered Levitation Sword Palace with this man. But it was until this moment she realized that every single time she returned back with him to this place, what that undulated emotions in her heart meant. The 2 of them walked past the crowd and slowly walked into Levitation Sword Palace. Li Moying embraced Huang Yueli's slender waist gently as he whispered, "Leer, I still have some sex affairs to handle, why not take a rest first? The room which you had been staying in that year, I've been preserving it for you." When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded and said, "All right, you go be busy with your work, I have something to settle as well." Li Moying was stunned. What matter? Huang Yueli turned her head back and pointed towards the entrance at the shadow guards and Luo Jiyun, who were acting very carefully as though they were country bumpkins who had just entered the city, and said laughingly, "Haven't you seen the few of them, all thoroughly shocked silly? It's better to explain some things to them carefully. After all, they are extremely loyal, and with Blue Profound Sect's resources, after careful nurture, they will have bright futures." Li Moying's gaze fell onto Luo Jiyun. Looking at his look, which shook in fear and trepidation, he couldn't help but found it amusing while shaking his head. "Sigh, really? Then you'd better go. Later, when I'm done settling these matters, I'll send someone over to tell you when it's dinner time." Huang Yueli nodded as she waved her hand at him and then turned around and walked towards Luo Jiyun and the others. Li Moying bade her farewell with her eyes before leading the 4 great guardians and a few trusted managers who had just arrived, into the main palace. The palace doors had just shut, and Li Moying abruptly turned back his head with a severe gaze as it swept past across every single person, lastly falling onto Tsang Pajun. This sovereign's return to Blue Profound Sect meant that the plan had already succeeded. But this sovereign does not wish for Grandmaster Huang to know what had happened, hence no one is allowed to spread the matter which happened 16 years ago that happened in Levitation Sword Palace out. Everyone, control your own tongue, do you understand? Even if Grandmaster Huang were to come ask you on her own, you're not allowed to reveal a single word." Tsang Pajun's sweat soaked through the back of his clothes as he knew clearly that he had said the wrong thing earlier, which had thoroughly angered this sovereign. He hurriedly lowered his head. "Yes, this subordinate understands, and will also constrain everyone in the sect." Still slightly unresigned, Song Ningyu's pale and stunning face appeared anxious from the uneasiness as she couldn't help but voiced out, "But, Sovereign, you've done so much for Grandmaster Huang, why not?" Before she could even finish her words, Li Moying's frigid gaze shifted onto her. Song Ningyu shivered, not daring to say a single word more as she silently lowered her head. Li Moying said icily, "This sovereign will only say it one more time, this matter. No one should talk about it. Those who violate this will be killed without any pardon. Everyone trembled upon hearing his words and immediately lowered their heads to accept the command. We comply by sovereign's command. Song Mingyu bit on her lips hard as she still felt unresigned in her heart, but she didn't dare to create any more trouble in front of Li Moying. Song Pu also frowned slightly, but he had always been reserved in his thoughts, hence he didn't say out his thinking in front of everyone. Li Moying sensed his gaze and shot a warning glance towards him. Actually, he himself knew that paper was unable to wrap up fire, and Huang Yueli would find out about this sooner or later. But if he could hide it from her for some time, he would hide it for as long as he could. In the empty ground in front of Levitation Sword Palace, Huang Yueli chased up to Luo Jian and the others quickly. Junior brother Luo, brother Moe, wait for me. Luo Jian saw her running over and was firstly slightly pleasantly surprised, but immediately following that, he appeared rather embarrassed. Lil sister-in-law, this. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laughed as she said, I know what you want to ask and I'm here to explain to you. But this is not a place that we can converse in, come over with me. She led the few of them into the rear palace with familiarity as she immodestly utilized the largest guest room, directing Levitation Sword Palace's serving maids to serve tea to them. Luo Jiyun was totally stunned from this scene. This was Levitation Sword Palace. She ordered the serving maids from the Levitation Sword Palace as though it was a matter of course. Did she know what she was doing? Levitation Sword Palace's serving maids were all talented young ladies who were picked out from 10,000 candidates, and no matter if it was in terms of looks, innate talent or ability, they were all of superior caliber. Quite a number of large powerhouses' direct disciples couldn't even be compared to an ordinary serving maid from Levitation Sword Palace. Just referring to those few who were ordered by Huang Yueli, their cultivations were at least 6th stage realm and above, whereas Huang Yueli herself was only at 5th stage realm 9th level. However, what made Luo Jian and the others even more surprised was that these serving maids really listened to whatever Huang Yueli instructed. Moreover, each and every one of them were exceptionally respectfully, totally not having the kind of arrogance which a blue profound sect disciple should have. Instead, they all treated Huang Yueli with respect and reverence. After the serving maids brought tea and snacks for them, Huang Yueli waved her hand and said, That's all we need, you may leave now. Unless the sovereign is looking for me personally, otherwise don't come in to disturb us. The serving maids respectfully curtsied, Yes, sovereigness. When Huang Yueli heard their greeting, her lips twitched as her heart cried out a gloomy sigh. She had not expected Li Moying's command to actually be conveyed throughout the sect so quickly. This man, he really was too tyrannical. She also knew that there was no use for her to correct these serving maids. No one dared to oppose Li Moying's commands, hence it could only be left like that. After she dismissed the serving maids, she turned back and saw Luo Jian and the few shadow guards all surrounding a small narrow corner, looking at her in shock and uneasiness. Huang Yueli smiled and said, What's the matter? Haven't I asked you guys to sit down and drink some tea? Why are you guys all standing around? The few of them exchanged glances, and Luo Jian opened his mouth to ask, Lil sister-in-law, stop playing riddles with us. Quickly tell me what this is all about. Eldest senior brother and blue profound sect. What relationship do they have? Huang Yueli thought about it for a moment and smiled. Regarding this matter, it's indeed a little inconceivable when I talk about it, and there's a possibility that you guys will find it hard to believe, but what you've heard earlier are all true. Moying he is indeed blue profound sect sovereign. The few of them looked at each other in dismay, because this kind of answer was something which they could not accept. Luo Jian was like a headless fly turning round and round on the original spot as he kept mumbling to himself, How is this possible? How could this be possible? I must be dreaming, and in my dream even Lil's sister-in-law is sprouting rubbish. Ah, who can pinch me? Huang Yueli was utterly speechless as she shook her head and her right hand waved as she continuously shot out 3 bursts of profound energy. Furthermore, her moves were swift and the position which she struck out was especially tricky. Luo Jiyun was totally unprepared and was struck immediately. It hurt him so much that he directly jumped right up from the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So painful. Lil sister-in-law, I only asked you to pinch me once, why did you hit me 3 times? Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly. I see that you seem to keep asking me to pinch you every other hour, so thought you're in need of being pinched. So I might as well pinch you a few more times to satisfy your needs. How is it, are you satisfied enough? Do you still want to continue being pinched? Luo Jiyun grimaced in pain and furiously shook his head, no. No need. So are you finally awake? Or do you still think you're still dreaming? Still thinking that I'm spouting nonsense? Huang Yueli asked again. Hearing that, Luo Jiyun didn't reply immediately but hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to ask cautiously and solemnly, Lil sister-in-law, eldest senior brother he. Surely he can't be Blue Profound Sex Sovereign, right? How could this be possible? Could he? Looking at Luo Jiyun's extremely tangled look, Huang Yueli casually picked up a teacup and sent it to her lips as she asked curiously, could it be that? Luo Jiyun suppressed his voice as he asked mysteriously, could it be that? Eldest senior brother is actually Sovereign Mu's illegitimate child? PFFFFTTTTT. Huang Yueli had just drank a mouthful of tea and immediately sprayed it out, moreover it sprayed precisely onto Luo Jiyun's face, making that outstanding young lad turn into a disheveled drowned rat. Luo Jiyun stood in a daze on his original spot as tea started dripping down from his hair, as he looked embarrassed and totally at a loss. Lil sister-in-law? Cough cough, cough cough cough. Huang Yueli herself choked and she coughed furiously for half a day before she finally got over it. Her lips kept on twitching as she gazed at Luo Jiyun. You. How would you possibly think of it in this way? Who told you such nonsense? Luo Jiyun said foolishly, No. It's not like that? Have I guessed wrongly? But everyone in the entire Soaring Heavens continent knows that Blue Profound Sex Sovereign is the continent's #1 top exponent Mu Qingqing. Whereas eldest senior brother is just a practitioner from South Sky region. No matter how genius he is, surely he could not directly become the sovereign, right? Even if Sovereign Mu is really like what the rumors said, that he had gone into chi deviation while in closed-door cultivation, but no matter what it shouldn't be eldest senior brother's turn, right? So the only logical explanation, that would be, don't tell me it's wrong? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes towards the sky as she mumbled softly, if he dares to have an illegitimate child outside and even dare to bring him back to Blue Profound Sect to be the successor of the sovereign seat. Isn't he afraid that I will murder him? Sister-in-law? What did you say? Luo Jiyun didn't hear what she said as he hurried over to ask her. Huang Yueli gave a light cough and said, things are not what you imagined. But it might be even more unimaginable than what you think. It's a long story, so take a seat, all of you. After the few of them were seated, Huang Yueli then toughly told him about the scenario about her and Li Moying's rebirth. In order to clear everyone's suspicions, she gave them a rather detailed picture, from the time she and Li Moying met each other to the time when they discovered each other's identity, as well as the process where Li Moying slowly regaining his memory, everything included. Hearing her completed story, Luo Jiyun and the others seemed as though they were struck by lightning and couldn't regain their senses back for more than half a day. It took quite a while later when Luo Jiyun opened his eyes wide as he asked in disbelief, so to speak, eldest senior brother, he's actually the reincarnation of Mu Qingqing? And Lil sister-in-law, you are the #1 armament master in Soaring Heavens continent, #1 beauty, peerless top exponent, that renowned mythical Flame Palace's young palace lord Huang Yueli? Huang Yueli chuckled, this flattery isn't bad at all, I like it. Luo Jiyun totally didn't notice what she was saying as he was still in a state of dizziness, while muttering to himself. No wonder eldest senior brother's innate talent is so heaven-defying, and no wonder he's so knowledgeable, and for no rhyme or reason being able to master so many heaven-grade and god-grade cultivation methods and profound skills when Celestial Light Sect obviously didn't have those ancient inheritances. And same for Lil's sister-in-law. Not only is her innate talent in cultivation outstanding, her armament refining skills are so stunning, as though there was nothing that she didn't know. Heavens, so the truth is actually like this is just too unimaginable. Moe and the other's state of mind weren't any better than his. This news was just too shocking, and no one was able to accept it in the short duration of time. Huang Yueli waited for a moment but still saw their dazed looks as she helplessly shook her head. Alright, things are more or less like this, but we require you to keep this in top secrecy. In Blue Profound Sect, only the 4 great guardians, Levitation Sword Palace's trusted aide and attendants, as well as a few managers know about it. The rest, including Blue Profound Sect's elders or the others, do not know about this matter, hence no matter under what circumstances, remember not to divulge the information. Everyone shivered as they immediately voiced out in agreement. Luo Jiyun asked, Lil's sister-in-law, why can't eldest senior brother announce his own identity publicly? Could there be any dangers? Huang Yueli remained silent for a moment and continued, 15 to 16 years had passed and Sky Emperor City's circumstances are different from then. Before your eldest senior brother resumes to his peak ability, it's best that we remain low-key for now. Saying that, she recalled something. That's right, your eldest senior brother mentioned this earlier to let the manager make arrangements for you guys. Brother Moe and the others will be treated as inner disciples while junior brother Luo Yu will become Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple. Should I say congratulations? Ray, really? Heavens, something so great is happening. Luo Jiyun was so excited that he almost fainted. Happiness came too suddenly. Just before today, he thought that it was a difficult feat for him to become a servant of the 7 sacred lands, not to mention officially joining the sect to become a disciple of the 7 sacred lands. But now, he abruptly transformed, without even needing to take the assessment, to become the number 1 sacred land's direct disciple. This was the status which so many peerless talents in Sky Emperor City had tried means and ways, fighting head over heels, but were still unable to obtain. Moe and the others were extremely excited as well. Although it was only the status of an inner disciple, but based on their innate talent, they would not even be able to get into any of the large powerhouses in Sky Emperor City based on their own abilities, and to gain this status was akin to running into some unexpected luck. Huang Yueli smiled and said, but your potential and innate talents as compared to Blue Profound Sect's ordinary disciples have quite a huge distance. So you must value this chance and work hard to cultivate. The few of them hurriedly bowed their bodies and chorused in unison, Third Miss, please be assured. Your subordinate will not make master disappointed. Even if they already knew Huang Yueli and Li Moying's real identities, but they still weren't able to change their appellations towards them. Huang Yueli nodded her head and wanted to continue saying something. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound coming from the outside of the door. Grandmaster Huang, Sovereign sent someone over to pass a message, to invite you to head over to the front hall to have dinner with him. The serving maid respectfully reported from outside the door. Huang Yueli then realized that the sky had already darkened. She had spent quite an amount of time here. Huang Yueli stretched her limbs as she stood up. All right then, I'm going to accompany Moying now. Just relax and stay on in Blue Profound Sect. No matter if it's terms of cultivation or life, just look for me if you face any difficulties. Rest assured, there'd be plenty of places where we will need you. Saying that, she waved her hand and left in anticipation. She was in a hurry to go meet Li Moying, so she totally didn't wait for the serving maid to lead the way as she found her way familiarly to the front hall. She had been to Levitation Sword Palace numerous times in her past life and was extremely familiar with this place. However, just as she was passing by the right side of the front hall's decorative carved patterned corridor, suddenly someone called out to her from behind her. "Grandmaster Huang." A clear and melodious voice rang out, sounding slightly familiar. Huang Yueli paused and turned her head back as her eyes met with the ice beauty, who was standing at one corner of the corridor. Song Mingyu stared at her with an icy cold expression as her chin was slightly lifted upwards, bearing a conceited look. It was undeniable that she was an extremely outstanding tender beauty, with perfect features and an exquisite figure. Moreover, as a ninth stage realm peak practitioner, she bore a kind of cold arrogant temperament which overlooked the people below. If it was 16 years ago, Song Mingyu's bit of overbearing grandeur would naturally not be able to be compared with mythical Flame Palace's young palace lord, but now that Huang Yueli had changed into such a young body, her cultivation was also only at 5th stage realm. In comparison, Huang Yueli appeared to be younger and inexperienced. Huang Yueli's expression also turned chilly as her lips were slightly pursed as she replied coldly, "Guardian Yu, what may I do for you?" Song Mingyu was also sizing her up at the same time. 16 years had passed and the person whom they had originally thought was definitely dead had suddenly returned. Moreover, she was still as enchanting as before with the same excellent innate talent, still attracting Li Moying's vision tightly. Thinking of this, Song Mingyu gritted her teeth silently as she could no longer hold on to the fake ice beauty facade. "Grandmaster Huang, I've not expected that after so many years, I'm still able to meet you again. This is really an accidental surprise." Song Mingyu forced this sentence out from the slits of her teeth. Huang Yueli's lips curled as she gave an unknown implied smile. "Yes, 16 years have passed. Is Guardian Yu married already? I remember that year my fiancé personally pulled the red strings for you and Guardian Yu. Guardian Yu is a 9th ranked array grandmaster and also a man of talent and outstanding looks. Guardian Yu must cherish him well." When Song Mingyu recalled the scenario then, she was both indignant and embarrassed, as her face flushed instantly. She would never forget the matter which had happened in Levitation Sword Palace 20 over years ago for her entire lifetime. Song Mingyu had been adopted by the previous sovereign of Blue Profound Sect, and after Mu Qingqing had identified as the next successor, the previous sovereign always had been keen to betroth Song Mingyu to Mu Qingqing as a concubine for double cultivation. After all, Song Mingyu had an inborn heavenly yin physique, and to any practitioner who engaged in double cultivation with her would obtain extremely huge benefits from it. However, Mu Qingqing totally ignored the benefits which she could give and only liked Huang Yueli right from the start. Although it was because of the previous sovereign's personal favor which coerced him to keep Song Mingyu by his side, but he had always treated her and Song Pajun and the others on the same level, nurturing her as a guardian. In order to make Mu Qingqing see her in a new light, Song Mingyu worked doubly hard and was finally able to shine and be chosen from among the 10 over guardians for the position. Alas, although she had successfully obtained the chance to stay beside Mu Qingqing, but she had not expected that this unexcelled man wouldn't even grant her an extra look. To win over Song Piyu, Mu Qingqing even went to the extent without any hesitation, listening to Huang Yueli's suggestion to betroth her to the newly ascended 9th ranked array mastered Song Piyu. In this way, it had completely ruined her beautiful dreams of flying up the branch. When Song Mingyu thought of this, her heart grew even more melancholic and ill at ease as the glare she shot towards Huang Yueli was filled with jealousy and fury. Why, did Sovereign only like Huang Yueli, not even willing to take another look at anyone else? Huang Yueli had obviously not treated Sovereign as anything, only indulging in Sovereign's pampering and fawning, but with no thoughts of being willing to respond to Sovereign. Sovereign had a legendary reputation for his entire lifetime, but why must he chase after this kind of woman, not hesitating to go through life and death for her multiple times, and even at the end, he even. The more Song Ningyu thought, the more jealous she got as she couldn't hold it in, and just blurted out. Grandmaster Huang, although I'm only one sovereign's subordinates, but I really cannot take it any longer. Why do you have to return to the Blue Profound sect? Haven't you got sovereign into enough misery? He had already gone to such a step for you, so can I beg you to leave him a little further and stop trying to harm him? You staying beside sovereign will only harm him. You totally don't like him, why must you keep appearing in front of him? Huang Yueli's face was filled with ridicule. Song Ningyu's little bit of thoughts was something that she was very clear of when she was in her past life. But there were so many ladies who had openly and secretly admired Mu Qingqing, whereas Song Ningyu merely had a heavenly physique, which was a top-rated material for being a bondmaid. Just based on this alone, frankly speaking, Huang Yueli totally couldn't care less about her. In her past life, she just casually found a reason to make Mu Qingqing marry her off. This lifetime, she and Li Moying's heart and mind were interconnected, and moreover they had already gotten engaged. So these butterflies who came close to them naturally weren't of any threat at all. Huang Yueli originally had intended to teach her a good lesson, but whoever knew, upon hearing Song Ningyu's words, she instinctively felt something was amiss. Huang Yueli couldn't help but frowned. Wait, what do you mean? Since when have I ever harmed him? And, it's not me who appeared in front of him, it's he himself who kept coming to look for me. Song Ningyu looked at her puzzled look as she felt even more indignant, feeling unjust for her sovereign. Momentarily, she was flushed with jealousy, and had forgotten about Li Moying's warning at the front palace, casting it out of her mind totally. Grandmaster Huang, how could you even ask this kind of question? Haven't you ever thought about why was it that you'd already self-exploded, causing your soul and spirit to be scattered, but why were you still able to be reborn, moreover still retaining your past life's memories, living a good and proper life until now? Right before you, every single practitioner who had self-exploded had all completely disappeared. Huang Yueli went into a blank. That's right, this is indeed very strange, but could it be that you know something? Soul and spirit had been scattered, but still having the chance to be reborn. This was indeed a miraculous thing which had never happened since ancient times. Ever since she had awoken in Bairuoli's body, she had thought about this multiple times, but still wasn't able to find out any reason, so she could only conclude that it was because she owned the Sky Phoenix ring, the piece of super god relic. However, little Phoenix Wang Kai had also indeed mentioned that although it was a god relic, it could only develop its corresponding uses according to heaven and earth's law. To want to congeal one's soul and spirit, which had already been scattered, it was a heaven-defying action, and the corresponding price must be paid, which was not something that a god relic could achieve by itself. Now hearing Song Ningyu's meaning, could it be that this matter was related to Li Moying? Huang Yueli frowned and pursued, Song Ningyu, what on earth do you mean? Speak clearly. What exactly happened after I self-exploded in my past life? What did Mu Qingqing do? Why have I managed to awaken? Song Ningyu laughed coldly, you don't know? You've already been reborn for such a long time and even spending so much time with Sovereign, but yet you don't know anything. For you, Sovereign has done so much, but you only know how to feign ignorance. The more Huang Yueli listened, the more she felt something was wrong, and the ominous premonition in her mind became more distinct. I'm not feigning ignorance. But you, tell me directly if you have something on your mind. What's the purpose of speaking in circles like this? Song Ningyu suddenly hesitated for a moment when the words were already by her mouth. Li Moying's harsh warning rang by the side of her ears, and upon recalling that severe expression, Song Ningyu couldn't help but give a cold shudder. Huang Yueli saw that she was going to withdraw what she was about to say as her gaze suddenly flashed and lifted up her chin slightly. She glanced sideways at her. What's the matter? Don't dare to say? I think you're merely starting a rumor. You. Who said I'm starting a rumor? All right, I'll speak. Song Ningyu clenched her teeth and she completely pressed her luck. I'm telling you, 16 years ago after you self-exploded in the northern ice fields, originally your soul and spirit should have dispersed, but Sovereign, he just nicely. Song Ningyu. What rubbish are you sprouting? Shut your gap up. Just as Song Ningyu was prepared to tell the truth, a burst of exasperated voice was heard as it harshly stopped her. Huang Yueli went into a blank and saw Song Pijun and Song Piyu standing not too far away. Song Pijun strode over quickly as he spoke in a cold tone, Ningyu. Can you sprout nonsense about such a matter like this? This is merely a rumor in the country, how dare you even gossip in front of Grandmaster Huang? Saying that he turned towards Huang Yueli, Grandmaster Huang, my sincere apologies, please do not take Ningyu's nonsense to heart. Huang Yueli took a suspicious look at the few of them as her gaze turned even more profound. She had originally suspected this was Song Ningyu's plot, but upon seeing Song Pijun's anxious look, it actually made her believe that there was some shocking inside story, and furthermore everyone were trying their best to hide it from her. Huang Yueli gave a cold humph as she said, Sir Pijun, are you trying to trick me? Since this is unfounded ravings, why don't you allow Guardian Yu to finish her words? What on earth are you trying to hide from me? Song Pijun frowned slightly, but since he was also a peerless top exponent who had experienced huge waves before, he quickly resumed his composure and put on an expression which seemed as though nothing had happened. Grandmaster Huang, you're really thinking too much. Ningyu has been a little tired recently, and she heard those crazy and unfounded rumors from some outsiders, hence she spoke blindly in front of you. We really have nothing to hide from you. Huang Yueli laughed instead of flying into a rage. Do you really treat me like an idiot? Song Ningyu had said this very clearly earlier, that right after I self-exploded during my past life, in order to save me, your sovereign had done something which you cannot afford to let me know. What matter is it exactly? Speak. Huang Yueli was feeling exceptionally anxious inside. If it was any other matters, there was no absolute need for her to find out the answer, but this matter was related to Li Moying. She was very afraid and very worried, feeling that this man would do something which was irrevocable. In her past life, Huang Yueli was also a long-established peerless top exponent, and having stayed beside Mu Qingqing for such a long time, the minute she flew into a rage, the aura and prestige that shot out from her had an 80% similarity to Mu Qingqing's. In the few guardians' view, all of them uncontrollably gave a bitter cold shudder. However, Song Pijun clenched his fists tightly as he said the same thing through the slits of his teeth, Grandmaster Huang, you've really thought too much, there really isn't anything special. Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh, nothing special? Then let me ask you, I'm obviously the one who self-exploded in the northern ice fields. But why did Mu Qingqing also die, and even reincarnated along with me? How on earth did he die? This. Song Pijun was tongue-tied. Why? Unable to tell me? Then let me ask you again. One who had self-exploded would have their soul and spirit dispersed, never to enter the reincarnation wheel, but why is it that I am still able to be reborn? Song Pijun was intimidated by her Mu Qingqing-alike overbearing presence as the cold sweat on his forehead kept dripping. But he insisted in his saying, Grandmaster Huang, there really isn't anything special. That year after your self-explosion, Sovereign, he was devastated and shut himself up in levitation floating castle to cultivate, probably out of the devastation from your death, it led him to go into chi deviation. As for how you had reincarnated and reborn, this is really a miracle which this subordinate is unable to comprehend as well. Huang Yueli sneered as she heard his words. Song Pijun was stared at so much by her that he felt guilty as his voice became softer and softer. Huang Yueli said, Sir Piju should have finished your story right. Then. Will Guardian Yu please explain next? Song Ningyu's expression was pale as she withdrew into a corner, and when she heard Huang Yueli pointing out her name, she jumped up in fright. WH. What? Grandmaster Huang, this subordinate. This subordinate. Haven't you said so earlier? In order to save me, your sovereign paid a heavy price for it. What exactly is that price? This. Song Pijun's warning look and immediately shot towards Song Mingyu. Song Mingyu's heart was filled with jealousy and envy, but she didn't dare to tell the truth. Earlier when she met Huang Yueli at the corridor, she was even younger and outstanding than before. Although she had yet to fully grow up, but she could tell that she would be an exceptional beauty, which was not outdone by her past life. More importantly, in this lifetime, Huang Yueli and Sovereign were each other's sunshine, and from the excitement in meeting him again, Song Mingyu had totally let her jealousy rush into her brain. Hence that was why she jumped out to provoke Huang Yueli. After all, Huang Yueli's cultivation was only at the 5th stage realm now, and her ability as compared to her past life was as different as sky and earth. Towards her, Song Mingyu wasn't that fearful of her as compared to in her past life. But before she could even finish her words, she was interrupted by Song Pijun, and like a deflated balloon, she momentarily lost the courage to speak out the truth. If she dared to say the things which she shouldn't in front of Song Pijun, the loyal Song Pijun would absolutely tatter on her immediately to the sovereign, and by then, she would die a horrible death with no burial grounds. Song Mingyu was at a loss for moments, but in the end she still chose to remain silent. Song Pijun replied, Grandmaster Huang Si, she doesn't dare to say anything, so it looks like she knows she herself is sprouting nonsense, not daring to admit to it. Huang Yueli could tell that they would never admit to it, so momentarily, she couldn't do anything to them. If it was in her past life, she would utilize her piercing sky eye technique to make them speak obediently. Alas, as her cultivation was weaker by quite a lot and the 4 guardians were all established top exponents with unwavering determination, they were absolutely not someone whom a 5th stage realm practitioner's eye technique could easily control. Huang Yueli gave a cold harumph and said, Alright, since that's the case, I'll go ask your sovereign personally. I hope you don't give me a chance to find out that you're lying to me, otherwise. The 3 guardians' backs all felt a cold feeling running down their spines. This lie would eventually be exposed, and by then, they wouldn't be able to escape the blame. But yet, no one dared to say a word more. Anyway, no matter what the result was, as subordinates, they would always be the ones to get into trouble. Song Pijun bowed and said, Grandmaster Huang, you've thought too much. How would this subordinate dare to lie to you? Huang Yueli gave a chuckle, and without a word more, she turned around and left. When Song Pijun heard her icy cold chuckle, he turned apprehensive. Just at this moment, a resounding slap was heard from behind. Song Pijun turned back abruptly, and his forehead creased. He saw Song Piyu, who was standing at the corner silently earlier, suddenly turning around and giving a slap to Song Mingyu. You actually slapped me? Song Mingyu was dazed by the slap as she covered her face and only cried out in shock a moment later. Mu Qingqing had betrothed her to Song Piyu 20 years ago, so Song Piyu was considered her fiancé. But Song Piyu had always been Mr. Goody-Goody, and in the entire Sky Emperor city, he had always been known for not showing any emotions. Moreover, he had been very accommodating towards her. No matter what excuses Song Mingyu used to muddle through, refusing to get married to him officially, Song Piyu had not said a single word about it. Which was why Song Mingyu totally disregarded him as her fiancé, and she had never thought that he would make a move towards her. Song Piyu, you dare to slap me, you actually dare to slap me. Song Mingyu shrieked out as she tried to hit him back. However, Song Piyu's ability had far surpassed her, and he easily gripped onto her wrists. Song Mingyu. No matter how you made a din usually, I would tolerate you because of the fact that you are the woman whom Sovereign had betrothed to me, but that doesn't mean that I will tolerate anything and everything. You actually dare to come sprout rubbish in front of Grandmaster Huang. Who do you think you are? What is your identity? What qualifications do you have? Why can't I say anything? What I'm saying is the entire truth anyway. Moreover, I indeed don't deserve Sovereign, but does Huang Yueli deserve him? Ever since Sovereign had been together with her, which time had he not caused himself to be riddled with injuries? Later on, he still. Unfortunately, she is still that innocent and so complacent. Song Piu laughed coldly as he replied, so what about it? That is Sovereign's woman and Sovereign himself is happy to do it. As subordinates, we can only accept it. Do you really think that I don't know what's on your mind? Song Mingyue gnashed her teeth and said, what do you mean? Did you really think that you're my fiancé? That you can control me? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're a nobody. Song Piyu's expression turned twisted for an instant, but very quickly, he managed to control himself. He said in an icy cold voice, do you think that I'm willing to marry a wanton woman like you? Rest assured, I will report to Sovereign sooner or later to separate from you. But let me warn you, don't ever go provoke Grandmaster Huang again. If you cause us to be implicated with you, I will absolutely not let you off. Song Pijun frowned as well, that's right, keep yourself under control. The entire Blue Profound sect is riddled with internal trouble and outside aggression and is already messy enough. Sovereign had just returned and his ability has yet to reach the peak, so he is originally too tired to handle these all, so don't you come add trouble to him. Really don't know how the word death is written. After Tsang Ningyu was berated by the both of them in rounds, she didn't dare to say a single word more and could only bite on her lips in fury as she lowered her head. At a place when the both could not see, her eyes flashed past a vicious cold glint. That woman, on what basis did she have to drag down Sovereign? She didn't have the qualification. At the back of Levitation Sword Palace was a vast sea of cinnabar geraniums. Before nightfall, the setting sun's rays shone onto those half-luminous petals, and as the gentle breeze grazed past, the petals moved irregularly, reflecting brilliant radiance lights. Li Moying sat in the pavilion as he watched the bed of flowers from afar, his lips uncontrollably curling upwards. This bed of cinnabar geraniums was something which Huang Yueli especially liked that year, and he had tried ways and means to plant them. Cinnabar geraniums were a rare 7th-level upper-grade ingredient, and in the wild, it was a rare sight to be able to spot even one stalk. That year, he had expended quite an amount of effort to plant this bed of flowers in an attempt to please Huang Yueli. Later on, under Liu Bian's aid, he tried ways and means, and finally succeeded in planting it. Later on, Blue Profound sect had reaped enormous profit from selling the cinnabar geranium fruits. After so many years, this bed of flowers was still retained so perfectly, which was out of Li Moying's expectations. Thinking of Huang Yueli's excited expression when she saw the scenery later, he waited in anticipation. This is the first night after their return to Blue Profound sect. Li Moying. A young lady's crisp shouting voice was heard from behind his back. Li Moying turned his head over as the smile on his lips deepened even further. Lier, you're finally here. What did you talk to Jiyun and the others? Why did you take so long? By the time he saw Huang Yueli's expression, he was dazed. What's the matter? Who offended you? Huang Yueli's willowy brows were upright as she shot towards him and grabbed hold of his shirt on his chest. Who else could it be? It's you who have offended me. Me? Li Moying was dazed. How could it be? I. Huang Yueli impolitely interrupted him. You what you? I ask you, what matter are you hiding from me? Why is it that you have been acting suspiciously for the entire period of time? Li Moying's expression sunk. Could it be that Lier found out about something? Surely not, right? He had obviously just instructed those who knew about this to not let this matter go to her ears. His expression appeared to be extremely innocent. I'm innocent, Lier. How would I dare to hide anything from you? Who in the entire soaring heavens continent doesn't know that I'm a slave to my wife and I've always been suppressed by my fiancé, the kind who totally don't even dare to stand up straight? He was shouting for innocence and at the same time stretched out his arm to hug Huang Yueli's waist, intending to repeat the same trick to use his handsome male trick to shift his fiancée's attention, then later smuggle through this stage. However, Huang Yueli totally didn't fall for it this time round. Not only was she not smitten this time round like in the past, instead she pushed him away hard. Stop pretending. Since you said it so beautifully and have hidden nothing from me, then let me ask you a few questions. You must answer me honestly. If I find out that you're lying to me. She lowered her voice and her expression sunk. Li Moying quivered. For an overbearing man like him, fearing nothing at all, yet in front of his beloved woman's cold face, his heart was shaking with fear and trepidation. All right, then go ahead and ask. Huang Yueli started off. First question, in our past lives after I self-exploded, by right my soul and spirit should have dispersed and I will never be able to enter the reincarnation wheel. Why did I successfully reincarnate and reborn? How is this achieved? Li Moying's gaze became profound as he knew that what Huang Yueli was going to ask would definitely be these questions. It was strange. Earlier when she set off to look for Luo Jiyun and the others, her mood was apparently quite good, but why did she suddenly think about all these matters now? Could it be that someone had defied his orders and spoke about something in front of her? He had just returned and someone actually dared to pay lip service to him, so he absolutely could not tolerate this. Huang Yueli stared at him intently as she observed his unfathomable expression on his good-looking face in detail. How is it? Very difficult to answer? All right, here's the next question. After I self-exploded, what did you do? Why did you ninth stage realm peak practitioner like you, who should originally have thousands of years of life expectancy suddenly reborn? This. Lear, why do you? Li Moying was racking his brains on how to reply. However, Huang Yueli didn't wait for him to finish talking as she broke him off once again. Actually you don't need to tell me, and I also know the answer. Since you're reborn, that obviously means you're dead. Continuing from here, there's the third question, how on earth did you die? Who was able to kill the invincible sovereign Mu? Or could it be that you committed suicide? Fourth question, how could you get in touch with Blue Profound Sect so simply? What agreement did you set with the four great guardians? Why do they trust you? This must have something to do with what you did before you died in your past life. What is it exactly? Huang Yueli threw out a long chain of questions and her interrogative tone turned more and more flustered. These questions were something which instinctively popped up in her mind ever since Li Moying regained a portion of his memories, and she had been extremely puzzled over it. But every single time this thread of thought popped up in her mind, Li Moying would try ways and means using mostly his charismatic charm to divert her attention, obviously not intending to tell her about it. Moreover, she felt that the two of them being able to reunite and even falling in love with each other with interconnecting minds was the luckiest thing that had happened. Some things weren't that urgent to pursue after the truth endlessly, as she would finally find out the truth one fine day. Hence when Li Moying didn't want to say, she just let it slide. But this time round, Song Ningyu's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring onto her. Some fine details which had been skipped and those suspicious pointers which she had never thought about before, upon delving into it deeply, made her heartfelt shocked as she thought more and more on this. That's right, how would there possibly be such a coincidence in this world? She was coincidentally reborn after her soul and spirit dispersed, and Mu Qingqing coincidentally also was reborn after an accident, and the two of them were coincidentally born in the same country and even engaged. How would there be so many coincidences under this heavens? If every matter were so coincidental, that would only meant that it was being prearranged. But Huang Yueli still didn't get how this man actually managed to do it. Li Moying looked at the young lady in front of him with great sentiments, and that sweet tempting little face was rightly wound as her usually clear bright eyes were filled with worry and heartache for him. He couldn't help but give a light sigh. Lear, don't worry. He wanted to hug his fiancée, but Huang Yueli immediately took a step backwards. How do you expect me not to worry? Quickly tell me clearly. She put on a straight face as her eyes lifted to look at him, obviously meaning that this time round, she would absolutely not give in easily. Li Moying said, Lear, you cannot be like this. However, Huang Yueli was not moved at all. Li Moying's heart turned melancholic, and at the same time he was certain that Huang Yueli would absolutely not start a fight with him for no reason. Someone had definitely said something to her behind his back. No matter who it was, causing him to end up in this state where he was unable to explain himself, he would absolutely not allow that person to end up well. But luckily, though Huang Yueli's questions were extremely tricky and very difficult to answer, but he had already thought of a plan to deal with this and even prepared a set of model answers. He had just not expected to use it so quickly. As Li Moying was pondering over this, he headed up once again as he held Huang Yueli's shoulders. Lear, don't be too agitated. I've never said that I don't wish to tell you the truth, right? This time, Huang Yueli still wanted to evade his touches, but Li Moying didn't allow her to push him aside as what she wished, but instead pulled her emphatically into his arms, with a posture which didn't allow her to reject him. Li Moying's cultivation was right there, and if he really wanted to force himself onto her, there was nothing that Huang Yueli could do about it. But she remained restless in Li Moying's arms as she wriggled around. Li Moying held on tightly as he said, Actually, it's not that I really don't want to say, but there are many things that I really can't totally recall. Huang Yueli's action took a pause, can't remember? Li Moying nodded his head and continued, That's right, have you forgotten? When we first met, all the matters that had happened in my past life, I totally couldn't recall it at all. Later on, as my interaction with you deepened and with my cultivation increasing continuously, it was when I started to slowly recall what happened then. But this is a very long process, and my memories didn't come back to me all in one day, but slowly accumulated during each full moon's night. So the memories in my mind still remain very confused till today. Especially the things which happened after you self-exploded, the amount that I can recall is even lesser. So it's not that I'm not willing to tell you, but those questions that you asked, many of which are something which I'm puzzled as well, but no matter how I tried, I just can't recall them all. As Li Moying was saying these, he kept a watchful eye while observing Huang Yueli's expression. Seeing his little fiancée frowning slightly with a pensive look, and he hurriedly added more. But every time I regain my memories, it was always during full moon's night when my illness acted up. The longer the acting up timing, the more things I will recall. Since we're already back in Blue Profound Sect, then in future when my illness acts up, you can wait a little longer before you save me, so test if I can remember something faster. Not allowed. Before Li Moying could even finish what he was saying, Huang Yueli jumped right up and shouted out, strictly. Huang Yueli was so exasperated, which made Li Moying jump with shock. Huang Yueli stretched out his hand to pinch his face as she retorted angrily, Have you forgotten that whenever your illness acts up, each and every single time it is so dangerous? There are many times whenever it acts up and drags on for a slightly longer time and you've almost lost your life. Do you really want to scare me to death? No way, what silly ideas are those? Anyway, when your illness acts up, you must tell me immediately and treat it immediately, not even sparing any time to waste. But, my memories. Li Moying looked like a little wife who had suffered domestic violence as his tone sounded weak and timid. Huang Yueli stared at him ferociously, I don't believe that you can't remember a single bit of it. Moreover speaking, if you really can't recall, there must be other ways to regain your memories. You're not allowed to take this risk, do you hear me? But I also want to know what happened that year. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth as she hissed, Anyway, you're just not allowed to. Then I'll think of other ideas, don't squabble with me, alright? Li Moying's eyes flashed past a crafty glint as he intended to work it up and dupe Huang Yueli over this issue. Whoever knew? Huang Yueli stared at him for a moment and the frustrated expression on her face suddenly became peaceful. No way, this matter is just too important, we can't just let it pass like this. I don't believe that you really can't recall anything at all. Li Moying thought that he had successfully muddled through this, so he had not expected Huang Yueli to suddenly pop this sentence out. His face instantly turned pale, apparently cutting a sorry state. Having an extremely intelligent fiancé was usually something which made one feel proud, but when it came to the time when one was doing something bad, if a woman was too intelligent, the man would get into trouble, for example like what he was going through right now. When he really wanted to tell a lie, he was resolutely exposed right there and then. However, Li Moying still refused to admit and persisted in his explanation. Lear, you're really framing me. Don't you believe me at all? Since when have I lied to you? His expression of looking wronged did not make Huang Yueli's heart soften. Huang Yueli raised her chin up slightly as she immodestly exposed him. You've lied to me so many times. Every time you're injured or encountered some danger, since when have you not lied to me? Did you really thought that I'm so retarded? Li Moying's face was filled with sweat. Why was this little fox so difficult to lie to? This time round what was he supposed to do? This matter. He indeed didn't want Huang Yueli to find out. After all, there was no use even if she found out. It would only make her feel upset over nothing. While Li Moying was still racking his brains, Huang Yueli gave a chilly smile. Why? Why aren't you saying a single word? Thinking of how to lie to me later? Have you planned your story already? Li Moying's sweat on his forehead was about to drip down. Lear was really the woman who knew him the best. Whatever he was thinking, it totally could not escape her eyes. Meeting Huang Yueli's eyes, which were raging with fury, Li Moying totally couldn't think of a way out, so he could only start to act shamelessly. Anyway, I just forgot about it. I really can't remember at all. Even if you beat me to death, I also can't remember, so what else do you want me to do? I can't do anything if you don't believe in me. These words were similar to the kind of explanation that a two-timer would use when he had been caught while having an affair. But when it came out of Li Moying's mouth, it made Huang Yueli not believe him as her eyes turned wide. Moreover, in order to intensify the effect of what he just said, Li Moying directly crossed his arms as he shifted his sight, putting on an uncooperative look. All right, stop being unreasonable. No matter how you argue, it's no use, up to you to believe or not. You. Huang Yueli almost threw up blood from anger. She had not expected Li Moying to use such a lowly trick. Where was the continent's #1 top expert, cold and merciless, overbearing and resolute? What was the difference between this behavior and those small young boys who laid on the ground throwing a tantrum to ask for sweets? He actually threw the target back at her and said she was being unreasonable? Huang Yueli gave him a ferocious stare. All right, you're really difficult to deal with. Don't you dare to regret using this kind of attitude on me. The matter that happened that year, I'm sure you're not the only one who knows about it. If I want to know, I will definitely be able to find it out. I want to see how you are going to keep it from me for my entire lifetime. Huang Yueli finished up and turned around, walking away angrily. Li Moying watched her departing figure and his expression slowly sunk down. Who was it who tried to expose the secret which he had tried ways and means to hide it? Could it be that trying to keep it from Huang Yueli was really impossible? Now, Lear had already said this, so what should he do so that she could stop pursuing this topic? The night breeze grazed past that sea of vermilion cinnabar flowers, causing undulated billowing. Li Moying looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, but he had no heart to admire it as his brows were tightly knitted together. Ever since Huang Yueli and Li Moying quarreled that day, the both of them entered into a cold war. Or perhaps it could be put in this way, it was Huang Yueli who started this cold war on her own. Li Moying knew that he was in the wrong and had been finding ways and means to please his little fiancée. Not only did he inquire solicitously about her well-being, delivering food and drinks over, he also adapted to her interests and tidied up the armament furnace and armament refining room which she had used that year, as well as sending various high-leveled herbs, as though it was free, to her. However, Huang Yueli totally ignored him, and every single time she saw him, it was always neither hot nor cold. Although it wasn't to the extent of totally ignoring him, but that chilly cold gaze always made Li Moying's back turn chilly. But no matter how many times she rolled her eyes at him, he continued to persevere, as his daily task was to please his little fiancée. This scene made everyone in Levitation Sword Palace extremely surprised. 16 years ago, towards Grandmaster Huang, Sovereign saw, listened and obeyed to everything she said, using ways and means to please her. But he was after all the #1 top exponent, and his character was domineering and overbearing, so even if he was chasing after his beloved woman, he would not lower himself that badly. Whoever knew that the minute the both of them had reincarnated, their way of interaction had changed to this? Many attendants thought they were dreaming. Was this really their invincible and unexcelled sovereign? The 4 great guardians were actually very clear on what happened. In actual fact, after the fight between Huang Yueli and Li Moying had happened, he immediately sent for them. Originally, Blue Profound Sect had been without a leader for the past 16 years, so even if it were subordinates who were loyal towards Li Moying, they would inevitably slack as they no longer revered and feared Li Moying's commands in the same way as that year. But after that day, everyone realized that even though he had changed a shell, he was still that powerful unexcelled #1 top expert, who still left everyone revere him totally, not daring to have any bit of resistance. Those things which Song Ningyu had said behind his back were found out very quickly. Li Moying was mad with fury and almost struck her to death on the spot. Later it was Song Piyu who stood out to plead for mercy, and Li Moying was worried that if Song Ningyu suddenly died, it would cause Huang Yueli's suspicion, hence he forcibly spared her life. But Song Ningyu was stripped of the guardian position and even sent to the punishment hall. Even Song Pijun didn't know what Song Ningyu had experienced there, only knowing that after her return, she had completely restrained herself, not daring to say a single word more. Usually she would just shrink herself and hide in one corner, totally not having the past haughtiness that she had. All these were secretly done with Li Moying hiding it from Huang Yueli. But although Huang Yueli didn't witness it with her own eyes, she still knew what was going on, and at the same time, she grew even more indignant. This man, creating so many matters out, wasn't trying to hide it, making it more conspicuous? Did he really treat her as an idiot? She must definitely investigate clearly on what had happened. Alas, with Song Ningyu as a precedence, the other 3 guardians were even more tight-lipped, and as they were afraid that they would unintentionally be wormed out facts by her, when they met her, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart, as they remained silent throughout the entire duration. As for the ordinary attendants in Levitation Sword Palace, Huang Yueli managed to try her piercing sky eye and controlled 2 of them in an attempt to make them tell the truth. However, ordinary attendants' knowledge towards this matter was limited, and no matter how Huang Yueli asked, she only knew that Mu Qingqing was devastated that year after her self-explosion and had always been cooping himself up in Levitation Sword Palace. Later on, Song Pijun announced that Sovereign was going into long-term, closed-door cultivation. It was till this day when Song Pijun brought back Li Moying to Levitation Sword Palace with great fanfare did they realize that their sovereign wasn't in closed-door cultivation, but had been reborn. Huang Yueli was certain that these 2 attendants had already told them everything that they knew. But wasn't this version exactly the same as the rumors in the entire Soaring Heavens continent? If what she wanted was to find out about these, would she need to go question them? Looked like Li Moying had maintained absolute secrecy that year. Other than the few trusted aides beside him, practically no one else knew what had happened. To find out the truth, she could only start from himself and his 4 great guardians. This was cumbersome. 10 days had passed and Huang Yueli still hadn't thought of any ideas. Of course she was also not appeased and still remained indifferent towards Li Moying. Finally, even Luo Jiyun sensed the uncommon atmosphere in Levitation Sword Palace as he hurried over to Huang Yueli's side to mediate. "Lil sister-in-law, long time no see, how have you been recently? I'm here to visit you." "Stop the crap, did your eldest senior brother send you here?" Luo Jiyun just entered the room and met with Huang Yueli's rolled eyes as he was instantly stuck in his shell. How is that possible?" "Of course it's not. I miss Lil sister-in-law, so I'm here to pay you a visit." Luo Jiyun's head was filled with sweat. He had not expected to be exposed the minute he reached this place, almost coming to light. Luckily before he came over, Li Moying had already analyzed the possible scenarios and the corresponding methods to deal with it, so he was able to react in time and immediately denied it. Huang Yueli evidently didn't believe his words as her brows rose and said, "Fine, since you're not the traitor sent over by Li Moying, then later you're not allowed to mention anything related to him. Otherwise I'll send you off immediately." Another sweat dripped down from Luo Jiyun's forehead. This scenario was something that even his eldest senior brother didn't teach him. If he wasn't able to mention a single word, how was he supposed to mediate? He wondered what begrudging thing had his eldest senior brother done to actually make Lil sister-in-law so angry to this extent. Surely it couldn't be that he was with another woman and was caught by Lil sister-in-law, right? If it really was this, then who on earth should he help? Luo Jiyun immediately replied, won't mention. I promise that I won't mention." "Sister-in-law, you've really mistaken me. I'm just here to have a chat with you. You said this before, that no matter what problems we meet in Blue Profound Sect, we can seek your help." Huang Yueli then nodded her head and said, "Then have a seat." She let someone serve them tea and snacks and asked, "How is it, these few days, have you and Moe the rest got used to staying in Blue Profound Sect?" Luo Jiyun gave a bitter smile and said, "Got used to? I'm still alright, but brother Moe and the others aren't in very good condition." Luo Jiyun had obtained the rights to become a direct disciple, and adding on to the fact that he was Li Moying's junior brother in South Sky region, hence he was specially permitted to stay in Levitation Sword Palace. Every single disciple or attendant in Levitation Sword Palace were totally loyal towards Li Moying, hence their attitude towards Luo Jiyun was very good as well. Plus the fact that Luo Jiyun's physique and innate talent were not bad, so he quickly adjusted to Blue Profound Sect's lifestyle. But it wasn't the same for Moe and the others. Even though they were inner disciples, but Blue Profound Sect was Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 sacred land. Even the most ordinary outer disciple had at least 7th grade upper innate talent. Whereas Moe and the others were at most 6th grade talent. When they were in Celestial Light Sect, they were considered to have top-rated innate talent, but in Blue Profound Sect where the strong roamed around like clouds, that was just too pathetic. These Blue Profound Sect's disciples naturally wouldn't be used to seeing that. Based on their low innate talents, yet still able to become inner disciples? And the minute they joined the sect, they were able to learn so many high-leveled cultivation methods? Because of this, many disciples picked against Moe and the others in the open and in the dark, not forgetting mocking and ridicule. The shadow guards knew they couldn't match up, hence they didn't rebuke at all, only working hard and silently cultivating on their own. What was worse was that according to Blue Profound Sect's regulations, lowered-level disciples could issue challenges towards high-level disciples and the latter weren't allowed to reject. The number of challenges they received were endless, and as they weren't allowed to reject, but their ability was far worse off than those challenges, so practically every single time they would lose for sure. Not to mention losing a huge amount of fortune and time, they would also get injured frequently. Luo Jiyun told these to Huang Yueli, and later on, he hemmed and hawed as he said, "Lil sister-in-law, you see, isn't brother Moe and the others a little too pitiful? Can we get them over to Levitation Sword Palace?" Huang Yueli took a glance at him and shook her head. No, we can't. Luo Jiyun was a little disappointed, but every time I visit Brother Moe and the others, they always end up in a miserable state from the bullying. If this carries on, I'm afraid that not only would they be unable to cultivate and advance, they might even end up getting seriously injured and affect their future cultivation. Actually, it really isn't Brother Moe and the others' fault for not working hard, but their innate talent and physique is originally not as good as the others, so no matter how they work hard, it's of no use. Huang Yueli put down the teacup as she stared at Luo Jiyun and said slowly, really? Do you really think in this way? Since their innate talent couldn't match up to the others, then no matter how hard they tried, it is useless? Isn't it like this? You and eldest senior brother. Pooey, I didn't mention him. What I mean to say was that, lil sister-in-law, isn't your innate talent outstanding as well, hence, your cultivation speed is that fast? Luo Jiyun casually mentioned eldest senior brother 3 words and immediately received 2 large eye rolls from Huang Yueli. In order to stop her from sending him off, he immediately changed his sentence at first instance. Huang Yueli gave a humph and said, I indeed have outstanding luck, but not every 9th stage realm peerless top exponents relied on innate talent to succeed. There are some whose innate talent were not very good. For example, the leader of the 4 great guardians Song Pujun, when he first started off, he only had 4th grade talent. Huh? How is that possible? Luo Jiyun's eyes immediately turned wide with total disbelief. Sir Pujun has preeminent strength, and so many 9th grade talented practitioners cannot even be compared to him. How could he possibly only have 4th grade talent? Huang Yueli said, this is very common. Your inborn innate talent is merely the starting point, but that doesn't mean to say how far it would lead you to. Real strong exponents do not rely only on outstanding innate talent. Most importantly, they must have enough perseverance and courage, not giving up any chance at all. Innate talent and physique might be hard to change, but there's still chances to improve it. Ah? Really? Innate talent can be raised? Huang Yueli nodded, that's right, otherwise why would so many people fight head over tails to join the 7 sacred lands? It's just because the 7 sacred lands had enough inheritances and resources, even to improve a practitioner's innate talent and physique. As long as they work hard, they will be able to do anything. Huang Yueli thought about it for a moment and said, help me pass this message to the Shadow Guard brothers, that they have a very good opportunity in front of them. Every year-end, Blue Profound Sect would enter into a year-end assessment for outer disciples, and the content is to climb the sect's rear mountain cliff sky ascension stairs. She paused for a moment, that's right, you have to go as well. Direct disciples must all partake in the assessment. Luo Jiyun went into a blank as he asked, curiously, sky ascension stairs? What's that? Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards, mysteriously. There's no point for me to tell you now, you'll find out by then. I can only say that since it's named the Sky Ascension Stairs, that is what the name means. To climb up naturally is as difficult as ascending to the sky. Luo Jiyun anxiously spoke out, what? Lil sister-in-law, don't scare me. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him, I'm not scaring you. There are many assessments in 7 sacred lands, and every one of it is filled with extreme danger, which would lead to loss of one's life easily. But the more difficult the assessment, the minute you pass through it, the more rewards you will obtain. Sky Ascension Stairs assessment rewards are something which is worth everyone to take the risk. Luo Jiyun asked, really? What kind of rewards are there? Huang Yueli replied, I heard that the top 20 practitioners in this assessment would obtain a chance to cultivate in the Swordbath Pool. Swordbath Pool? What place is that? He asked in a daze. Huang Yueli was speechless, you don't even know about this. 7 sacred lands all have the historical remains left behind from ancient times, which could aid in lifting the practitioner's innate talents and physiques under their wings. Otherwise, why would they keep on producing so many talents under their wings, and how would they have the cheek to be known as the Sacred Land? Swordbath Pool is an early historical remains of Blue Profund sect and also one of the best 7th-grade historical remains with the best effect in raising innate talents. Moreover, those with lower innate talents would get better effects after taking a soak in it. Luo Jian's face immediately revealed an overjoyed expression. There's such a good thing around. I must immediately tell Brother Moe and the others. I also want to register and take part in it. Huang Yueli added, there are plenty of chances to enter the Swordbath Pool in Blue Profound sect, but most chances come from ranking in terms of absolute power, so Moe and the others might not be able to rank up in those events. But the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment are auto-adjusted based on the practitioner's innate talent and is the best opportunity which they have. Pass the message to them. If they aren't able to grasp such a good opportunity, that would mean that they totally don't have the conviction to become a top-rated practitioner. They also need not stay on to be humiliated in Blue Profound sect. They might as well return back to South Sky region earlier. In Celestial Light sect, they could at least muddle along to be an elder or something. Why bother to stay here? Huang Yueli made it sound very harsh, but not one sentence were empty words. Those who were able to become 9th stage realm practitioners indeed had 8th grade talent and above, and it was extremely rare and more so based on one's conviction and perseverance to keep on seeking breakthroughs in life and death occasions, lastly surpassing those talented practitioners to reach the peak. Luo Jian's cold sweat was trickling down. Yes, I know. I will definitely bring these words to them. And I will also work hard to prepare for the assessment. Huang Yueli then nodded her head satisfactorily as she picked up the teacup once again. Luo Jian also took a mouthful of tea as she looked at Huang Yueli's expression and said, that's right, sister-in-law, there's another matter. Do you know that after Li Lingchuan and Morong Fei had been brought over to Blue Profound sect, eldest senior brother, how were they dealt with? Luo Jian almost said the wrong thing again, but luckily Huang Yueli was attracted by the content of his words, hence she totally didn't notice that he had mentioned about someone again. I'm not sure, what happened to them now? Huang Yueli shook her head. She naturally knew that Li Moying had brought these two fellows back and absolutely would not spare their lives. There was probably a much more miserable state waiting for them. However, as she entered a Cold War the minute she and Li Moying reached Levitation Sword Palace, hence regarding this matter, she wouldn't go and ask him about it. Luo Jian saw that she was hooked and finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time he recalled the tricks and standard method which Li Moying had imparted to him before he sent him over. First tell your sister-in-law about Moe and the others to lower her defense, and after she has got into a congenial chat with you, then mention about Li Lingchuan and the others to prove that I'm helping her take care of those people who had bullied her. After this matter is done, she should be feeling much better, so take the opportunity to put in a few words for me, and you won't be chased away. Wise and brilliant sovereign was carefully pondering over his fiancée's thoughts. Luo Jian was left in the clouds and fog from listening to him, and it was until now, when he totally couldn't help but submit to him. He was indeed Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 top exponent. This kind of set pattern was done in such a winding and complicated method. Why? Is there something which isn't apt to talk about? Huang Yueli saw that he was in a daze and wrinkled her forehead. Luo Jian immediately regained his sense and hurriedly replied, not that it's not apt to talk about, but I only feel that eldest senior. Just that their end was a little too miserable. I heard that Morong Fei was sent by ELD. Cough cough. Transferred to the one of the 7 sacred lands, Sky Devil Sex Elders, to be a concubine. I heard that that elder is already 900 over years old, and so old that all his teeth have almost dropped out. But yet he was still very prone to sexual attractions, and he had at least 300 to 400 wives and concubines in his residence. To think that third senior sister had so many young, handsome and peerless talents chasing after her, but now she ended up in this state, sigh. After all, we are senior and junior sister and brother relationship, so I'm feeling a little. Huang Yueli looked at Luo Jiyun's uncomfortable look as her lips twitched. Sky Devil Sex Elder, surely it couldn't be that old lecher Wei Dakai, right? That fellow had always had a bad reputation. Not only was he a lecher, he had obviously been collecting virgins with outstanding reputation to cultivate a kind of allotment and patching evil skill. All those young ladies who fell into his devil claws all suffered miserably, worse off living than dead. Morong Fei was not only beautiful, she was also an 8th grade talented genius. This kind of best quality stuff, even Wei Dakai found it hard to get. So she would imagine that if Morong Fei was at his place, she would be pampered very much. Looking at Luo Jiyun's innocent look, Huang Yueli naturally wouldn't be so silly to tell him the truth behind. Apparently, even Li Moying didn't tell him the exact truth, merely avoiding the heavy topic and mentioned it lightly, saying that he married Morong Fei to someone as a concubine. If this soft-hearted child knew that they were so vicious in their handlings, he would probably faint from shock. Huang Yueli then asked, curiously, "All right, I understand her situation now. Then how about Li Lingchuan?" Hearing this question, Luo Jiyun was slightly puzzled as he frowned slightly. Speaking of Li Lingchuan, I find it strange. By right, he had personally plotted to murder L. Many things, and even poured dirty water onto L. Poured dirty water to put the blame on others, so by right, he should end up in a worse-off state. But eldest senior brother only sent him to the rear mountain to be a hard laborer for Elder Quan, who was responsible for refining pills. Luo Jiyun really couldn't think it through, since when had his eldest senior brother became so merciful? To actually let the main culprit off so easily? If it was said that Luo Jiyun was still feeling sympathetic towards Morong Fei, that senior sister, then towards Li Lingchuan, he totally could not feel any sympathy, as he couldn't wait to slap the scum who had plotted his eldest senior brother multiple times to death. Huang Yueli, however, nodded her head while pondering over this. Oh. So it's like this. Blue Profound Sex Alchemy Hall's Elder Quan was a veteran 8th ranked pill master. Although he didn't have Lu Bian's miraculous skills, but his competence was profound and he had been established for a long time. Only problem was, as he was passionate about researching various new prescriptions, even prescribing various poisons, to the extent of being smitten. Every single time a new medication was refined successfully, he would always find someone to test the effects of it. These kinds of medication testing slaves were mostly slaves bought from various slave markets. These slaves were mostly ordinary people who weren't even practitioners, not to mention outstanding high-leveled practitioners with outstanding innate talent, but unfortunately all of Elder Quan's prescriptions were all pinpointed towards high-leveled practitioners. In this way, there was no way to test out the actual effect of the medication. With Li Lingchuan, this 8th grade talent as a medication slave, Elder Quan would be elated. Following that, he would definitely be even more loyal towards Li Moying. He indeed is the man who I, Huang Yueli, had chosen. Indeed vicious, merciless, and black-bellied. Ha, I like. Huang Yueli mumbled to herself as she gave a sly smile, exposing her sharp little tiger fangs. Luo Jiyun's curiosity had reached the peak, as he couldn't help but leaned over to ask, "Lil sister-in-law, you know what's going on, right? Quickly tell me, what is eldest senior brother trying to do?" Huang Yueli heard that and lightly grazed him with a sight. "Why? You really want to know?" Luo Jiyun nodded his head hard. "Of course, I'm curious to death." "Lil sister-in-law, please tell me." Huang Yueli gave a slight smile, "Then all right. I won't tell you on purpose." Luo Jiyun's smile, which had just surfaced, instantly froze on his face. WH. Why? Huang Yueli spoke chillingly. "When you first entered the door, what did I tell you?" As long as you mentioned that stinky man's name, I will immediately make you leave." "Tell me, how many times have you mentioned his name earlier?" Still not going to hurry and scram? Luo Jian's face immediately appeared a dazed expression as his eyes turned wide, as though he didn't hear her clearly. It took quite a while before he managed to react and plead with a bitter face, "Lil sister-in-law, how could you be like this? I really didn't do it intentionally and not purposely mentioning about someone." Huang Yueli gave a cold humph. "Who cares if you're intentional or unintentional, you can leave now." Luo Jian hurriedly added, "Lil sister-in-law, don't be in a hurry to chase me away, just let me say 2 more sentences, just 2 more sentences." Huang Yueli's big bright eyes swept towards him. 2 sentences is it? Then just say. Luo Jian had originally thought that eldest senior brother's plan was really useful and Lil sister-in-law had really acted out according to his plans. After hearing him talk about Moe and Li Lingchuan's news, he was about to enter the most important stage next. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli actually tore down the bridge after crossing it? She treated him to tea to find out the news, and after hearing it all, she immediately swept him out of her door. How could it turn out like this? The routine he lent was obviously not meant to be like this. How could Lil sister-in-law now go according to the standard pattern to throw out her tiles? This was an obvious violation. Luo Jian really wanted to cry but had no tears, but Huang Yueli was so black-bellied and so sinister, he totally could not beat her. Arguing with her was the most unwise thing to do under this heavens. He could only grasp onto the last 2 sentences, chance, attempting to plead for eldest senior brother. Lil sister-in-law, eldest senior brother said he really didn't lie to you, his heartfelt feelings are something which heaven and earth can prove, he. Luo Jian spoke quickly as he tried to grasp onto time to speak a few more sentences, but whoever knew that he had just started when Huang Yueli's right hand waved and a surging burst of profound energy gushed towards him. Although Luo Jian's cultivation was a little higher by a few levels than Huang Yueli's, but Huang Yueli's innate talent and combat experience was much higher than him by a far chunk. If they really started to cross hands, Luo Jian was totally not her match and in an instant, he was thrown out of the door like a bag of trash. After a resounding bam on the ground, the door shut tightly in front of him. Huang Yueli's sweet melodious voice drifted out from inside, "You're done with 2 sentences, junior brother Luo, have a safe journey and I won't be seeing you off." Luo Jian hurriedly pounced over to knock on the door, "Lil sister-in-law, don't be like this. Let me say a few more sentences. Eldest senior brother, he really. Luo Jian's fist had just reached the door when he sensed an irresistible powerful force coming from the door, and he hadn't even had time to stabilize his body while retreating and directly flew out as he fell onto the flower bed at the entrance. Eldest senior brother, why am I in such a miserable state? Not only did Lil sister-in-law not listen to me finish my words, she also set up an unknown mechanism at the door which sent me flying in an instant. Luo Jian climbed up from the mud with an ashen face as he turned around and went to look for his eldest senior brother, to complain tearfully. Huang Yueli's mechanism was mainly set up for defense and its offensive attack wasn't strong at all, hence he wasn't really hurt, only falling head first into the mud which had just recently been set with fertilizers, so not only was he filthy from head to toe, that smell. Don't mention just how horrible it was. Luo Jian ran all the way, and almost every Levitation Sword Palace's disciples who he passed by all raised their eyebrows as they looked at him. Li Moying looked at his sorry state and silently sighed. Jian, it's been hard on you. Your sister-in-law is not biased against you, but she's simply too angry. You'd better not go find her recently, and just like what your sister-in-law said, it's best that you go into closed-door cultivation during this period of time to prepare for the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment. I will personally give you some pointers with regards to cultivation. To be able to get Soaring Heavens Continent's #1 top exponent's personal teaching, this was something which every young practitioner in the entire continent had dreamed of. Luo Jian instantly forgot all his troubles as he left happily. Li Moying's inner heart grew even graver. He knew clearly that Luo Jiyun took on the punishment for him, and Lear's anger had still not dissipated. Moreover, she had seen through his plot to make use of Luo Jiyun in an attempt to mediate for them, hence she intentionally taught the both of them a lesson. He had not expected that even Luo Jiyun could not lower Lear's defense. Looked like she was set on finding out the truth. Could it be that he really needed to tell her? No way. This thought had just surfaced, and it was thoroughly refuted by Li Moying. If he told her the truth, she would definitely. No, unless he was about to die, otherwise he would never tell her the truth. Since that's the case, then there would only be one way. Another few days went by, but Huang Yueli and Li Moying's relationship did not ease up at all. Levitation Sword Palace's atmosphere grew tenser and tenser, and every disciple and attendants in the palace were all shaking with fear and trepidation, deeply worried that if they were careless for that 1 second, they would anger Grandmaster Huang and affect their sovereign, who was on the verge of exploding. In the past, everyone hoped to get the chance to get closer to sovereign, even if it was just to take a look at his handsome countenance. It was an extremely glorious matter to them. But now the minute they heard that the sovereign was appearing, everyone ran faster away than the rabbits. It really was because Li Moying's recent temper was too terrifying. Even his most trusted eldest guardian Song Pajun was faulted at every turn daily, thus being berated badly, not to mention other people. Whereas Song Pajun knew that he had done something wrong, and as the eldest guardian, right after sovereign had instructed multiple times to not reveal the secret, yet it was emitted to future sovereignesses' ears the minute he turned his head, so regarding this matter, he could not escape censure. So every day, there were plenty of people who would intentionally or unintentionally go over to visit Huang Yueli in an attempt to make the two of them reconcile. Alas, Huang Yueli had set her heart on this, absolutely not giving in at all. It was another dark nightfall, and Huang Yueli was cultivating alone in her room. Her cultivation had also increased swiftly when she was in the cloudy Qilin mystic region. Although it had not improved as exaggeratedly as Li Moying, cloudy Qilin clan's genius, but she had already advanced into 5th stage realm peak, and after a long time of stabilization, she would be able to break through to 6th stage realm anytime. Just as she congealed her breathing and senses to concentrate on cultivating, her room door suddenly came a series of knocking sounds. Lil's sister-in-law. Lil's sister-in-law. Are you there? Something bad has happened. Luo Jiyun was shouting outside her door with a hint of sobbing tone mixed in his voice. Huang Yueli's cultivation was interrupted, but before she could start to get upset, she could tell that there was something wrong with his tone, and immediately she turned anxious and jumped right up from her bed, running over to open the door. What's the matter? It's so late already, what on earth has happened? Luo Jiyun was panting hard to catch his breath as he panted heavily and pointed his finger towards the night sky. Lil's sister-in-law, cough cough, have you forgotten? Tonight is full moon's night. Huang Yueli raised her head, and a full moon shone brightly in their eyes, and her complexion immediately turned pale. That's right, no wonder she had been in a daze for the entire day, somewhat feeling that something was ill at ease with the feeling that she seemed to have forgotten about something important, so today was full moon's night. She actually forgot about such an important matter. Huang Yueli turned around and sped towards Li Moying's bedroom. As she was running, she kept blaming herself in her heart. Tonight was full moon's night, such an important matter like this, and she had forgotten about it totally. It was all because of her only caring about the Cold War with Li Moying and forgetting to pay attention to the condition of his body. Speaking of that, Li Moying's soul detachment illness all relied on Liu Baiyan's prescription, and it was already totally unable to be suppressed. Every time it acted up, the reaction would be more intense than the previous time. But as long as she was beside him, it would be suppressed very quickly, and if it wasn't for that, he would. Hence, she wasn't able to pinpoint if the current Li Moying state was considered to be turning for the better or for the worse. But she was very sure on one point, and that was every single full moon's night, she must stay by Li Moying's side securely, no exceptions for that even if the two of them were in the middle of a cold war. Huang Yueli had just turned into the corridor when she saw a blinding flash in the sky, ripping the silence of the dark night. That bolt of lightning carried a shocking amount of enormous energy as it directly struck in the open sky above Levitation Sword Palace. A loud sound rang as 10,000 swords clashed. Levitation Sword Palace's sword array was originally a thunder-attributed ancient array, and right now under the invigoration of powerful electric currents, each sword flew up straight into the sky as it refracted the electric currents which kept on raining down in the sky as the clashing whizzed with a cold murderous aura. Huang Yueli saw that and pursed her lips as she ran even faster than before. A large number of disciples had already gathered in Levitation Sword Palace's front courtyard, and everyone wore a shocked and surprised expression. On seeing Huang Yueli coming over, the disciples all naturally split up a path for her. Huang Yueli flew nearer and saw Li Moying had already been surrounded by electric currents, with a pair of lightning wings, and his wings had already expanded over 10 feet as his entire body hovered in midair. His good-looking face was layered with iciness and aloofness, radiating a greenish-purple glint, and in his sharp eyes, lightning flashed, and every single time someone met his eyes, it made that person start shaking with fear and trepidation. His thunder region was much more powerful than before, and the electric currents were closely distributed around the surroundings, and it was very hard to find any gaps which could fit in. Outside the thunder region, Song Pijun, Song Piyu and Song Pahun, as well as Li Moying's 3 other trusted elders, had already surrounded him in an attempt to pacify him, or were trying to find a way to suppress the explosive energy from his body. However, Li Moying's current destructive power was just too shockingly huge, and it had even surpassed his past life's peak condition. Although all the 6 practitioners who were present were all 9th stage realm peak sky chart's strong exponents, but in front of Li Moying's thunder region, they were totally unable to withstand a single blow from him, as all of them were struck till their faces turned ashen, some even sustaining serious internal injury. "Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. Sovereign is just too powerful. Didn't they say he had just entered the 9th stage realm and had not even reached his past life's potential? Why is he this powerful?" Song Pahun was sent flying once again by the electric currents as his face was filled with bruises, and he clutched the injured area on his chest as he couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood. Song Pijun's condition wasn't in any better state than his, as his expression was totally gloomy. "I heard from Master Luo that Sovereign's soul detachment illness had started 15 years ago, and it would act up every full moon's night. When it acts up, he would practically be in a state where he lost all his senses, but his potential would rise rapidly, reaching to 9th stage realm peak." "What the ghost, this is 9th stage realm peak potential? I'm also in 9th stage realm peak, but why am I still being beaten until my teeth have all fallen out?" Song Pahun couldn't help himself as he was about to spill vulgarities. Song Pijun shook his head and said, "How can Sovereign's 9th stage realm peak be the same as yours? Moreover, according to Master Luo's interpretation, as Sovereign's cultivation keeps increasing, the destructive power of his soul detachment illness would keep increasing as well. It could be said that every single time it would get stronger and stronger." Song Pahun wanted to spew vulgarities again. Damn it, that in this case every single time Sovereign would act up once, and every single time it acts up, it would be more powerful than before? He's only in 9th stage realm, 1st level now, and already so abnormally strong. By the time he reaches 9th stage realm peak, wouldn't he be able to strike us all to ash when we meet face to face? Pahun, mind your words. How can you speak of Sovereign's right and wrongs? Song Pijun frowned in displeasure as he barked at him harshly. Song Pahun also realized that he had said the wrong things and hurriedly shut his mouth. However, after he was sent flying once again, he still couldn't help but started grumbling once again. Too hard on himself, for this really is too ridiculously strong. What should we do next? How long will Sovereign act up until? If this went on for too long, I'm afraid that Levitation Sword Palace's sword array would be damaged by him. Song Pahun's words weren't gibberish because right on top of everyone's heads, 10,000 long swords kept on hacking at the electric currents, giving off a horrifying murderous aura, causing shocking electric currents retractions, which probably the entire soaring heavens continents was able to see. Such a huge commotion from Blue Profound Sect, they wondered what the other large powerhouses would think when they saw this. But this matter was no longer something on Song Pajun and the others' minds. The most important matter now was how to make Lemoying's resume back to normality as soon as possible. Song Pajun said, Levitation Sword Palace's sword array is passed down since ancient times, and in the past, it even had resistance against 10th stage realm practitioners who joined hands to attack it, so how could it be so easily broken? What is of urgency right now is to hurry up and think of an idea to let Sovereign calm down. Master Luo mentioned that the ability that Sovereign is displaying right now is not his actual ability, but obtained via burning his life source. The longer it drags on, the more damage it would cause to his body. It might even cause his cultivation to drop. Hearing this, everyone apparently became extremely nervous. Then what should we do? We can't even pass 10 miles near to Sovereign, and if we went near him, we probably hadn't even touched the corner of his sleeve and we will be struck into ash. But this cannot drag on, otherwise, shall we join hands and risk our lives to head up? Just as everyone was bearing a look which faced death with equanimity, preparing to risk their lives, Song Piu suddenly spoke out. Wait a minute, everyone, don't be hasty. Second brother, do you have an idea? Song Pahun went up close with a joyous look. Everyone knew that Song Piu was Blue Profound Sect's strategist, and when Lemoying wasn't around, he contributed his ideas for various matters. Song Piu muttered, it's actually now considered a method, but I'd very much like to know that when Master Luo and the others were in the sect, whenever they met Sovereign acting up, how did they handle this? Theoretically speaking, everyone in their sect along with the elders added up, they shouldn't be stronger than any one of us, but they actually could pacify Sovereign for so many years? Kempahun said, what's so strange about that? Hadn't Big Brother already said that whenever Sovereign acts up, his might would rise according to his cultivation, and in the past, he shouldn't be this powerful, right? Song Piu shook his head, you can put it in this way. Since this is a process of gradually strengthening up, and Sovereign who had already broke through to 9th stage realm, then the past few times he acted up should at least be 8th stage realm, so his might would definitely be very shocking. When he said that, it caused the rest to delve into deep thoughts. Everyone present were stunned, but after thinking through this, for a mere couple of seconds, everyone expressed their reconciliation towards this. That's right, what Guardian you said is correct. Looks like in order to pacify Sovereign, there should be some tactic involved, and we cannot just go head-on. Master Luo would definitely know something, hurry go get him over here to question him. Song Pahun was extremely anxious, that's right, quickly go grab that little brat for interrogation, strange, where did he go? Why can't we even see his shadow? Song Pajun said, when Master Luo heard that Sovereign's illness acted up, he just told me a few simple words and ran off. Ran off? That's his eldest senior brother. Song Pahun's eyes popped out. Song Pajun was indifferent, then what should we do? He's only in the 6th stage realm, and if he were to head up here, he'd probably be long dead. I'll go get something to look for him. Song Pajun's words had not ended when he heard a burst of flustered shuffling of footsteps behind him. For someone to come over at this kind of timing, it was definitely some matter of urgency. The few of them hurriedly turned around and gazed at the person approaching. On one look, Song Pahun cried out in shock, Grandmaster Huang, you. Why have you come here? Song Pajun also bore a face of shock as he immediately stepped upwards to comfort her, Grandmaster Huang, this isn't a place which you should stay at. This subordinate knows that Sovereign is in trouble and you must be very worried, but this place is simply too dangerous, but your cultivation is no longer the same as in your past life. If you get hurt accidentally, how should this subordinate explain to sect master? He persuaded her earnestly, and halfway through his sentence, he saw Huang Yueli doing a special step as her figure was swift like a hurricane, and in no time, she had reached them. Stop the nonsense, there's no time, move aside quickly. Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear his advice as she went around him, thinking of continuing to move forward. Song Pijun didn't expect her to not stop at all, just charging straight to meet her doom, and he was so scared that he hurried over to pull her back. Grandmaster Huang, you. Please don't be rash. You can't go over to that side. Alas, his reaction was still too slow, as Huang Yueli's agility dance steps was a god realm cultivation method which was best at evasion. Song Pijun had momentarily been distracted and was passed by easily by her as she slipped past the defense lock, and with a flash, her slender figure in the white flowing dress headed straight into the thunder region with no second thoughts. Heavens! Grandmaster Huang, quickly come back. Danger! The sovereign has now lost his consciousness and don't recognize anyone at all. What should we do? She's already gone in. It's too late. No one had expected this situation to happen, and basically no one was able to stop her in time. In that instance, everyone who was present had a complexion which flushed much paler than a dead person. Who didn't know that Huang Yueli's existence in Li Moying's heart was much more important than his own life by 1,100 times, and usually if Huang Yueli suffered a slight injury, he would fly into a rage to murder that person who hurt her. Now they actually didn't manage to keep a tight rein on her, allowing her to dash into the thunder region. She would probably end up being struck to death by Sovereign personally. By the time Sovereign regained his consciousness, that result. It was simply something which no one dared to imagine. Song Pijun swiftly clenched his teeth. What are you still hesitating for? Everyone, let's move up. We must try our utmost best to resist the thunder region. Even if we are seriously injured, we must still try to get Grandmaster Huang out. I'll count down from 3, everyone be prepared. 3, 2. Song Pijun was really about to faint. Sovereign having such an illness with symptoms, which was like a ticking bomb on his, wasn't at all because of that year. For Grandmaster Huang. Now Huang Yueli was still acting like this. Forget about the usual Cold War with Sovereign, but when something happened, she was actually this irrational. Did she think that she was still that year's young palace lord from mythical Flame Palace, with exceptional ability? Her cultivation was only at 5th stage realm, and that would be equivalent to sending herself to her doom. The current scenario was already very messy, and she actually came to add more trouble. Wait a minute, all of you don't be rash. Stop please. Just as the few of them were about to risk their lives to save her, Luo Jiyun, who was left behind by Huang Yueli, had finally managed to chase up to them. He ran over in a most urgent manner, but his speed simply could not be compared to Huang Yueli. Song Pijun and the others ignored his cries because the situation was just too urgent, and if they were late by just one breath, Huang Yueli could possibly be struck into dregs. As the circumstances were dire, Luo Jiyun couldn't care about anything else as he speedily rushed upwards to block himself in front of everyone. Song Pijun and the others almost crashed into him, and all of them bore an angry look. What on earth are you trying to do? Why did you suddenly rush out like that? Master Luo, we're on our way to save someone. Haven't you seen that Grandmaster Huang is almost about to die? Quick, ignore him, let's grab hold of time. On seeing everyone about to rush over again, Luo Jiyun quickly shouted out, Don't go in, sister-in-law rushed in to save people. Everyone please be assured, as long as sister-in-law is here, she can settle this easily, so all of you need not be so agitated and so nervous, just wait a little while and you'll know. Everyone's actions took a pause as they gazed towards him in doubt. Luo Jiyun saw that they were finally listening to what he was saying as he hurriedly gave a cough and speedily explained. Brother guardians, you need not be so nervous. Don't think that eldest senior brother looked so terrifying right now, as though he really doesn't recognize anyone, but he's still able to recognize sister-in-law. He will absolutely not hurt sister-in-law, so rest your heart. Song Pahun frowned, apparently still not believing in him. Are you certain? This matter cannot be based on mere guessing. Sovereign really doesn't recognize anyone at all. The few of us guardians have been by his side for at least 20 years, but hadn't he also just punched us madly earlier? Song Pajun added, when Sovereign is conscious, of course he wouldn't bear to hurt even one finger of Grandmaster Huang, but now it's totally different. Luo Jiyun wanted to add something more when he suddenly heard Song Piju giving off a huh. Everyone turned their heads towards him. Song Piju pointed to the center of the Thunder region and said in a deep voice, Grandmaster's moves are really not simple. She actually ran over so quickly to the Thunder region's center and also precisely evaded every single bolt of lightning, not sustaining any injuries at all. This is something that even I can't achieve. What? So fast? Finished, we're all finished, we really can't make it in time. Song Pahun gave an anguished wail as his face flushed so white that it was scary. He could also predict that by tomorrow, the miserable state of him being skinned alive, with all his tendons pulled out. Kim Pajun also had the same terrible expression, but when he took a careful look at the Thunder region's center, he gave an astonished expression. Luo Jiyun simply said complacently, see that? It's exactly what I said. Sister-in-law, she is indeed all right. Although eldest senior brother is unconscious, but in the inner depths of his heart, he will never forget that Lil sister-in-law is the most important person to him, even more important than his own life. By this time, Song Pahun had also seen this situation in the Thunder region's center, as well as he said in disbelief, it's actually true. Grandmaster Huang has already reached Sovereign's side. Shouldn't she have been electrocuted by now? She's actually really all right? Is Sovereign conscious or unconscious? Everyone had the same question on their minds as they watched this scene silently. They deeply felt in their hearts that no matter how much time had passed, the two of them had already experienced the test of reincarnation, but Huang Yueli's place in Li Moying's heart was getting deeper and deeper. Luo Jiyun finally completely relaxed. He smiled and said, all right, now we'll depend on Lil sister-in-law. In the past when we were in South Sky region, no matter how badly eldest senior brother acted up, as long as Lil sister-in-law is around, he would be cured immediately. Take a careful look, he's about to. Luo Jiyun spoke in a light tone as his heart already had a conclusion, feeling that his own mission was already completed and all they had to do was to wait till Lil sister-in-law and eldest senior brother perform some hot scene, then they could officially end their job. Song Pajun and the others had no choice but to admit that Luo Jiyun knew the situation clearer than them, so they all believed his words and followed his vision as their eyes grew wide, putting all their concentration into the Thunder region's center. But whoever knew that the few of them kept staring at Huang Yueli and Li Moying for half a day, but they didn't see the predicted scene where the electric current stopped. On the contrary, when Huang Yueli hugged Li Moying's waist and said a few words, Li Moying's expression suddenly underwent a change. Immediately following that, Huang Yueli was thrown aside by him. The thunder in the sky kept on landing down, and this time, it was even more intense than before. Every single palace and levitation sword palace were built with extremely solid 9th-tier material and was impenetrable, but under this kind of rampaging electricity shocks, repeated torture, minute cracks started to appear. Song Pajun and the others were too near to them, and as they were caught unaware, they were suddenly struck by a fluctuating strong gush of energy in their faces, and every single one of them without any exception were all sent flying, as they suffered blue-black all over once again. Song Pajun climbed up from the ground and rubbed his bruised back and immediately started clamoring. Master Luo, are you telling a lie to humor us? Didn't you say that when Grandmaster Huang is here, everything will be resolved? I think instead of resolving it, the situation took a turn for the worse instead. Luo Jian's cultivation was the weakest and so he suffered the worst when he fell. Not only did he break 3 ribs, his internal injury was also very serious as he spat out several mouthfuls of blood in midair when he was flying out. He forcibly propped up his body as he sat up a little and looked towards the thunder region. Under blinding bluish-purple electric currents, Huang Yueli's lucid and elegant little face was filled with a shocked and speechless expression, apparently unable to accept this truth as well. But she merely hesitated for a moment and immediately got up as she tried her best to go near to Li Moying once again. However, Li Moying totally didn't give her any chance to go near him. In that pair of cold and stern, profound pupils, no feelings could be detected as only soul-stirring electric currents kept flickering. Huang Yueli merely got nearer by a few steps and was quaked away by him. Moreover, every single time he avoided her, the intensity of the electric currents would increase by another fold, as its destructive power became even more shocking. The ringing of thunder and sword clashing sounds penetrated each other mutually and resounded together as the sky above Levitation Sword Palace became louder and louder, the vibration from the ground became more and more intense, as though the entire sword array would explode any time. Luo Jiyun was completely dazed by this scene as well, so much that he had even forgotten about the pain caused by the heavy injuries on his body as his eyes popped out wide while staring straight ahead, at the same time shaking his head as he kept muttering to himself. Impossible. It shouldn't be. How did it turn out to be in this way? This had never happened before? Song Pahun cried out in exasperation, now you're saying that it's impossible and shouldn't be. What should we do now? Just look at Sovereign's current state, his expression has already turned green. This profound energy exhaustion simply means he's overdrafting his life. He originally already couldn't live for much longer. Shut your mouth. Song Pajun suddenly opened his mouth and stopped him in a harsh tone. Song Pahun abruptly realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut his mouth. Luckily, Luo Jiyun was already in a frenzy and totally didn't notice what Song Pahun said, only caring about tangling with himself. Why did it become like this? I really didn't lie to you all. In the past, as long as Lil's sister-in-law is here, she has never failed. Moreover, she only needed the time to burn 1 incense stick and would be able to make eldest senior brother quieten down. Why is it that today? Song Pahun met Song Pajun's berating gaze as he hung his head low. But very quickly, he couldn't endure the silence and said, what should we do now? Sovereign's condition looks really too dangerous, and I feel that any time he might possibly. The crowd threw their alarmed and worried gazes together at the same time towards the thunder region. Song Pahun frowned, this is difficult, earlier we already couldn't suppress Sovereign when his illness acted up. Now, I reckon that even if we joined hands together, we might be turned into charcoal. Everyone present was Li Moying's most loyal subordinate and no one would care only about saving their own skins and were most willing to sacrifice themselves for their sovereign. But now the problem was no matter how willing they were to give up their lives, they weren't able to stop Li Moying even for a little bit. Such a feeling of utter helplessness shrouded everyone, making them feel a deep sense of despondency. Song Pahun's heart was burning with anxiety, but, surely we can't allow Sovereign to just continue acting up like this, right? The amount of profound energy that he is exhausting is increasing. I'm afraid that he will not be able to hang on until dawn before he. Moreover, since he had never acted up this seriously before, then, no one knows if he will totally stop when dawn breaks or not. Song Pajun clenched his teeth and said, all of you don't move, let me go in first. If I can make Sovereign stop for just a moment, then you will have a chance to control him. Brother Pajun, what are you trying to do? Song Pahun cried out in alarm. Wanting to stop Li Moying in this state was something which Song Pajun couldn't possibly do. The only way is to self-explode. No way, big brother, you cannot do this. Song Pahun instantly reacted and jumped out to top him. Song Pajun spoke with a grave expression, then how? Do you have any alternative ways? No, but he could not bear to witness Song Pajun, whom he treated like his own sibling, to self-explode like this. Just as the both of them were in a deadlock, Song Pu walked over and spoke with a deep voice, "Big brother, don't be so rash." Song Pajun frowned, "Even you also cannot differentiate the severity of the situation? From the moment we started to be a guardian, we vowed to heaven that we would be able to give up everything for sovereign." Song Pu shook his head and said, "If there is really such a need, I naturally wouldn't stop Big Brother, but it hasn't reached that moment yet." Song Pajun looked at him puzzledly, "What do you mean?" Song Pu pointed towards the Thunder region and said, "Haven't you noticed it already?" Although Sovereign kept pushing Grandmaster Huang away, refusing to let her go near him, but Grandmaster Huang is still in good condition. If it was anyone else who was standing so near such a powerful thunder-attributed region, even if Sovereign didn't intentionally attack that person, he would have turned into a charred corpse by now. Hearing what he said, everyone then realized that the situation really wasn't as bad as what they had imagined. Huang Yueli was right in the center of the Thunder region with an anxious and panic-stricken expression as she followed behind Li Moying rightly. She was just short of hugging his legs, to plead, totally like a pitiful little fox, which was cruelly abandoned. However, no matter how pitiful she looked, no one could overlook the fact that there was not even a slight sign of injury on her. Song Pajun and the others were tongue-tied when they saw this. What situation is this considered as? Luo Jiyun's twisted face due to the pain finally surfaced a smile. "I said this before, as long as sister-in-law is here, there wouldn't be any issue, right?" No one had any free time to answer him as everyone stared intently at the duo standing in the center of the Thunder region. This was really considered okay? Standing in the center of the Thunder region, Huang Yueli was even more anxious than others, by 100 times. She simply couldn't understand just what happened today. Originally she had hurried over smoothly, and when she ran over next to Li Moying's side, she discovered that although he seemed a little weak, but in totality his situation was still all right, as she secretly heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that she only needed to pacify him. Whoever knew that just when she was about to pull the man over to force a kiss on him, even before her fingers had reached his robe, he actually casted her aside immediately. Initially, Huang Yueli thought that Li Moying had done that unintentionally, or perhaps he had not noticed that she was here, hence she intentionally rerouted to his front, preparing to give him a hug filled with love. But this wasn't of any use at all. Li Moying's electric current-filled eyes grazed past her slightly with a pained expression beneath his eyes, and immediately following that, his brows furrowed tightly, and he flicked his sleeves as he pushed her aside once again. "Hey!" Huang Yueli was caught off guard and was thrown aside once again as her butt landed on the ground once again. This time, Huang Yueli was certain that this man had definitely seen her clearly, but yet he still pushed her aside. Just what was going on? Surely it cannot be that while this man's soul detachment illness was acting up, he still remembered the Cold War between them and was still angry, still acting sunder right? What was wrong with him? Did he need to be so childish? And like he was throwing rubbish, mercilessly casting her aside without any thoughts. Huang Yueli's expression turned slightly green. If it was usual times, she who was pampered rotten by him might just sneer and Li Moying like that. But now in this situation, looking at Li Moying's face, which was turning paler by the second, there was no indignance in her heart, only heartache. Huang Yueli climbed up from the ground once again and got close to Li Moying. She used her pitiful large eyes in an attempt to soften this man. "Moying, don't be angry anymore, alright? I won't quarrel with you, okay? You must be feeling terrible right now, your head is painful, you are totally lethargic, but yet cannot stop, right? Relax a little and be obedient, let me give you a kiss, and..." Arg! Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide as she could not believe that she had once again been casted aside yet again. Although this time, Li Moying had put an extra attention to the amount of strength, hence she didn't fall down, but he had still pushed her aside. Huang Yueli was so angry that she stomped her feet, crying in anxiety and indignance, "Li Moying, can you stop using your own body as a joke? Is this time to be angry with me now? Do you know how terrible your face looks right now? If this carries on, your body will definitely not be able to take it." However, Li Moying didn't have any reaction, not even looking her straight in the eyes. On the contrary, the surrounding thunder attributed energy which gathered around him became even more condensed and even more powerful. Surging thunder attributed profound energy kept on gushing towards him. Bursting sounds of electricity continued crackling in the sky. Huang Yueli could tell distinctively that with each strike of lightning landing in the sky, Li Moying's complexion turned miserably pale at a visible speed. His complexion was originally very fair, but at this moment, he became even paler to the extent of almost becoming transparent as the greenish veins under his skin all seemed to be surfacing. Huang Yueli didn't have any time to consider what was wrong with him as she hurriedly pounced over once again. In the end, she was still casted aside. Huang Yueli climbed up once again, and on seeing Li Moying's thunder wings spreading out once again as he gradually floated into the sky, she was flustered and exasperated as she rushed over to grab his heels, tugging him downwards onto the ground. Li Moying repeated the same tricks, wanting to cast her aside once again. However, Huang Yueli had made enough preparations this time round as she gathered all the profound energy in her hands to resist against Li Moying's thunder attribute profound energy, insisting on grabbing onto him and refusing to loosen her grip. "Li Moying, how long are you going into a frenzy for? Are you tired of living? Please regain a little bit of your consciousness. Do you really not recognize who I am anymore?" A severe emotionless pair of eyes swept past her face coldly as the profound dark pupils flashed past a cold glint. "Let go." Following Li Moying's gloomy voice, Huang Yueli felt the impact emitting from her hands abruptly raising in one straight line up. Bursts of exploding thunder attributed energy were emitted into her body, as though it was going to break her wrists into several segments. Huang Yueli frowned in pain, her fingers had already turned pale and crooked from the pain, but she still refused to loosen her grip. "I won't let go. Moying, you come down, here. Did you hear me?" Huang Yueli's cultivation was too far apart from Li Moying's, and although she had already tried her fullest to resist against it, but she still had no way to go up against such an overbearing thunder attributed profound energy from flooding in as it charged against her meridians. She sensed a turbulence in her chest as though she would throw up blood any second, and when she spoke, her teeth were chattering non-stop. Li Moying's mind was extremely disorderly, and all the electric currents which gathered on him seemed to have struck onto the top of his head. That kind of pain which kept on emitting from the soul made him totally unable to reflect and could only follow his instinct to keep on venting, as though this was the only way for him to lessen his pain. But when his vision fell onto Huang Yueli's pained expression on her face, his heart suddenly jolted. An indescribable sourish feeling gushed up in his heart. Li Moying's body shook and he subconsciously retracted the profound energy which he had diverged totally out of his own instincts. Even though his mind was groggy and messed up, but he just didn't want to make this young lass face have that kind of painful expression. The pressure on Huang Yueli's hand suddenly lessened. Her heart leapt with joy as she thought that her persistence had finally yielded effects and Li Moying had finally regained consciousness, recognizing who she was. She hurriedly said, "Moying, all right. I know you feel very terrible, so right now, keep your thunder wings and land on the ground. Slowly." She was saying that carefully as she continued to tug Li Moying downwards, while observing the expression on his face carefully, prepared to use her skills as a female lecher to lay her claws on him. Li Moying followed her movement and slowly descended a little. But suddenly, his brows creased vigorously as an intense pain shot right from his head. Li Moying clutched his head with both hands as he moaned out, "Argh." Huang Yueli's expression changed abruptly as she cried out in anxiety and worry, "Moying, what's wrong? Quick." However, Li Moying's pained expression was becoming clearer by the minute as he hugged his head with might and the cold sweat on his forehead kept dripping, followed by the increasing intensity of the profound energy from his body. Powerful matchless thunder attributed profound energy was injected suddenly from Huang Yueli's arm, charging right into her meridians causing her expression to turn white immediately. The crowd outside the thunder region all cried out in shock when they saw that. No good. Grandmaster Huang's expression doesn't bode well, it looks like she's suffered internal injury. How could this be? Master Luo, haven't you said that Sovereign will definitely not hurt Grandmaster Huang? We're done for this time round, what should we do? Just as everyone was at a loss, Huang Yueli's expression slowly resumed back to normal. She sensed that right after that burst of sudden charge, Li Moying seemed to have detected that something was not right and gradually controlled his rampaging profound energy. Although he was still moaning while hugging his head, under such a miserable situation, he was still trying his best to control himself not to hurt his beloved woman. Huang Yueli looked at his green-white countenance and bit her lips, and she decided to press her luck. Her right hand waved and several pieces of immortal binding rope flew out, coiling it onto Li Moying's body, and in an instant, Li Moying was tied up securely by the ropes, rendering him immovable. Huang Yueli took the chance to retract her hands, pulling him towards the ground. She was very clear that no matter how secure the immortal binding rope was, it couldn't possibly be able to bind a peerless top expert like Li Moying, so she could only take advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying attention to slightly control him for a few breaths of time. But this bit of time should be enough. Taking the instance where Li Moying had lost his balance, Huang Yueli tipped her toes slightly and jumped up as her arms wrapped around his neck and leaned in towards his face. This was really a forced kiss. The few outside the thunder region were completely shocked and Song Pahun couldn't even say a single word as he stuttered, this. What is Grandmaster Huang doing? She's too anxious already. Luo Jiyun explained with slight embarrassment, every single time they must do this, as long as, they've kissed, eldest senior brother would return back to normal. But... Song Pahun stared at the duo, and his brows creased slightly, are you certain? Sovereign seems as though he will rather die than to comply. This scene, no matter how they looked at it, it was especially awkward. Huang Yueli had completely thrown her face away as she directly played the role of an evil sheep pouncing towards the wolf, preparing to lay Li Moying down. But she had totally not expected that when she was about to reach that pale thin lips, Li Moying suddenly turned his head away to avoid her kiss, causing her to kiss his face instead. Huang Yueli was stunned but immediately stretched out her hand to grab Li Moying's chin in an attempt to turn his face back. However, Li Moying refused to go according to her wishes as he even grabbed onto her slender waist, hoping to pull her off from him. Huang Yueli was so angry that she couldn't help but pinched him secretly as she retorted angrily, what is this? Just let me kiss you once, will you die? Your innocence has long been ruined in this lady's hands, still pretending to be some chaste upright man. Li Moying's tightly creased brows seemed to soothe a little as his dazed sight gradually gathered, meeting her pair of large eyes, which seemed to be brimming with tears. Don't. No, just a little more. Li Moying slowly pushed out these few words as his deep voice held a trembling tone, as though his breath was floating. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Yueli was so close to him, she totally couldn't hear what he was saying. Huang Yueli plastered up to him urgently and asked anxiously, what are you saying? Wait for a while. Do you know that you're about to lose your life? How long are you going into a frenzy for? When Li Moying heard that crisp and anxious voice, smelled the sweet and familiar fragrance, his mind regained clear-headedness for that one instance, recalling the matter which he kept on reminding himself before he acted up. Just a little more. Let me recall. Recall the matters. In the past. Moying said intermittently. Huang Yueli was originally slightly dazed, but not too long later, a thought arose in her mind. That shocking guess made her tremble violently. Surely not. Impossible, right? You. Speak clearly. What are you trying to do? What matters in the past? What you're saying, surely it's not the matters in our past lives? Moying looked at her deeply as his panting became even more severe. Just wait. Wait a moment more. I am about to recall. His voice became softer and the surrounding thunder-attributed energy became even more uncontrollable as the entire levitation sword palace rang with continuous lightning strikes as it started to shake. For a moment, Huang Yueli felt her entire body turning chilly, even her heart was about to stop. You actually. For this kind of thing? Damn it. I really deserve to die. Huang Yueli finally understood why Moying insisted on holding on like that, refusing to let her control his illness. Because it was only when his soul detachment illness acted up will he regain his memories, recalling what happened in his past life. He was so insistent on holding on, only to regain more memories of their past. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's inner heart's self-blame had reached the limit. She recalled the reason why she was in a cold war with Moying for this period of time, which was because she suspected Moying for not telling her what happened in their past lives. Moying had tried to explain to her numerous times, but she wouldn't believe in his explanation, insisting that it was because Moying was lying to her. She had even set a last ultimatum to this man, that if he still refused to divulge what happened in his past life after she self-exploded, then she would break off the engagement with him. Whereas now, Moying didn't care if he was expending his life source just to force himself to recall the matters which happened in his past life. Wasn't it exactly because of the threat which she had said to him? It seemed that he really couldn't remember what happened in his past life, and not lying to her. Whereas the petty her actually kept on suspecting the man who loved her deeply, even forcing him to take this half-dead step. Huang Yueli was feeling both guilty and heartache as the rim of her eyes suddenly turned red. Moying, stop thinking. Stop thinking already. I don't want to know already. She choked as she tried her best to hug the man's neck, pleading with him. However, Moying insistently moved his head aside. No. No way, I have to recall. Huang Yueli's head was buried in his chest as she missed the deep scheming glint in Moying's eyes. Whether he had his past life's memories or not, only Moying himself was the clearest on this. However, he could not do this. Whereas this young lass was indeed hooked. Huang Yueli was guilty to the max and was in no state of mind to consider this point in detail. She felt that her heart was aching to the point that she almost couldn't breathe as her fingers subconsciously clutched Moying's shirt into a lump. I beg you, please don't torture yourself in this way. I really don't want to know, really don't want to know, don't even want to know ever again. I only want you to be well. No. I must. Moying shook his head insistently. He had indeed sensed that his body had already reached the limit. This time round, he had wasted too much time and expended too much profound energy, and he could possibly fall down any time. But he must cut off Huang Yueli's thoughts of getting to the heart of the matter. Regardless of any price. But he couldn't hold on for long as well, because he was slowly losing control of his body. Moying stumbled and almost fell down. Huang Yueli took the opportunity to pounce onto him, and this time, she had finally managed to kiss his pale thin lips accurately. Moying's lips were icy cold, as though it had lost all life form. Huang Yueli used all her energy before she pried open his lips, sending her own breath into his mouth. Initially, Moying practically didn't move, as though he had no more energy left to draw in her breath, but under Huang Yueli's unyielding persistence, it took a little while more before his lips gradually became warm. After a period of time later, Li Moying started to kiss her back, and little by little, he turned from a guest into the host, and finally at the very end, like the usual powerful and overbearing man who he was whenever they kissed, he grabbed hold of absolute initiative authority. Huang Yueli was initially terrified and worried. Initially, as she was practically nibbling on the man's lips. It was until later when Li Moying had regained the initiative before she slowly sunk in, under the familiar overbearing man's breath, her conscience slowly turned hazy. The two of them didn't notice that the surrounding rampaging thunder attributed energy had unknowingly resumed back to its peaceful state. Thunder region's energy gradually weakened until it totally disappeared. The sword array above Levitation Sword Palace's sky resumed its silent state, as it silently protected the palace below. Song Pejun and the others stood not too far away as they were dumbstruck as they stared at the duo who were tightly in an embrace kissing. Only Luo Jiyun stood by the side giving a dry laugh, it's just like this. See, in this way everything would be fine, so simple and so relaxed. Song Pahun's mouth was opened so widely that it totally couldn't close up. I've really never imagined that they are able to control the illness in such a way. Why? Luo Jiyun shook his head. This I'm not sure, even divine Dr. Lu isn't able to give an explanation for this. Anyway, as long as we know Lil sister-in-law can save eldest senior brother will do. Song Pahun still wanted to ask more, but Song Pejun and Song Piyu exchanged glances and went up to stop him. Alright, stop staring at Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang. Later when Sovereign regains consciousness and sees you like this, beware that he will strike you. Song Pahun shuddered as he hastily moved his eyes away. Song Pejun turned towards Luo Jiyun. They are, going to be in this state for how long? I think Sovereign's body is not going to hold on for much longer. He had yet to complete his sentence when he saw Li Moying's body shaking, and he leaned forward and fell into Huang Yueli's arms. Everyone then went up and crowded around the both of them. Song Pahun said, Grandmaster Huang, it's been tough on you. Let me carry Sovereign back. Huang Yueli gave Li Moying a detailed check, to discover that his breathing and pulse had already settled down. Although his complexion was still very pale, no difference from a dead corpse, but he should be considered as stabilized. She nodded her head and wanted to pass him over to Song Pejun. But Li Moying grabbed onto Huang Yueli's hand tightly, refusing to let go even though he was unconscious. Feeling helpless, the new guardians could only bring a stretched over and carefully placed Li Moying onto it, carrying him back into his bedroom, whereas Huang Yueli's was still held on tightly by him, as she followed beside him closely. Blue Profound Sect's few divine doctors were already waiting inside Li Moying's bedroom, and when they saw him appearing, they immediately rushed upwards to conduct a checkup. However, Li Moying grabbed onto Huang Yueli's hand tightly, refusing to let go, so the few divine doctors weren't able to take his pulse at all. What should we do? Grandmaster Huang, can you think of an idea to make Sovereign let you go? That's right, your subordinate do not dare to be too rough. What would happen if we hurt Sovereign? It's better for you to think of a way to persuade him? Huang Yueli shook her hand, which was being grabbed, and said softly, Moying, the doctors want to take your pulse, let go of me first. Li Moying groggily replied as though he was awake as he gave a soft moan, woo. Huang Yueli saw that he had some response and immediately said, just let go for a while. The doctors will be very quick in their checkup and later on I'll come back to feed you your medication, alright? As she was saying that, she gently pried open Li Moying's fingers, attempting to make him let go. Song Pejun and the others were on one side listening, as they couldn't help but turn their heads away. What was with the tone which seemed as though she was trying to coax a little child? Although Sovereign indeed appeared very childish in front of Grandmaster Huang, but this was simply unbelievable. The person lying over there was Blue Profound Sect's Sovereign, who had awed the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Li Moying sensed Huang Yueli's movements, and his body trembled and his fingers subconsciously tightened. Not only had he not let her go, instead he grabbed onto her even tighter, to the fact that he had hurt her hand. Moying, Moying? Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she shook him. What's the matter? Let go first, all right? Li Moying's forehead grew tighter, not knowing if he was conscious or unconscious as he kept on muttering intermittently, no, cannot. Leave me further away. I still have to recall a little more. I am about to remember it. Huang Yueli heard his subconscious muttering as her eyes felt sore and her tears almost rolled down again. Stop talking about this. Don't ever think again. Haven't I said it already? I don't have the slightest bit of curiosity to know what happened that year. I will never ask you again, so please don't think about it anymore. She kept on promising him as she repeatedly pacified Li Moying's emotions. Li Moying's brows finally eased as his fingers also started to relax. Huang Yueli retracted her own hand and indicated for the doctors to head up immediately. Song Pejun and the others were standing by the side as their hearts were totally shocked beyond words. Originally they didn't understand why Li Moying had acted totally differently from how Luo Jiyun described today. But on hearing Huang Yueli's words, then linking back to the cause and effect of this entire matter, they suddenly understood what had happened. Li Moying had been rejecting Huang Yueli from getting near to him wasn't by chance, but was because he used his last bit of rationality to control his own actions. The main motive was to let Huang Yueli misunderstand that he really didn't recall what happened in his past life. Besides that, he had to risk his life to work hard to recollect his memories, to the extent of hurting his own body. When his illness acted up, under the prerequisite that his condition was deteriorating steadily, Huang Yueli would feel extreme heart pain and had no time to think much about it. Adding on to the heartache and moving feelings she had towards him, she would definitely not continue to pursue after the things which had happened that year. Li Moying's trick of injuring himself to gain her sympathy was just too scheming, and was just too hard on himself. Song Pejun found it hard to imagine that under that kind of disoriented state of mind earlier, just how much determination did Li Moying had to resist the instinct of going near to Huang Yueli to heal himself, insistent on pushing her aside once and again? And just how vicious was he that he had to torture himself in such a way, sparing no effort to even burn his own life source so that he could exchange for Huang Yueli to not pursue after her suspicions and interrogation? Song Pejun and the others looked at each other in dismay, as they were so appalled that they couldn't say a single word. 16 years had passed and Sovereign was indeed still the same as then, ruthless towards other people, towards himself. Even more ruthless. Especially when the matter had something to do with Huang Yueli, he would really be able to do anything. After understanding this point, every one of them were secretly reminding themselves that in future if they were to face Huang Yueli, they had to be even more cautious than before. Li Moying had spared no effort in hurting his own life source just so as to preserve the secret, so if they were to leak out this secret, it was imaginable just what kind of ending they would have. The result of the checkup by the doctor was indeed within everyone's prediction. Li Moying's condition was extremely perilous. Grandmaster Huang, to tell the truth, Sovereign had repeatedly exhausted his profound energy in high intensity, and not only had he sustained a severe internal injury, his meridians are also heavily damaged. What's worse of all, his physique and primordial spirit are also affected. This kind of situation is really far from good, extremely bad. The doctor muttered that and his brows furrowed deeply as he spoke slowly. Huang Yueli's heart was burning with anxiety as she pursued relentlessly, then what should we do? Moying, he will get better, right? Quick, tell me, he will get better. Perhaps it was because she had been together with Li Moying for a long time, so when she was anxious, there was a natural kind of aura which intimidated the others without her flaring up. The doctors shivered and thought that they were facing their sovereign, who was in a rage, and took quite a bit of time before they recollected their senses. The doctor hastily said, Grandmaster Huang, you need not be too anxious. Luckily you managed to save him in time, hence Sovereign is not in critical danger right now. Only thing is his body is heavily injured and it will be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. He must lay in bed quietly for at least 3 months and in the later stage, try to recuperate slowly. But even so, it's possible that it might affect his future cultivation, or even possibly shorten his lifespan. The doctor suffered immense pressure as he braced himself to say out the truth. Huang Yueli shivered from the shock and heartache. What did you say? His cultivation will be affected and it might even affect his lifespan? How did it turn out like this? Is there really no way to revert back? In the past, Moing also had times when his illness acted up violently, but in the end, he managed to nurse himself back. This time round, how is it possible that there's no way? You're also an established divine doctor in Sky Emperor City, so can't you even cure these small symptoms? The doctor was being scolded until he didn't dare to lift up his head, crying out bitterly in his heart. Every single time Li Moing's soul detachment illness acted up, it would cause detrimental damages to his body. In the past when he was even younger, the condition of his body was definitely much better than now, hence, there was a 90% chance of him recuperating just through convalescing. But now, he was suffering from the repercussions from before when his illness acted up and it slowly accumulated. His body's foundation was originally not that good, plus this round of acting up was much more severe than previous times. In order for Li Moing to gain Huang Yueli's sympathy, he was practically self-tormenting himself, totally not controlling his rampaging profound energy, allowing his body to suffer from the damage of the invasion. With both elements added up, it was absolutely not easy to nurse him back to health. The doctor wanted to justify himself, but under Huang Yueli's strict gaze, he was unable to say it outright. This glare of hers was simply too alike to Sovereign. Really too alike. So much that it made one didn't muster enough courage to defy her command. Song Pijun and the others were also urging him, Divine Dr. Liu, is there really no way to nurse him back to health? No matter what high-leveled medicinal pills or rare treasures, as long as it can help Sovereign recover, you can list it all out and we'll think of a way to get it. This. Dr. Liu remained silent for a moment when he heard what they said. After some time, he snuck a glance at Li Moing secretly to confirm that he was really drowsy when unconscious and wouldn't wake up within the short span of time. Dr. Liu then suppressed his voice and said, actually, it's not totally no way to nurse him back to health, but it's slightly inconvenient. The crowd felt that this saying sounded rather strange as they asked bewilderedly, inconvenient, what do you mean? That's right, to us Blue Profound Sect, what matter could it be to be inconvenient? Why don't you be frank and tell us outright? Huang Yueli had somehow guessed something. Your meaning is. Dr. Liu said, as everyone knows, the best top-rated medicinal pills for nursing internal injuries and physique are 9th-level upper-grade Ennead Heavenly Dragon Cinnabar, and these exquisite medicinal pills are practically close to the realm of a god pill. Its ingredients are extremely hard to find, requiring 9 kinds of 9th-leveled magical beast cores and matched with 9 kinds of 9th-level medicinal herbs before it could be refined. But no matter how hard it is to find the ingredients, it wouldn't be tough for Blue Profound Sect, but the most critical part is a 9th-level upper-grade medicinal pill can only be refined successfully by a 9th-ranked pill master, and the only 9th-ranked pill master in Soaring Heaven's continent is Air. When Dr. Liu said till this point, he stopped awkwardly. Huang Yueli continued, I understand, this medicinal pill can only be refined by Liu Bian, am I right? Dr. Liu hurriedly nodded his head. The entire Soaring Heavens continent knew that their sovereign were completely on bad terms. 16 years ago, before Sovereign had reincarnated, the two of them had a huge argument in Levitation Sword Palace and announced that they were calling it quits as friends. Later on, when Sovereign was reborn, Liu Bian kept by his vow and had never once visited Blue Profound Sect, and there were even rumors that they were not allowed to mention their sovereign's name, otherwise it would ruffle the feathers of divine Dr. Lu, who didn't have a good temper, causing him to fly into a huge rage. Under this kind of situation, wanting to find Lu Bian to help sovereign refine pills was naturally an impossible task. Dr. Lu didn't even dare to mention Lu Bian's name while he was standing beside Li Moying. But since Huang Yueli had already said it out, Dr. Lu just said it outright. What Grandmaster Huang said is right. The Ennead Heavenly Dragon Cinnabar can only be refined by divine Dr. Lu, but even if it was he will also need to exhaust a large amount of effort, and it might not even be refined successfully. When everyone present heard what Dr. Lu said, their faces all sunk. If it was 16 years ago when Lu Bian and their sovereign hadn't cut off all ties yet, inviting divine Dr. Lu for treatment would naturally be a matter of lifting his hand, and they might not even need to invite him but just releasing the news itself, and divine Dr. Lu would hurry over within the next few days. But it wasn't the same right now. Lu Bian had originally vowed to never have any dealings with Blue Profound Sect, so inviting him over to do a consultation was extremely difficult, and adding on to the fact that this pill was so hard to refine, which would require a large amount of his time and energy. Just thinking about it was already impossible to achieve. On what basis did divine Dr. Lu have to spend so much effort on his foe whom he had cut off ties with? Moreover, based on Lu Bian's status and ability, even if they were to force it and abduct him to coerce him to treat their sovereign, it didn't seem very realistic. Song Pahun moaned in despair. Sigh, why did it turn out like this? Is there really no other way? Can't he take some other medication? I heard that Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild is going to auction a batch of 9th level medicinal pills which they obtained from an ancient mystic region, although it is not as effective as the Ennead Heavenly Dragon Cinnabar, but if he takes a few more of it. Dr. Lu shook his head gravely. Guardian Hun, things are not as simple as what you think. Not every 9th level medicinal pill will be effective. The most crucial thing is to prescribe the right medicine for the illness. Moreover, divine Dr. Lu's medical skills are much better than mine, and if he will personally conduct a checkup for Sovereign, he might have a better way of treating him. Hearing that, everyone turned silent. After a moment later, Song Pajun spoke out. This matter is of utmost importance, so it looks like we can only wait for Sovereign to regain consciousness then decide. Before he could complete his words, Huang Yueli suddenly opened her mouth and interrupted him. No need to wait for Moying to regain conscious. Go arrange right now to send people to search for Lu Bian in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and the moment anyone discovers his whereabouts, report to me immediately. Song Pajun went into a blank, thinking that she probably didn't know about what happened after her self-explosion, and tried to explain to her anxiously. Grandmaster Huang, you probably don't know about this, but Sovereign and divine Dr. Lu. Huang Yueli raised up her hand to stop him from continuing. I know, the two of them had cut off their ties for an unknown reason. Song Pajun appeared even more bewildered. Right, since Grandmaster Huang already knows about this, then you should be able to understand that divine Dr. Lu's temper is extremely obstinate, and it's not possible for him to do a consultation for Sovereign. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards as she didn't put too much concern into that. No matter, as long as someone finds him, I will naturally have my own way to make him head over to Blue Profound Sect to do the consultation. When Lu Bian was in Sky Cloud City, he had already agreed to help her fiancé do a consultation, and although she didn't know what was the situation the previous time, which made Lu Bian unable to fulfill his promise, but he had after all made the promise. Their friendship in her past life wasn't fake, and divine Dr. Lu was something who would definitely fulfill something which he had promised. Moreover speaking, although Huang Yueli wasn't clear on why he and Li Moying had fallen out, but she didn't believe that the two were best buddies for several decades, and they could really turn from enemies into foes. These two men were both sentimental and loyal, so they would rather die than to betray their own best buddy. Hence, Huang Yueli was certain that there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. If she was able to borrow this chance to find out what contradiction they had, to bury the hatchet, then that would be killing two birds with one stone. Thinking up to this point, Huang Yueli suddenly turned her head back and asked Song Pajun, "That's right, Guardian Jun, I'd like to ask. Do you know the reason for Li Moying and Lu Bian to fall out?" When Song Pajun heard this question, he felt suffocated as he completely didn't know what to say. The reason for Li Moying and Lu Bian to argue, the few of them guardians knew it clearly. But it probably never occurred to Grandmaster Huang that she was the reason for these two men to have fallen out with each other. Moreover, this was something which wasn't for him to speak about, otherwise when their sovereign wakes up, he might just skin him alive. Song Pajun wanted to say something but then hesitated, and at last he could only say this, your subordinate is also puzzled. Sovereign and Divine Dr. Lu have such a long-standing relationship, but it's really puzzling why they just fell out like that. These kinds of matters are only known to the people who are directly involved. Grandmaster Huang had better ask Sovereign when he regains consciousness. Huang Yueli's brows rose as she knew that Song Pajun wasn't telling the truth. But she couldn't do anything about it as she could only nod her head. All right then. Li Moying was unconscious for an entire day and night before he regained consciousness. Huang Yueli had not slept for the entire night and stayed by his side all the while. But when Dr. Lu saw Li Moying awakening, he had a rude shock. I had thought that Sovereign would at least be unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Why is he able to regain consciousness so quickly? Luo Jian hurriedly said, this is probably because sister-in-law has been staying beside eldest senior brother all this while. What do you mean? Luo Jian pulled Dr. Lu aside and explained clearly to him the scenario which happened to Li Moying whenever he acted up in the past. Dr. Lu was evidently puzzled, but after helping Li Moying take his pulse, he expressed that Li Moying's body had recovered at a rate which exceeded his predictions, and if this carried on, even if he didn't take the Ennead Heavenly Dragon Cinnabar, he would at least be able to recover to 80 or 90% of his original state, so he hoped that Huang Yueli would be able to stay by Li Moying's side as much as possible. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Li Moying would not be in much danger for the time being. Without Dr. Lu's advice, she wouldn't dare to leave Li Moying's side for too long. But recovering to 80 or 90% state, to Li Moying who was trying to charge towards the 10th stage realm, was totally not enough. She needed to locate Lu Bian. After Li Moying regained consciousness, under Huang Yueli's unwavering care, the recovery speed of his body was rather fast. What made him most delighted was that Huang Yueli no longer entered a cold war with him and refused to mention anything about their past life as the both of them resumed the past sweet and loving state. The only thing which made him melancholic was that Huang Yueli turned extremely anxious and kept watching every single action he made, almost turning him into a paper person who might just be blown away with a gentle breeze, and he didn't know to laugh or cry for this. Seeing Huang Yueli walking over slowly with a large bowl of medicinal cuisine, Li Moying's face appeared a bitter smile. "Lear, can we discuss this? Can I not eat that?" Huang Yueli immediately rewarded him by rolling her eyes back. "What's called that?" "This is the medicinal cuisine which I had personally brewed, and it has been stewing from early morning till now. How could you even treat it with disdain?" Li Moying hurriedly said, "I'm not disdaining it, but my body has already recovered. Yesterday when Dr. Lu came over to take my pulse, hadn't he said that I'm now back to normal and can cultivate in peace? After taking so much oily medicinal cuisines, he really had enough of it. Although his Lear's culinary skills aren't bad at all, but no one would be able to stand having to eat practically the same stuff for the entire month, right? Moreover, the main ingredient of this medicinal cuisine had an extremely fishy smell, so even if it was Huang Yueli's culinary skills, it was unable to cover up that strange smell which assailed the nostrils. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she couldn't help as her lips twitched with a look as though she would break out into tears any time. "Why? Why are you refusing to eat the medicinal cuisine which I cooked? Are you despising me, and don't like me anymore?" "Oh, I know, in the past everyone said that you hated Morong Fei for sticking on to you, so you refused to take the medicinal cuisine which she prepared, and now that it's my turn, are you? This huge hat locked down on him and Lemoyne started to sweat profusely as he hurriedly shook his head to deny. Don't misunderstand me. Lear, I love you, how could I possibly despise you? I only really don't want to eat. Huang Yueli's pair of watery large eyes gazed towards him pitifully. Every one of this young lass's gaze and expression were able to touch the softest part of his inner heart, and even though he knew now that she was probably pretending, but towards this pair of pure and clear eyes, Lemoyne just couldn't say out any words of rejection. He stood in a daze for a moment and could only shake his head as he clenched his teeth hard. All right, I'll drink it all, okay? Hearing that, the pitiful little white rabbit immediately broke out into a beaming black-bellied little fox, as she served the bowl of soul right up. Alright, then you have to drink it while it's hot. This kind of medicinal cuisine's effect is at its best when it's taken hot. But when it's hot, the fishy smell is also at its strongest point. Lemoyne silently murmured as he stretched out his arm to receive the bowl, but he was still hesitant in swallowing it down. Huang Yueli urged, why are you hesitating? Your injuries are so heavy, isn't it all because you were pushing yourself too hard? Now you're refusing to take the medicinal cuisine, are you intentionally trying to make me die of heartache? Another large hat locked down on him. No matter how mighty Sovereign was, he couldn't bear to make his fiancée suffer for even a little bit. Other than admitting his downfall, Lemoyne had no other path, hence he lifted up his head and shut his eyes as he downed the bowl of medicinal cuisine in one gulp. Finishing that, he immediately passed the bowl back to Huang Yueli in disdain and disgust as his thick, straight brows creased tightly together. Looking at his tormented expression, not only did Huang Yueli not sympathize with him, she even laughed. Is it really that horrible to drink? You've really wasted my kind efforts. Lemoyne nodded his head consecutively. Terrible, too terrible. Can I not drink this tomorrow? Huang Yueli was all smiles as she said, no way, of course not. Dr. Liu had said that it's best to take a full course of 81 days for this medicinal cuisine. Damn that Dr. Liu. Lemoyne gnashed his teeth secretly. Sometimes he was really suspicious if Huang Yueli had already seen through himself trying to scheme her, intentionally injuring himself to gain her confidence in order to mislead her, otherwise why would she trick him in such a way? But Huang Yueli didn't expose him, hence he didn't dare to ask nor even probe on this. He could only endure all kinds of ways which his Lear would occasionally try to trick him and at the same time, felt guilty about it. Indeed, a person can't just casually lie or do any bad stuff, otherwise there was no doubt to have a guilty conscience. Lemoyne was forced by Huang Yueli to lay in bed to recuperate for over a month. His internal and external injuries had basically recovered, but the damage on his meridians could only be nursed through cultivation methods as the medicinal pill's effect was limited. Henceforth, after 1 month, Lemoyne entered the state of closed-door cultivation. Huang Yueli saw that he took a turn for the better and also grabbed hold of time tightly and began to cultivate. She had spent too much time on taking care of her fiancé during this period, and the speed of her cultivation had dropped by a huge chunk, so she couldn't afford to not waste any more time. Hence, she and Lemoyne both occupied the palace where the profound qi was the most abundant, going into closed-door cultivation on their own. Huang Yueli's main aim was to break through to 6th stage realm. In order to cultivate 9 phoenix transformations, she required a huge amount of resources every single time she advanced, and when she reached 6th stage realm, the ingredients she required was enough to cause a small sect to lose the entire fortune. But to the rich and imposing number 1 sacred land in Soaring Heaven's continent, getting these resources were akin to lifting a finger. Therefore this time round, Huang Yueli's advancement went smoothly, and within 10 days, she had successfully advanced. When she broke out of the realm, it caused a strange occurrence in the world, and it was much more vigorous as compared to ordinary 6th stage realm breaking out, even exceeding many outstanding talented 8th stage realm practitioners, hence causing many people in Levitation Sword Palace to crowd around and take a look. Strange, isn't Grandmaster Huang breaking through to the 6th stage realm? Song Pahun stared at the palace room, which was shrouded in strong blaze as the raging inferno swept outwards, and flickers of flames burst into the sky. This kind of scenario wasn't something which 6th stage realm practitioners could achieve. Luo Jian stood by the side as he praised in admiration, "No wonder she's my lil sister-in-law. This innate talent is indeed something unimaginable." The unusual occurrence when breaking through realms and the fluctuations from profound energy mainly had something to do with the realm which was broken through, but it was also related closely to the practitioner's own innate talent. Song Pajun and the others were established practitioners, hence they knew this logic, but they were still extremely astonished. This shouldn't be. Grandmaster Huang's innate talent in this lifetime shouldn't be too different from her past life. That's right, not even 16 and yet successfully broke through to 6th stage realm. This kind of innate talent, if it wasn't for the addition of her past life's memories, she might have already exceeded 9th grade upper talent. But under the condition that she is cultivating with her past life's memories, the mixture of it should be 9th grade upper. Her innate talent is indeed very outstanding, but for a 6th stage realm to cause such an unusual occurrence, even Sovereign in his past life had not achieved that. Only this life's Sovereign had such shocking innate talent. When Luo Jian heard what they were discussing, he couldn't help but interrupted them. "Guardians, have you got it wrong? Eldest senior brother once said this personally, that lil sister-in-law's innate talent in this lifetime might be even stronger than his." What? How could that be possible? Everyone apparently had the 3 big words "I don't believe" written all over their faces. Luo Jian said, "Although lil sister-in-law broke through to 6th stage realm when she is just 15 years and 8 months old, but she had only regained back her past life's memories when she was 14 years old, and before that, don't mention about whatever genius or whatsoever. She totally couldn't cultivate at all and was a renowned trash missy in South Yu Kingdom." What? There's such a thing like that? Luo Jian nodded. "So to speak, lil sister-in-law really started cultivating at the age of 14 and until today, it has not even been 2 years yet." Not even 2 years. When Luo Jian said this, everyone was instantly stunned as they stood in their places in a daze, thinking that their ears were problematic. Not even 2 years, turned from a trashy young miss into a 6th stage realm practitioner? What kind of joke was that? How could there possibly be someone with such abnormal innate talent? But Luo Jian's expression was as serious as it could be, and moreover, based on everyone's understanding of him in these past few days, they all knew that he wouldn't lie to anyone. Turning their gazes towards the raging inferno that charged towards the clouds. Could it be that whatever Luo Jian said was the truth? Huang Yueli's innate talent was really as abnormal as Li Moying's. In Soaring Heaven's continent, it had already been a known fact that ability talked, and even more so in Blue Profound Sect. After Huang Yueli advanced successfully, she could sense clearly that every single person in Levitation Sword Palace treated her with even more respect, and moreover, it wasn't on account towards Li Moying, but a kind of reverence that came from the heart. Casting aside that set of lost memories which Li Moying couldn't recall, in this period of time when Huang Yueli was in Blue Profound Sect, she had her way as she liked it, as though she had gone back to her past life. But towards Li Moying's matter, after she calmed down, she discovered a lot of suspicious pointers, and somehow felt that the possibility of Li Moying lying to her was very huge. But Huang Yueli didn't expose him. This man was so hard on himself, just to protect this secret, and could even disregard his own life, so how could she possibly dare to go provoke him again? Anyway, to her, nothing was as important as Li Moying standing in front of him living properly. As for the other matters, she could skip past all of it. Moreover speaking, there wasn't any wall which wind didn't seep through, so no matter what Li Moying was trying to hide, she would find out about it eventually, which was only a matter of time. After straightening out her thoughts, Huang Yueli was no longer tangled into this knot. On the other hand, other than accompanying his little fiancé, Li Moying spent all his time cultivating. As Blue Profound Sect's current predicament was very complicated, and as time passed by, many people were certain that he had already died and most of the large forces were beginning to stir. He must assume Mu Qingqing's identity to appear so as to stabilize the situation. But based on his current cultivation, it was practically impossible to be like the same as his past life to suppress all the large forces or those top exponents in the sky chart. Not only would appearing so abruptly not control the situation, it might even push Sky Emperor City's fluctuating situation one step further. Hence, what he needed to do right now was to spend more time on cultivating, so as to regain back to his former 9th stage realm peak condition. Only thing was, as his soul detachment illness acted up too violently that time, Li Moying's meridians were more or less damaged, so he had to recuperate while cultivating, hence the advancement speed wasn't like before, so he could only rely on the time when he was in closed-door cultivation to make up for it. In this way, the amount of time spent with his little fiancée would be much lesser. But luckily, Huang Yueli wasn't that kind of sticky young lass. She also had plenty of matters to do. When Li Moying was in closed-door cultivation, she would either cultivate or refine armaments, and if she was bored, she would also go shopping in Sky Emperor City, buying some materials or some delicious food back. Originally her identity was kept a secret, so her identity to the outside world was Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple. But the number of people who knew about her innate talent and ability were few, and most of them assumed that she received the benefit from her fiancé to smuggle into the number 1 sacred land, and so luckily becoming a direct disciple. Plenty of Blue Profound Sect's female disciples were also jealous of her. In all seriousness, Huang Yueli having such a handsome-looking and powerful fiancé, giving her a chance to hug his thigh to enter the number 1 sacred land had simply turned her into a public enemy for all talented young ladies in Sky Emperor City. But Huang Yueli was used to other people's jealous looks in her past life, as she totally ignored those female disciples, appearing together with Li Moying while parading themselves ostentatiously about town. Speaking of this, not only did she not have any pressure, instead she felt rather complacent. No matter how jealous these women were, it was of no use, because after all her fiancé had only liked her from so many years ago. This day, Huang Yueli woke up early in the morning, and after inquiring those serving maids if Li Moying had come out of his closed-door cultivation, she decided to proceed down the mountains to Sky Emperor City. When Song Pejun heard that, he proceeded to stop her. "Grandmaster Huang, must you head out today? These 2 days, it might not be so convenient." "Not so convenient?" Huang Yueli's brows rose. Song Pejun nodded. "These few days, Blue Profound Sect will be conducting the annual disciple assessment." Huang Yueli's eyes lit up upon hearing that. "You mean to say, the Sky Ascension Stairs assessment?" "That's right." Song Pejun wasn't surprised that Huang Yueli knew about all these. Anyway, from 20 over years ago, when she had entered Blue Profound Sect freely, she had already treated this place no different from her own home. Huang Yueli muttered, "When our junior brother Luo and Moe and the others' assessment, I'd like to go take a look." Song Pejun replied, "The Ascension Sky Stairs assessment will be held continuously for a total of 7 days, and it will start off with the Outer Disciples assessment. Inner Disciples are held on the 5th and 6th day, while Direct Disciples are held on the last day, so now it's still not Mr. Luo and the others' turn yet." Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly as she revealed a smile. "Then luckily there's still a few days more." "That's great, I'll head right over by then, so I can head down the mountain to deal with some stuff." When Song Pejun heard that, he frowned and explained in a soft voice, "Grandmaster Huang, what this subordinate meant was that, as it is the disciples' assessment, so this subordinate and Pu the rest have to go stand guard at the scene to prevent any mishaps from happening, so we have no way to escort you down the mountain. If it's not urgent, it's best that you are able to switch to another day to visit Sky Emperor City." Huang Yueli blinked and dismissed him unconcernedly. I understand what you mean, but today I must enter the city. Because Soaring Heavens merchants will be holding their annual auction in a few days' time, so I have quite a number of profound armaments which I wish to sell off, so I'm thinking that it will probably be of a better value if I were to sell it over there. Armament Master's grade is of utmost importance in order to sell the profound armaments at a good price, so I'll head over to the Armament Guild to obtain the 7th rank Armament Master certification. When Song Pahun heard that, he was totally speechless. A young lass who still had that innocence of a childhood was saying that she wanted to obtain the 7th rank Armament Master certification. If it was anyone else who said these, he would absolutely laugh until his teeth dropped. But since Huang Yueli was the one who said these words, it left him unable to be unconvinced. In terms of armament refining innate talent, no one would be able to chast up to her in the next 10,000 years. But, Sovereign had instructed. Huang Yueli laughed and said, I know, Moing asked you to protect me. But I'm just heading over to the Armament Guild and it's very safe there. Moreover speaking, I'm no longer the little palace lord from mythical Flame Palace, but an extremely ordinary 6th stage realm practitioner, who could possibly pay any notice to me. Although she said that, but Song Pajun still felt a little ill at ease. Only thing was he indeed had something urgent which he could not get rid of, hence he could only send 2 guards to follow Huang Yueli down the mountain. Huang Yueli sat in the carriage and left Blue Profound Sect. The minute they entered the city, they headed directly towards the Armament Guild. The carriage traveled along the spacious and even road, as it raced along the road. Huang Yueli sat in the carriage and shut her eyes to rest a little, but suddenly felt a series of palpitation in her heart. She suddenly opened her eyes and lifted up the curtains of the carriage. Outside the carriage curtain were tidy pavements as the 2 sides were planted with lush trees, which did not indicate any oddity at all. Huang Yueli's slender brows creased as she placed the curtain back. The distance between her current position and Blue Profound Sect's mountain entrance was a mere few miles, and was still within the tight security of the No. 1 sacred land. By right, there shouldn't be anyone who was bold enough to even dare to do anything under Blue Profound Sect's nose, so this should be an absolutely safe region. Moreover, she was extremely low profile now, and other than people from Levitation Sword Palace's internal department, there shouldn't be anyone else who knew the specifics of her identity. Her cultivation among the other practitioners in Soaring Heavens continent were easily found within the masses in Sky Emperor City. How could it possibly be that someone had their sights on her? It should be only her misperception? Huang Yueli's carriage didn't stop as it swiftly sped along the pavement. After a while later, 2 black robes figures appeared by the side of the pavement in between the closely dense forest. Are you certain that you didn't see wrongly? The young lady in the carriage is that peerless genius, Li Moying's fiancé? One of the men, who had a slightly taller stature, posed this question with a solemn expression. The other man nodded. Shouldn't be wrong. My distant cousin is a Blue Profound Sect outer disciple, and he had helped me keep watch for quite some time. Every single time that Miss Bai leaves the place, she will always take this carriage. But usually there are always 9th stage realm top exponents aura, so probably Li Moying had accompanied her down the mountain personally, but this is her first time leaving on her own this round. When Song Pajun and others escorted Huang Yueli, in order not to cause a commotion, they would always disguise themselves, whereas these 2 black-robed men's cultivation were merely in 7th stage realm. Under their perception from their soul trace, 9th stage realm practitioners were as powerful as they could be, so it was very difficult for them to differentiate who the strong and the weak were. From what they thought, for a large sect like Blue Profound Sect, other than Li Moying, who was a 9th stage realm top exponent who would accompany a young lass like Huang Yueli to wander the streets, who else could it be? The taller practitioner nodded. Looks like our luck isn't too bad at all. Without Li Moying by her side, catching this 5th stage realm young lass is simply too easy. The shorter practitioner's face was filled with excitement. Isn't that so? That Li guy actually dared to kill our clan leader's most outstanding son in the Mystic region, Master Yifeng, and refused to hand Master Yifeng's murderer to our Lin family. He must have taken a bear's heart or a leopard's guts. Did he really think that just because he has outstanding talent meant that he could do as he wished? If we don't teach him a little lesson, he'll really think that our Lin family is afraid of him. The taller practitioner revealed a smile as well. I heard everyone say that although Li Moying was conceited, overbearing, aloof and emotionless, but towards this fiancé he is extremely uptight. As long as we capture this young lass, no matter what kind of demands we put out, Li Moying will obediently be hooked. That's right, we have to grab hold of this chance this time round. Clan leader already said that whoever is able to capture Li Moying's fiancé will be able to obtain that portion of clan resources which belong to Master Yifeng. Clan leader doted on Master Yifeng, so his resources and fortunes. TSK, just thinking about it makes one extremely excited. By the time we get it, let's split it half each. The two black-robed practitioners exchanged smiles, feeling that their luck today was extremely great. This credit was sure to be in their possession. On seeing the carriage's trail about to disappear from their sights, the duo immediately followed up. Huang Yueli's carriage headed straight into Sky Emperor City, right in front of Armament Guild. Sky Emperor City's Armament Guild was located in a bustling central district right smack in the middle of the city, and in this position where land was extremely expensive, it occupied the territory of an entire street. However, the number of pedestrians didn't seem strange. On the contrary, everyone who passed by all revealed signs of adoration. Because Sky Emperor City's Armament Guild was the entire continent's headquarters. The 100 over branches which were spread all around Soaring Heaven's continents were all under the control and management of the headquarters. This place gathered innumerable top-skilled armament masters. Especially for 7th-ranked armament masters and above, there was a 90% chance that they would register themselves with the Armament Guild headquarters. Every day, this place would usually be filled with legendary armament masters entering and leaving, and was the entire Soaring Heavens continent's sacred land for all armament masters. The headquarters entrance was filled with people, hence, Huang Yueli's carriage could only stop itself on the road. Before that, she pulled the carriage curtain apart and jumped down the carriage. Today was an important day for Armament Guild headquarters, as it was a day of the approval of rank certification for armament masters. Innumerable armament master rushed over hoping to obtain an even higher rank certification. As for the qualified armament masters who were 5th ranked and above, only the headquarters will be able to do the awarding. Therefore many armament masters specially rushed over from the 4 sky regions, already forming a line as they waited for an entire night at the entrance. When Huang Yueli saw the snaking line at the entrance, she shrugged and decided to remain low-keyed as she automatically stood at the end of the line and started to queue up. She hoped that the Armament Guild certification speed could hasten up to allow her to rush back before night falls. Otherwise, if her fiancé suddenly comes out of closed-door seclusion, only to discover that she wasn't in Levitation Sword Palace, he might possibly start to act up again. Huang Yueli had already downplayed herself as she dressed ordinarily and didn't say a single word at all. However, what she didn't know was from the moment she got off the carriage, she had already caught the attention of innumerable practitioners, especially the young female practitioners. Just as Huang Yueli was queuing up, many young female practitioners hid in the corner not too far away as they started to criticize her. Look. That's her. I saw it with my own eyes that day when she and that Mr. Li entered the city together. Her skirt hem is embroidered with blue profound sex sword-shaped logo, that's right. A lady's fiery eyes recognized her, but that tone. It had an indescribable sourish tone to it. So that's her? She doesn't look outstanding at all. She's just, a little prettier. She actually was able to seduce Mr. Li, that kind of peerless genius? This tone was even more sour. What pretty? She's obviously a vixen. But she can only be complacent for these few days. In the past, Mr. Li had always been in South Sky region and there was no comparison, hence he got engaged to her. Now that he's in Sky Emperor City, after meeting so many large forces' daughters, he wouldn't like this kind of country lass. Correct, you're absolutely right. Mr. Li and her are simply incompatible, simply like a fresh flower on a heap of cow dung. That kind of peerless genius, I heard that his innate talent had already surpassed Blue Profound Sex Sovereign Mu, how could he be together with this country lass? Huang Yueli's soul trace was extremely strong, hence her listening power was excellent. Although these young ladies had already suppressed their voices, but she could still hear the contents of their discussions, clearly. Huang Yueli's lips kept twitching. A fresh flower on a heap of cow dung. Meaning? Who was the fresh flower? Who was the cow dung? She had not expected that Li Moying had just entered the city not too long ago and already had so many young ladies who were secretly in love with him. With such a ladies' man who attracted the bees and butterflies to him, it really made one unable to be low-keyed even if she wanted to. To tell the truth, what Huang Yueli had not expected was the commotion which they made at the entrance of Sky Emperor City's city gates was simply too huge. So many of Sky Emperor City's large forces all blocked Li Moying and there were even 2 of the 7 sacred lands appearing. The spokesperson from Blue Profound Sect was even Song Pajun, who headed over to personally welcome them. This image was just to receive a young practitioner who had just arrived from South Sky region to Sky Emperor City. This kind of matter didn't need half a day before the news spread around the entire Sky Emperor City. Furthermore, any idiot at this point in time all knew that Li Moying's innate talent was definitely abnormal. In the past, those powerhouses who didn't know about him, after that day, would all investigate Li Moying's past experience in the South Sky region clearly. It didn't take a few days before Li Moying breaking through to the 9th stage realm when he was just 21 years old, had become a news which everyone in Sky Emperor City knew about. Of course, other than the news related to his innate talent, there were many who said that he was also a good man who adored his fiancée greatly. Powerful, good-looking, young, sentimental, all these made Li Moying become many young ladies' dream lover in Sky Emperor City. Whereas his fiancée had become a thorn in everyone's flesh. Although Huang Yueli was initially dazed, but the cause and effect of this matter was entirely not complicated, so just pondering over it slightly made her understand it immediately. Everyone's turned their envious and jealous gazes onto her, but there was no reaction from her at all. Anyway, she was already used to this sort of matter in the past. However, the others weren't as calm as she was, and after observing her for a moment, they couldn't help but start discussing once again. Strange, why did this Ruoli appear at this place? This is the Armament Guild headquarters. She's queuing up at the entrance, surely it can't be that she's here to take part in the Armament Master certification, right? What? How could this be possible? Could she also be an Armament Master? From the looks of it, it should be right, but why did she take on such a serious view to come over to Armament Guild headquarters to do the certification? That's right, just based on her young age and on the fact that she came from South Sky region, no matter what, her rank shouldn't be above 4th rank, right? Armament Masters of 4th rank and below are able to obtain their certification in Sky Cloud City, that sort of big city. Why didn't she go there? It was said that the headquarters certification standard is much stricter by 10 folds. Isn't she here just to make things difficult for herself? Who knows? Perhaps it's this young lass's first time entering the Armament Master assessment, hence she doesn't know about all these at all. Ha ha ha, what you said is highly likely possible. But she's already 15 and just here to take part in the assessment for the first time. This kind of trashy armament refining standard, and she even dares to come to Sky Emperor City to make a living? Isn't it all because she has the backing of a fiancé like Mr. Li? When Huang Yueli heard their voices, her forehead creased slightly. Unfortunately, before she was able to come out with any response, she heard the Armament Guild calling out for her number, so she immediately turned around and walked in with quick steps, Quick, she's already gone. Let's hurry in and take a look, so see how she's going to embarrass herself later. Right, let's go. Entering the entrance of the Armament Guild, but can't even pass through the first rank certification. If this matter leaked out, everyone would laugh their teeth off. Quite a number of young ladies took immediate action as they ran over to the Armament Guild's window to purchase a ticket. Armament Guild certification assessment was conducted in the same way as when Huang Yueli was in Celestial Light Academy, which allowed ordinary practitioners to view. But in this way, on one hand, the pricing of the tickets were very expensive, but it would rake in a large amount of profit for the Armament Guild. On the other hand, it allowed ordinary practitioners to supervise and to let them see the power of authority and just the nature of the certification. But this kind of public review was only limited to 4th-ranked Armament Masters certification and below. For Armament Masters who were of 5th rank and above, they would usually have their own exclusive method or prescription, and all these were their trade secrets, which they couldn't possibly allow outsiders to view easily. Huang Yueli walked right into the Armament Guild stores. This was a place where she came to innumerable times in the past, and everything here was extremely familiar. Although the Armament Masters who came from there as well as the decor of the furniture were different from in her past life, but this block of historical building, which had a long history from many years ago, basically had not changed at all. Huang Yueli suddenly felt sentimental as various experiences from her past life suddenly flooded back into her memories. In the past, every single time she came over, it was always some grand event which the Armament Guild conducted, and numerous high-ranked Armament Masters all flooded over, just to take a look at her. She was always held in high regard as it was extremely bustling with life. This was her very first time entering this place without a single trace of commotion. But this was also a refreshing new experience. In the past, the reception lobby was huge, but now it had been separated into thousands of individual regions, and each individual region had an exclusive examiner, table and chair, an armament furnace. So for those who were coming for the 4th rank and below certification assessment, the certification could all be done in the main hall, whereas 5th-ranked Armament Masters and above were acting as examiners. Huang Yueli walked right over to the registration counter and said, "Hi. I'm here to register and take part for certification." The person responsible for registration as a young female Armament Master who looked 18 or 19 years old. She had a 3rd-ranked Armament Master badge pinned on her chest, and among the Armament Masters, she was already considered as extremely talented. She raised her head and let out a disdainful look, snatching the opportunity to speak out first. "Your luck's not bad. The certification queue, which you want to join, doesn't have too many people. You don't need to queue up. Just head over directly and it'd do." Saying that, her finger pointed towards a direction. Huang Yueli looked over at the direction which she was pointing at and saw in a dim corner, a few tables were placed there, and there were really a few empty tables around. By the side of the table was a notice board, which wrote, "First Rank Armament Master Certification Area." Huang Yueli frowned. "You didn't even read the information which I have filled in. How do you know what assessment I'd like to take part in?" Young lady casted a look at her and gave a cold humph. "You're Sky Emperor City's famous person. Who doesn't know who you are?" By Ruoli, 15 years old, affiliated sect, Blue Profound Sect, fiancé is Sky Emperor City's hot figure, peerless genius Masterly. Am I right? Huang Yueli went speechless for a moment, as she only had one thought in her heart, and that was to slash a few cuts on Li Moying's face when she went back. He really was too attention-grabbing. Wherever he went, there would be a huge pile of young ladies who fell below his long robe. The young lady saw that she wasn't responding and urged impatiently, "Head over there quickly. There are a lot of people who are queuing behind you to register." "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our Armament Guild headquarters certification is extremely tough. As Master Li's fiancé, if you can't even pass the 1st rank assessment, then you'd really become a laughingstock." Huang Yueli took a look at her and spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, but you seem to have made a mistake. I've never mentioned that I wanted to take part in the first-rank Armament Master certification. Young female Armament Master went into an apparent blank, but immediately she revealed a smile of ridicule and said, "What do you mean? You know that you won't be able to pass the certification, hence you want to withdraw your application? Isn't this just too amusing? Since you're not here to take part in the certification, then our armament guild doesn't welcome miscellaneous people here, you may leave." Huang Yueli's lips curled up into a non-smiling smile. "You don't seem to have the qualifications to chase me out yet, right? HMPF, why wouldn't I have the qualifications to do so?" Young lady cast a sidelong glance at her. As a third-ranked armament master, her superiority exhibited her feelings in her speech. "I'm telling you, miscellaneous people cannot enter the armament guild, and this is a public regulation. I'm not targeting you. Even if you're a disciple of Blue Profound Sect, but you cannot disobey this rule. I'd advise you to leave on your own quickly, so that I can save the hassle of calling the guards to chase you out, which will make you even more embarrassed by then." Huang Yueli replied coldly, "I'm clearer on the Armament Guild's rules than you. I'm the one who is here to take part in the Armament Master certification, but you won't even let me fill in the registration form and want to chase me out." Young lady had not yet responded. "Didn't you say that you want to certify for first-rank Armament Master? Are you playing a trick on me?" Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards. "Who's playing tricks on you? I want to get certified, not for first-ranked Armament Master, but fifth-ranked." Her original intention was to get certified for 7th-ranked, but as her age was right there, if so many people were to crowd around and she were to say that she wished to get certified for 7th-ranked, it would definitely cause a commotion and speculation from the crowd. By then, it would easily rouse the suspicions of others and was extremely disadvantageous for her to conceal her identity. Hence, she planned to first get certified for 5th-ranked Armament Master, because 5th-ranked assessments are done on a one-to-one basis with an elder from the Armament Guild, allowing them to not display their skills in public. She would then act according to circumstances after passing the 5th-ranked assessment. However, even though she had already lowered her own targeted rank, but it was still a shocking matter. The young lady at the reception immediately spilled her teacup as the tea flowed along the table and wet the entire stack of blank registration forms. However, she totally couldn't be bothered with wiping it off. Instead, her eyes opened wide as though she had seen a ghost while staring at Huang Yueli. "What did you just say? You want to be certified for which ranked Armament Master?" Huang Yueli took the opportunity while she was in a daze, stretching out her hand to take one registration form and said while filling it in, "You're so young, but why is your listening that bad? Can you really be the Armament Guild's reception like this? I want to take part in 5th-ranked Armament Master certification, so please go help me inform the elder inside." After she finished her sentence, she threw the form which she had filled in front of the young lady. The young lady still had a dazed expression on her face, and it was until the form landed right in front of her before she regained her senses and started screaming. "How could this be possible? You want to take part in the 5th-ranked Armament Master certification? Just how old are you this year? Do you think that you're the deceased 9th-ranked Armament Grandmaster Huang Yueli?" When Huang Yueli heard that, her lips couldn't help but twitched. Hearing her own name under such circumstances, it made her feel strange. But the young lady at the reception didn't notice her oddity at all. She was still jabbering on and on. Even if it was Grandmaster Huang that year, it was only when she was 15 years old when she had successfully been certified to be a 5th-rank Armament Master. She's the only one in Soaring Heaven's continent to have accomplished this achievement in the past 10,000 years. You are just a young lass from South Sky region and not even an Armament Master, and you dare to boast like this? This is really a joke." The young lady shrieked out loudly, without any restraint on her volume. Hence, many people's attention around there were attracted by it, especially when they heard the few words "certified to be a 5th-rank Armament Master," which made many of them turn their heads back. Although today's certification assessment was open to all grades of Armament Masters, but most of them were here to take part in the low-ranked Armament Master certification. Although the certification standard in the headquarters was stricter than the other branches, but there were plenty of large powerhouses in Sky Emperor City who nurtured Armament Masters. Just for the sake of getting a certification simply by going to be certified in the 4 sky regions to smuggle a pass, that was an embarrassing thing to do, and no one would have the nerve to do such a thing. No matter how difficult the headquarters certification was, they would welcome the difficulties. Now, those who had gathered in the reception hall were mainly this group of people. They were the most outstanding armament refining geniuses among various large powerhouses, and their ages were commonly below 25 years, and below, ranks between 1st to 3rd. To be frank, to be able to complete the 3rd rank certification below 25 years of age was already considered to be a genius. There were many young men here who came forward to take part in the 4th rank certification, and that was absolutely someone that a first-rate large powerhouse could nurture. In those geniuses' ears, 5th rank was an extremely sensitive term. Hearing that young lady scream, many of them gazes over in astonishment. What's the current situation? Why is young lady Xia talking about 5th rank? Who wants to take part in the 5th rank certification? Don't know? Surely it can't be that young lass standing in front of young lady Xia, right? She looks a little too young? She should be at most 15 or 16 years old? Absolutely can't be her. Sky Emperor City's armament refining geniuses are just those few, and we all know at least 1 or 2 of them, who has seen that young beauty before. Succession of teachings from a master to an armament refining disciple is very important, and she hasn't been under any famous master, so how could she possibly appear right out from thin air? That's true too. She's not even wearing any armament master's badge, so she's probably still an apprentice? Must be, she's definitely an apprentice. Earlier we must have heard wrongly. But at her age, if she's able to pass through the headquarters 1st rank certification, she's considered to be a genius as well, worthy for us to take notice of. Everyone's gazes followed closely, but Huang Yueli's expression remained unchanged. Whatever rank I wish to register for is my own business, you just need to help me inform me. Young lady sneered, how ridiculous. The elders in our Armament Guild headquarters are very busy every day, so where would they find the time to entertain such boring people? To be certified for a 5th rank Armament Master, you'd need at least the 4th rank Armament Master badge. Do you have it? I think you don't even have a 1st rank. Her saliva was splashing everywhere while she was talking when suddenly she seemed as though she was struck by lightning as her eyes popped out, staring blankly in front. You, what's that? Huang Yueli slowly took a piece of 4th rank Armament Master's badge from her pocket and carefully pinned it in front of her chest. Furthermore, as a perfectionist, in order to make the badge appear even more aesthetically beautiful, she adjusted it for quite some time. By the time she finally lifted her head in satisfaction, the surrounding people were all completely mortified. 4th rank. 4th ranked Armament Master badge. This is really a 4th rank Armament Master's badge? How could that be possible? Is my eyesight going blurry? Or am I still dreaming? That can't possibly be real. This badge must be a counterfeit, otherwise this young beauty should have stolen it from some place. Anyway, it can't possibly be hers. How old is she right now? And she's already a 4th rank Armament Master. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The armament geniuses all stared at Huang Yueli's badge pinned on her chest as their eyeballs were about to pop out from its sockets. No matter from which angle they looked from, this beautiful young lady in front of their eyes was still just 15 or 16 years old, but she had already reached 4th rank. How could there be such an inconceivable thing? The young lady in charge of reception was even more tongue-tied as she totally couldn't say a single word. Right now, she was the most talented young genius in the Armament Guild headquarters, and she had just passed the 3rd rank Armament Master certification when she was just 18 years old. Just based on this point alone, she had obtained the entire Armament Guild's utmost nurturing. But Huang Yueli was much younger than her, by several years old, yet her armament refining skills had already surpassed hers. The young lady wasn't able to accept this fact at all. She stared at Huang Yueli's badge with a pale face for a long time before she opened her mouth. "This badge of yours is a counterfeit, isn't it?" Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Counterfeit? Aren't you too amusing? Who is able to counterfeit the Armament Guild's imprint? If I were to make a counterfeit Armament Master badge, it will at least be of an 8th rank Armament Master standard. Then it must have been stolen by you." "Stolen? Then why don't you go steal one for me to see?" Each of the Armament Master's badge are tied to every single Armament Master themselves, and if it leaves the main person too far away, it would automatically ignite and be destroyed. You don't even know about this. I really suspect how you pass the Armament Master certification assessment. You. The young reception lady was so upset that she almost fainted. This was common knowledge to an Armament Master, so how could she possibly not know about it? She was just too agitated for a moment that she got muddled up and had totally not expected to be despised by Huang Yueli that severely. Huang Yueli knocked the table and asked impatiently, "All right, now I have enough qualifications to take part in the 5th rank Armament Master certification, right? Still not going to notify quickly?" The reception young lady was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to lift up her head as she gritted her teeth and turned around to notify. The surrounding young Armament Masters were still looking blankly at Huang Yueli. Those few who had said that Huang Yueli must have counterfeited the badge hung their heads low without daring to make a sound, as though they were given a tight slap on their faces. Not too long later, the reception young lady led a middle-aged man in a navy blue gown, talking out from the back door in great strides. The middle-aged man's chest impressively hung an 8th rank Armament Master badge. The Armament Masters present all started to start an uproar. Elder Sun is here. I've not expected Elder Sun to be on duty today. He's the youngest among all the 8 elders in the Armament Guild. It was said that he just obtained the 8th rank Armament Master certification the year before. Elder Sun is really too outstanding. Ever since Grandmaster Huang's demise 16 years ago, without her guidance, the number of newly promoted high-rank Armament Masters are getting lesser and lesser. For the past 16 years, only Elder Sun had managed to get promoted to 8th rank. It shows that Elder Sun's innate talent and comprehension makes one look up to him. Huang Yueli propped her chin up as she sized up this Elder Sun who was approaching her. He was close to 50 years old and had just broken through to 8th rank. More importantly, he was actually the first person to have so within the Armament Guild in the past 16 years. 16 years ago, with Elder Sun's innate talent and power of comprehension, he totally wouldn't be in rank in the Armament Guild, nor being lined up for the position of an elder. I've not expected that the current Armament Guild to have already degenerated to such a state. Huang Yueli mumbled to herself. But she was still disappointed because many elders in the Armament Guild were all her disciples under her wing, and if any one of them came, she would be able to easily settle this small certification matter. But now came an Elder Sun whom she had not met before, so things were going to be a little tricky. By then, Elder Sun had already walked right in front of her as he lowered his head to size her up. After a moment later, his brows were knotted as there was a suspicious hint on his face. He turned back and faced the reception young lady behind him. "Are you sure? This young lass, who's only 10 over years old, is the one who you said to take part in the 5th rank Armament Master certification? Has she even reached marriageable age already?" Before the young lady could answer him, Huang Yueli already spoke out directly. "Elder Sun, what do you mean by this? The rank of the certification, which I'm taking part in, seems to have nothing to do with age, right? As long as I fit the requirement of having a 4th rank Armament Master badge, that will do, isn't it?" Her expression was calm and her manner was composed as she gave out a natural confident attitude which a top-rated armament refining master had. Elder Sun was a self-professed genius, and he would often receive the admiration and pursuit from the younger generation disciples. For Huang Yueli to take up a neither servile nor overbearing attitude with him, it actually made him feel uncomfortable and instantly became slightly frustrated. "Lass, do you know who I am? This is the attitude which you take up with an elder of the Armament Guild? When I was a 4th rank armament master, you might still be somewhere else playing with mud." Huang Yueli's brows rose as she found it amusing, secretly. These words should be used in reverse. She replied calmly, "Elder Sun is an 8th rank armament master, so of course you're my senior, but my respect towards your armament refining standard doesn't make you one step higher than anyone else." Grandmaster Huang had once said that the motto in the Armament Guild is equality and interaction, and there's no armament master who is naturally more valuable than anyone else, so we can only use our skills to convince everyone. After she finished her speech, she couldn't help but find it funny herself. Using the words which she had once said in her past life to suppress others, the feeling was so awkward and so fake. But it was really very effective. Elder Sun was so stuffed that he couldn't say a single word back at her as he blew his mustache and his eyes popped up, and he replied only after a long while later, "I'm an 8th rank armament master while you, lass, are just 4th rank. It's a little too early for you to be so complacent now. Moreover, speaking." He suddenly thought of something and his eyes shone bright as he stared at Huang Yueli and asked, "Let me ask you, where did you obtain your 4th rank armament master certification? It's definitely not in the headquarters, right?" Huang Yueli nodded her head calmly as she replied, "That's right, I've obtained this certification when I was in South Sky region, Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild branch. When she was in Celestial Light Sect, Sky Cloud City's branch president who admired her very much and recognized her armament refining standard and ability. So before she headed to Cloudy Chilan Mystic region, she had specially made a trip to the Sky Cloud City's branch to do the certification. The only reason why she only obtained 4th rank was because the highest certification badge, which the branches of the Armament Guild in other regions could award, was 4th rank. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind receiving a few higher ranks directly. However, how would Elder Sun know what she had in mind? After hearing her reply, he immediately thought that he had caught a shortcoming of hers. "Great, I knew it. Your 4th rank certification indeed isn't awarded from the headquarters. Otherwise, how could you possibly obtain the 4th rank armament master badge at such a young age?" Elder Sun's face was filled with disdain as he snorted from his nose. Indeed, as this master had said earlier, the management of the Armament Guild branches are more and more irregular. They could even freely distribute the 4th rank armament master's badge, simply treating the reputation of the Armament Guild as child's play. 4th rank armament master standard might not even match up to 2nd rank. That's an embarrassment to armament master's face. The moment Elder Sun said that, the other armament masters who were crowded around also revealed an enlightened expression. Originally they were jealous and envious towards Huang Yueli obtaining a 4th rank certification at such a young age and weren't willing to accept the fact that their talents were not as high as hers. Now, with Elder Sun's authoritative explanation, everyone chose to believe it at first instance. So that's the case, all thanks to Elder Sun's discerning eyes. I've never thought that there would be such shenanigan going on. I was just saying, how could there possibly be anyone who can become a 4th rank armament master at such a young age? She's almost chasing up to Grandmaster Huang that very year. So it's those unreliable branches who privately snuck a hand in. These branches need to be tidied up, the certification standard is just too low. If those who weren't aware of the truth heard about this, they would really be cheated by this kind of double standard certification. Elder Sun thought that he had exposed Huang Yueli's real face and had a complacent look hanging on his face. "Lass, what I said is the truth, isn't it? I'll just tell you openly that these branches' so-called certification of 4th rank in the headquarters might not even match up to second rank. I'd advise you to be content and stay low profile. Don't think too highly of yourself and get certified for what 5th rank armament master, alright? This is just too comical. Headquarters certification standard isn't like what you imagine. Huang Yueli's face turned chilly, but she didn't show any guilty look like what Elder Sun expected. She spoke coldly, I think the one who is opinionated is you. First of all, Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild branch is extremely regular and stringent. President Hu is a just and magnanimous armament master. Although his armament refining potential can't match up to yours, but his broad-mindedness is much wider than you by 100 times, so stop trying to splash dirty water onto him. Second, no matter how I got my certification badge, as long as I have, I can apply for 5th rank certification. What's the point of saying so much rubbish to me earlier for? Just how stringent the headquarters standard is, I know it much clearer than you. Armament Guild headquarters certification standard had once been evaluated by her personally in her past life. Huang Yueli's words were totally impolite, directly slapping Elder Sun's old face. Actually, right from the start, she was still restraining herself back. After all, she was trying to stay low-key right now, and didn't want to start a scuffle with anyone. But this Elder Sun was just too unreasonable. Suspecting another armament master's refining standard, especially saying that the other party's certification badge was double standard, this was the most serious insult towards an armament master. If she were to tolerate such a thing, other people would think that she really didn't reflect reality. Huang Yueli looked at Elder Sun's green face as she added, Elder Sun has been dragging the time to prevent me from taking part in the 5th rank certification. Surely it's not because you're jealous that I have better innate talent than you, right? You. Really spouting nonsense. Elder Sun's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Elder Sun naturally had this thinking in his subconscious. Constantly comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. If there was really the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old armament refining genius who reached 5th rank, then his status as the first person in the past 16 years in the Armament Guild would totally be forsaken. Not only him, all the young armament masters present more or less had the same thinking in mind, hence they repeatedly doubted Huang Yueli's ability. But this kind of dark thoughts was actually exposed right out in the open, and that put Elder Sun on the spot. He really flew into a rage out of humiliation now, as he gave a cold humph and heavily banged his fist on the table. The paper and pen all bounced up from the action and scattered everywhere from the impact. Good, very good. You dare to say this kind of thing to this master, it seems that you really think that your own ability is very strong. Elder Sun spat these out word by word. Huang Yueli replied calmly, I won't dare to say my ability is very strong, but at least my fame follows my merit. Very good. Then to prove that your ability indeed matches up to the badge on your chest, as an elder of the Armament Guild, I have the authority to reassess other branches' Armament Guild certification. Since you're so confident, then you shall then redo the 4th rank certification in front of everyone, to certify your ability. Elder Sun spoke in a harsh tone. Huang Yueli was slightly stunned. Redo the certification? Elder Sun gave a cold huff. Why? Trying to pretend that you don't know? Didn't you say that you were very familiar with the Armament Guild regulations? Every elder from the headquarters can request to do a reassessment towards suspicious parties. Saying that, he pointed at the substantial regulation system which was hung on the wall of the reception hall. Don't believe then, see it for yourself. Could this master even lie to you? Huang Yueli turned her eyes to take a look and indeed found such a regulation. Headquarters elders indeed had such an authority, but the party for reassessment was only limited to various Armament Guild branches, which were 4th rank Armament Master and below, whereas those who were awarded the certification in the headquarters need not be reassessed. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless for a moment, because it was evident that this regulation was something which was added after her self-explosion in her past life. From this, it was obvious that Elder Sun had not been lying to her. These few years, the various branches of the Armament Guild had indeed been giving out plenty of lenient certifications. Why? You don't dare to? Elder Sun saw that she wasn't speaking and believed that she must be feeling guilty, hence his tone became even more arrogant. Don't blame me for not reminding you that if you fail the reassessment, your current 4th rank badge will be retracted back immediately and you will not be able to take part in any Armament Master certification for the next 3 years. In the 3 years duration, you will only be able to assume the status of an apprentice. Of course, if you're afraid and do not dare to take part in the reassessment, then this master here isn't a narrow-minded person. As long as you sincerely admit that your ability isn't up to standard and apologize to me for your impolite behavior earlier, I won't delve into this matter. Huang Yueli was very clear that Elder Sun's pretense of being magnanimous was actually a sinister trap. If she refused to do the reassessment, even if she was able to retain the 4th rank badge, but having to admit that she is not worthy of the certification badge in front of so many other armament masters, what was the difference between that and having the badge being retracted? Both ways would equate to her reputation going down the drain, resulting in her becoming a joke among all the armament masters. On the contrary, Elder Sun's words made him appear to be broad-minded. As expected, many young armament masters all started to praise Elder Sun's character. Many of them stared at Huang Yueli with 4 words written all over their faces, gloating over one's misfortune. This time it's going to be fun, let's see what she will do. That's right, earlier when she took out the 4th rank badge, she was rather delighted. Later, if it is proven that her 4th rank certification indeed is fake, then that would be a real slapping on her face. I'd like to see where she is going to bury her face to cry later. So to speak, one cannot be too complacent. She even dared to make a big fuss at Elder Sun earlier. Isn't it embarrassing for her right now? Those armament masters present determined that Huang Yueli wouldn't dare to agree to the reassessment. On the other hand, those young ladies who admired Li Moying also noticed the bustle over here from the viewing platform as all of them started to crowd around this place. No wonder she's able to make young Master Li get engaged to her. So she must have found a way to obtain the 4th rank armament master badge. HMPF, so what about that? A counterfeit cannot never turn into a real one. Today is the day when she will show her real self. That's right, if young Master Li found out that her armament master certification is fake, he will definitely sever all ties with this hypocritic woman. No matter how unreconciled they were, at least these young ladies still had to admit that a 15-year-old 4th rank armament master was very compatible with a 9th grade upper talented peerless genius. Wasn't the past sovereign move from Blue Profound Sect and Mythical Flame Palace's Palace Lord Huang exactly like this? They were all so anxious until their eyes turned red and stared deadly at Huang Yueli, waiting for her reputation to be swept all over the floor. Huang Yueli, however, remained calm and composed, as though she totally didn't hear all the gibberish discussions which came from the surroundings. She turned towards Elder Sun as she spoke in a neither hurried nor slow manner. I appreciate Elder Sun's kind intentions. Since your request for reassessment fits with the Armament Guild regulations, then I will naturally accept it. Elder Sun was still indulging in his complacency as he replied, How is it? Scared? Still not going to hurry up and, not right, what did you say? Huang Yueli repeated herself once again, didn't you ask me to repeat the 4th rank armament master certification? How should the reassessment be done? Tell me. You're really going to retake the reassessment certification? Elder Sun simply couldn't believe his own ears. Where on heavens would one find such a ridiculous matter? This young lass actually agreed to it. How was she able to agree to it so easily? Could it be that she really had the standards of a 4th rank armament master? No, this was impossible. Just how old was she right now? Not only Elder Sun, everyone there stared at Huang Yueli in disbelief as everyone thought that they must have heard that wrongly. But Huang Yueli had just repeated it twice. Was she really insane? Elder Sun looked at her with his mouth agape and tongue-tied, but he slowly calmed down. Did you think that by acting to be so self-confident, this master would be cheated by you? Then I'd retract the reassessment request? He gave a cold huff, thinking that he had seen through Huang Yueli's plan. If an elder were to make a mistaken judgment and the armament master who was asked to be reassessed passed through the assessment, then the elder in charge would have to suffer certain punishment. Elder Sun thought that Huang Yueli was pretending to be calm as she wanted to make him rescind his order. When Huang Yueli heard that, she only calmly replied, Elder Sun, aren't you thinking a little too much? I merely don't want everyone to misunderstand. Alright, since this is the case, this master wants to see just how much ability you have. My request is very simple. In front of so many armament masters here, retake the 4th tier armament master assessment, and if you meet the standards set by the headquarters and you're able to pass through the assessment successfully, then this master will personally apologize to you and also compensate you with a set of 8th tier profound armament that I personally refined. The minute Master Sun said that, it caused another wave of commotion. He had just been promoted to an 8th rank armament master last year, so refining 8th tier profound armaments was very limited. But now he didn't mind taking out an entire set, just to force Huang Yueli to take the reassessment certification. From the looks of this, he must really have been angered badly. But speaking of that, about the 8th tier profound armament which Elder Sun mentioned, even if it was a 9th tier profound armament, it wouldn't matter because that young lass would not possibly be able to pass the reassessment. Huang Yueli's lips curled slightly, thinking that this fellow really knew how to be on path, knowing to automatically bring out a set of 8th tier profound armament to pay his respects to her, which saved her the trouble of continuing to set a trap for him to have a bet with her. She immediately clapped her hands as she said, All right, then we'll set it as that. Let's begin right away. Saying that, she turned around and walked towards the 4th rank armament master certification zone. There originally weren't that many people who were here to take part in the 4th rank armament master certification, and moreover, most of them were attracted over by Elder Sun and her scuffle, hence there wasn't anyone in line at all. Huang Yueli walked to the first table and sat down. No one had expected that Huang Yueli was actually so direct, without procrastination at all, just walked over to take the assessment as she just spoke of it. What's the matter? From her attitude, could it be that she's confident about it? That's hard to say. If she really acted it out, how could she possibly still be so calm at this point of time? But she's just 15 years old. I still don't believe in this sort of thing. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as they immediately swamped up, crowding around the 4th rank certification zone, causing the traffic to be impenetrable. There were many people in the outer zone who tipped their toes up trying to squeeze in, to take a clear look. Even those armament masters who were taking part in the certification stopped the refining process which they were in the middle of as they hurried over and crowded around to take a look. If it wasn't for the fact that the examiner was there to maintain order, these people couldn't wait to squeeze below Huang Yueli's table. 4th rank armament master certification process was similar to 1st rank. The main process was split into 2 portions, theory and practical assessments, but the difference was mainly in the difficulty of the questions. Huang Yueli received a piece of theory paper from the examiner and slightly glanced at it for a little moment. She immediately lifted the pen and started scribbling swiftly on it. 4th rank armament refining theory wasn't just based on mechanical memorization, it required a large amount of deduction as well as calculation. To ordinary young armament masters, this was extremely complex, and those armament masters who had slightly weaker mental power had found it difficult to pass through this assessment even after taking it repeatedly. But to Huang Yueli, this was considered as the basics, so answering it totally didn't took any effort at all. Her writing was swift as she scribbled non-stop, and after a short moment, she had already answered a huge chunk of it. From her stance, the armament masters standing by the side all had their eyes nearing popping out. Such a complex deduction process, she actually didn't even use a single piece of rough paper or even thought through it in detail as she continued to write, without stopping. Was she really not scribbling rubbish? Was she really answering the question? Everyone's eyes opened wide as they tried to see what she was writing on the script, but unfortunately, most of the people present hadn't reached the standard of a fourth-rank armament master, hence they totally couldn't understand the answers which Huang Yueli had penned down. They could only turn their gazes onto Elder Sun and the examiner. Just one look and everyone discovered that Elder Sun's face had already flushed to the shade of a pig liver's, and the other examiner also had an astonished expression on his face. Apparently, Huang Yueli's theoretical standard had far surpassed their imagination. Those people who had originally determined that Huang Yueli was an armament master who was putting on a false facade started to become suspicious when they saw this scene. It couldn't be? Could it really be that this young and good-looking lass really had such unimaginable innate talent? While everyone was awestruck and dazed, Huang Yueli had already completed the entire set of examination scrolls. She didn't even bother to check and directly passed the scroll over to the examiner who was in charge of this table. "I've completed, handing up." "Oh, right, yes, hand up the scroll, hand up the scroll." Examiner's gaze was in a daze as he looked at her blankly while receiving her examination scroll. Huang Yueli saw him taking the scroll but not moving as she couldn't help, but frowned, then gently reminding him, "This master, don't you need to take a look at what I've written and award me with points?" "Oh, right, look at my memory." Examiner seemed as though he just awoke from his dream as he lowered his head to take a look, opening up the examination scroll. In actual fact, he didn't need to take a detailed look at it because earlier when Huang Yueli was answering the questions, his eyes were also glued to her examination scroll, just like the others. The more he looked, the more astonished he got because every single question which this young lady had answered were all correct. Under the context of her answering speed, there weren't any areas which she had answered wrongly or neglected. Even if it was the examiner himself, he couldn't possibly guarantee that he would be able to do so perfectly. So he didn't believe in the odds and kept staring at the examination scroll, hoping that Huang Yueli would answer a few more questions and make a little mistake. It wasn't out of jealousy that he did this, but purely felt that this matter was just too ridiculous. However, no matter how he looked, Huang Yueli continued to maintain her swift answering speed as well as perfect answering standard without any mistake. Examiner took another quick look at the examination scroll once more, and this was the last round, yet he was still unable to spot any mistakes. By this time, other than gasping in shock, there were no other words which he could find. Examiner gave a soft cough as he said, "This young Miss Bai, who took part in the 4th rank Armament Master Certification Theory Assessment, her final results are..." Everyone, especially those young armament masters who didn't understand the paper, all pricked up their ears as they really wanted to find out the final result. Full marks. When these two words came out, the entire seating were shocked as they were awed so much by this result that no one could say a single word. Armament Guild assessments had been specially designed and often set in a way to intentionally dig a hole for the examinees. So even if it was someone who had actual standards which were higher than the certification rank, they would also find it difficult to obtain high marks, not to mention full marks. In the entire history of the Armament Guild, there didn't seem to be anyone who had obtained full marks before. Not to mention the most fascinating thing was when Huang Yueli answered the questions, that speed made one totally unable to imagine. Even veteran 4th rank armament masters had to spend a total of 4 hours before they could barely answer the entire scroll, but she merely took less than a quarter of an hour to finish it. Just this bit of time, many others weren't even able to copy all the accurate answers, yet she actually managed to get full marks. Was this really a human? This level kind of genius was totally unheard of, alright? Elder Sun was now feeling restless as he was ultra embarrassed. No matter how he thought, he had not imagined that this young lass really had such outstanding innate talent. The more he thought, the more unreconciled he was as he stretched out his hand towards the examiner. Wait a minute, you said full marks earlier? Is full marks that easily obtainable? Are you sure you haven't missed any mistakes? Let this master take a look too. Elder Sun took Huang Yueli's paper and brought it right in front of his eyes as he started securitizing it in detail. He was certain that there was a problem with this set of paper because the examiner was merely a 6th-rank armament master, so there was a limit to his standard, hence he wasn't able to tell. If it was him, an 8th-rank armament master, reading the scroll, he would definitely be able to find the problem. As long as he found a minute bit of it, no matter how tiny the mistake was, he would be able to pick it out. Although Huang Yueli's pass on the theory paper was definite, but he could not allow her to obtain full marks, which was extremely ridiculous. Alas, Elder Sun scrutinized the entire paper, looking up and down, left and right, repeatedly for countless times until he could even repeat the papers backwards, but he was still unable to find a single flaw in it. How could this be? How could this be possible? Why was her deduction so tight until all the fine details were all taken care of, whereby everything was taken care of? Moreover, it was under that scenario where she did her speed writing without any thinking. Huang Yueli waited for a moment and saw Elder Sun's face turning darker and darker as his hand started to shake more vigorously, but she didn't say a single word from the start till the end. She found it amusing in her heart, thinking that even if Elder Sun looked at it a few hundred times, he still wouldn't be able to come out with anything at all. Armament Guild had various deduction theories, and those were all written and arranged by her in her past life, so how could she possibly not know about it? She urged, Elder Sun, are you done with it already? Such a simple piece of paper, is it worth for you to spend so much time thinking about it? Full marks means full marks, no matter how much you look, it's still full marks. You. Elder Sun was so infuriated that his old face turned red. This master's action is called prudence. You are repeatedly urging me, are you trying to disrupt the normal marking and point allocation of the paper? Elder Sun knew that he himself had looked at it for too long, but the longer it was, the more he refused to give up as he insisted on finding a mistake. After another quarter of an hour passed by, then the crowd started to get impatient. What situation is this now? Why isn't Elder Sun saying anything? Probably because he had taken a look at it for a long time, but still unable to find any mistake. Even an 8th-rank armament master couldn't find any mistakes. It seems like this young Miss Bai's armament refining standards are really unfathomable. Isn't it a little too early to say that she's unfathomable? Young Miss Bai's theory standard has convinced me, but next would be the practical assessment, isn't it? What you say may be right. To an armament master, practical is much more important than theory. No matter how high one's theory standard is, if they aren't able to control the flame properly, thus unable to refine the profound armament, then it would all be useless. In the past, there were many talents who had obtained high marks in the theory paper, but they had not been able to pass the practical assessment. Right, to armament masters in the 4 sky regions, they are usually weaker in practical assessments, so I wonder how this young Miss Bai would do in it. As Huang Yueli's theory assessment had already convinced everyone, those armament masters who had crowded around to discuss this all started to withdraw their disdainful feelings, starting to take a more objective and rational approach. Only Elder Sun, who was slapped on the face so easily by the young lass Huang Yueli, to an almighty 8th-rank armament master, this was a huge insult and humiliation. When he heard the armament masters who were crowded around discussing this, he finally found a stage for him to step down. Right, wasn't there still the practical assessment? Her theory might have gotten high marks, perhaps due to the fact that this young lass had exceptionally strong mental power, which wasn't considered rare at all. But practical was the genuine huge assessment, because Huang Yueli was about to refine publicly right in front of so many people next. When armament masters refined profound armaments, what they feared the most was external disturbance, as well as the armament master's lack of concentration. Under the circumstances of having to refine in public, even for veteran armament masters with vast experience, they would easily become overly anxious, which led to various problems, resulting in the failure of the armament being refined. Whereas this young lass was merely at this age, so her armament refining experience was definitely not enough. There were also a lot of people present, starting fixedly at each and every move that she made. Under such a circumstance, there was a 99% chance of failure. When Elder Sun thought about this, he finally heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly put the examination scroll back on the table. Young Miss Bai's examination scroll indeed had no mistakes, so let's hurry into the next segment, which is the practical assessment. He declared as he avoided the important and dwelled on the trivial matter, hoping to shift everyone's attention onto the practical assessment. Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh and didn't say anything more, merely shifting her gaze back to the original examiner. The examiner hurriedly nodded and said, "Congratulations to young Miss Bai for passing the theory assessment. Are you ready to take part in the practical assessment now?" "Yes." "Then will young Miss Bai please pick a scroll out of the three here?" The scroll states the profound armament which you need to refine in the practical assessment. Examiner pushed the three scrolls in front of Huang Yueli. She was allowed to look at the content of the three scrolls and choose from it because it was not possible for most of the armament masters to grasp all refining methods of every single profound armament, hence they would usually pick one which they were good at. Once they complete refining it, they would be able to obtain the 4th rank armament master certification. The difference in the difficulty of assessments between the Armament Guild headquarters and their branches was reflected right here. Generally, most branches, in order to raise their passing rate, would set their practical assessment questions as simple as possible. As long as they were able to complete any piece of most basic profound armament refinement, they would be able to obtain the corresponding rank certification. But in Armament Guild headquarters, these three scrolls, which recorded the profound armament formula, were carefully selected. Each piece of refinement's difficulty was very high and it required various armament refining skills. Moreover, it required the continuous deduction and readjustment of the armament refining proposal to be done during the process of refining. What was the most headaching part was that in the headquarters, sometimes even if they produced the profound armament, they might not be able to pass the assessment because that would depend on the quality of the molded profound armament. If the examiner ascertained that the produced quality was too low, unfit to be a 4th-tier profound armament for long-term usage, then it would be judged as a failure. In this way, it would have already put an end to any possibility of trickery to a large extent. Anyone who had passed the certification and was certified as an armament master by the Armament Guild headquarters were people who had genuine and outstanding skills, whose fame followed their merit, so it was no wonder that they viewed those who were certified in other branches with disdain. Everyone stared at Huang Yueli and the scroll in her hands, waiting to see what she would choose. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli actually didn't even bother to open up the scroll as she casually picked out and waved it in mid-air, with a casual attitude saying, "All right, I'll pick this." The examiner was dazed once again and stared at her as though he had seen a living ghost. "Young Miss Bai, allow me to remind you that the questions in these three scrolls are different. You can choose one which you are well versed in, to refine, which will allow you to get higher marks." Huang Yueli nodded her head as she gave a smile. Her looks were originally tender and sweet-looking, and when she smiled like this, it felt like a summer flower blossoming, causing the many men who were standing close by to go into a daze. "Many thanks, I understand what you mean, but I'd better still choose this scroll." "WH. Why?" Examiner didn't understand her intention. Huang Yueli smiled and replied, "Because this scroll looks the newest and the wear and tear of it is the least, so probably not many people have chosen it." Examiner went into a blank. "You've even noticed this, but..." This young Miss Bai had extraordinary observation, but was her brain playing tricks on her? The number of people who chose this was the least, so it naturally meant that the question in this scroll was the hardest. Shouldn't she be choosing the one which looked the most worn out? However, Huang Yueli didn't wait for him to say anything more as she directly picked up the scroll, which she had already chosen, and walked straight to the armament furnace. It was until now that she slowly opened up the scroll. The crowd were following her tightly as they all crowded near to the armament furnace. The few who stood the nearest to her, upon seeing the contents in the scroll, all started to cry out in surprise. Silent seal. It's actually the silent seal. Heavens, how could there possibly be such a thing for the question? There probably aren't many who could refine this profound armament outright. That's right, the requirement of the deduction process and refining methods are just too complicated for the silent seal, and it's something which ordinary armament masters aren't able to grasp, not to mention a newbie who is here to take part in certification. This young Miss Bai is really very unlucky. She just casually chose one and actually chose this difficult topic. She should have taken a careful look at it earlier. Her false facade was pretty decent earlier, but now she should be dazed, right? I wonder if it's too late for her to regret and change the question. Amid everyone's astonished discussions, Huang Yueli's expression hadn't changed at all, merely just her brows raising slightly. There were different tiers from 3rd to 9th tiers of silent seals, and the difference in the tiers made a huge difference in the might, but the common point was that the complexity in the refinement process. Because silent seal was a special kind of profound weapon, and although it looked just like an ordinary little emblem kind of thing, but as long as one injected profound energy into it, it would change into the different kind of tool such as knife, sword, or even whip and such, whichever the user required. Different tiered silent seals could change into forms of shapes and amount. 3rd tier had 3 shapes while 4th tier were 4 kinds, all the way until 9th tier where it broke through the limit and could change into various different shapes. Whereas to merge all the different profound weapon shapes into one single seal, the refinement process required different refinement methods, and through a vast amount of deduction and adjustment, deriving at a balancing point which was just right, then would the seal's shape be stabilized. Otherwise, if the structure of the profound armament was not stable enough, the minute profound energy was injected, it would lead to an instant explosion. Such a complex thing, to a 6th-tier mid and lower armament masters, was almost unimaginable. No wonder the surrounding crowd were so stunned. The examiner was surprised too, because in the 3 scrolls which he had casually picked from the large pile of scrolls, he had never seen anyone pick the silent seal before. Whoever would have expected Huang Yueli to be so lucky to have chosen the top prize? Seeing Huang Yueli remaining silent, he thought for a moment and walked up as he said, "Young Miss Bai, I've already asked you to take a careful look before you make a decision, isn't it? But now since the assessment hasn't started yet, if you want to reselect another scroll. How will that do?" Before the examiner could finish his words, Elder Sun had already shouted out. According to our Armament Guild headquarters certification regulations, there had never been anyone who had already chosen the question and still able to regret their choice. If this was made a precedent, then what would happen if everyone wanted to be like her? How will our assessment carry on like this? Elder Sun put on a candid look as he boomed. Examiner hesitated for a moment, but this is a special situation. Young Miss Bai has yet to open the scroll to take a look at all 3 questions fully. Elder Sun interrupted him again. That's right, she hadn't opened the scroll to take a look, but did we force her to do that? She was the one who obviously wasn't willing to look, and we had already given her a chance. She's the one who was putting on a pretense and intentionally not looking. Under this kind of situation, what rights does she have to regret? Examiner was obviously not convinced, but he pursed his lips and didn't say a word more. Elder Sun's position in the Armament Guild was much higher than his, and although he had the justest sentiments, but he also knew the logic of putting his own safety before other matters. Elder Sun then gave a huff of satisfaction as he turned around to look at Huang Yueli. "Young Miss Bai, since you've already taken part in the certification, then please abide by the Armament Guild's regulations. If you're unable to complete the refinement of the silent seal, you may choose to give up." Anyway, you're still young, so 3 years of not taking part in the certification isn't really anything to you. You're too noisy. Elder son was speaking delightedly when he was suddenly interrupted by a chilly young lady's voice. He almost didn't regain his senses back. What? Huang Yueli threw a cold glance at him. I said, you're too noisy. Elder son, your words are simply too much. You keep nagging and nagging incessantly. How do you expect me to start refining? Surely you're not intentionally trying to disrupt me, right? You. Elder son was stuffed by her once again until he couldn't say a single word, and after some time he said, would this master even do such a despicable thing? You're slandering me. If you have the ability, then start refining right now. I won't say a single word more. Huang Yueli slowly gave a smile. Then please move further away from me a little. Seeing this face of yours, I'm starting to have a bad mood, and this will influence the refinement. Elder son's face was so upset that it turned red, and he was almost put on the spot. But he had a change of thoughts. Huang Yueli said these things, probably because he had successfully shifted her attention, to forget about the topic of changing the question. Later, when the refinement officially started, it would be too late for her to regret. So it was best that he went with the flow, in case this lass came out with some trickery again. With this thinking in mind, Elder son forcibly took a few steps back and left Huang Yueli's line of sight. Huang Yueli then put down the scroll in her hands as she started inspecting the armament furnace and the required materials. The armament masters present all looked at each other in dismay when they saw her stance. Is young Miss Bai really going to refine the silent seal? Should be real, I guess? She didn't mention anything about changing the question? Perhaps she's only too angry that she had forgotten? Or she still hasn't reacted? How could that be possible? Even the refining materials have been picked out. How could she possibly forget the question? But, if this was real, heavens, will she really be able to complete such an abnormal profound armament? Amid the crowd's wild guesses, Huang Yueli had already completed checking the materials. She stood upright and without any hesitation, her finger pointed straight ahead. A faint purple light flew out straight from her fingertips and landed accurately below the fire entrance, below the armament furnace. Little fire sparks carried a blinding glow, and the instant it entered the armament furnace, it immediately expanded, and in mere seconds, it had continuously reproduced and bred into an endless succession of intense flames, wrapping the entire armament furnace up. The blue-purplish spark brought along a monstrous thunder-attributed presence, which made those who were far away feel the huge energy which was contained in it. What's that? That flame. The energy it dissipates out is simply too strong. This can't be the legendary deviant flame, right? Surely not? Although I've never seen any deviant flames before, but, wasn't it said that only 8th rank armament masters had the ability to subdue deviant flames? But my master had a spiritual flame spark, and the presence from the spiritual flame was much weaker than this spark of young Miss Bai's. If this wasn't a deviant flame, how could it possibly have such powerful energy? Young armament refining talents rarely saw any deviant flames with their own eyes, and so they could only make a wild guess. But the instant when Elder Sun saw the flame which shot out of Huang Yueli's hands, he was completely dumbstruck. It only took one glance for him to tell that this was absolutely a genuine deviant flame. Furthermore, it was a top-rated existing deviant flame. When Soaring Heavens Continent's armament masters refined profound armaments, they used flames, and those were generally split into 4 different grades. The lowest grade was ordinary flames, which was easily obtainable by striking fire stones. Moving up, a higher grade was the open flame, which required the aid of an armament master subduing the flame within one's body before it could be ignited. Generally, armament masters who had reached 4th rank and above all had their own open flames, and the effect and efficiency while refining was not on the same level as those low-ranking armament masters. There were many ways of collecting open flames, and those slightly larger sects and powerhouses would usually prepare it for their own armament masters. Whereas the third grade was spiritual flame, which was rarely seen. Armament Guild headquarters would expend a huge amount of effort each year, but were only able to collect very few sparks. Only 6th rank and above mid to high-leveled armament masters were able to exchange for it via contribution points. As for the highest grade, which was Deviant Flame, that could only be described as rare. A specious lead of a suspected Deviant Flame trace would be sold for a heavenly price annually in the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild, and the price was enough to empty out a first-rated powerhouse's expenses. Even if they were able to find the Deviant Flame, without a practitioner with a cultivation of 9th stage realm and above as well as 8th ranked armament refining standard, they could forget about subduing it for their own use. As a newly promoted 2-year-old 8th rank armament master, elder son naturally had never seen the shadow of the Deviant Flame before. However, he could not figure out how this young lass had a Deviant Flame in her hands. Moreover, if he had not recognized it wrongly, this should be the top 10 ranking Amethyst Light Flame on the Deviant Flame chart. In the Armament Guild, only the current president had a top 10 ranking Deviant Flame. How did this young lass, at such a tender age, manage to get such a high-class Deviant Flame? Elder son was so shocked that he was totally immovable. However, Huang Yueli had not noticed the shocked expressions from her surroundings. Her expression was solemn and her gaze congealed slightly as she held her breath to congeal her senses. From the instance when she started refining, she poured in all her concentration totally into refining the profound armament. No other things could possibly divert her attention away from this. Under the amethyst thunder flames powerfully surging scorching firepower, the armament furnace's temperature rose up rapidly. Within a few breaths, the furnace had turned into a shade of red, and this meant that the furnace's temperature inside was enough to melt any kind of material. Huang Yueli took an accurate measure of the timing, and her left hand struck out a burst of incantation gestures, which lifted the armament furnace's lid, then waving her right hand on the side of the table. The materials which were piled up on the table, under the direction of her finger, all started to fly into the armament furnace, consecutively. With a bam, the lid shut tightly once again. Many armament masters were all dumbstruck from seeing this, and it was until they heard the loud sound when they regained their senses. Wait a minute, am I seeing things wrongly? Young Miss Bai had thrown in so many materials at the same time into the armament furnace? Does she really know how to refine armaments? I really can't comprehend. Armament masters with a bit of common knowledge all knew that different materials require different timings and firepower to smelt the impurities, so the timing is very important, hence each and every one of it will be placed inside carefully. Even if there was a little bit wrong in the order, the entire furnace of materials would all be turned into scrap. She actually threw the whole lot of it inside? What's the matter with this young Miss Bai? Is she kidding us? Earlier she had done so well in the theory assessment, but now it seems that she doesn't even have a single bit of common knowledge to actually commit such a low-grade mistake? Heavens, this is really too dangerous, let's hurry up and retreat a little. It might explode immediately. Not knowing who said that last sentence, the crowd all quivered and started shifting backwards. So many materials thrown into the furnace at the same time and with such high-intensity firepower. Perhaps the entire reception hall would be blown up. Everyone seemed as though the enemy was approaching as they stared at Huang Yueli in high alert, and her armament furnace. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths had passed by. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths, timing went by. The armament furnace was still firmly rooted onto the ground, without any slight movement at all, whereas Huang Yueli's expression was still so concentrated and peaceful. What's the situation now? Is it safe already? A quarter of an hour had passed by, and while everyone bore a puzzled look on their faces, the armament furnace finally started to shake. Following that, the lid suddenly vibrated violently, and it flew upwards into the sky. We're done for, it exploded. It really exploded. Quickly run. Quickly run. Those armament masters were originally already very tense, and upon seeing this, they totally didn't have time to think as they subconsciously turned around and ran away towards the outside of the hall. Everyone fought to be the first as they ran without turning back, deeply worried that they might be impacted by the explosion, and there were even incidents of some others being stepped on. Armament masters weren't like practitioners who pursued after cultivation peak, and every one of them cherished their lives very much. A large group of armament masters charged into the streets as though they were being chased after by a ghost. This outlandish scene made the pedestrians in the city all suffered a huge shock as they turned their heads around to look. The crowd ran for quite a distance before they stopped in their tracks. Someone couldn't help but turned around to take a look, and in the end he was totally dazed as he asked, curiously, "Wait a minute. The reception hall doesn't seem as though it has suffered any explosion. Could it be that there wasn't any explosion earlier? But earlier that armament furnace had plainly vibrated a couple of times? Isn't it common for the furnace to vibrate during the refining process, and not necessarily means an explosion, right? Shall we head back and take a look?" Just at this moment, from the streets not too far away, a clear voice was heard, "What's going on? What are you all doing here for?" This voice sounded rather familiar as the armament masters all turned their heads back to look at the incoming person. The person who walked over looked as though he was around 30 years old and had a lanky stature with good-looking features, but just slightly thin. He wore a navy-colored armament master gown and had a calm bearing as he slowly walked over from the other side of the street. The moment he appeared, the entire street instantly quietened down, and all the passers-by's gazes all stopped on him. Some low-ranked armament masters appeared extremely dazed as they looked left and right and asked softly, "What's the matter? Why is everyone not speaking? Are you sure? You don't even recognize him?" The person by the side looked at him in curiosity. I feel he looks rather familiar, but..." He had yet to finish his sentence when he saw elder son's face, revealing an extremely shocked expression, and he quickly squeezed his way out of the group and walked towards that armament master as he immediately bowed to pay his respects. "President Yi, you're actually free today to drop by the Armament Guild for an inspection." The person who walked over was the president of Armament Guild headquarters, Yi Xinghua. He frowned slightly and his gaze surveyed one round among the group of disorderly people and said, "Today is the day where the Armament Guild headquarters conduct the certification assessment, so this president is here to take a look. What's the matter with all of you? Why aren't you in the reception hall waiting for assessment and have all run out for?" Low-ranked armament masters were all dumbstruck. Surely not right? Wasn't President Yi said to be 50 or 60 years old this year? That's right, he looks a little too young, isn't it? I thought the painting which was hung on the walls of the Armament Guild headquarters was a drawing of him when he was young. He really isn't President Yi's son? The examiner simply couldn't continue listening to such talk as his lips twitched and explained softly, "President Yi looks young because his cultivation innate talent is extremely outstanding. Most practitioners after breaking through to 7th stage realm would slow down the signs of aging drastically, and after breaking through to 9th stage realm, the external appearance would no longer change. President Yi had reached 7th stage realm cultivation before he turned 30. So that's why. It was until now that everyone got enlightened and excitedly and agitatedly looked towards Yi Xinghua as they secretly started talking about this. This is great. I've never thought that today would be such a lucky day to actually meet President Yi himself. I heard that he's always moving around with wizardly elusiveness and would only appear once in the Armament Guild headquarters every couple of months. President Yi is my idol. He was said to be Grandmaster Huang's direct disciple and had inherited her legacy. After Grandmaster Huang's death, he became the most powerful armament master in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. That's right, many exclusive armament refining skills which Grandmaster Huang had back then was overly complex, and although she took in a number of disciples, none of them were able to master it. Only President Yi spent more than a decade studying meticulously before he finally mastered around 80 to 90% of it. That's so incredible. I've heard that President Yi can now refine 8th tier upper grade profound armaments now, and many of the 9th tier profound armaments which Grandmaster Huang had left behind were being maintained by him alone because he's the only one who has the ability to do so. As a 9th stage realm practitioner, President Yi is still extremely young, and in his lifetime, he should be able to spike towards 9th rank armament master's realm, right? The younger armament refining talents were all very glad, as they were thinking that it was hard for President Yi to appear at the Armament Guild, so they must definitely perform well later on. If Yi Xinghua took an interest in them and took them in as his disciple, then that lucky fellow would fly into good luck. However, Elder Sun, who was standing opposite Yi Xinghua, was so tensed and embarrassed right now that the sweat on his forehead kept on dripping down. He was the overall in charge, responsible for supervising every single certification process to go on smoothly, but in the end, the certification not only wasn't able to happen orderly, the entire group of armament masters actually ran onto the streets. This couldn't be described with a mere few words, such as lack of supervision. What was worst of all was that he was caught red-handed by Yi Xinghua himself. All the Armament Guild headquarters high-ranked armament masters knew that although Yi Xinghua usually didn't have any temper, but when it came to scum who humiliated an armament master's status, he was extremely strict on this. There were some who were dealt with flouting this, and he totally didn't give any face at all. The last time an 8th-ranked elder sold inferior, profound armaments to cheat money and was punished by him severely. Adding on that, Yi Xinghua's current standard of armament refining was now the highest in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and he was also Huang Yueli's beloved disciple. No matter in terms of status or ability, it was enough to support the entire scenario. When he was in the Armament Guild, he naturally would not mince his words. Elder Sun could already predict that he would be punished for not completing the tasks properly. What made him even ill at ease was that young lass who had taken part in the 4th rank certification. She was still in the reception hall right now, and no one knew how her situation was. She might cause an explosion any time now. If a large-scale explosion happened in front of Yi Xinghua, it was imaginable that this elder position of his was coming to an end. What exactly is going on? Elder Sun, aren't you intending to explain to this president at all? Yi Xinghua frowned as he urged. Elder Sun had no choice, as he knew he could not hide this and could only skimp over the important stuff, reporting to President, this. Everyone ran out because, an armament master who was taking part in the certification had put all the materials into the armament furnace at the same time. Everyone knows that doing this is very dangerous, and because we are all worried that the furnace might explode, and in a moment of anxiety, we all. He hemmed and hawed, in an attempt to conceal his own mistake. But was it that easy to pull wool over Yi Xinghua's eyes? As he listened, his brows creased into an even tighter knot. Elder Sun, I don't quite understand what you're trying to tell me. Before every armament master takes part in the practical assessment, don't they all need to take part in the theory assessment? Even if it was a 1st rank certification apprentice, as long as they are able to pass through the theory assessment, they should not make such a common sense mistake, right? Moreover speaking, so what even if it explodes? The rooms in our Armament Guild have been specially refined, and with the arrays in place as a support, those who get certified in the hall should at most be a 4th rank armament master, so surely the room wouldn't get blown away, so why are you all getting so worked up for? This. Elder Sun's back was already wet from all the sweat which had profused out. He really didn't have the face to tell the truth, that everyone ran was because of a reason. Because the spark which flew out of Huang Yueli's hands was obviously one of the top 10 Deviant Flame Amethyst Thunder Flame. Using Deviant Flame to heat up the armament furnace, if an explosion happened, just what kind of killing power it had was something which no one could tell clearly. so he got anxious and led the group to run out. As for those ordinary armament masters, some had not even reacted in time, but upon seeing him running away, they would all naturally follow him out. Yi Xinghua saw Elder Sun's guilty expression and knew that something was not right with him. He turned around and asked another examiner, "Forget it, you tell me, why have all of you ran out?" The examiner was crying out bitterly in his heart. Elder Sun and President Yi were both people whom he could not afford to offend. But since Yi Xinghua asked, he could only brace himself to narrate the scenario which had happened earlier. After Yi Xinghua heard that, he threw a cold glance at Elder Sun. Even though the examiner had already intentionally skimmed through the part where Elder Sun's provocation with his conceited and arrogant manner, but Yi Xinghua was still able to deduce easily that for matters to have come to such a state, Elder Sun's contributions had added to this. Elder Sun shuddered after he was given a cold hard stare by him. Yi Xinghua shot his vision towards the empty reception hall. "So it's like this." In this case, this young armament master not only had 4th rank peerless innate talent at 15 years old, moreover, she had successfully subdued a deviant flame? Elder Sun, which deviant flame is that? Before Elder Sun could answer, the examiner went into a blank and hurriedly explained, "President Yi, it's not like this. I only feel that the spark's energy is very strong, but it's hard to tell if it's a deviant flame or not. After all, she's only at 4th rank. Whoever would believe it if they said a 4th rank armament master had subdued a deviant flame?" The examiner didn't want others to treat him as a retard. However, Yi Xinghua wasn't listening to what he was saying as he continued to stare at Elder Sun. "If it's not a real deviant flame, why would Elder Sun lose his composure and lead everyone running out here? Isn't that so?" Elder Sun's head was hung so low that he couldn't lift it up, as he knew deep inside his heart that Yi Xinghua had already seen through him thoroughly. The matter had come to such a pass, so he could only answer truthfully, "If I haven't seen wrongly, that should be one of the top 10 deviant flames, the Amethyst Thunder Flame. I really don't understand why a 10-over-year-old young lass was able to subdue such a powerful flame like that. Moreover, her theoretical standard is so high, yet her armament refining standard is that bad, totally no regulation at all." Yi Xinghua's face showed that he was in deep thoughts as he slowly shook his head. 10-over-year-old and able to subdue deviant flame. This kind of matter had happened more than a decade ago. Moreover, her armament refining standard isn't bad, but it's very powerful. Only this method of refining sounds a little familiar though. Ah? What? Yi Xinghua's voice was very soft, but Elder Sun and the other who were standing beside him heard what he said, and all of them bore a blank face. Yi Xinghua waved his hand and suddenly raised his voice, "Armament masters, this president is clear of the situation inside. Everyone please be assured that there wouldn't be any explosions of any kind inside, so you need not be fearful. Now will everyone please split up into your own groups and follow the examiners back inside the certification hall. Please maintain silence and continue to follow an orderly manner to proceed with the assessment." Some armament masters were still worried. After all, the energy fluctuations coming from Huang Yueli when she was refining the armament was extremely intense, simply terrifying. But Yi Xinghua had already spoken, so they could only choose to believe. The young armament masters followed behind the examiners as they re-entered the hall. Only Elder Sun had his head hung low with an embarrassed and guilty look, standing by the side, waiting for President's reproach. However, Yi Xinghua didn't say much, but just pulled up his hoodie after everyone went in as he covered his face, and later removed the 8th rank armament master badge from his chest. "President Yi, you. Shush, you're not allowed to make a sound. This president wants to take a look personally." Yi Xinghua gave his instruction and restrained his surrounding aura as he snuck into the certification hall. In the certification hall, although those young armament masters had listened to Yi Xinghua's command and all returned to the examination hall. But as they couldn't suppress the curiosity in their inner hearts, all of them started crowding around Huang Yueli once again. On one look, everyone was completely shocked. There was no change of explosion or whatsoever happening, and not only that, the armament furnace's lid was lifted up slightly as faint purple smoke whiffed out from the small slit. Apparently, not only had the materials in the furnace been purified of the impurities successfully, the stage of fusion was also completed, so the next step would be the last step of armament refining, molding. No one had expected that Huang Yueli's refining speed was actually this fast. Ordinary armament masters who refined the same grade of profound armaments would spend at least 4 hours for the first 2 steps of removing impurities and fusion. But now, from the time when Huang Yueli lit up the fire to preparing for molding, she only spent a total of 1 hour. Moreover, the item she refined was the complicated low to mid-tiered profound armament silence seal. This speed, wasn't it slightly a little too ridiculous? How on earth did she do it? Everyone was having the same question on their mind, so when they took a look at Huang Yueli's side, no one wanted to move and totally couldn't be bothered about their own assessment, as everyone stood in a daze by the side, thinking to catch and see what she was going to do next. This young miss earlier she had thrown all the materials inside all together. Could it be that she had refined everything at one go? Otherwise? Earlier when the armament furnace vibrated, it shouldn't be due to explosion, but rather the materials had all been refined successfully, hence the impurities needed to be discharged. But, refining the silent seal requires 40 over materials. How on earth did she manage to do it, to actually control them all for refinement together? Don't know, but she really did it. I heard from the legends once that during that year, Grandmaster Huang had an exclusive secret skill to put large quantities of materials together and refine at the same time. I thought that it was an exaggeration from someone else. So there's really this method of refinement. The crowd all started to discuss this, not only exclamations of admiration, but there was someone who raised their doubts as well. But this way of refining materials, will the quality really be the same as those general ways of refinement? Will there be any flaw existing inside? If it caused the profound armament to not be able to be molded into shape, then it would be terrible. I'm also thinking of the same question, could this really be able to be molded? Even from using the energy from the flame, it could barely be molded into the shape, but silent seal required 4 different states, and the stabilization nature was usually much weaker than ordinary profound armaments. Even if the common method of refinement for this would also easily cause it to shatter during use. Her way. Is it really possible? That's right, we still need to be realistic when we refine armaments. Whether the speed is fast or not, it really doesn't matter too much. The most crucial part is to the quality of the manufactured product. Really unsure, what will the shape of the silent seal look like after young Miss Bai finally refines it out? Everyone's eyes opened wide as they waited for Huang Yueli's last refinement process result. On the other hand, Huang Yueli had a solemn expression on her face as her eyes were fully concentrating on the armament furnace, as though the complex changes around her did not cause any bit of influence towards her. No matter if it were the people rushing out earlier, or when everyone returned and once crowded around her, her personal state of mind was unchanged totally. From the start till the end, all that was on her mind was the profound armament which she was refining. Huang Yueli's incantation gestures shot out burst after burst, and the speed was so shockingly fast. Her fair slender fingers drew in mid-air, but the audience in the crowd totally couldn't see the actions clearly, only barely catching hold of some blurry remnant images. Before they had actually seen the profound armament which she had refined, they were already awestruck by her armament refining skills. The examiner, who was a 6th-rank armament master, also widened his eyes as he almost jumped right out of his seat directly. How could she possibly? Why is it so fast? Heavens, with this speed, does she really know what incantation gestures she is making? Can she really guarantee that every single incantation gesture is able to exhibit its use? She's already reached the molding stage, so each incantation gesture must be accurate, otherwise it will end up wasting all her previous effort. Moreover, this is the silent seal, which is the most difficult to refine. Each state, as long as it has gone through one time of molding, every single time it is molded, new deductions need to be done. She is doing it at such high speed, will she be able to deduce in time? Is her mental power really that strong? No matter how astonished everyone was, Huang Yueli's speed did not show any signs of slowing down. Not too long later, she had already casted out several hundreds of incantation gestures. The armament furnace's color also changed alongside with her movements, and would occasionally puff out different colored smoke. The crowd rubbed their eyes as they watched on in disbelief, feeling that they were in a dream. Whereas Yi Xinghua, who was spying silently in one corner, started to reveal an excited glint in his deep starry eyes. This kind of skill. This speed. She's simply too alike. Ever since that time, this is the first time I've seen. Elder Sun was standing by his side as his heart was filled with unease and horror. He had finally understood that Huang Yueli was absolutely not an ordinary fourth-rank armament master. Even though she was so young, but her ability had probably surpassed fourth rank and above. Just based on her control to refine 40 over materials as well as her shockingly swift speed of exhibition of gestures, even if it was an 8th-rank armament master, one might not totally be able to do it. But he was still unable to get it. To be able to get such high-leveled armament refining skills, by right, one would need to work hard for at least 3, 4, or even 10 years continuously. Just to meet the standard for so many incantation gestures, and to get it all accurate, ordinary armament apprentices would already require several years of work. But this lass was so young. Was there actually such a genius under the heavens? But no matter what, this kind of genius could possibly become a 9th-rank armament master in the future and was an invaluable asset to the armament guild. Just looking at Yi Xinghua's express, one could tell just how much he valued her. Elder Sun's back started to break out into sweat as he deeply sensed that offending such a peerless genius would definitely cause much difficulty in his future days. After another quarter of an hour, the speed of Huang Yueli's flying speedy hands finally came to a stop. She paused for a second and immediately, she struck out 7 incantation gestures continuously and lastly pointing at the armament furnace, she spoke out a single word softly, "Open." The armament furnace's lid slowly rose upwards. The first reaction of the armament masters present were actually not to crowd around to view the finished product which she had refined, but widened their eyes as they stood stunned in the original position. This? So fast? This? Has this already been set into shape? Everyone was having the same suspicions in their minds because they were all still immersed in Huang Yueli's dazzling incantation gesture performance, and they hadn't enjoyed it enough, and the result was, it had already ended? Huang Yueli didn't bother to take a look at their expressions. Right after she activated the armament furnace, she withdrew the amethyst thunder flame spark and walked towards the furnace. After the murky gas had been drained, she popped her little head over and her face revealed a sweet smile, as though she was extremely satisfied with her own works. "Sir Examiner, my practical assessment is completed. Aren't you coming over to take a look at the result?" Oh, right. The result, I must see the result. Examiner was dazed by her performance, and after being reminded by her, he awoke from his dream and wiped the sweat off his forehead as he stood up and walked over. He cried out bitterly in his heart, feeling that ever since this young Miss Bai had started her assessment, he seemed to have turned into an idiot. His usual brilliant and capable side was totally missing, and every single time he was shocked until he couldn't regain his senses. As an examiner, for such a scene to happen repeatedly during the assessment really made one ashamed and unable to show his face. But toward his discomposure, none of the other armament masters present felt surprised at all. If they were in the same position as him, they would definitely not be able to complete their own responsibility of invigilation. Meeting with such an abnormal genius, how many of them could remain composed? The examiner walked towards the armament furnace, and everyone couldn't help but start to crowd around him as they all wanted to see the finished product which Huang Yueli had refined at the very first timing. Huang Yueli's hand beckoned and a small seal-shaped, profound armament appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The silent seal's refinement process was complicated and easily resulted in failure, hence no matter if the crowd were armament masters, it was the first time for many of them to have seen such a profound armament. The crowd's eyes, which were exclaiming in admiration, shot towards the profound armament in Huang Yueli's hands. This silent seal, just from the exterior, simply looked perfect without any flaws. The entire piece appeared to have an even scarlet color and there were distinct flame patterns on the surface. No matter which angle it was from, it revealed a deep and impressive glow. This really is tempered in shape already? Isn't this too mysterious? Under such swift speed, she actually managed to mold the profound armament into shape. What kind of armament refining skills are this? It's too incredible. I wish I could ask her to be my master. Examiner retrieved the silent seal from Huang Yueli's hands and raised it to eye level. After carefully inspecting it for a moment, his eyes revealed a gasp of surprise. He was different from ordinary armament masters. As an examiner who awarded points, they had a set of detailed point awarding standards, and just from the external appearance, there were several areas which could score points, which includes the shape of the profound armament, luster, aesthetics aspects, etc. However, no matter from which angle this was viewed, this piece of silent seal had totally no flaws. There is no problem from the external view. Next, we will inspect this silent seal's utilization effect. Young Miss Bai, I will personally take part in the test next. Do you have any objections to that? Originally, it was the most natural thing for the examiner to take part in the assessment personally, and they didn't need to inform the examinee at all. But Huang Yueli's series of performance earlier had unknowingly convinced the examiner, causing him to lower his own status unconsciously, and when he spoke to Huang Yueli, it was with courtesy and respect. Huang Yueli shook her head simply, please go ahead. The examiner took up the silent seal and stood on the empty ground by the side. Everyone was waiting for this moment and all started to crowd around quickly. Wait a minute. Huang Yueli saw that and immediately cried out. What's the matter? The examiner was apparently shocked by her as he hurriedly turned his head back to ask. Huang Yueli shot her glance around the crowd, will everyone please move back slightly? You're all standing so near, so how will the examiner do the testing? Moreover, swords and blades have no eyes, so if anyone suffers an injury because of that, you cannot blame it on me, all right? When everyone heard that, they all started retreating backwards, but they were all starting to have a gurgle of suspicion in their hearts. Isn't it just a silent seal, which could change shapes? Surely it won't hurt anyone, right? Could it be that this silent seal isn't of any use and upon testing it will explode? The examiner was slightly doubtful. Young Miss Bai, now everyone has already retreated, then I will start. Huang Yueli made a pleased gesture and stood by one side, not saying a single word. The examiner took a look at her and suppressed all the doubts he had as he proceeded to do the testing. He lifted up the silent seal gently and injected profound qi into it. Fourth-tiered profound armament generally required fourth-stage realm or fifth-stage realm's profound energy to drive it. Examiner suppressed his own profound energy within this boundary and at the same time, worried that the silent seal would explode, so he raised the speed of his profound qi slowly. About a stick of incense timing had gone by and the silent seal suddenly turned warm and at the same time it gave off a blinding silver light. Simultaneously, a bang was heard and everyone's eyes went blurry. A cold glint of a long sword shimmered as it appeared in the examiner's hands. This long sword was 5 feet long, much longer than ordinary long swords, and the sword blade was clear like autumn water, silently dissipating a pressurizing murderous air. Examiner's eyes shone as he couldn't help but give praise, good sword. But immediately after, he appeared astonished, is this really a fourth-tiered long sword? Every single profound weapon which encompassed a fourth-tiered silence seal, should theoretically be fourth-tiered as well. But Huang Yueli's long sword had biting cold might and was extremely sharp. Moreover, as it was refined by the amethyst thunder flame, it contained thunder-attributed energy, hence the attack power increased drastically, even surpassing an ordinary fourth-tiered upper-grade profound weapon. Huang Yueli nodded and replied, "That's right, this indeed is a fourth-tiered profound weapon. If you have any doubts, feel free to find a fourth-stage realm practitioner to have a test." Deciding the profound armament's grade wasn't the profound armament raising the attributed degree, but depending on the practitioner's cultivation to display the greatest might of the profound armament. Huang Yueli's long sword only required fourth-stage realm cultivation before it could display its might, hence it was a genuine fourth-tiered god relic. The examiner brandished the long sword for a while, and the thunder-attributed profound chi in the air was attracted by it as it gave out a crackling sound, and the electric currents kept sparkling non-stop. The armament masters crowding around had originally backed down upon Huang Yueli's request, but upon seeing the might from this long sword, they couldn't help but back off several steps more. Heavens, is this really just a fourth-tiered profound armament? Why hadn't the fourth-tiered profound armaments, which I refined, even reached 10% of its might at all? Terrifying, too terrifying. This young Miss Bai's armament refining innate talent is really unimaginable. Elder Sun has really kicked an iron plate this time round. Based on young Miss Bai's ability, it's not even at the standard of a fourth-ranked armament master. No wonder she wanted to take part in the fifth-rank certification. She probably really has this ability. Fifth rank? Yi Xinghua, who was standing in one corner, smiled when he heard the crowd's discussions. If she really obtained the teachings from that person that year, then this is merely a tip of the iceberg for her true ability. Yi Xinghua's gaze grew deeper as he was suddenly filled with doubts in his heart. Huang Yueli had taken in a number of disciples that year, and by right, he knew all of them, and moreover none of them were able to match up to his innate talent and ability. Moreover, this young lass's age was simply a little too young. No matter how he saw, she only looked as though she was 10 over years old. So to speak, she couldn't possibly be a disciple whom Master had taken in. Since that's the case, where did she come from, and where did she learn all those armament refining skills which should have already been lost from long ago? Strange, this is really too strange. How could such a matter have happened under this heavens? Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something as he was startled. Surely not. It can't be possible. No, I must be thinking too much. Just as Yi Xinghua was in a daze from his thoughts, suddenly another explosive cheering sound broke out. Incredible, too incredible. The form of this whip, the attack power has reached the standard of amplifying double its effect. Even a fifth-tiered upper-grade, profound armament isn't able to reach this standard. Moreover, young Miss Bai's long whip is only for fourth-stage realm practitioners' use. It had already changed into 2 forms, and the silence seal still hadn't shown any signs of explosion. Moreover, the forms are crafted so perfectly. From the looks of this, perhaps young Miss Bai will really be able to pass the assessment? Isn't this obvious? Passing the assessment is a sure thing. Moreover, once the matters which happened in the Armament Guild today spreads out, there will probably be many people who are fighting to buy the profound armaments which young Miss Bai refines. I just want to know how much this silence seal will be sold for at the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's auction. The crowd's praises were lingering on and on. Under his watchful eyes, the examiner continued the process of testing as he injected his profound energy and made the silence seal to change into the 3rd and 4th form. Actually, by the time it changed into the 3rd form, he was totally convinced of the quality of Huang Yueli's profound armament. He was only curious to see if the other 2 profound weapons had the same might and was as powerful as the long sword and the whip. The truth in the end indeed didn't leave him disappointed. The dagger and long spear, which was transformed later on, had reached 5th tiered upper grade profound armaments attack power, but still only required a 4th stage realm practitioner to use it. 4 different kinds of forms had been accessed, and no matter if it was the examiner or the spectating armament masters around, all of them were thoroughly convinced by her. Such terrifying armament master innate talent was simply unheard of. Some of them had even started to place bets right there, guessing how many years would it take for Huang Yueli to be able to enter the rank of a 9th rank armament master. On the other hand, Elder Sun's face was even deadlier pale than a dead man. A genuine peerless genius had appeared right in front of his eyes, and if he was able to see through this young lass's innate talent earlier, helping and pulling her along, if he was the one to recommend this young lass to the president, then it would be a huge merit. It would absolutely earn him a huge amount of awards from the Armament Guild. Moreover, he would also be able to get on good terms with this talented young lady who was destined to reach 9th rank armament master. But now? Due to his overly arrogant and conceited behavior, not only had he missed this good chance, he even thoroughly offended this genius. Moreover, Elder Sun suddenly recalled that he had made a bet with this young lass. If the other party had passed through the 4th rank certification, he must compensate her with a set of 8th tiered profound armament. Heaven knew that from the start of his promotion into 8th rank armament master till now, he had only successfully refined a set of 8th tiered profound armament, and he had intended to sell it off at a heavenly price in the annual auction. In this way, he would be able to earn a huge fortune, and on the other hand, it would inform all the practitioners in Soaring Heaven's continent that another new 8th rank armament master was born, hence winning instant fame for himself. This plan was originally perfect, but as he was muddled for that one moment, everything was ruined. This was really known as losing both money and life. Elder Sun regretted that there was no medicine for regret to erase all that shame from him from 2 hours ago. Examiner withdrew his profound energy and made the silence seal resume back to its original form, then passing it back to Huang Yueli. Young Miss Bai, congratulations, you've successfully passed through the 4th rank armament master certification. This is your silence seal, please keep it properly. Huang Yueli nodded and said, thank you. But she didn't stretch out her hand to receive that silence seal. Examiner was astonished as he lifted his head to look at her, young Miss Bai? Huang Yueli smiled as she said courteously, although the 4th rank certification is already completed, but can I trouble you to help me complete the testing on the silence seal once and for all? The examiner went into a blank, totally unable to comprehend the meaning in her words. Continue, what? Isn't silence seal's testing already completed? Huang Yueli shook her head and said, not yet. This is merely testing the 4th different forms, there's still a 5th form which has not been tested. What did you say? The examiner's hand shook and totally didn't have a firm grasp onto the silence seal as the small seal dropped down from the slits of his fingers, almost shattering on the ground. Luckily, Huang Yueli was well prepared as she stretched out her hand and caught the silence seal neatly. Why are you so careless? Could it be that you've overexhausted too much of your profound energy in the testing earlier, hence you lost the energy to grab hold of things? Since that's the case, I can do the testing myself as well. Saying that, Huang Yueli injected her profound energy into the silence seal. A silver glint flashed past and the silence seal in her hand changed into the form of a fan, held firmly in between her slender fingers as she slowly waved it. The luster of this fan was dark purple and the handle of the fan was so well polished that it was brilliant enough to reflect one's image on it, which displayed Huang Yueli's fair jade-like fingers even more. Everyone's gazes were gathered on her hand as they were all stunned and each of them had a dull expression as though they had been struck by lightning. Huang Yueli's right hand waved and the fan suddenly opened up as a burst of electric current flew out. The electric current whooshed past everyone's head and shot out of the main entrance as it struck a towering huge tree in front of the door. With a loud booming reverberation, That 1,000-year-old tree, which required 20 people to encircle the huge tree, was instantly scorched as the leaves fell into a heap. It was extremely silent in the certification hall, and many of them even forgot to breathe as they watched this scene in a daze. Not knowing how long later, someone finally regained their senses. This is the fifth form of the silent seal? Heavens, it's a lie, isn't it? How could this be possible? It's obviously a fourth-tiered silence seal. How could there be 5 forms? I must be dreaming, right? No, this is not a dream, I saw it too. Moreover, that fifth fan form amplifies the attack power and is much stronger than the previous few shapes. This really is too fascinating. The crowd looked at Huang Yueli and had already gone beyond praise, but were filled with reverence. If it was said that previously Huang Yueli's performance was still within everyone's acceptable boundary, then the current achievements that she had done until now had already surpassed everyone's imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that they've witnessed it with their own eyes, who would be able to believe that fourth-tier profound armament could actually attain such comprehensive fifth-tiered profound armament attributes? One must know that the entire process of Huang Yueli's refinement was entirely under the supervision of everyone there. All of them saw with their own eyes that the materials she used to refine this piece of silence seal were all fourth-grade materials. Moreover, they were all ordinary quality fourth-grade materials. Using fourth-grade materials to refine profound armaments, yet it had comprehensively surpassed fifth-tiered profound armaments attributes. This sort of matter was no longer consistent with the basic knowledge in armament refining. But the truth was now shown in front of everyone's eyes, and no one was able to deny this fact. After Huang Yueli finished demonstrating, she withdrew her profound energy, and at the same time, she kept the silence seal back into her own space. After that, she turned towards the direction of the examiner. All right, I've finished my demonstration. I think I should be able to pass my practical assessment, right? Of course. The examiner's voice started quivering. Then, my certification. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand towards the examiner. When attending the reassessment of her certification, according to regulations, she had to put up her armament master badge as collateral. If she failed, then it would be retracted immediately. Examiner hurriedly picked up that badge from the table, and just as he was able to pass it back to Huang Yueli, he suddenly went blank. Huang Yueli had now completed the silence seal, and it was completely on a fifth-tier standard. Whereas for fifth-rank armament master certification assessment, it was just merely using fifth-grade materials to refine fifth-tiered profound armaments. But now Huang Yueli only used fourth-grade materials and had completed it. Didn't it mean that her potential had already surpassed fifth-rank armament masters? Under this kind of situation, should Huang Yueli directly obtain fifth-rank certification? But this wasn't within his power of authority. Just as the examiner was hesitating, a clear and deep voice rang from one corner. Young Miss Bai, I represent the Armament Guild headquarters to grant you the title of fifth-rank armament master. When Huang Yueli heard this familiar voice, she couldn't help but quivered, and she immediately lifted up her head to look towards the direction of where the voice was coming from. Yi Xinghua lifted up his hoodie and walked right into the crowd. The armament masters had all not expected that their respectful president had not left, but was secretly hiding in one corner as he watched the entire process of Huang Yueli refining and testing the profound armaments. They hurriedly retreated to pave a route out for President Yi. The examiner hurriedly bowed towards Yi Xinghua, and he only nodded his head faintly as he turned towards Huang Yueli. Young Miss Bai, your armament refining skills have evidently reached fifth rank, and making you waste time in retaking the fourth rank certification is the mistake of our armament guild, so as president, I've decided to grant you fifth rank armament master certification. Huang Yueli immediately kept away her shocked expression as she gave a faint smile, since that's the case. Many thanks to President Yi. Yi Xinghua nodded and said, Young Miss Bai, this president has some things to ask, so is it convenient to invite you in for a chat? Huang Yueli immediately narrowed her eyes, and in an instant, she understood what Yi Xinghua had in mind. Actually, Yi Xinghua's request was exactly the same as her motive in this trip. This time round, she had taken the risk of being watched by others, so exhibiting her exclusive armament refining skills wasn't for the sake of flaunting, but to attract the attention of the higher management in the Armament Guild, especially Yi Xinghua's attention. Now her aim in coming to the Armament Guild headquarters was already half completed. The remaining half was to ascertain that in the past 10 years, was Yi Xinghua still the same as before, totally dedicated towards her. She nodded slightly. All right, then will President Yi please lead the way? Yi Xinghua took a profound look at her and turned around towards the Armament Guild's internal sector. Armament Guild headquarters was split up into 2 sectors, internal and external sectors. Earlier the certification hall where Huang Yueli had taken part in the assessment belonged to the exterior sector, and other than that, there was the marketplace where armament masters were free to trade armament refining materials and profound armaments, reception area where they accepted various requests and tasks for custom-made profound armaments, exhibition hall, and so on and so forth. All of these places were filled with people and were bustling with noise and excitement. But when they stepped into the guild's internal sector, the atmosphere quickly turned quiet. Huang Yueli was very clear that this was because the door dividing the internal sector was set up with various arrays and mechanisms, keeping all the clamor outside the door. It could be said that even if she really bombed the entire certification hall up to the sky, those high-ranked armament masters who stayed within the internal sector would not feel any abnormalities at all. Whereas the internal sector of the Armament Guild headquarters only allowed mid to high-ranked armament masters of 5th rank and above to enter. Here, there were supplies of arrays, which were specially used to gather heaven and earth profound chi and raise the success rates of profound armaments, and also specialized refining rooms for armament masters to refine armaments. 7th rank and above armament masters had their own exclusive laboratory, and other than refining armaments, they were able to engage in many other tests. Besides that, the headquarters' internal sector had a storeroom which collected many armament refining materials and high-tiered profound armaments, collections of ancient manuals in the book storeroom, and the management center, which managed the exchange of various resources using contribution points. It could be said that any item within the Armament Guild headquarters, as long as it was brought into the market, it would be a priceless treasure, and because of this, this place was set up heavily with mechanisms, and every single step might possibly trigger multiple mechanisms, thus resulting in instantaneous death without an intact corpse. If there wasn't anyone who had a map or someone leading the way, even if it was a 9th stage realm top expert, they would also find it hard to move a single step. Yi Xinghua walked and took a secret glance with his peripheral vision at the young lady following behind him. The more he looked, the more surprised he got. Because there wasn't a single bit of shock or exclamation from a freshman who had entered the internal sector for the first time. On the contrary, her expression was peaceful and calm as her gaze was fixed indifferently at the pavilions and kiosks as she passed by, as though she was observing something. Yi Xinghua's heart jolted as he intentionally quickened his footsteps, moving ahead of her by several paces. Under this kind of situation, if it was her first time here and for someone who wasn't clear of the distribution of the surrounding mechanisms, there was a possibility of taking the wrong route and accidentally triggering the mechanism. But Huang Yueli managed to follow him closely with ease. Yi Xinghua saw that and his heart was alarmed as he trembled in fear. This young lass's actions were simply illogical. Many of the Armament Master headquarters' internal sectors' mechanisms and arrays were left behind from ancient times and weren't just set up now. The mechanisms in here were difficult even for 9th stage realm armament masters to set up. No matter how talented this young lass was, surely she couldn't be as brilliant as those ancient armament masters, right? Although she indeed was talented enough, but for her to be able to see through those mechanisms' mystery, Yi Xinghua still felt that it was impossible. But if she hadn't seen through it at first look, didn't that mean that she had been here before and was familiar with the various mechanisms nearby? This seemed even more impossible. Surely it couldn't be. Couldn't be. Earlier the guess, which Yi Xinghua had in his heart when he saw the young lass refining armaments, surfaced once again. This time round, even though his rationality repeatedly reminded him that this was not possible, but Yi Xinghua was still unable to do away with this ridiculous thought out of his mind. Not too long later, the duo reached the Armament Guild headquarters' exclusive refining room for the president. Right after the two entered the room, the door automatically shut behind Huang Yueli. Yi Xinghua couldn't suppress his suspicions in his heart and asked in anticipation, "Young Miss Bai, let's have an open talk. Your armament refining skills are extremely unique and is a self-contained system which distinguishes itself from others. This is something which you should be very sure of." Huang Yueli nodded her head slightly when she heard that. Just as Yi Xinghua was sizing her up, she was actually observing Yi Xinghua as well. After so many years, Yi Xinghua's appearance did not change much. Because in her past life, Yi Xinghua's age was much older than her by a little. But to an armament master, age didn't matter. As long as the armament refining skills were high enough, it was enough to win the respects of everyone, hence taking in disciples who were older than oneself was something which commonly happened. Yi Xinghua was an armament master in the entire Sky Emperor city, with the greatest innate talent. He wasn't even 30 when he reached the realm of a 7th-rank armament master, which was also considered as something which might not even happen within a century. But after Huang Yueli was born into this world, that little bit of innate talent of his was not enough at all. Armament masters were mostly arrogant, and when Yi Xinghua was young, he was once unwilling to accept the fact that he couldn't match up to a beautiful young lady, hence he challenged Huang Yueli several times. But after the multiple attempts of being crushed, he finally admitted that his skills didn't match up to hers. At the same time, just like Sky Emperor City's multiple talented practitioners, he too secretly admired this outstanding talented and beautiful young palace lord from mythical Flame Palace. Of course, this secret admiration was destined to have no result, but Huang Yueli had the heart to revitalize the entire armament guild and valued his innate talent very much, hence she tried means and ways to give him pointers, and selflessly imparted her exclusive skills to him. Later on, Yi Xinghua became her disciple and officially started learning armament refinery from her. Huang Yueli was very clear about Yi Xinghua's thoughts towards her. There were just too many people who had secretly admired her since young, so she didn't really put too much thought into it. As long as she knew Yi Xinghua's innate talent was very good and he wouldn't betray her, that was all that mattered. But that year, Mu Qingying had a lot of opinions towards Yi Xinghua. Huang Yueli loved to refine armaments and often left him in the lurch to refine armament. It was Yi Xinghua, the eldest disciple, who spent even more time with her in the Armament Guild. Hence, Mu Qingying often picked on Yi Xinghua. But he was still very sure that although Yi Xinghua was a first-rated genius in everyone's eyes, but he still wasn't qualified enough to fight with him over Huang Yueli. His leer couldn't possibly take any interest in anyone whose innate talent was worse than herself. So although Mu Qingying wasn't satisfied, he didn't do anything to Yi Xinghua. Huang Yueli had taken the opportunity to sneak out to the Armament Guild headquarters when Li Moying was still in closed-door cultivation, partly because she didn't want Li Moying to find out. If that man who was easily jealous found out about this, that she came to look for her past life's admirer, it was imaginable that he would definitely try various ways and means, throwing his temper and acting tsundere, just to obstruct her plan. Huang Yueli thought about it and gave a secret sign. Having such a petty fiancé was somewhat a troublesome thing. Yi Xinghua sized up Huang Yueli, and on seeing that she wasn't a single bit flustered of being exposed, and he became even more suspicious. "Young Miss Bai, please don't take offense at something that this president is going to say. I wonder where did you learn your armament refining skills from?" Huang Yueli shook her head slowly. "No one taught me. Yi Xinghua frowned. Young Miss Bai, are you certain? Your armament refining skills are extremely unique and have not been recorded in any armament refining manuals, so without any master, how are you able to grasp it? Don't tell me this is something that you've researched yourself, because this is something impossible. Yi Xinghua was desperate to find out about her relationship with his own master, hence his tone sounded rather pressurizing. But Huang Yueli kept an indifferent attitude towards him as she remained calm and unruffled. Why is President Yi so certain? Perhaps this is indeed an exclusive skill which I have researched by myself. Impossible. Huang Yueli's words weren't completed when she was interrupted. Yi Xinghua kept his eyes fixated on the young lass in front of him as he spoke solemnly. Young Miss Bai, we are upright people and don't indulge in hidden speeches. Your innate talent is indeed outstanding, but after all your age and experience isn't enough, so if you want to create your own armament refining skills, it might be possible after 10 years later, but now, it's still too early to say. Moreover, he paused for a moment and hesitated but still decided to say it out. Moreover, speaking, those armament refining skills of yours is something which I've seen many times. This method was created by someone whom I am familiar with 20 years ago. Whereas the way you executed it, no matter if it was in terms of grasp of timing or the control of your profound energy, it's totally the same. Evidently, you have obtained her handed-down teachings, and moreover, you've mastered it pretty well. What this president wanted to know was where did you learn this from? Who is the person who had imparted these skills to you? When Huang Yueli heard these, she smiled slightly, regarding this. She had the heart to delay her response a little just to observe what reaction Yi Xinghua gave. But Yi Xinghua thought that she was going to deny and hurriedly said, I know that it might be possible that you don't want to let anyone know your secret. But this matter is very important to me. As long as you tell me the truth, I can satisfy all your demands. I can take you in as my disciple and impart everything that I've learned to you. Moreover, I can immediately award you with the status of an honorary member of the Armament Guild. Your status will be the same as elders, and you're allowed to use all of the resources from the Armament Guild headquarters. Besides that, all the manuals are at your disposal. Such good treatment. Hearing Yi Xinghua's various conditions for exchange, Huang Yueli couldn't help but reveal an astonished look. Even the Armament Guild headquarters elders didn't have the right to flip through all the manuals as they wished. If they wanted to go through those ancient manuals which only had one copy left, those required contribution points to exchange for. But now, Yi Xinghua had actually suggested all these conditions, just to trade for a secret of hers. Actually, whether he knew this secret or not, it didn't make any difference to the current Yi Xinghua. Because these exclusive armament refining skills were something which had imparted to Yi Xinghua. But as his innate talent was limited, he only managed to acquire superficial knowledge on it. So he pursued after the truth relentlessly, not because of the armament refining method, but because his heart was still longing for the person who had already passed on. So many years had passed. Was Yi Xinghua's thoughts still the same as 16 years ago? Yi Xinghua nodded his head as he continued, that's right, other than these conditions, if you have any other requests, you can list them all out. As long as you can tell me where you learned all these armament refining skills from, everything can be discussed. Huang Yueli smiled as she shook her head, I'm sorry President Yi, but I've already told you all the truth. When Yi Xinghua heard that, he immediately became infuriated. Miss Bai, this president values your innate talent and moreover also respects the person who taught you such refining skills, hence I'm willing to list out these conditions. Do not go overboard. Yi Xinghua spoke out sharply. He had been the chief president of the Armament Guild for over a decade and was long established. He was no longer the same as that weak young man 16 years ago. The current him was awe-inspiring when he put on a face, and it was enough to make those arrogant armament masters listen to him obediently. However, Huang Yueli totally wasn't affected as she had a faint smile on her lips. President Yi, please don't misunderstand. I really don't have the intention of demanding for anything major, because the conditions which you've listed are already more than enough. The problem is I've already said the truth, but you refuse to believe in me, then what do you want me to do? You've already said the truth? Your meaning is these armament refining skills are really researched by yourself? Huang Yueli nodded her head. That's right, the truth is as it is. Young Miss Bai, are you treating me like an idiot? Yi Xinghua huffed out from his nose, as he lost his last sliver of patience at the very same time. I'll be outright and say this. To be able to refine various kinds of materials simultaneously and using brisk fire to do molding, these skills are already in place since long ago. It's my master, Grandmaster Huang Yueli, who had already passed on. She had been spending 20 over years researching the perfection of these skills. But because using these skills requires an exceptionally strong mental power as well as excellent cultivation, the other armament masters weren't able to reach her standard, hence this method had long been lost right after her demise. I don't know where you learnt these skills from, but you say that you created this yourself? That is the most amusing matter under the heavens. Surely it couldn't be that you're my master, who had reincarnated. Yi Xinghua's lips curled into a cold smile, as his heart was filled with disdain. He had originally appreciated this young lady, with excellent innate talent, but she actually pretended that she was the one who invented this exclusive skill. Laying a false claim to another person's research results, this matter was the most taboo thing in the armament master's circle. To an armament master, this was a serious matter regarding one's moral standing. The minute anyone discovered to have this kind of action, it would absolutely result in instant defeat and fall from grace. Now this young lass actually didn't learn the proper things at a young age and falsified the claim to another person's results. Moreover, the person whom she laid claim to was his most respected master. This was something which Yi Xinghua wasn't able to accept. Yi Xinghua's face had turned totally red and was extremely disappointed with this young lady, with the intention to kick her out. But just as this moment, Huang Yueli spoke out again. Xinghua, in the past I thought you were rather slow, but I've not expected that after a decade had passed, your eyesight has become much more precise. You actually could tell that I've been reborn. Yi Xinghua's infuriated expression was fixed on his face, and he stood stiffly on the spot. His first reaction was that he had developed a hallucination. What? Huang Yueli walked over slowly until she was barely 1 meter away from him and stopped as her lips curled into a mischievous smile. Little star, you've already seen my exclusive armament refining skill, yet still don't know who I am? TSK, to think that I've wasted so much effort on your few disciples, but in the end, all of you failed to live up to my expectations. In that case, did anyone else manage to grasp it? Other than myself, who else is able to execute this skill? But. Yi Xinghua looked like he was about to faint. This couldn't blame him for being discomposed. After all, a person who was dead for many years suddenly popped out to say that she was still living, moreover changed entirely to a different person. If there wasn't someone intentionally pretending to be a ghost, then it meant that he really met a living ghost. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Why? Still don't believe me? Then how about this, since you have the armament furnace and armament refining materials all here, how about I exhibit the other exclusive skills to you? Feel free to list a few to test me." Yi Xinghua trembled as he kept on muttering, "Impossible. Impossible. This can't do? Then do you need me to speak about those little secrets that I know about? For example, the first time you issued me a challenge, it was a private agreement and I said if you want to challenge me, it can be done but there must be stakes involved. If you lost, then you'd have to run over to splendid violet heavenly palaces to steal Palace Lord's young Miss undergarment. Later on you really lost and could only go steal that undergarment. Unfortunately, that young Miss Luo happened to return at that exact timing and you had to bump into her. If it wasn't for me who came to your rescue, you'd probably have been chopped into minced meat and thrown into their rear garden to become fertilizer. You. Who exactly are you? Hearing this, Yi Xinghua's eyeballs almost popped out. Because this matter was really something which only he and Huang Yueli knew about. He was merely 20-year-old then and had been a disciplined young man, conscientiously doing work and had an introverted character. Other than armament refining, he basically didn't bother about any other matters, so naturally, he had never done anything out of bounds. He had not expected that the very first time he issued a challenge, because he wasn't convinced, he lost, and that was already very hurtful to his pride. In the end, he had even been schemed against and was embroiled in one terribly. He was eventually caught on the spot and had spent an enormous effort before he was able to escape successfully. This matter was something which he could not possibly forget for his entire life. But after so many years, other than Huang Yueli herself, there was absolutely no one who would know about this. Thinking of this, Yi Xinghua's heart started to beat so fast that his heart almost jumped right out from his throat. His eyes opened wide as though trying to see clearly if the young lady in front of him was a human or ghost. But at this current timing, he suddenly sensed as though he had entered a bottomless pit as his entire soul was sucked into it as his head felt a dizzy sensation. Following that, a buzz sound popped out from his mind and he totally forgot what he said. Huang Yueli noted that the light in his eyes had disappeared as she raised her hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. Phew, I almost couldn't control him. This is the first time in this lifetime, trying to control a 9th stage realm practitioner. Luckily, an armament master's willpower is much less firmer than practitioners'. Wanting to confirm if Yi Xinghua was still the same as a decade plus ago, this wasn't something which could be deduced from mere cliché. Huang Yueli had been planning right from the start to use the piercing sky eye technique to control Yi Xinghua, then interrogate him. Only with such circumstances would she be able to confirm whether the other party's words were lies or not. Moreover, the reason why she was relaxed in following Yi Xinghua into the internal sector of the Armament Guild headquarters was because this was the place which made her feel the safest. She was the only one the several thousands of years who was able to grasp the control of all the mechanisms in the headquarters. Even for the current president Yi Xinghua, he was only able to control around half of it in total. If Yi Xinghua really had dubious intentions towards her, then the person who would die a horrible death would absolutely be him. But safety concern was one thing. Wanting to control Yi Xinghua was absolutely not an easy matter because he was a 9th stage realm practitioner. Although he was only in 9th stage realm first level, his cultivation was much higher than Huang Yueli's at this moment. Huang Yueli had no choice but to aggravate him first, and while he was under the condition of extreme shock and as his mind and spirit were undulated, she suddenly utilized her piercing sky eye technique to obtain immediate success. As the disparity between their cultivations were just too huge, Huang Yueli used up a lot of her mental power and her head was still acting up in pain slightly. But she couldn't be bothered about resting as she immediately went close to Yi Xinghua and questioned, "Do you still remember Huang Yueli?" Yi Xinghua's eyes shot past a sliver of excitement. "Remember, how could I ever forget? She's my master, soaring heaven's continent's most outstanding armament master. Even in ancient times, there might not be anyone who was such a talented armament refining genius like her. She's just too powerful and is the idol whom I'm chasing after for my entire life, but—" Yi Xinghua paused for a moment before his voice spiked up into a sharp tone, apparently extremely agitated. "She's dead. Self-exploded in the northern ice fields, with her soul and spirit dispersed. Never to re-enter the wheel of reincarnation ever again." Huang Yueli hurriedly pacified him. All right, I understand now. Don't be too agitated. Those are all memories from many years ago." Seeing him in this state made Huang Yueli sigh a little in her heart. Looked like Yi Xinghua's feelings for her that year were rather deep. Even after 16 years had passed by, when he recalled the past, it still made him so agitated. It would naturally be false if she said she wasn't touched, but alas, she already had someone in her heart, and no matter how deeply sentimental other men were towards her, she could only pretend to not know about it. Huang Yueli tried ways and means to let Yi Xinghua settle down a little. She hurriedly grabbed time and continued interrogating. After Huang Yueli died, what happened? Do you still recall? Yi Xinghua heard that and got a little agitated again. That bunch of despicable villains. A few days after Master died, there were some high-leveled armament masters who rebelled and secreted let in some dubious ninth-stage realm practitioners into the headquarters' internal sector. Huang Yueli was slightly surprised as she pursued after this topic. Who were they? Why did they enter the Armament Guild headquarters? Are they here to steal profound armaments? After she asked this question, she felt something was amiss. There were many high-leveled profound armaments in the Armament Guild headquarters warehouse, and none of the large powerhouses in Soaring Heavens continents had such a huge stockpile. But to be able to nurture so many ninth-stage realm practitioners, and also to bribe high-leveled armament masters, making them take the risk of ruining their reputation to let them into the headquarters' internal sector, the backing behind this powerhouse shouldn't be one which couldn't afford to purchase a few pieces of profound armaments, thus turning to steal it, right? However, Yi Xinghua nodded his head. That's right, they were really here to steal something. No, to put it more accurately, they were here to search for something. Huang Yueli frowned as she had not expected this answer. Her instinct told her that the truth behind this was definitely not something simple. What on earth is going on? Tell me right from the start in detail. Yi Xinghua's breathing turned hasty, apparently slightly agitated. When the news of Master's passing away reached the Armament Guild headquarters, everyone was shocked as no one believed that she passed away at such a young age. At that time I was exceptionally upset and had stayed in the Armament Guild for the entire month continuously, just to tidy up the manuscripts and notes which she had left behind. That night, I slept very late and heard someone walk past the corridor quietly. Moreover, they were speaking in lowered volumes, and it sounded as though there were 10 over people. Armament masters are mostly unsociable people and very rarely walk in large groups. Moreover, it's in the middle of the night, so I secretly followed them to have a look. In the end, I saw 6 to 7 high-leveled armament masters leading a few abled 9th stage realm practitioners entering into the zone where outsiders were not allowed to enter. What's more, there were 2 elders from the Armament Guild headquarters who were within this group. What? Even 8th rank armament masters are involved in this? Huang Yueli screamed out in astonishment. Only 8th rank armament masters could hold the position of an elder in the headquarters, and the value of 8th rank armament masters were very high as most of them were pursued after by various large powerhouses. They definitely had both fame and fortune, not lacking in anything. They actually were willing to take the risk to let outsiders in. Just which nerve was connected wrongly? However, Yi Xinghua continued speaking, and the contents made her being left awestruck. As there were too many top exponents among them, I didn't dare to go up against them, just merely thinking of checking on what they wanted to do, and after collating the evidence, I'll find a chance to expose them. I followed behind them carefully and discovered that they first went to my master's armament refining room. Huang Yueli was stunned. My armament refining room? Armament Guild has their own rules, and when the armament master passes on, the armament refining room which had been used before would be withdrawn for communal uses, so after master passed on, the power of those arrays, which were used to protect the armament refining rooms, would gradually weaken, and the few 7th rank and 8th rank armament masters joined hands, and with the destructive power from those 9th stage realm practitioners, they spent a very long time, but were eventually able to break through. The group of people charged into the armament refining room and started to overturn all the boxes and cabinets, searching every single corner. Huang Yueli seemed to have understood something as she asked while in deep thoughts, "Are they searching for a rare treasure?" "Did you hear what they were talking about?" "Yes." Yi Xinghua nodded. "I heard distinctively that they were saying, to search carefully, This thing is only a small piece, and there was a possibility of it being concealed by a concealment array. Someone asked what was it exactly, but the ninth stage realm peak practitioner who was leading the group spoke extremely cautiously, only saying that it was a palm-sized jade artifact, and asked the armament masters to take notice, to check every suspicious single mechanism-like array, leaving nothing left unturned. Ninth stage realm peak practitioner. Huang Yueli frowned as she racked her brains. Who could that be? Soaring Heavens Continent Skychart's ninth stage realm peak practitioners were only those 10 over people, but she couldn't exclude the peerless top exponents from the 4 sky regions and those who had hidden themselves into seclusion. Among those people, who would take the risk of entering the Armament Guild headquarters? Actually, the moment Yi Xinghua mentioned this point, Huang Yueli had already started to understand that. The item which these people had secretly sneaked into the Armament Guild internal sector to search for should be her Sky Phoenix ring. When she self-exploded, she actually brought the Sky Phoenix ring along, and even she herself did not imagine that her self-explosion had actually roused the spirit in the Sky Phoenix ring, activating the Peace of God relic, making the Sky Phoenix ring merging her thoughts into one, thus allowing her to be reborn. In this way, these people who had pursued after her relentlessly for the Sky Phoenix ring would naturally not be able to find even the dredges of it. Looked like these people were still unresigned as they turned their attention towards the Armament Guild headquarters. But even if they turned the entire Armament Guild upside down, it was impossible to find whatever Sky Phoenix ring. Yi Xinghua continued to speak. These people couldn't find the things which they wanted in Master's armament refining room and decided to continue searching in the headquarters warehouse, but they still weren't able to find anything. Just as I thought that they were preparing to give up, that leader suddenly said that Huang Yueli was on the best terms with President Jiang in the Armament Guild headquarters, and perhaps that old man might know something. So they turned around and headed over to President Jiang's armament refining room. Saying to this point, Yi Xinghua suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli had an ominous foreboding in her heart. What's the matter? Why aren't you continuing? Yi Xinghua's face flushed totally red and his eyes were filled with blood as his fists clenched tightly, as intense anger was dissipated from him. That bunch of beasts. That bunch of beasts killed President Jiang. What? President Jiang was killed by them? Huang Yueli's eyes turned wide, totally unable to believe what she heard. The president of the Armament Guild headquarters at that time was Jiang Qingxuan, and he was an amiable grandpa who was a few hundred years old. Anyway, he had been holding the position of Armament Guild headquarters president for many, many years already. When Huang Yueli was very young, she obtained a lot of help from him and was extremely respectful towards him. After her rebirth, she had indeed heard of such a rumor that not too long after her self-explosion, President Jiang had also passed away. But she did not put too much thought into that. Because President Jiang's condition had not been very good and he was indeed extremely old, so there was a feeling that he would breathe his last any moment soon, hence the news didn't really surprise anyone. What on earth exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Huang Yueli saw Yi Xinghua shaking with anger as she was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Yi Xinghua had finally regained some calm and swiftly narrated the happenings as his voice kept on shaking. President Jiang was behind closed doors in his armament refining room refining armaments, and was rumored that he needed to refine continuously for 3 days and 3 nights before it could be accomplished. However, these people broke through the protection array midway and charged in to interrupt him. Besides that, they took the opportunity, while he was fully concentrated on the armament furnace, to capture him and tied him up. Damn it! How dare they actually do this to President Jiang? Huang Yueli hissed through gritted teeth. Yi Xinghua's face muscles twitched as he continued to speak. This bunch of people bound President Jiang up and started searching his armament refining room, but they didn't find the things which they wanted. Hence the leader lost patience and started interrogating President Jiang, asking him where he hid that thing. But President Jiang refused to say a single thing. Those people tried ways and means to worm information out of him, but after they realized that he wasn't tricked, they started to intentionally torment him. President Jiang was already so old, so how could he even take their torture? But although he was in so much pain, he still refused to say a word. Later on. Yi Xinghua choked so much that he couldn't even say a single word. Huang Yueli's expression turned uglier by the minute as her fingernails dug deeply into her own palm as blood started to bleed from the corners of her nails. These deranged beasts, for a piece of profound armament which they couldn't use, they actually. I have really let President Jiang down. That year I was already considered as a dead person in everyone's eyes, but he actually still helped me to keep the secret. He wasn't meant to die. That year after she found the shattered piece of Sky Phoenix ring, she only told a few people whom she trusted. One was Mu Qingying, another was her best friend Ling Qingyu, and lastly was Jiang Qingxuan. In the end Ling Qingyu betrayed her and told her secret to various powerhouses, causing her to die in the northern ice fields. Whereas Mu Qingying and Jiang Qingxuan lost their lives for her. I rushed over to fight with those scums, but whoever knew that President Jiang suddenly used his remaining profound energy to break through the restraint and activated a hidden self-destruction mechanism in the armament refining room. I was blocked on the outside by the array and could only see President Jiang activating one after another mechanism, killing those intruders one after another. In the end, the headquarters' most southern side collapsed entirely, burying all of them into the grounds deep below. Huang Yueli forced herself to finish listening to this grievous news as she was so angry that she was shaking. Even though she didn't know who killed Jiang Qingxuan, but she was sure that it was definitely related to those few powerhouses who had caused her self-explosion. Those people. They had really lost their head through material greed, completely devoid of conscience. But she totally couldn't understand the reason because it was merely a piece of shattered god relic. At that time, even she herself was not sure what uses the Sky Phoenix ring had or what power it could display, so why did these people completely let go of their consciences, killing someone over and over again? Moreover, even if they were able to find the Sky Phoenix ring, there were so many large powerhouses, so how were they going to distribute this profound armament? Were they really able to derive a lot of benefits from this? Why did these people do so? Had desire really gushed through their minds, or was there another hidden agenda? This thought flashed past Huang Yueli's mind, but very quickly, it was casted out of her mind. Because Yi Xinghua suddenly grabbed his head with a dizzy look, which was the sign of the piercing sky eye technique losing its effect, and he was about to regain his consciousness. Huang Yueli quickly asked, what happened after that? After President Jiang passed on, didn't the Armament Guild headquarters investigate the truth behind this? Yi Xinghua frowned and forcibly replied, investigated, but those people's corpses were all buried within the mechanism and there was no way to find out their identities. But for the few high-leveled armament masters who turned against us, their identities had all been verified, but as the dead cannot testify, we weren't able to find out anything at all. Huang Yueli's brows knitted together tightly, but she knew that what Yi Xinghua said were all within reason. The Armament Guild was able to stand at such a worldly position all purely because of the Armament Master's skills. If anyone offended the Armament Guild headquarters, they were able to use high-tiered profound armaments as chips to find the other powerhouses to stand up for them. There would be some who would look at the benefits and were willing to be of service to Armament Masters. If they were really to talk about the cultivational ability, Armament Masters totally couldn't be compared against same-leveled practitioners. The same-leveled practitioner would only need to move one finger and they would be able to send most of the Armament Masters flying. Moreover, for this time, the powerhouse behind President Jiang's death were several sects from the 7 sacred lands. Probably only Blue Profound Sect and Mythical Flame Palace had not taken part in it. Wrong, even if it was Mythical Flame Palace, Huang Yueli didn't dare to guarantee that they were not involved. After all, after her death, the person who was helming Mythical Flame Palace was that useless senior brother of hers. In this way, Armament Guild totally could not find anyone to help them stand up, and at the same time, they did not have enough ability to challenge the 7 sacred lands. Even if they really did manage to come out with any findings, it would only be dealt with as no testimonial from the dead. Huang Yueli heaved a deep sigh. So after this matter, Armament Guild then started to wither and you became the headquarters president? Yi Xinghua nodded. There are quite a number of 8th rank elders who were implicated because of this matter, and the remaining few seniors are all timid, so on seeing President Jiang dying in this way, who else dared to take up the position of president? In the end, they pushed me to fill up the position. Huang Yueli nodded as she finally understood why Yi Xinghua was able to take up the headquarters president's seat at such a young age. She wanted to ask something else, but she saw Yi Xinghua suddenly shivering. Following that, a dazed look was seen beneath his eyes as his gaze looked ahead dully, as though not knowing where he was. After a moment, he seemed to have awoken from his dream as his eyes suddenly grew wide, staring intently at Huang Yueli. You really are. Although his consciousness was being controlled, but the moment he regained his consciousness, he was still able to remember what happened when he was under control, hence he knew that he was manipulated by the piercing sky-eye technique. However, this exclusive profound skill only made him ascertain the identity of the person in front of him. Huang Yueli sighed with a complicated tone. Xinghua, we've really not met for such a long time. Now you can't even recognize me, right? But you're exactly the same as 16 years ago. Yi Xinghua heard that and immediately plopped down, kneeling down on the floor. You really are. Master's reincarnation? Huang Yueli nodded. That's right. But, didn't the rumors around say that you died because of self-explosion in the northern ice fields, so shouldn't? Yi Xinghua couldn't continue with his words. Shouldn't my soul and spirit have been dispersed, unable to enter the wheel of reincarnation? Huang Yueli good-naturedly filled in his words for him. Yi Xinghua nodded with a grave expression. Huang Yu shrugged as she replied in a calm tone, to tell the truth, I also haven't understood what's going on for this until now. I feel that this should be related to Mu Qingqing. No matter what, at the very least, I Huang Yueli have returned, isn't it? If those masterminds behind the scenes found out about this, they would probably not be able to sleep in the night. Saying that, a fierce aura flowed out naturally from her entirely. This kind of aura was exactly the same as in her past life. Even though there was a difference in Huang Yueli's looks in her past life, but when she revealed this kind of expression, Yi Xinghua felt as though he had seen that outstanding peerless genius 16 years ago, returning back once again. Yi Xinghua erased the last ounce of doubt on her identity completely. He bowed lowly in front of Huang Yueli, and the rim of his eyes moistened up. Master, you're back, it's really too great. These years, without your points and with so many high-ranked armament masters dying in that incident that year, the entire Armament Guild could be said to have no more successors and have completely fallen into the abyss of the pit. And President Jiang had died such a horrible death, so you must think of a way to take revenge for him. Huang Yueli's expression turned icy as she replied, Don't worry, these people. I will not let any one of them go. I've already guessed a direction, and I know that those who had participated in this matter are probably witch powerhouses. Yi Xinghua heard that and started bugging her anxiously. Master, who is it who killed President Jiang? A few sects from the 7 sacred lands. Celestial Heaven's Gate is definitely involved, and 7 Stars Palace, Sky Devil sect. Huang Yueli spilled out one after another powerhouse's names, which made Yi Xinghua start to tremble in fear as his heart was alarmed from hearing these. He had actually once doubted that so be able to bribe so many high-ranked armament masters. This matter was something which the 7 sacred lands was able to achieve, but without solid evidence, he didn't dare to challenge those huge matters casually. But now, from Huang Yueli's tone, those who had participated in this matter were not just one of the 7 sacred lands, but a few others as well. The more he heard, the paler his complexion turned. I've never expected so many of them had participated in this. But just what were they searching for in the Armament Guild? I found a treasure in an ancient mystic region in my past life, but alas. That time it had already turned into ashes when I self-exploded then. Huang Yueli didn't want to explain too much, so she casually found an excuse to brush over it. Yi Xinghua didn't suspect anything but only frowned worriedly. If there were really so many powerhouses taking part, then to take revenge for President Jiang, that would be too tough. Master, we need to have a long-term plan for this matter, so don't ever be rash. After all, Yi Xinghua hesitated as he wanted to say something but stopped. Huang Yueli immediately understood what he was trying to say, knowing that he felt that her current cultivation wasn't like before, hence she could not act so recklessly as what she did in her past life. This I naturally know, so relax. I'm never one who belongs to the rash kind. If I'm not certain about something, I wouldn't casually make a move. Having experienced death once, she understood it even more clearly that it was necessary to restrain her own brilliance when it was necessary, and act low-keyed while waiting for the right opportunity. Yi Xinghua relaxed and at the same time, started to feel curious. Right, master, for so many years, where did you grow up? Why is it that you've only returned to look for me only today? This is a long story, right? Why are you kneeling on the floor for? In the past, you were never so respectful towards your master me, isn't it? Have you finally found your conscience? Yi Xinghua silently stood up as he returned to sit in the position opposite Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and gave him a brief description on what she had experienced in the past few years. The more Yi Xinghua heard, the wider his eyes grew. What? Master, you're saying Sovereign Mu also reincarnated along with you? Huang Yueli nodded. That's right, but he had once lost his memories and only remembered everything in the past several months ago. His current name is Li Moying and he's blue profound sex. Isn't that the peerless genius who had caused a sensation some days ago at the South City in trance? Yi Xinghua cried out. Huang Yueli blinked as she replied in surprise, why? You know about that too? Li Moying was now in the limelight, but armament masters seldom took notice of practitioners, especially for high-ranked armament masters like Yi Xinghua. Majority of them placed their attention on armament refining, and had no free time to go think about any other matters. Yi Xinghua responded, of course I know about it. Is there anyone in the entire Sky Emperor city who doesn't know about this? He's not some ordinary genius, and I've heard several people talking about this, that his innate talent is even more outstanding than the yesteryear's Mu Qingqing, and he will definitely become a new #1 top exponent in the continent. I've never thought that after all this, it's actually the same person. No wonder no matter how many conditions splendid Violet Heavenly Palace came out with, he wasn't interested and directly headed over to Blue Profound Sect. Huang Yueli gave a smile, because when she heard anyone praising Li Moying in such a way, this fiancé of hers was always glorious no matter where he went. Moying's bloodline and innate talent in this lifetime is indeed much more outstanding than past life. But his ability has not reached the peak condition as in his past life, and I'm afraid that he will need to cultivate a little longer before he can resume back to his former glory. She paused for a moment and continued, all right. This is what had happened to me. I will continue to investigate President Zhang's matters. That's right, my motive in coming over this time is to obtain a 7th-ranked Armament Master certification from you. Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's annual auction is about to start and I have a batch of 7th-ranked profound armaments to sell. Yi Xinghua looked at her and silently muttered, it's no problem for you to get 7th-ranked certification. The problem is you're still too young, and earlier in the certification lobby, it's already ridiculous enough for you to obtain 5th rank certification. If I were to issue you with a 7th rank certification, will it raise any suspicions? A 15 to 16-year-old 7th ranked armament master. It's simply out of this world. Even if it was Huang Yueli's past life, at this age, she was merely able to refine 5th-tier upper-grade profound armaments. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that the young lady in front of him was Huang Yueli herself, Yi Xinghua would definitely not believe that there existed such an abnormal genius. Moreover, if this matter were to spread out, Huang Yueli would instantly attain fame, and it went against her aim of remaining low-keyed. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and said, "I've already thought through this. Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild permits anonymous sellers, so I can register a fake name in the Armament Guild headquarters, so just issuing the 7th rank certification to this fake name will do. I only want to ensure that my profound armament will be sold at a high price, and that will do. This can be done." Yi Xinghua nodded, then. "Master, what code name do you want to use?" Huang Yueli set out without thinking, "Just call Li Ruabai." Li Ruabai? Yi Xinghua went into a blank, and immediately his heart flushed a sense of bitterness. This lifetime, Huang Yueli still hadn't changed her mind towards Mu Qingying. Otherwise, why would she subconsciously use that man's surname when she was using a codename? But what was more shocking came right after. Huang Yueli continued, "In future, if you have anything to look for me, just send someone over to Blue Profound Sect to look for me. Although there aren't too many people who know who I am, but as long as you mention that you're looking for Li Moying's fiancé, everyone will know it's me."